Chapter 1. Liu Yifei slowly opened his eyes, his chaotic consciousness drifting back from the void of the cosmos. Before him lay a disarray of documents, and the computer monitor ahead emitted a glaring white light, narrowing his eyes. He discerned that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Where am I? As his consciousness returned, memories began to surface. He recalled that he had arranged a game all night with his friends, and after experiencing a crushing defeat in a ranked match with a score of 350, he had felt a sudden darkness before losing consciousness. Struggling to sit up, he managed only to lift his head slightly before it crashed heavily onto the desk, his body devoid of strength. What on earth is happening? In that fleeting moment of raising his head, he realized he was in an office, surrounded by many people busily engaged in their tasks. Didn't I already resign? Am I dreaming? Beep. System initializing. An electronic voice resonated in his mind, both empty and profound. Liu Yifei jolted in surprise. Who the hell is trying to scare me? The voice ignored his outburst and continued. Greetings. Host, you are now on TU Star. In the Blue Dragon Kingdom, a biochemical virus has been detected here, and it will complete its final evolution in 48 hours. Some humans will transform into zombies as a gift. You have been provided with the Red Alert vehicle system, and the virus within you has been eliminated. Strive to lead humanity in survival. Young man. After the system's announcement, Liu Yifei pinched his thigh, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream. How the hell did I end up here? I just became a demolition heir on Earth in 2019. Why am I thrust into this apocalyptic nightmare? Is it impossible to be reborn without facing such a grim fate? Must I be assigned to this dystopian world? Despair flooded Liu Yifei's mind. He was aware of the apocalypse through numerous novels and films on Earth, depicting a horrific onslaught of zombies and survivors clinging to life like wild dogs, revealing the darkest facets of human nature. The entire world resembled a hellish purgatory. He had no idea what level this system was at if it were weak. How could he survive in such a world? Yet, reality was set, and he had to forge ahead. About that vehicle system, what can it do? Hurry up and explain. Here I am, stuck in this wretched place. And it's not my fault for losing that match. It was clearly the jungler's fault. This system comes equipped with a base vehicle. Please drive it to a cleared area. To deploy, functions will be displayed within the base. Upon finishing its explanation, the system marked a location in Liu Yifei's mind, not far from his current position. Great. If I weren't relying on you, my years as a keyboard warrior would have been enough to shut you down. After lying on the desk for a moment, Liu Yifei felt a bit of strength returning to his body. He gradually sat up and surveyed the office, which sprawled across several hundred square meters, packed with rows of simple desks. Despite the crowd, there was little noise, as everyone quietly focused on their work. He turned off the monitor and saw his reflection in the dark screen. An angular, frail young man with a wild mop of hair, sunken eyes, and pallid skin devoid of color. This was clearly not the person he used to be, yet he held no memories of this individual. No memories were perhaps a blessing, for it spared him the burden of recalling family and friends in this impending apocalypse. He took a sip of water. Feeling revitalized, it seemed his weakness stemmed from the rampant virus within him, and now that the system had purged it, his body was recovering swiftly. Liu Yifei, you turned off your computer during work hours. What are you doing? Just as he was immersed in self-reflection, a sudden roar erupted from behind. Startlingly out of place in the quiet office, all eyes turned to him, some filled with pity, others with quiet derision. Turning around, Liu Yifei saw a balding middle-aged man with a protruding belly, glaring at him with a twisted expression. A glance at the name tag revealed him to be Ma Fun, the sales director. Director Ma, am not feeling well and would like to request a leave. With time pressing, Liu Yifei had no time to waste, eager to locate that base vehicle. Ma Fun, seeing him seated without any sign of moving and unresponsive to his anger, stepped closer, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You want to take leave? You haven't even completed this month's performance targets today. Even if you don't sleep, you must finish the tasks, otherwise you won't be leaving the company. Though Liu Yifei was not well acquainted with past events, he couldn't believe that Ma Fun was still fixating on performance at a time like this. As a company leader, he did not expect concern or care, yet here he was squeezing every ounce of life out of his already weakened body to create results. Isn't this just work? The apocalypse is coming. What does work even matter? Liu Yifei stood up, coldly fixing his gaze on the shorter Ma Fun, and declared loudly, "If you want grant me leave, then I might as well resign." The office fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as everyone looked at Li Yunpeng in astonishment. This usually reticent recluse had dared to confront the director. Had he lost his mind? Ma Fun was taken aback by Li Yunpeng's audacity to threaten resignation if he didn't regain his authority. How could he manage his subordinates in the future? He stepped forward, shoving Li Yunpeng back into his chair, snarling, "I won't let you leave today. You little brat, if you insist on resigning, you won't receive a single penny of your salary." With the apocalypse looming, Li Yunpeng certainly didn't care about the salary yet. He hadn't anticipated Ma Fun resorting to physical aggression as he attempted to rise again. Ma Fun forcefully shoved his head back down onto the chair. Li Yunpeng, feeling weak yet unable to tolerate the humiliation any longer, spoke through clenched teeth. "Director Ma, can I forfeit my salary? I just want to leave right now." Ma Fun laughed coldly. "Oh, you don't want your salary? I'm afraid you'll starve to death on the streets. Pathetic enough to have your girlfriend run off with someone else. You're nothing but a complete waste. If I were you, I'd have drowned myself in a puddle by now." As soon as the words left his mouth, laughter erupted in the office. Li Yunpeng's face flushed with anger. Despite the current dire circumstances, Li Yunpeng could not afford to dwell on them for long. He hastily followed the system's prompt and arrived at a road behind the company, where he indeed found a heavy truck. At least, it appeared to resemble one approximately 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, with a notably high ground clearance than numerous tires, each boasting a diameter of nearly 2 meters, commanded attention. While a 50-centimeter thick steel bumper adorned the front of the cockpit, the cargo compartment at the rear appeared to be welded together with steel plates, giving it an exceedingly futuristic design. A parking ticket was lodged between the wipers of the windshield. The traffic officer is quite diligent. Even in these times, he still manages to slap a ticket on me, Li Yunpeng remarked, yet this ticket was destined to remain unaddressed forever. Approaching the cockpit, Li Yunpeng gazed at the towering tires and exclaimed, "System, how on earth am I supposed to drive this thing? I can't even climb up." "Please hold on, I am initiating the red alert battle vehicle for you," came the response. No sooner had the words left the system's interface than the metallic behemoth roared to life. The engine growling with a power that was unmistakable, the cockpit door automatically swung open, and a set of steps extended downwards. Li Yunpeng ascended the steps and entered the cockpit, which was remarkably futuristic. On the passenger seat lay a small box labeled Commander Basic Equipment. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he cautiously opened the heavy metal box, and his pupils dilated in astonishment. Inside rested a handgun, one he recognized from frequent visits to weapon forums. The Colt 1911, a classic firearm. Accompanying it were 3 magazines, containing a total of 21 rounds. Seeing a real gun for the first time ignited a surge of excitement within him. He gingerly picked up the pistol, its cool surface and substantial weight commanding respect. The golden bullets were neatly arranged in the magazine. After toying with it for a moment, he inserted the magazine into the handgun, holstered it at his waist, and stowed the remaining 2 magazines in his pocket, granting him a semblance of security. He then turned his attention back to the cockpit. Having never operated a large vehicle before, he found himself utterly perplexed after a lengthy examination. How am I supposed to drive this? It's 5 meters wide. Thankfully, this road isn't too crowded, or I'd surely attract a fine for taking up 2 lanes. After some exploration, he discovered that the vehicle was automatic. Engaging the drive gear and gently pressing the accelerator, the steel behemoth began to move with a slow yet steady momentum. Though the initial speed was gradual, it remained stable. The dashboard indicated a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour. With the pedal pressed to the floor, he barely approached that limit. On his first day in this unfamiliar world, he felt adrift, unsure of where to go as he drove. He searched for a suitable place to survive in this apocalyptic landscape. The company appeared to be situated within an industrial park, with the road he traversed running adjacent to a river, while the buildings on his side were densely packed. The opposite bank seemed relatively sparse. After much contemplation, Li Yunpeng resolved to head across the river, believing the water would serve as a barrier against the undead. Time was of the essence, and given his unfamiliarity with the area, aimless searching might yield no better options. It was wiser to allocate time for preparation. Having made his decision, Li Yunpeng pressed on without hesitation. Upon reaching the opposite shore, he veered off the paved road. The vehicle's off-road capabilities were impressive after a few minutes of driving. He found a suitable spot to come to a halt. At that moment, a system prompt chimed in. You have arrived at a suitable location. Would you like to deploy the red alert battle vehicle as a base? Please note that reverting it back will incur a substantial point fee. Li Yunpeng pondered briefly. The surrounding area was desolate, and the sudden appearance of a structure would likely go unnoticed in the short term. Even if discovered, it mattered little. Disputes could be prolonged for days in this new world. Anyone bold enough to challenge him would face dire consequences. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, I find myself gathering esteemed female stars, commencing with Liu Yifei to Tianxian in the Wanxiang community, Building 5, Unit 1, Room 3301. Qin Yu overhears his mother insisting that the bride price is set at 600,000, with not a single cent less. Liu Piao, confidently clutching her suitcase, declares, I cannot wait any longer. My brother is about to marry, and he needs some money. Qin Yu, exasperated, responds, Did I not mention that I currently lack such funds? The only amount I can procure is 300,000, which constitutes all of my family's savings. Liu Piao, unfazed, retorts that it's irrelevant. My brother needs the money. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yu feels as though his very lungs are about to burst with frustration. He has been in a relationship with Liu Piao for 2 years, and her family has suddenly begun to pressure her into marriage, ostensibly to extract a larger dowry for her brother's wedding. She does not attempt to conceal her intentions, but rather brazenly demands that Qin Yu provide the dowry. If your brother requires funds, does that mean we must forego our own needs? That 300,000 was meant for our mortgage. Have you considered our future? He questions. However, Liu Piao remains indifferent, stating that she is merely adhering to her parents' wishes. After a prolonged standoff, she suddenly proposes, I have a cousin who works at the construction bank. Why not take out a loan of 300,000? As she produces a loan application form from her bag and slams it on the table, Qin Yu, incredulous, exclaims, So you expect me to take out a loan for your useless brother's wedding? Are you out of your mind? At that moment, Liu Piao's brother rises from the sofa, disgruntled, and chastises Qin Yu. Watch your mouth. How can you speak so disrespectfully? I would rather strike you. Qin Yu shouts in anger. You both should take your things and leave. This is my home, and I demand you vanish from my sight immediately. Qin Yu, don't you dare regret this. Liu Piao retorts as she storms out. Dragging her brother along, before exiting, she deliberately pauses to glance back at him, hoping he might reconsider. However, Qin Yu slams the door shut with finality, his last vestige of rationality evaporating. Once Liu Piao and her brother have departed, he descends to the supermarket for a spree. He possesses a habit of stockpiling supplies. Whenever discontent arises, he indulges in gathering provisions. Upon returning home, he pushes a full shopping cart upstairs, filling the refrigerator to capacity before cramming the remaining supplies into the storage room. He even stocks several boxes of water and instant noodles, which he consumes on days when he remains indoors in the afternoon. Qin Yu joins a new film crew, a hopeful aspirant in Hongyan. He diligently pursues his dream of stardom. After graduating from Film Academy, he arrived at Hongyan Film City in search of opportunities, willing to accept any minor role the director might offer. This time, he has been cast in a special appearance, albeit still a peripheral character. Upon entering the set, he catches sight of a stunning figure, none other than his ethereal goddess, Liu Yifei. Instantly, the morning's gloom dissipates. He hastens toward her, eager to greet his idol, only to be intercepted by her assistant. Hey, what are you doing? All you extras need to be over there. This area is off limits for you, the assistant snaps, pointing toward a makeshift trailer across the way. Can I at least request an autograph from Liu Tianxian? Qin Yu implores, not wishing to miss this rare opportunity to engage with his goddess. He swiftly pivots, evading the assistant and making his way to Liu Tianxian's makeup station, the entrance to the makeup room. He finally sees his goddess up close. In reality, she surpasses her on-screen beauty. Her skin flawless and her visage breathtaking from every angle. Just then, the assistant barks at 2 burly bodyguards. Get rid of him. Our goddess cannot be approached by just anyone. The two imposing men swiftly escort Qin Yu away. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei, as the leading star, is enveloped by an entourage. Though she hears the commotion, she does not turn around. Back among the extras, he is met with ridicule that I suggest you focus on performing your role rather than dreaming of what is unattainable. One jibes. Qin Yu retorts, "Ha! That S-rich coming from you. How do you know I want to succeed?" While he says this, he is acutely aware of the truth in their words. A goddess like Liu Yifei is an aspiration far beyond his reach. After a long day of filming, Qin Yu drags his weary body home, just a street away from the film city. The absence of Liu Tianxian renders the house eerily quiet. For dinner, he orders a bowl of sauerkraut fish and a roasted chicken, moving the table to the balcony to eat while enjoying a few cans of beer. Alone, he finds a peculiar sense of freedom, contrasting with the days when they shared a table as three. He recalls how both he and Liu Tianxian graduated from Being, which had initially provided them with minor roles. However, without connections, they could only secure small parts, yet they still lived fulfilling lives. Until one day, she announced that her brother would be joining them in Hongyan, a brother who, lacking any skills, could only play background roles as a soldier or corpse. From that moment, he felt a weight added to his burdens. With such thoughts, he turns to alcohol for solace. Like tea that moment, he suddenly notices a graceful figure on the neighboring balcony. It is none other than Liu Yifei. His long-absent neighbor turns out to be the very goddess he adores. He attempts to rise to greet her, but having imbibed too much, he finds himself unable to stand. Gradually, his eyelids grow heavy, and he succumbs to slumber at the table. Time passes, and he awakens to a chilling breeze carrying a peculiar scent. As he groggily rises to close the window, he is met with a shocking sight. The view below, around the 18th floor, has transformed into a sea of pink. Several trees appear to have breached the misty confines of this surreal scene. "Good heavens, am I dreaming?" Qin Yu exclaims, incredulous. Yet, upon pinching his cheek, he realizes this is no dream. Perhaps the apocalypse has truly arrived. For someone who revels in reading web novels, this apocalyptic scenario feels unsettlingly real. He hastily locks the window. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Ding! The apocalypse reversal system is binding. Ding! System binding successful. Host must successfully cohabit with a female star to receive rewards. Any resources consumed by women will yield a 10,000-fold return, contingent upon the woman's overall rating to trigger the return mechanism. Current female count. 1. Initial return multiplier. 100. Personal space acquired. Infinite capacity. Time standstill. Wow, is this system really that powerful? Qin Yu muses, feeling an inexplicable thrill. Just then, another notification chimes in. Ding! Liu Tianxian has consumed a slice of cake. Return of 100 slices of cake has been initiated. Deposited into personal space. Remarkable. Even though she's my ex-girlfriend, does she still count as one of my women? Indeed, as long as the host has cohabited with a qualifying woman within 3 days. The return mechanism can be activated. All right then. This is quite advantageous. Suddenly, a radiant light envelopes him, and he finds himself in an infinite space filled with shelves. The front row boasts an abundance of 100 neatly packaged slices of cake. Unable to resist, he unwraps one and takes a bite, savoring the delightful sweetness. As his thoughts flickered, he found himself back in the reality of his room. Qin Yu mused that in this apocalyptic era, having an abundance of resources was undoubtedly advantageous. With the first woman secured, should he not promptly seek out another? Just then, a piercing scream pierced the air from the adjacent room. The shriek emanated from Liu Yifei's quarters, as she discovered that the food she had left on the table had begun to rot and mold. Initially, she had been relieved that her assistant had prepared a substantial amount of food in advance, believing it would sustain her for some time. However, she had not anticipated that any food left uneaten for an extended period would spoil. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a government alert regarding the recent pink mist incident, advising citizens to refrain from entering contaminated areas alone, lest they encounter unknown dangers. Panic began to set in as she questioned whether help would arrive for them. After all, she was aware that a significant number of residents in this complex were renowned entertainers and business elites. Consequently, she dashed to the balcony, leaning over the window in hopes of spotting any rescue teams outside. To her disappointment, the view was still shrouded in the same ominous pink fog. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was also observing the outside world from his balcony. As he caught sight of Liu Yifei beside him, clad in the form-fitting, apricot-colored dress she wore for filming, he found her captivating as she bent over the window ledge, just as he was lost in admiration. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Name: Liu Yifei. Age: 23. Attractiveness: 98. Purity: 100. Immaculate, untouched by worldly affairs. Overall rating: 99. Requirement to trigger the return mechanism met. As long as residing under the same roof as Liu Yifei, one can obtain 100 fruit of power and 100 fruit of spiritual perception. Qin Yu smirked. Who dares claim I cannot partake in such exquisite delights? I shall indulge and show them all. At that moment, Liu Yifei seemed to hear his voice and turned to look at him, her face revealing a hint of surprise. Yet after a brief pause, she hurried back into her room, for in this apocalyptic world, a woman must be cautious about whom she trusts. However, the sight of her decaying food reignited her worries. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone chimed with a private message. It was a friend request from Qin Yu, her neighbor. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted. Soon after, he sent 2 images, one depicting a table laden with unopened pastries and milk. Following that, he sent a cheeky emoji, stating, "If you wish for some pastries, come to my place. Meals and lodging are on me." "Oh, I absolutely will not." Liu Yifei pouted, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks upon reading his message. Yet the sight of those delectable pastries made her mouth water, despite her reservations. She chose to call her assistant first. "Hello, Xiaowei, could you bring me some food?" To her dismay, her assistant responded curtly, "Given the current situation, do you think I have any spare food? You're being rather naive." The line went dead. Am I truly that naive? Liu Yifei felt a wave of self-doubt wash over her. Mustering her courage, she called her close friend. "Hello, Xiaomei. Could you bring me something to eat?" Her friend replied in a tone of distress. "Darling, I hardly have much left myself. I would love to bring you some. But with this thick fog outside, it's far too dangerous that I'm truly sorry." Ultimately, she found herself calling her mother, only to discover that her phone was switched off. Despair crept in, and she thought of Qin Yu. "May I purchase a few pastries from you?" She sent the message, anxiously awaiting his response. In no time." Qin Yu replied, "Money holds little value to me. What I desire is you." Liu Yifei, taken aback by his forthrightness, felt her patience dwindle. Yet, not one to resort to vulgarity, she turned off her phone, seething in silence. Surely, the government would not abandon them. She resolved to endure a little longer. Thus, she sipped some water and reclined on the sofa to conserve her energy. Qin Yu, anticipating this scenario, understood that a goddess would not easily relinquish her pride. If she capitulated too readily, he would question her allure. Therefore, he remained unhurried, content to observe how long she could maintain her stance. He began browsing videos on his phone. Wait, are people still posting suggestive videos at this time? Qin Yu stumbled upon numerous online beauties dancing provocatively. One particularly striking image featured a woman in form-fitting attire, kneeling suggestively, gazing up with sultry eyes, her lips parted. The accompanying text boldly stated that any who provided her with food would be rewarded with her company. "Goodness, the state of society has certainly declined," Qin Yu remarked with a smirk. Yet he was aware that such online personas often did not reflect reality. After all, modern filters could transform a middle-aged woman into a youthful beauty. His trust lay solely with natural beauties like Liu Yifei. Continuing his scroll through Douyin, he encountered a plethora of apocalyptic-themed videos. Some showed immense shadowy figures moving through the pink mist, while others displayed colossal plants encroaching upon homes. One freshly uploaded clip featured an individual single-handedly riding an overturned car, only to be ambushed by a massive wild dog as he attempted to enter it. The video captured the horrifying cries of humanity mingled with the growls of the beast, revealing a glimpse of the dire circumstances outside. It seemed that numerous animals and plants had mutated, gaining extraordinary vitality and powers. The video was swiftly taken down, as the platform appeared to be actively censoring such content. Days passed, and surprisingly, Liu Yifei managed to resist contacting him. Qin Yu decided to delve into the chat group for their complex, seeking out other celebrity residents. The conversation had surged past 1,000 messages. Predominantly requests for supplies. 5-2601 Jige. I'm on the brink of starvation. What do you people in property management eat? You collect fees diligently. Now bring me some food. Immediately. 5-3202 Kunkin. Anyone interested in my signed basketball? Just bring me some food, and it's yours. After posting, he attached a photo of a pale hand cradling the signed basketball, revealing half of his suspenders. 5-3201 Wuxing Li Hu. Are you out of your mind? Who wants your pathetic basketball at a time like this? If you're sincere, offer something of value. I have a water ghost. Just 2 boxes of instant noodles will do. 5-3202 Kunkin. Xiaoong, you just revealed your chicken feet. 5-2601 Jige. Who the hell are you talking about? Li Xiaolu. Which kind-hearted gentleman has food to spare? Please message me. I will repay you handsomely. 5-3102. Aunt Wong from the community office. Everyone, please calm down. This is a critical moment for the Guo family. Let us not artificially inflate prices. If anyone has surplus supplies, please entrust them to me, and I will ensure they are distributed fairly. Seeing Aunt Wong's message, Qin Yu scoffed. Is she trying to pull a fast one? In times like these, people would fight tooth and nail for a morsel of food. Anyone who believes her must be a fool. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind, announcing the arrival of supplies. Ding! Liu Piao consumed an energy bar, rewarding you with 100 energy bars. He had grown indifferent to the information within this group, as it seemed that during this period, he would not be lacking in supplies. Just then, Liu Yifei finally sent him a message to IT. Turned out that aside from drinking water, Liu Yifei had hardly consumed anything else over the past few days. She had yet to receive government aid, nor had anyone brought her food. She could no longer endure it. Despite her proud demeanor, she needed to eat. After all, what dignity could one cling to when life itself was at stake? She finally came to the realization that even if it meant lowering her pride, she must indulge in the small cakes that had been on her mind. However, after sending her message, she waited a long time without receiving a reply from Qin Yu. In truth, Qin Yu had already seen her message. He was conducting a test of her compliance by deliberately not responding to that moment. Another WeChat message arrived on his phone, and upon opening it, he discovered it was from Liu Piao. Qin Yu, do you have any food left? My house has run out. She even added a crying emoji at the end of her message. Qin Yu thought to himself, oh, she's starting to play the pity card, when just a moment ago, she was enjoying her energy bars. Shortly thereafter, she sent another message. If you don't have much, then forget it. I just want to know if you're doing well. This statement struck Qin Yu as particularly insipid, evoking a strong sense of green tea vibes. After a moment's thought, he deliberately sent her pictures of the supplies he had on hand, stating, my supplies are still ample. How could I possibly be out? When Liu Piao saw the pictures he sent, she was taken aback to see the small cakes she adored at that moment. Her younger brother also caught sight of the image and immediately expressed his excitement. That's amazing. He has so much food, sister. Hurry and ask him to send some over. I don't want to keep living on just 2 energy bars a day. Liu Piao hesitated. She felt that enduring some hardship was acceptable. But she did not want her brother to suffer alongside her. I understand now. He prepared so many small cakes. Waiting for the day, I returned to enjoy them. She began to confidently reassure her brother. Don't worry, as long as I ask, he'll definitely send some over. If we can get this food, we should be able to hold out until help arrives. I got it, sis. Hurry up. I can't wait to eat. Liu Dezhu urged impatiently. All right, don't rush me. I'll message him right now. She nodded. She then sent him a message. Qin Yu, I knew you were thinking of me, which is why you bought so many small cakes. Upon reading her message, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle coldly, thinking to himself how good she was at making assumptions. Truly, she was being rather clever. Great. Now tell me where you live so I can bring them to you. Qin Yu replied straightforwardly. Soon after, she sent her location, room 2801 in the same building. Fantastic. Brother, we finally have food, she exclaimed, embracing Liu Dezhu in excitement. It turned out that after the siblings had moved out, they were sharing a room with 2 other male minor actors. They had been sleeping in their room when the noise from the siblings roused them. Luga, did you hear them say there's food? One somewhat fair-skinned man nudged the burly man on the beat. In fact, their food supply had also been dwindling, and upon hearing about food, both jumped up from the bed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already sent Liu Piao a message saying, "Okay, I got it. You two wait, and I will bring it to you shortly." Liu Piao excitedly typed several thank yous in response, and she and her brother anxiously awaited Qin Yu's arrival. However, as they waited, no knock came at the door. Liu Tianxian, unable to contain himself, urged Liu Piao, "Sister, hurry and ask brother-in-law why he hasn't arrived yet. Don't be impatient. He might have gone to the wrong floor. I'll ask him right now." Saying this, she sent another message to Qin Yu, but when she sent a lengthy text, it showed that he had blocked her. This left her utterly bewildered. How could this happen? She muttered to herself. She attempted to send another message, but it too failed to go through. "What's wrong?" "I sent T brother-in-law coming," Liu Tianxian asked, disappointment evident in his voice. Liu Piao's face flushed red as she finally managed to coldly state, "Stop calling him brother-in-law. He has already blocked me." This revelation left Liu Tianxian in shock. Just moments ago, he had been dreaming of indulging in small cakes, and now it felt as if all hope had evaporated. The siblings sat dumbfounded on the sofa, with Liu Piao repeatedly muttering, "This can't be. Wouldn't he do this?" Suddenly, two figures burst into the room. They brandished knives, threatening the siblings, "Hand over the food you have, or we'll slit your throats and preserve you as our winter provisions. What the hell do you two want?" Liu Tianxian shouted angrily. However, he was met with a fierce blow, knocking out a front tooth in the process. "Please don't hurt my brother. I'll get you what you want," Liu Piao pleaded, realizing the severity of their threat. She gathered all their supplies, a few energy bars and 2 packets of instant noodles, on the table. The two men spoke in unison. "Don't play games with us. Where are the small cakes you mentioned?" Liu Piao's face fell as she explained, "We truly have no supplies left. The small cakes were supposed to arrive, but the person delivering them never came." "Shut up, don't waste our time. Hand over the goods." Ignoring her explanation, they slapped her hard. Liu Piao staggered from the blow, nearly losing her balance, and cried as she went to look for something else for them. Meanwhile, in the neighboring apartment, Liu Yifei was also struggling. Her hunger had become unbearable. She leaned against the wall and slowly made her way to the balcony. When she saw Qin Yu leisurely eating instant noodles while watching a movie, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Anger surged within her. Why was he ignoring her? Yet, she quickly quelled her anger, knowing she relied on Qin Yu for food. Just as she was about to call out to him, she noticed a massive crow flying toward her balcony, clutching something small in its beak. It landed on her balcony, and she screamed, nearly fainting, just as the crow was about to enjoy its find. A red tongue snatched the small morsel away. Atop a pink mist stood a gigantic toad. Terrified, Liu Yifei rushed back inside. She wanted nothing more than to leave that room, and upon returning to the sofa, she still felt shaken. Hastily, she called Qin Yu via voice message. "I promise to fulfill your request. As long as you let me come to your place, I'm willing to do anything." Her voice trembled with emotion. Qin Yu calmly set down his noodles and replied, "Yes, you can come over." Liu Yifei nodded vigorously, rushing out the door and knocking on Qin Yu's. Just then he opened the door, and she fell into his embrace. Qin Yu immediately wrapped his arms around her, and a fragrant scent enveloped him. Though she looked somewhat haggard, her innate beauty shone through. Yet, Qin Yu remained unfazed as he took her hand and coldly stated, "Hold on. Let me check if you're hiding any weapons." Liu Yifei was momentarily taken aback, but ultimately acquiesced, allowing Qin Yu to search her. "Aren't you the one who looks down on others? Isn't your assistant arrogant?" At this moment, he finally had the chance to fulfill his earlier wish and began his search. Though Liu Yifei appeared delicate, she was cautious. The final step involved checking her hair for any hidden blades before inspecting her mouth. Even upon seeing her pitiful expression, Qin Yu did not relent. "Hurry up." Seeing her hesitation, Qin Yu urged her on. He carefully examined her teeth, which were as straight and white as jade. "Is it okay now?" Liu Yifei asked him with tears brimming in her eyes. "Not yet." Qin Yu feigned impatience. "What? Not ready yet?" She stared at him in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide open. With a mischievous grin, Qin Yu spread his hands and said, I can't trust anyone, not even you. You are a devil. Liu Yifei gritted her silver teeth, left with no choice but to comply. Since her debut, thanks to her mother's connections in the entertainment industry combined with her own exceptional qualities, she had always sailed smoothly. Moreover, her mother, Liu Xiaoli, had been incredibly strict with her, and she had never endured such humiliation. Once everything concluded, Qin Yu picked her up from the sofa and carried her into his bedroom. Closing the door behind them, Qin Yu had finally completed the system's objective and fulfilled his own vow. Even his ex-girlfriend, Liu Piao, could not compare to the enchanting Liu Yifei before him, who was now sitting at the head of the bed, crying like a wilted flower. Under normal circumstances, a romance between a rising star like him and an actress of lesser fame would be a sensational event in the entertainment industry. Just days earlier, this man had been asking her for an autograph, and now he was right beside her. As she calmed down, she felt a mix of fear, shyness, and a hint of anger. It was as if a seed of emotion had begun to grow within her heart, sprouting its first tender shoots. Have you cried enough? Qin Yu said coldly. Upon hearing his question, Liu Yifei immediately ceased her weeping. Qin Yu then handed her a bottle of Yibao mineral water. After receiving it, she gulped down nearly half the bottle. Once she finished drinking, she felt revitalized, a spark returning to her face. Ding! Liu Yifei drank a bottle of Yibao mineral water, returning 200 bottles, which have been stored in her personal space. An electronic voice resonated in Qin Yu's mind, indicating that the multiplier had indeed increased this time. He then offered her a slice of cake, which she devoured eagerly. Seeing her relish the food, he handed her a sausage, which she consumed just as quickly. Ding! Liu Yifei ate a slice of cake, returning 200 slices, stored in personal space. Ding! Liu Yifei ate a sausage, returning 200 sausages, stored in personal space. Remarkable! The speed of returns was astonishing. Qin Yu unwrapped another slice of cake and asked, Do you want more? Liu Yifei shot him a glare. It was evident he was aware that she hadn't eaten for several days, and this little bit would hardly suffice. Yet, she didn't dare express real anger and merely nodded, whispering, Yes, I can eat more. However, Qin Yu showed no intention of handing it over immediately. Instead, he held the cake in his hand and said, If you want to eat, come and get it yourself. Liu Yifei was taken aback for a moment, but quickly went to snatch the other half of the cake. Thus, for the second and third pieces, he continued this way of feeding her. Whenever a piece accidentally fell to the ground, he simply picked it up and tossed it outside into the mist of powder. No, I still want to eat. Liu Yifei felt heartbroken witnessing his waste of food, especially since losing a piece meant she wouldn't get to eat it. If you don't want me to throw out the remaining pieces of cake, then help me wash those dirty clothes, Qin Yu said coldly. Liu Yifei's eyes misted over once again. This was truly bullying. Throughout her life, she had never washed her own clothes. At home, the servants did it, and outside, she had them sent to the laundromat. What? Unwilling. As he spoke, he tossed out the remaining pieces of cake. No, I'll wash them, okay? Liu Yifei pleaded that moment. She saw Qin Yu's hand wave in front of her, and two small cakes appeared in his palm. These were the ones she had replicated and returned. Qin Yu had discovered that using the replicated cakes could be consumed by her and returned, creating a convenient cycle. Is this magic? Liu Yifei asked in astonishment upon seeing the cakes materialize out of thin air. If I told you I have space, would you believe it? Qin Yu replied coldly. She pondered whether she could say she didn't believe him, but ultimately remained silent. First wash the clothes, and I'll give you these too. This was Qin Yu's way of further testing her obedience. He wanted her heart to belong to him before he could truly claim her. This ethereal beauty, she entered the bathroom to wash the clothes. Qin Yu followed in and handed her an unopened bar of soap, reminding her, use soap for intimate garments. Liu Yifei took the soap, nodding obediently as she replied, Got it. Observing that the system did not return the soap after she used it, Qin Yu deduced that non-edible items would not yield returns. He aimed to conduct further resource return experiments on her. Meanwhile, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully living under the same roof as Liu Yifei. Reward: 100 strength fruits. Can enhance strength. Consuming more can elevate levels. Reward: 100 spiritual awareness fruits. Can increase spiritual sensing. Wow. The rewards for completing the task for the first time were quite impressive. These supernatural fruits resembled strawberries in size. He took one blue strength fruit and chewed it. A sweet and fragrant flavor enveloped his mouth. This fruit was rather delicious. He could indulge in it whenever he pleased. Consuming this directly made him stronger to the point of feeling nauseated. After eating a dozen, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his limbs, invigorating him completely. Every joint in his body seemed to crackle with energy, and he felt capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. The other type of fruit, the red spiritual awareness fruit, was equally sweet, instantly sharpening his vision. After consuming several, he could even sense movements in the hallway outside. Having obtained 100 strength fruits, he stuffed several into his mouth, quickly consuming a significant portion. Ding! Congratulations, host! Strength level has risen to 1 star, increased 10 points in physique. At that moment, he saw Liu Yifei finishing washing the clothes and hanging them up, then rubbing her waist and legs. Clearly, this girl, unaccustomed to housework, was struggling with the task for the first time like a tea that moment. An idea struck him as he looked at the strength fruits on the table. He called out to Liu Yifei. "Come here, I have something good for you." Liu Yifei nodded, finishing hanging up the last piece of clothing before walking over to Qin Yu. Curiously, she glanced at the 2 strength fruits in his hand and asked, "What kind of fruit is this?" "Just eat it." Qin Yu handed her a blue strength fruit. Liu Yifei nodded, bit into it, and was immediately met with a delightful taste. She felt a warm flow spreading through her body, and her previous fatigue dissipated, leaving her feeling refreshed. "How does it feel?" Qin Yu asked calmly. "It's amazing. After eating this fruit, I feel even better than before." Liu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Ding! Liu Yifei consumed a strength fruit, returning 200 fruits stored in personal space. Hearing the system's return notification, Qin Yu smiled slightly and explained, "This is called a strength fruit. It can enhance your physique and increase your strength." "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought only novels and movies had things like this. I can't believe such a thing actually exists." Liu Yifei exclaimed in surprise. He then pointed to the remaining red spiritual awareness fruit on the table and said, "This red fruit is called a spiritual awareness fruit. Consuming it will enhance your perception, allowing you to see beyond the house." "That is fantastic." Liu Yifei was now completely convinced by Qin Yu's words. "Then eat it too." Qin Yu picked up the mind fruit and placed it in his mouth, saying ding. Liu Yifei consumed a mind fruit, receiving a return of 200 fruits, which have now been stored in her personal space. This time, Liu Yifei did not even bother to bite. She swallowed it whole. Soon, she felt that her previously slightly impaired vision had become remarkably clearer and brighter. She could even faintly sense the objects outside the door. "Wonderful! I feel like my vision has finally restored to 5.0, she exclaimed with excitement. "All right, you go about your business," Qin Yu replied with a faint smile that moment. She felt that Qin Yu was not as insufferable as she had thought. His gesture of providing her with these extraordinary fruits touched her heart. Just then, Qin Feng also received a return of 200 mind fruits. He eagerly pulled out 2 handfuls from his personal space, treating the mind fruits as snacks. Before long, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Your mind level has been upgraded to 1 star. The sensing range is 10 meters. Soon he could perceive the presence of a large rat scurrying down the corridor outside the door, along with a clear understanding of the situations in the neighboring apartments. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy and consumed several more mind fruits. However, he was unsure how many more he would need to consume to reach 2 stars. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted outside, shattering the previous calm. Liu Yifei, hanging clothes on the balcony, suddenly covered her mouth in terror as she gazed outside. Qin Yu hurried over, only to witness a gigantic crow flapping its enormous wings in the sky. To his astonishment, it clutched a raptor car in its talons, within which a terrified family was trapped. He could hear a man's curses from inside the car. "Damn beast! Let us go!" along with the screams and cries of women and children. "Mom, I don't want to die." 2 children clung desperately to their mother. Moments later, the crow loosened its grip, and the car plummeted to the ground with a heavy crash. It was clear that anyone inside would not have survived. After which the crow would feast on its prey. Evidently, This family had been overly confident, believing they could escape in a raptor. Instead, they fell right into the crow's trap, proving that the creature possessed a degree of intelligence. Though it was the end of the world, the scene moved all those who witnessed it through the glass windows. Consequently, some began to curse, while others frantically dialed emergency numbers, only to find them all busy. How much longer must we endure such days? Didn't the government say they would rescue us soon? They lamented, "Damn it, these creatures have suddenly grown so large, we can't escape at all. We're trapped here, starving and living in fear, while they enjoy their privileges in government offices. Who will care about our lives?" Qin Yu heard these complaints and curses without a flicker of emotion, with Liu Tianxian as his long-term source of sustenance. He had no worries about supplies. Meanwhile, in room 2801 of the same building, Liu Piao and Liu Dazhu had handed over all their remaining supplies to their co-renters. They had also released the siblings, taking the provisions to their own room. The tall, robust man was named Liu Wu, while the fair-skinned gentleman was called Qin Xing. Both were dissatisfied with the little supplies they had and began to plot against Qin Yu. "Where does that person you mentioned live? Tell us," Liu Wu said to Liu Piao with a sinister grin. "Are you referring to Qin Yu?" Liu Dazhu willingly cooperated. "Yes, the one who delivered supplies to you." "Where does he reside?" Liu Wu glared at him menacingly. Liu Dazhu promptly volunteered, "I know where he lives. I can take you both there." "All right, you lead the way, and you stay here to keep watch." Liu Wu instructed the siblings that he then turned to his companion. "Xingzi, it's your time to shine tonight?" "No problem. I used to open such doors all the time," Chun Xing replied with a wicked smile. Thus, in the dead of night, the three of them stealthily ventured out. The following day, Liu Yifei rose early to learn how to make breakfast through short videos. When Qin Yu finally got up and washed up, he found Liu Yifei presenting a plate of egg noodles before him. "Brother Yu, this is breakfast I made for you," she said softly. He glanced at the dish, noticing that while the fried egg was a tad overcooked, it still smelled delightful. Remembering how he used to prepare breakfast for Liu Piao, who took it for granted, he scolded himself. Now, he felt that women were inherently ungrateful and that he should not be overly kind to them. After finishing breakfast, he lounged on the sofa, holding Liu Tianxian while watching television and scrolling through his phone. Besides the mutated creatures and the pink mist outside, at least there was still electricity and water, with a stable signal that he worried that it might suddenly cut off at any moment. Thus, he began to scroll through news videos on his phone at that moment. The entire short video platform was broadcasting a live speech by a certain leader. His words were very official, urging everyone to trust the government's capabilities and assuring that they would soon comprehend the relationship between the biological mutations and the pink mist, effectively addressing this apocalyptic crisis. Asking everyone to be patient, Qin Yu scoffed at the leader's speech, deciding to exit and check the community group for some entertainment. The first message that caught his eye was from young Master Wang, who was venting his frustrations. 5-3202 Kunkin Kai. "Damn it, I'm about to starve to death. When will the government send us some supplies?" 5-3002 Wang Daikong. "Can you stop squawking like a kunkin every day? Instead of wasting your energy on that, why not think of a way to find food?" 5-3201 Wu Xingli Hu. "You dead chicken are asking for another beating. If it weren't for this disaster, I'd definitely give you a good thrashing." 5-3102 Street Office Annie Wang. "Young Master Wang is absolutely right. I just received a call from above, asking us to organize self-rescue efforts under certain conditions. I was just considering this matter." 5-3001 Demimi. "I agree. I'm willing to provide funding as long as I get a share of the supplies we find." 5-2902 Tang Tang. "I agree too. I am just like Mimi." Yangzi. "My family also needs supplies." At that moment, in room 3001, Yangmi was sitting on the balcony, replenishing her energy with water while scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing someone in the group propose forming a supply search team, she instantly perked up. She sent a message to her good friend Tang Yan, and the two exchanged assurances of safety. Meanwhile, in room 3102, Street Office Annie Wang was equally thrilled that, in truth, she had not received any notification from higher-ups. She had tried calling, but the lines had long been dead. She simply echoed young Master Wang's suggestion to form a supply search team. Joyfully, she scooped up her grandson and planted a kiss on his chubby cheeks, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We will have food soon." She then rallied everyone in the group to support the idea of organizing a supply search. She directly sent a voice message. Now, I, as the group leader of this neighborhood committee, will take charge of this matter that I hope everyone will volunteer to participate. After sending out 2 voice messages and waiting for a while without seeing anyone sign up, she felt a bit disappointed. Thus, she bluntly stated, if no one volunteers, I will have to start calling names. At that moment, Qin Yu noticed that she was actually calling him out. What the hell does this old hag mean? Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled the minor conflict he had previously experienced with Aunt Wang that time. He had just returned from the supermarket, and in the elevator he encountered Aunt Wang accompanied by her grandson. The young lad had set his sights on the ice cream Qin Yu had purchased, leading Aunt Wang to insistently demand it. After exchanging a few sharp words, she harbored resentment against him. This time, she had finally seized the opportunity to exact her revenge. In addition to Qin Yu, she specifically selected 2 others who were fond of diving yet seldom contributed to the discussions in the group. Then she sent a voice message to Qin Yu. For this initial search team, I have chosen the 3 of you. You may start by checking the supermarket at the entrance of the community. Her tone in the message came across as cold and imperious, leaving no room for dissent. Qin Yu, seeing that this old hag had taken it upon herself to issue orders, couldn't help but smirk and replied, "Oh, so you've walked right into my line of fire this time." He then sent a voice message. Isn't it said that in times of crisis, the party leaders should take the lead? So you should be the first to charge ahead. Typically, it was the homeowners who took on the dirty and laborious tasks, and he had never seen her or the representatives from the neighborhood committee and property management step forward. Besides, the individuals she had selected were all tenants, weren't they? His words immediately drew agreement from the other 2 to exactly, "Why don't you go yourself, old hag?" One chimed in, "Isn't this just bullying U.S. tenants?" Another added. Aunt Wang did not anticipate Qin Yu's retort, and her anger caused her to erupt in foul language. She shouted in the group, "What do you mean by that? I selected randomly, so don't slander me. Besides, how can you expect an elderly person like me to venture out into danger?" After declaring this, she felt she had made an airtight case. However, Qin Yu swiftly countered her argument. Then why not call upon Wang Gongzi and Li Hu? They seem so eager. Why not summon them? He challenged. I see, you're afraid. Aren't you? Well, if you continue to disrupt my work, I'll call the police on you. You are undermining social unity, so just wait to be taken away for questioning. Aunt Wang began to threaten him with a false bravado that nearly made Qin Yu burst into laughter. She still believed he was an ordinary person who could be intimidated by her. Nevertheless, to show her supposed fairness, she tagged Wang Dekong and Li Hu in her message, saying, "For the sake of everyone's unity, I urge both of you to join this material search team as well." In response, Wang Dekong shot back, "Old hag, do you really think you're some kind of official? If you want to go, then go yourself." Li Hu, not want to back down, added, "Old biddy, don't push me, or I might just go and slap that old face of yours." Startled, Aunt Wang quickly adopted a conciliatory tone, saying, "Li Lauda, please don't be angry. I was merely making a suggestion. Whether you go or not is entirely up to you." Li Hu, refusing to relent, retorted, "If you keep talking, be careful I don't tear your old face apart right now." Qin Yu chuckled as he watched this spectacle unfold on his phone. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei had prepared lunch, skillfully taking out the 2 marinated steaks from the refrigerator to fry. As the steaks sizzled, a delightful aroma filled the room. Soon, Qin Yu's mind was filled with the mechanical voice of the system. Ding! Liu Yifei has eaten a piece of black pepper steak, returning 100 units, which have been added to the host's personal space. Qin Yu found great enjoyment in savoring his steak while witnessing the verbal sparring in the group. Just as the argument intensified, someone posted 2 photographs in the chat. Upon clicking the images, everyone became agitated, and their frenzy was exacerbated by the accompanying text. As the group members viewed the photos and the message Qin Yu had sent, chaos erupted. One photo depicted the supplies Qin Yu had captured earlier, while the other showcased him and Liu Yifei enjoying their steak together. The text read, "Everyone who understands. In this lifetime, I actually get to eat the steak made by the fairy sister." Instantly, the group exploded with reactions. What is happening? Who has so much food? Steak, really? This is too good to be true. Wait, that woman looks just like Liu Tianxian. Isn't this just a display of wealth? How can you be so selfish and not share a bit with everyone? Observing the messages, Qin Yu noted the mix of envy and moral condemnation directed at him. This was all within his expectations, and since he hadn't disclosed his location, he felt no fear. Subsequently, a more outrageous advertisement from mattress testers appeared in the group. All meals and accommodation provided, limited to beautiful women. Please private message if interested. The moment Qin Yu sent this message, it incited another wave of uproar. What do you mean by this? Why are you posting such things? Who is this scoundrel, truly eating from one bowl while eyeing another? Is this all you can think of at a time like this? The group erupted into a flurry of messages, transforming their hunger into indignation aimed at Qin Yu. However, friend requests for Qin Yu were flooding in. He opened the first request. Angel Yangying. Accidentally clicking accept, several artistic photos were quickly sent, accompanied by a message. Brother, can you see me? I can do anything. To his dismay, he realized she was quite the character. The system began to prompt. Name, Yangying. Age, 21. Attractiveness, 95. Purity, 40. Chaotic personal life, has had 5 boyfriends, simultaneously cheating on 3. Comprehensive score, 67.5, does not meet the minimum system requirements. Unable to trigger return mechanism. Qin Yu felt a wave of disgust and promptly blocked her. Next, he came across another familiar name. Yangmi clicking accept, she immediately messaged him. Can I buy supplies from you with money? Qin Yu smirked at her audacity and replied, still trying to play coy with me? He then sent a message. If you're not here to apply, I'll block you. On the other end of the screen, Yangmi pouted angrily. Humph, what's with this person? Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and quickly replied. No, I'm here to apply. Please accept me. Upon seeing that Qin Yu had finally accepted her, she hastily sent over 2 meticulously chosen photos. Upon viewing Yangmi's images, Qin Yu felt a stir of excitement within. Especially with the second artistic photo, in which Yangmi, dressed in a long gown, was seen practicing yoga with her eyes gently closed. The system began to prompt again. Name, Yangmi. Age, 25. Attractiveness, 97. Purity, 100. Comprehensive score, 98.5, meets the requirements to trigger return mechanism. Task, cohabitation with Yangmi will yield a small food city and 100 instant teleportation fruits. Qin Yu's interest peaked at the mention of a food city. As it was precisely what he lacked, he promptly replied, sure, I'm quite satisfied. Prepare yourself and send me your location. At this moment, if it weren't for her overwhelming hunger, Yangmi would have liked to wait. After all, she had navigated the entertainment industry for many years, landing several popular historical dramas, and her career was on the rise. Given her circumstances, she still aspired to develop her career further. Her expectations for her partner remain exceedingly high. Although Qin Yu possesses striking good looks, he is merely an inconspicuous actor with minimal recognition, hardly on the same tier as her. Uncertain of his true character, she wrestles with her thoughts, yet at this moment, she can afford no further contemplation. After she meticulously organized her belongings into a suitcase, she sent her address to Qin Yu. After waiting for a while without his arrival, she decided to venture outside with her suitcase to ascertain the situation. However, in a twist of fate, she inadvertently locked herself out, and the dimness outside instilled a sense of fear within her. She repeatedly reassured herself, "It's all right, he will be here soon." Yet, as she continued to soothe her own nerves, she heard footsteps echoing from the staircase. Tentatively, she inquired, "Is that you?" When there was no response after 2 or 3 attempts, a shadow suddenly lunged from the stairs. The shadow resembled a massive tiger, emitting a low, menacing growl. When the figure emerged from the darkness, Yangmi was utterly petrified. Before her stood a gigantic, mutated border collie, its hunger evident in its piercing green eyes, fixated upon her, drool trailing in its wake. As it lunged towards her, Yangmi found herself frozen in fear, unable to move. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for the worst, a deep, magnetic voice pierced through the tension. "Who let you out so early?" In an instant, she was lifted off the ground, and the monstrous dog whisked past her. Awakening from her stupor, she realized she was cradled in a man's embrace. Turning her gaze, she found Qin Yu's handsome face devoid of any expression. "Wait here," he instructed, gently placing her aside. That moment, the border collie stealthily approached Qin Yu, suddenly launching an attack. Fortunately, Qin Yu's keen senses had already detected its advance. He mentally prepared himself, and when it pounced again, he did not evade, but instead struck it squarely on the muzzle with a powerful punch. Boom! The dog emitted a muffled yelp and collapsed to the ground. Qin Yu had exerted at least 80% of his strength, subduing the formidable creature. Just as he thought he had incapacitated it and moved to inspect, he narrowly dodged a surprise assault. His reflexes quickened, he sidestepped the dog's attack, then raised his fist once more to deliver a blow to its head, ultimately pinning the dog beneath him, striking it from side to side. Gradually, the border collie submitted, wagging its tail in acquiescence. Especially when it met Qin Yu's imposing gaze, it began to whimper, tucking its tail between its legs. Qin Yu gently patted its forehead a few times, and it obediently lay down. He casually tossed a steak in front of the dog, which eagerly devoured it in one gulp. Qin Yu then produced another steak. Commanding, "Sit." The dog complied, nodding obediently as it settled down. "Now spin," he instructed, and the border collie twirled around. After a series of obedience tests, Qin Yu finally tossed the steak to it, declaring, "Good dog from now on. You shall be called Hulk." Upon hearing its new name, the border collie joyfully wagged its tail, nuzzling against Yang Mi's legs. Witnessing this scene, Yang Mi was astonished. She never expected Qin Yu to conquer the formidable dog and recruit it in such a brief span. Ultimately, Qin Yu brought both of them back to his home. When he released Liu Yifei from his room and saw Yang Mi, he was equally taken aback. Although both were among the four blossoming flowers of the entertainment industry and had never collaborated, they were well aware of each other's existence, often encountering one another on various red carpets. Liu Yifei, 2 years Yang Mi's senior, was momentarily stunned when Yang Mi stepped forward to grasp her hand. Exclaiming, "Sister, it's such a pleasure to see you here." Liu Yifei, slightly taken aback, had been pondering where Qin Yu had taken her after locking her in the room. It turned out he was fetching Yang Mi. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Little sister, I didn't realize you lived in this neighborhood." They were both surprised by this serendipitous encounter amidst the chaos of the world, and it seemed their bond would deepen henceforth. However, as Qin Yu pulled Yang Mi to stand before the sofa, he instructed her, "Old rules apply. Turn around. I need to search you." Yang Mi was taken aback but complied, raising her hands in surrender. In this tumultuous world, Qin Yu could not afford to be careless. After all, even Liu Yifei, who was utterly devoted to him, had been locked away before his departure. After being saved by Qin Yu from a life-threatening situation, Yang Mi felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Understanding his intentions, she willingly cooperated with the search, dressed in a beige, pearl-embellished low-cut evening gown and adorned with sparkling crystal earrings that glimmered under the lights. She had clearly put considerable effort into her appearance before venturing out. In fact, this was the very gown she had worn at the Jining Festival the previous month, radiating brilliance. Qin Yu recalled their encounter backstage when he was assisting with menial tasks. At that time, she had scarcely glanced in his direction. Now, she was dutifully cooperating with his inspection, even turning around voluntarily. Despite her dominant persona in the entertainment circle, Yang Mi still harbored a soft, feminine core. After completing the search, Qin Yu commanded her, "Place your luggage in that room. Let her guide you to take a shower." Yang Mi dared not oppose his words, despite her stomach growling with hunger. Aware of his mild obsession with cleanliness, Qin Yu understood that she had just been frightened out of her wits by Hulk, necessitating a refreshing shower to ease her nerves. Once they entered the bathroom, Qin Yu glanced around his modest four-room abode. With more beautiful starlets likely to join them, he pondered if this space would suffice. Just then, Yang Mi emerged from the bathroom. "Come, let's head to your room to rest," he instructed. Yang Mi was indeed weary. After a refreshing shower, she felt languid. She looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes and asked, "Can I stay here indefinitely?" "Of course, but you must leave something of yours in exchange." Qin Yu replied calmly. Like tea that moment, Liu Yifei had prepared steaks and eggs, setting them on the table. Shortly after, Qin Yu stepped out of his room. While he was bathing, a familiar electronic notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Successfully residing under the same roof as Yang Mi. Reward: a small culinary city. 100 space teleportation fruits. Already stored in the host's personal space. Delighted, he realized that the small culinary city he had longed for had finally materialized. After drying off and donning his pajamas, he focused his thoughts on accessing his personal space. To his astonishment, he discovered a 3-story culinary city, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafting towards him as he approached the entrance. Intrigued, he stepped inside, finding rows of empty shops lining both sides of the first floor. However, the stall was adorned with a plethora of delectable snacks. There were skewers of succulent lamb, generous beef skewers, chicken hearts, and the enticing aroma of Bay Island-style black pepper sausages wafting through the air, all emanating warmth. He eagerly picked up several skewers of lamb and began to savor them, instantly taken aback by their exquisite flavor. Had it not been for the absence of a vendor, he would have undoubtedly sung their praises. Thus, he strolled while munching, passing by a shop sign where he decided to sample the snacks within. He then ascended to the second floor, which housed an array of expansive storefronts, including a restaurant specializing in sauerkraut fish and another offering bullfrog dishes. Upon entering, he spotted a beautifully presented bowl of sauerkraut fish already laid out on the table. Once again, there was not a single staff member in sight. He could indulge at his leisure, and the sauerkraut fish tasted remarkably authentic. After a leisurely stroll around the second floor, feeling quite satisfied, he deemed it was time to depart and chose not to venture to the third floor. With a mere thought, he found himself back in the bathroom. The space teleportation fruit appeared as translucent orbs, each sweet upon consumption. Once he finished one, the system chimed a notification. Ding! Each space teleportation fruit consumed grants the host a teleportation range of 1 meter. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. Consuming all 100 would indeed allow him to teleport within a range of 100 meters. Just then, he focused on the dining table outside. The gentle breeze swept past, and he found himself beside the table, where Liu Yifei and Yang Mi were waiting for him to join them for a meal. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's sudden appearance at the table, Liu Yifei was momentarily taken aback. "Yuga, how did you get in?" she inquired. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. "It's a type of supernatural ability called space teleportation." Upon realizing it was a supernatural ability, Yang Mi recalled the earlier scene of Qin Yu battling Hulk and nodded in vague understanding. Liu Yifei, however, was not overly astonished. She quickly pulled out a chair for him and handed him a scarf. With a smile, she offered him a knife and fork, saying, "Yuga, please try the steak I made and let me know how it tastes." Her actions were fluid and seamless, stirring a pang of envy in Yang Mi's heart. Qin Yu solemnly picked up the knife and fork and delicately cut a small piece of steak from the plate before placing it in his mouth. The meat is overcooked," he remarked blandly. Liu Yifei's once eager gaze dimmed slightly. Without receiving praise from Qin Yu, she felt a twinge of disappointment. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu had already feasted at the food court and had lost interest in the steak. Meanwhile, Yang Mi gazed longingly at the substantial piece of steak before her, nearly drooling. Under normal circumstances, she would have been too lazy to pick up chopsticks, but after enduring days of hunger in the apocalypse, this steak appeared to her as a divine delicacy. "I'm full. You two go ahead and eat," Qin Yu declared. Noticing that they had yet to touch their food, he set down the knife and fork and wiped his lips. Yang Mi, disregarding any semblance of decorum, swiftly devoured the steak, subsequently indulging in an egg with lingering desire. Ding! Yang Mi consumed a piece of steak, receiving 300 credits, which had been stored in the host space. Ding! Yang Mi consumed an egg, receiving 300 credits, which had been stored in the host space. Once finished, Liu Yifei began clearing the table, when Yang Mi noticed the piece of steak that Qin Yu had not yet finished. She asked, "Are we just going to throw this steak away? Resources are incredibly scarce in this apocalypse." She found it hard to fathom such waste. She intended to suggest that she could eat it, but was interrupted by Qin Yu's cold remark. "Feed it to the dog." She was momentarily stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. She had nearly been reduced to a dog herself. Qin Yu did not allow the border collie inside, but instructed it to stay outside and guard. He then had Yang Mi open the door and pour the steak out for the dog. Hulk, upon seeing the food, joyfully wagged its tail. Noticing the dog's voracious appetite, Qin Yu tossed out a dozen more pieces of steak before it devoured everything, licking the floor clean, then looking up at Qin Yu with its tail wagging and playfully whining. After closing the door, he noticed Yang Mi appeared somewhat dejected, realizing she had not had enough to eat. It was not that he was stingy. Rather, he wanted to instill a sense of urgency and competition in them, ensuring they did not grow too comfortable. Thus, he refrained from bringing out more delicacies from the food court for the moment. Though he decided to offer them some supernatural fruits, he placed 10 of each type of power and consciousness fruit he had remaining on the table, and said, "You too can share these supernatural fruits." Initially hesitant, Yang Mi quickly followed Liu Yifei's lead, who consumed the fruits without hesitation. She felt a surge of energy flowing within her. She was filled with delight. Simultaneously, she discovered that her consciousness could extend beyond the door. Sensing the happenings in the corridor, as she exclaimed in wonder, that moment, her hunger dissipated, replaced by a refreshing vitality. Meanwhile, a series of notifications echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Ding! Liu Yifei consumed 5 consciousness fruits, receiving 1,000 credits, which have been stored in the host space. Ding! Liu Yifei consumed 5 power fruits, receiving 1,000 credits, which have been stored in the host space. Ding! Yang Mi consumed 5 consciousness fruits, receiving 500 credits, which have been stored in the host space. Ding! Yang Mi consumed 5 power fruits, receiving 1,500 credits, which have been stored in the host space. Hiss, the supernatural fruit supply was instantly replenished. Subsequently, Qin Yu began to rapidly produce the 2 types of fruits. He only ceased once he felt on the verge of discomfort from overeating, the energy within him reaching a point of near eruption. Overindulgence was not ideal. He had to pause. Ding! Congratulations, host power level has risen to 5 stars. Constitution increased by 120. Ding! Congratulations, host consciousness level has risen to 5 stars, extending the sensing range to 120 meters, with perception upgraded to visualization, allowing for clear observation of specific characteristics. Hiss, the extent of this upgrade is indeed impressive. Thus, he immediately attempted to utilize his spiritual perception to survey the surrounding circumstances. Before long, he was able to directly observe the situation in the rooms spanning down from his floor to over 20 stories below. He noted that, as one descended below the 20th floor, the number of surviving residents dwindled significantly, while those residing above the 20th floor were also faring poorly. Most of the survivors were young individuals. With the elderly unable to endure the hardships, this residential complex was notably renowned as a celebrity enclave, housing many famous stars, including Tang Yan on the 29th floor of Building 5, as well as other actresses such as Yang Zi. He also spotted a familiar face, his ex-girlfriend, Liu Piapiao. Ever since her brother had been thrown by Qin Yu to be devoured by crows, her spirits had plummeted. She had been living in regret, feeling that she should not have blindly heeded her parents' advice. Now, with her doted brother meeting such a tragic fate, she was engulfed in remorse and anguish, aging almost a decade overnight. However, Qin Yu had no time for sympathy, believing that all of this was her own doing. Upon returning to his room, he recalled the household of Liu Yifei next door. His spiritual perception revealed that her living space was twice the size of his own. A sprawling 200-square-meter flat, lavishly decorated to the highest standards, even featuring a fireplace. Qin Yu surmised that this must be the handiwork of her mother, Liu Xiaoli, whose aesthetic sensibilities were indeed exceptional. An idea struck him. He approached the wall and began to draw an archway in the center with a water pen. Soon, he heard a series of resounding thuds as his fists relentlessly struck the outline he had drawn. As the strikes grew increasingly rapid and vigorous, an archway finally emerged from the wall. The archway's edges revealed irregular blue bricks, imparting a distinctively cyberpunk aesthetic. As he demolished the wall, Liu Yifei and Yang Mi's expressions transitioned from confusion and astonishment to sheer delight. Only then did they grasp why Qin Yu had bestowed upon them the precious power fruits. He feared they might not withstand his collision test at night. "What do you think of my masterpiece?" Qin Yu inquired, glancing back at them. Upon hearing this, they nodded fervently, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, you are truly remarkable. This wall is beautifully demolished." Indeed, the shape he created was one that even a designer would struggle to replicate. Consequently, the trio made their way into Liu Yifei's home, where she was particularly struck by the familiar sense of returning home. Yang Mi, after surveying the decor of the entire house, found herself enamored, as it closely resembled her own home style. Liu Yifei took the opportunity to tidy up her place, gathering her dirty laundry for washing at this juncture, having expended considerable energy from the wall demolition. Qin Yu felt an insatiable hunger. He began consuming the power fruits voraciously. Yet even after satisfying his appetite, he received no notification of an upgrade. It appeared that at a certain threshold, the quantity of fruits required for an upgrade increased exponentially. Feeling somewhat bored, he activated his spiritual perception once more, searching the floors for any appealing sights. Despite having potential candidates awaiting him on WeChat, he remained wary of scams and traps. His perception had now sharpened to the point where he could clearly visualize images, prompting him to investigate the beautiful starlets to ascertain their worth at that moment. His perception reached room 3201, where he observed 3 men and 1 woman. Among them was a figure he recognized, Liu, a well-known actor in the action genre. In his prime, he had gained fame, later rallying a group of martial artists. As his stardom waned, he began monopolizing minor roles and special appearances, becoming the despised drama tyrant. Anyone attempting to vie for a role against any of his crew, even as a mere extra, would inevitably incur their wrath. Qin Yu and his companions had previously received their unwelcome attentions. Yet due to their inferior numbers, they had refrained from direct confrontation. Present. Resources were scarce for Liu and his crew. He was waiting for a woman to prepare noodles while scrolling through short videos, many of which featured content about the current apocalypse. Among them were several individuals daringly venturing into the ominous pink fog. He marveled at their courage, risking their lives to rekindle a flicker of hope for the despairing. Suddenly, a particular video caught his eye. A person live-streaming held several purple fruits, addressing the camera. "Brothers, I just found these in a bush that I have no idea what kind of fruit this is. If anyone knows, please let me know in the comments." With hunger overtaking caution, he stuffed the fruits into his mouth. This tastes quite sweet," he exclaimed in surprise to the camera. He continued walking until he encountered a massive fallen billboard obstructing his path. In that instant, he felt an inexplicable urge to leap over it. That he acted on this impulse, suddenly soaring into the air, clearing several meters effortlessly as he soared over the billboard. "What just happened?" "Brothers, I think I flew," he shouted excitedly. His live stream concluded at that moment, but the clip quickly circulated online. Who was taken aback, realizing the authenticity of the video. The individual possessed some form of jumping ability. Aside from this evidence of the power fruits, he found no similar videos afterward. Recognizing that any such content would likely be swiftly removed from the platform, that moment, Liu recalled the blue fruit that had sprouted in his own potted plant that morning. He hurried to the balcony and was relieved to find the fruit still there, promptly plucking it and consuming it without hesitation. Anxiously, he awaited the response of his body. Soon enough, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, while his muscles became increasingly defined, robust like those of a strong man. The fruit he had consumed was indeed a power fruit, dramatically enhancing his strength, coupled with his background as a martial artist. This fruit had truly amplified his prowess. He picked up a square brick from the ground and shattered it with a single punch, exclaiming, "This thing is incredible." Just then, one of his subordinates, Zhang San, approached the balcony, calling him to dinner. Upon witnessing this spectacle, he was utterly astonished. As a fellow martial artist, he knew how challenging it was to break a blue brick, yet Liu had done so effortlessly with a single punch. "Brother, have you mastered some kind of divine skill?" he inquired with curiosity. "Damn it, there's no divine skill here. I merely ate that fruit from the flower pot," Liu replied. Suddenly, Zhang San gasped in surprise. "Wait, you mean that blue fruit?" "Yes, exactly that fruit," Liu affirmed. Zhang San gritted his teeth, realizing he had seen that fruit long ago but lacked the courage to consume it. He never imagined it harbored such extraordinary potential. At that moment, they gathered in the living room, where Liu Yunli emerged from the kitchen, placing a bowl of plain noodles on the table. With an exasperated tone, she said, "Eat up. It's the last bag of noodles. Don't expect me to cook for you again." Once, she had commanded a group of girls, being referred to as the big sister in the shop. Now, she had descended to the role of a cook for them. "Damn it, if we had sufficient resources, would we need to eat this bland noodle soup?" grumbled another middle-aged man named Wang W. In that moment, Liu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. ISNT there, that guy in the group chat. Yugo, who has resources? He exclaimed. Damn, he even has steak and is dining with female stars. As soon as Liu contemplated the possibility of Qin Yu currently indulging in imported sweets with Liu Tianxian, a wave of envy washed over him, rendering him almost purple with desire. As a seasoned actor who had persevered in Hungyan for many years, he found himself consumed by a longing to possess someone as uniquely captivating as Liu Tianxian, who stood apart from the multitude of starlets. Whose impatience grew palpable. Thus, he declared, does anyone know which floor that brat resides on? Let us, brothers, pay him a visit and seize him. Indeed, I am willing to follow the elder brother into this venture. Not only shall we confiscate his resources, but we shall also abduct that heavenly being. Zhang San interjected with a lecherous grin. After a moment's contemplation, Liu suggested, perhaps Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee knows the whereabouts of that young man's residence. You are correct, elder brother. I know she lives just below us. After dinner, I shall seek her out, Zhang San exclaimed, smacking his thigh. Who nodded in agreement. Good. You and Wang Wu go and inquire further. In the dead of night, Liu Shi, residing in 3101 below, found her own supplies nearly depleted, with only a bottle of water and a few biscuits remaining. Reclining on her bed, she felt disinclined to venture anywhere. And in her hazy state, she thought she perceived a flash of red light in the sky. Instantly alert, she scrambled out of bed to peer out the window and discern the source of the commotion. At that moment, a pink orb of light descended from above, its brilliance intensified to the point of nearly blinding her. Ultimately, she succumbed to a wave of dizziness and lost consciousness. When she awoke again, a sense of vertigo enveloped her. Suddenly, it seemed as though a cacophony of sounds had invaded her ears. Conversations between men and women, the cries of children, and the curses of the elderly. Shaking her head vigorously, she hoped to dispel what she assumed was mere auditory hallucination. Yet among the clamor, one voice stood out distinctly, its unmistakable croak making it easily identifiable. It dawned on her that she might have acquired a peculiar ability akin to clairaudience. She overheard him conspiring with her neighbor, Aunt Wang, to raid the home of an individual rumored to possess abundant resources. The moment she caught wind of the person they were discussing, she recalled her best friend Yang Mi's previous mention of Qin Yu, who provided food and lodging. Consequently, she swiftly sent a message to her confidant, Mimi. Where are you now? Have you gone to that person's place? Upon receiving Liu Shi's message, Yang Mi promptly replied with a voice message. Sure, I am already at Yuji's place. How have you been lately? Liu Shi felt a torrent of grievances bubbling within her, but ultimately managed to say, not well. I have nothing left to eat. In truth, Yang Mi, upon hearing the weariness in her voice, had long surmised that Shi's situation was dire. Now that she had confirmed her friend's plight, she earnestly shared her experiences at Qin Yu's residence. Upon hearing the name Qin Yu, Liu Shi instantly recalled the conspiracy between her neighbor Aunt Wang and the enigmatic figure. She quickly relayed this information to Yang Mi, who recognized its gravity. Before long, she informed Qin Yu, Yugo, my best friend Shi, says she overheard Aunt Wang and a man plotting to rob us? Oh, which Shi are you referring to? Qin Yu immediately inquired. The Liu Shi who starred alongside you in the period drama. Yang Mi affirmed, nodding vigorously to as she spoke. She opened her phone to show him the chat history with Liu Shi. Ding! System has detected a new target. Name, Liu Shi. Age, 23. Attractiveness, 97. Purity, 100. Untouched. Overall rating, 98. 5 meets the system's minimum rating requirement. Mission, cohabit under the same roof as Liu Shi. Reward, 1. Alloy Tang Knife. Invisibility skill, level 1. To upgrade, one must repeatedly consume the invisibility fruit. Duration, 15 minutes per day. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Yu immediately said, well then, ask her if she would like to come for food and lodging, and have her add me as a friend. He appeared utterly unconcerned about Aunt Wang and her companion's intentions to rob him, instead more intrigued by his dear friend. Meanwhile, Liu Shi believed that by providing such crucial information, Qin Yu would be immensely grateful. When Yang Mi shared Qin Yu's WeChat ID with her, she promptly added him as a friend. After a while, he sent her photos of an extravagant spread of barbecued delicacies, sour fish soup, and Bullfrog Pot, featuring Yang Mi pouring wine for a handsome man, alongside Liu Yifei, whom she had previously met. Giving the man a shoulder, "Are you BD, you wish for food and lodging?" Qin Yu queried. Liu Tianxian could scarcely believe that two top-tier goddesses from the entertainment industry would engage in such behavior. What kind of magnetism did Qin Yu possess that compelled their willing submission? Having been raised in a traditional household, she was inherently conservative and did not share the proclivities of other starlets. Thus, upon seeing Qin Yu's message, she instinctively felt a twinge of resistance and refrained from responding immediately. Qin Yu anticipated this outcome, understanding that women often prioritize their pride, when he conjured the delicacies from his spatial pocket. Yang Mi and Liu Yifei reacted with the exuberance of teenage girls, bouncing with joy at the sight of the food to the casual observer. These were merely common street foods, yet at that moment, they appeared to these two as gourmet delights. Particularly, the Orleans-style grilled chicken wings were exceptionally flavorful, prompting Yang Mi to devour one after another, while Liu Yifei relished skewers of grilled meat, consuming them in succession. As Qin Yu watched their hearty appetites, his own hunger surged. He savored the barbecue while sipping the sour fish soup, relishing the warm camaraderie shared with them. He even took pictures of Yang Mi and Liu Yifei enjoying their meals to send to Liu Tianxian. Upon seeing the images of her friends devouring sausages, Liu Tianxian could not help but salivate. However, she had begun to master her newfound ability, skillfully eavesdropping on the conversations from every corner of the building. This power would have proven invaluable on ancient or modern battlefields, as she could filter the dialogues to extract the information she desired. Just moments ago, she had utilized her ability to glean the happenings from the apartment directly above her. Piecing together the sounds of sizzling sausages and the accompanying mouth-watering noises that in this apocalyptic world, where hunger prevailed, any morsel could be deemed delectable, and she understood this well. Yet, did they truly need to create such a ruckus while enjoying their meal? She felt a bit exasperated, pondering just how delicious those sausages could possibly be. That moment, she unconsciously smacked her lips. Was then that she noticed a message in the community group indicating an organized resource exchange meeting on a rooftop. Upon opening her phone, she discovered that the initiative had been proposed by Aunt Wong and Lihu 5-3201 martial artist Lihu. To all residents of Building 5, I propose that we gather to exchange our food supplies. Some may be in need of daily necessities, while others may require grains. As long as the trade seems fair, we can proceed. If you are at home and do not respond, I shall personally pay you a visit on the rooftop. He followed this with a video of himself smashing bricks on the balcony. 5-31 to neighborhood committee Aunt Wong. Everyone, Lihu is correct. We must not remain idle at home. Let us take action and engage in equitable exchanges. Fulfilling each other's needs. Location, rooftop of Building 5. Soon, a flurry of responses erupted from below, with many expressing their agreement, as no one dared to risk Lihu's wrath. 5-3201 martial artist Lihu. If anyone discovers blue fruits at home, please remember to bring them along for trading. I shall be acquiring them with supplies. The more, the better. Liu Tianxian could not help but exclaim that the two had indeed colluded with one another. Meanwhile, Qin Yu found himself rather intrigued by their proposal, particularly regarding Lihu's intention to acquire the ability fruits. Soon, the time for the resource exchange meeting arrived, and people began to ascend to the rooftop with their supplies. However, some individuals, like Wang Daikong, remained skeptical of Lihu and Aunt Wong. To the very least, he wanted to observe whether this venture would be safe and successful before venturing out himself. Qin Yu, on the other hand, harbored no such reservations. He was eager to explore the rooftop for any unexpected gains, especially ensuring that Lihu did not lay claim to the ability fruits. Shirley from 2801 had just awakened when she saw a message in the group chat reminding everyone about the rooftop trading event. Along with a photo of Lihu acquiring blue fruits, she planned to exchange her stash of instant noodles, which she had been hoarding for several days, for some fruits and meat. A popular fashion blogger with over 2 million followers online. She had once thrived in her women's clothing store on a certain platform. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, all her previous glamour had vanished, and she now found herself merely a common woman struggling to survive on the brink of starvation. After washing up, she considered her own beauty and feared being bullied in this harsh reality. Thus, she decided to smear a bit of mud from her flower pot on her face at that moment. She suddenly spotted a fruit in the pot. Oh, isn't this the blue fruit that person mentioned? It looks exactly the same, she exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement that if she could trade this for some essential supplies, she would be able to endure for a longer time until the government came to their rescue. She plucked the fruit from the pot and placed it in her pocket, then applied a small amount of the black mud to her face. Although it felt rather unpleasant, so she only did it symbolically. After tousling her hair, she rummaged through her wardrobe and pulled out a slightly faded hoodie from the bottom. Finally, she found a pair of slip-on shoes in the shoe cabinet and headed out. Confident that her disheveled appearance would not attract too much attention, she made her way to the rooftop. Now, a considerable crowd had gathered on the rooftop, basking in the sunlight, with the air not particularly fresh, yet still quite comfortable for those who had not ventured outside for a while. I have a small bag of flour. Does anyone need it? I have 2 packets of instant noodles. I'm willing to trade for some meat. I need cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. I can trade my cured meat. I need baby formula. My son is simply too hungry, a mother exclaimed, accompanied by her child. In that instant, everyone began to voice their needs, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. In a corner, a tall figure quietly observed the unfolding scene. Among the crowd, he did not see the individuals with ability fruits or those possessing ample supplies. Liu Yifei and Yang Mi chose to accompany Qin Yu to the rooftop, as they too desired a breath of fresh air. Just as the 3 of them rounded a staircase corner, they encountered a frail woman with a dull complexion ascending towards them. Upon seeing Qin Yu, her face was filled with shock. Was this still the man she once knew, who was perpetually wrapped around their siblings? Now, he stood tall and radiant, flanked by 2 stunning starlets attending to him. She hurriedly stepped in front of them, saying, "Qin Yu, don't you remember me?" Qin Yu regarded her weakened form and thought to himself how he had ever found her appealing. Yet, upon witnessing her current state, he felt a surge of satisfaction and replied, "Oh, isn't this the pinnacle of the supporting actress world? How have you fallen so low?" Liu Piapiao lowered her once proud head, biting her lip as she implored, "Qin Yu, for the sake of our past love, I beg you for some supplies." "Are you begging me? Is this how you plead?" Qin Yu scoffed. "We've broken up. We share no ties anymore. Do you really think I would squander my precious supplies on a stranger?" Liu Piapiao felt her head droop even lower under his words, her heart filled with regret. Yet there was no remedy for her remorse, all due to her foolish brother. However, she was utterly famished and had come here with her entire savings to exchange for supplies. Upon seeing Yang Mi and Liu Yifei's glamorous appearances, jealousy bubbled within her. She suddenly lifted her gaze to Qin Yu and said, "Brother Yu, let me explain. The whole dowry situation was forced upon me by my brother. It was never my intention." Qin Yu, intrigued by her words, looked at her and asked, "So what?" Liu Piapiao's body trembled slightly as she gritted her teeth and declared, "That was all his doing. He brought it upon himself. If he is dead, it's his own fault." "Ha ha. Well said." Qin Yu laughed heartily. Liu Piapiao suddenly knelt before him, pleading, "Brother Yu, you can't just stand by and watch us perish. If you take me in, I am willing to serve you like a dog." However, Qin Yu ignored her, kicking her aside with disdain. "Get lost. Don't dirty my shoes." He then snapped his fingers, prompting Hulk to rush over, eagerly wagging his tail in an attempt to please Qin Yu. With a simple wave of his hand, a prime cut of steak was tossed before Hulk. "Take you in? I'd rather keep a dog." Qin Yu's words struck her like a whip, leaving no room for dignity. He strolled away with the 2 starlets, exuding confidence. Why this time? The crowd had begun exchanging supplies. Some traded noodles for bread, while others exchanged luxury watches for instant noodles. As Qin Yu and his companions arrived, all eyes turned toward them. Isn't that the famous Liu Yifei and Yang Mi? Am I dreaming? Is this some kind of mirage? Isn't this the guy who posted pictures in the community group? A small commotion erupted on the rooftop. "Excuse me, I have bread and milk. Can I trade for a piece of steak? I have hot dogs and would like to trade for a small cake. I have a Rolex and a set of keys to a hillside villa. Can I trade for a beauty?" Some individuals began to react, rushing forward to trade with the affluent Qin Yu. "I only want the blue fruit. The rest of you can get lost, Qin Yu stated coldly to A.T. that moment. A young mother holding a child stepped forward. Handsome, could you take us in? I can cook and do laundry. Qin Yu didn't even glance her way, replying, sorry, I don't do charity. Just then, a sweet voice chimed in. Handsome, please take me in. I can cook too. Qin Yu recognized her as Li Xiaolu. The system notification promptly sounded. Name, Li Xiaolu. Age, 29. Appearance, 85. Purity, 30. Chaotic private life. Enjoys styling hair. Loves single men. Comprehensive score, 55. Does not meet the system's minimum score requirements. Qin Yu completely disregarded her, turning his attention to a woman in a hoodie standing in a corner. The system notification sounded again. Name, Shirley. Original name, Zhu Chenhui. Age, 20. Appearance, 95. Purity, 100. Still a pure maiden. Comprehensive score, 97. 5. Meets system score standards. Task, cohabit with Shirley to receive a golden eagle and 100 spirit fruit. The rewards were quite appealing to A.T. that moment. Yami noticed Liu Shirshir standing at the back of the crowd and waved. Shirshir, come over here. We're over here. A girl with messy hair and black-rimmed glasses turned to look, and upon hearing Yami call her, she hurried over. No way, Mimi. You recognize me, even in this state? Of course. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. Yangmi spoke with evident delight. Liu Shirshir, taken aback upon seeing the tall and handsome Qin Yu up close, had previously assumed he would be the type of boorish and greasy man. Unable to resist, she stole another glance at him, only to shyly avert her gaze upon encountering his commanding stare. Meanwhile, Li Hu, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward and exclaimed, Does anyone here have the blue fruit I mentioned? I do. Shirley, who was standing in the corner, immediately raised her hand. She then carefully retrieved a purple fruit from her bag. Great. Hand it over. Li Hu, upon seeing the fruit in her hand, eagerly reached out to snatch it. He was desperate to obtain this fruit. Wait a moment. What are you offering in exchange? Shirley cautiously stepped back. Hu gestured to Wang Wu behind him, who pulled out 2 packs of instant noodles from his coat. How about 2 packs of instant noodles? Li Hu asked, gazing at Shirley with a friendly demeanor. In the apocalypse, instant noodles were akin to hard currency, and he was confident that he could acquire anything he desired with just those 2 packs. At that moment, Qin Yu's voice suddenly rang out from behind. I'll offer 3 packs. Boom! The crowd erupted into a flurry of commotion. 3 packs of instant noodle for that little fruit. Is he out of his mind? Murmured the onlookers. Hu, notorious as a bully in their circle, had beaten countless people before. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold today. In a moment of tension, Li Hu gritted his teeth and declared, Then I'll offer 3.5 packs. 5 packs. Qin Yu countered. Are you kidding me? You're deliberately trying to stir trouble. Li Hu glared at Qin Yu, his anger palpable. Yet Qin Yu remained unfazed. Responding calmly, What's the matter? Can't play fair? Li Hu's face turned an ashen green with fury as he retorted, Are you just shouting nonsense? Do you even have 6 packs of noodles? As his words fell, Qin Yu smiled at Yang Mi and Liu Yifei on either side and instructed, You too, spread your hands. The pair exchanged puzzled glances but complied obediently, with a wave of his hand. 3 packs of noodles appeared in each of their hands. They happily approached Shirley, saying, Here you go, just hand over the fruit. Shirley's face flushed with excitement. She hadn't expected that such a small fruit could be traded for 6 packs of noodles. She thought to herself that those 6 packs could last her for half a month, a tremendous gain indeed. Eagerly, she handed over the purple fruit and joyfully embraced her bounty of noodles. Others in the vicinity gazed at her with envious eyes. Qin Yu stowed the purple fruit in his personal space and addressed the crowd. From now on, anyone who discovers this kind of fruit can contact me privately. You dare to compete with me for business? Li Hu could no longer contain his rage. Clenching his fists, his joints cracking ominously, he stepped in front of Qin Yu, exuding a murderous intent. You can't leave. Hand over all your fruits and supplies. At this moment, Zhang San and Wang Wu positioned themselves beside Li Hu, blocking Qin Yu's path. The crowd, witnessing this scene, instinctively stepped aside. Li Hu, wary of the crowd dispersing, turned to them with a wicked grin. Hey, nobody else is leaving either. It's dangerous outside. Since you're under my protection, you'll need to pay a portion of your supplies as protection fees. Liu was finally revealing his predatory nature. The onlookers, initially mere spectators, found themselves embroiled in the chaos. However, some bold individuals picked up bricks nearby, declaring, "I'll head back. Let us see who dares to stop me." In the next moment, a loud crash echoed as Liu sent the man flying with a single punch, blood splattering across the ground. The brick he had shielded himself with shattering to dust. Boom! The crowd gasped in shock, those with lesser courage nearly wetting themselves. Who dares to refuse the protection fee? You'll end up like him. Liu glared at everyone, he then softened his tone. Of course, if we cooperate, I won't make things difficult for you. The outside world is perilous. We should organize a joint defense team to fend off external threats and also search for supplies. We can start by scavenging the unoccupied apartments in this building. The supplies we gather will be prioritized for the defense team members. Initially tense, the crowd began to grasp Liu's ulterior motives upon hearing his proposal. It became clear that he intended not only to rob supplies, but also to pilfer from others' homes. This realization sparked interest among some, who considered joining his defense team. However, many families without male members were reluctant, particularly the elderly. They feared that once the vacant rooms were searched, they would be next. An elderly man shouted, "What you're doing is illegal. On what grounds do you claim those supplies belong to you?" "I'll report this." Liu swiftly seized the man by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Old fool, do you have any objections? Someone like you, nearing the end of your days, should willingly share your provisions with the younger generation." He glared menacingly at him before setting him down, as if he were a mere chicken. My arms and legs are broken. You'll have to support me for the rest of my life." The old man dramatically rolled on the ground. In his heart, he was pleased, thinking he could extort a fortune from Liu. But Liu chuckled darkly. "I'll send you off to the underworld to enjoy your retirement." With that, he stomped down on the elderly man's chest, causing his bones to shatter and pierce his heart, ending his life. "Does anyone else wish to oppose me?" Liu inquired. The sight immediately silenced the crowd, instilling fear in their hearts. Then someone boldly stepped forward. "Tiger brother, I'm Yangzi, and I want to join the defense team. Count me in as well. I'm Qin Yu, and I want to be part of the defense team." Liu promptly patted their shoulders. "Good. You'll be the first batch of team members." He then selected 3 more individuals from the crowd to form a 5-member team. "You 5 will start collecting supplies for our defense team's funding." Soon, the air was filled with shouts and sounds of scuffles as Liu dealt with the situation. He then turned his gaze back to Qin Yu, grinning maliciously. "Now, I'll personally collect your supplies and the women behind you." Shirley trembled with fear, worried that her noodles would be snatched away and that her true appearance would be exposed to these ruffians. The only person she recognized here was Qin Yu. So she instinctively moved behind him for protection. Liu, greedily eyeing Qin Yu and the woman behind him, let out a maniacal laugh. "Huh, your supplies are mine, and so is the woman behind you. You're all doomed." He swung his fist with all his might toward Qin Yu, who, instead of dodging, looked at him with a mocking expression. Suddenly, Qin Yu vanished from in front of Liu, leaving him stunned. When Liu turned around, Qin Yu was already standing before him. With an expressionless face, he seized Liu by the collar, lifting him effortlessly, no matter how much Liu struggled against his iron grip. "Let me go. If you dare, let us settle this like men." Liu's heart raced with shock and fear, but he maintained a defiant front. "Humph, do you think you're worthy of that?" Qin Yu smirked coldly. He then dragged Liu to the edge of the rooftop, holding him suspended in mid-air. Liu glanced down in terror, his legs turning to jelly. "I don't want to die. Please, let me go. All my supplies will be yours." He began to plead for mercy, weeping like a child. Yet, with a mere loosening of his grip, Qin Yu sent him plummeting from the 34th floor. As his companions witnessed this harrowing scene, their souls nearly escaped their bodies. The two hastily maneuvered through the crowd in a desperate bid to flee. However, they were swiftly seized by Qin Yu, who effortlessly lifted them, and with a single slap, Wang Wu was sent spinning to the ground, his mouth now devoid of teeth, all thanks to Qin Yu's ferocity. After crawling a short distance, he was again sent flying by a kick from Qin Yu, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Zhang San, utterly terrified, was driven to madness. In his eyes, Qin Yu was nothing short of a devil. Frantically, he pushed through the throng, seeking an escape down the stairs. Suddenly, a sharp whistle from Qin Yu summoned a large dog that lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his throat and dragging him away. The onlookers screamed in terror as the rooftop transformed into a veritable hell on earth. As Qin Yu departed with 4 women, the remaining crowd hastily retreated, fearful that any delay could result in them being cast from the building. They soon realized that the Liu gang had been obliterated by Qin Yu alone. In an instant, they surrounded the 5 who had just robbed them. "Return my bread, and my cured meats and sausages, my noodles as well." At that moment, someone shouted, "Brothers, these scoundrels were just bullying us alongside Liu. They deserve to pay. Let's take them down together. Whoever seizes their supplies keeps them." His words ignited a blaze of fury among the crowd, and they swiftly closed in, unleashing a torrent of blows upon their victims. Just as they were beating the hapless individuals to the brink of unconsciousness, they suddenly noticed a dark cloud forming above them. When they glanced up, a massive crow descended, swooping down and snatching one of their own in its claws. Lifting him into the air, panic ensued, and the crowd scattered like frightened birds, leaving behind the battered and bruised. Moments later, 3 more crows swooped down, drawn by the scent of blood, and began pecking at the fallen. The air was filled with gut-wrenching screams. Liu Tianxian and Shirley quickly followed Qin Yu, for he was now their safest ally. Upon reaching the 33rd floor, Shirley bid them farewell as she prepared to leave. Qin Yu remarked, "Feel free to message me if you need anything." Gratitude shone in Shirley's eyes as she nodded, replying, "Yes, thank you for your concern." After Shirley's departure, it was Liu Tianxian's turn to feel awkward. "I should probably head back now," she hesitantly declared, but her friend Yangmi grasped her hand, urging, Sure, why not talk to Brother Yu and stay? We have plenty of delicious food here." Liu Tianxian paused, realizing that returning home would only leave her hungry, especially since the rooftop exchange had yielded little due to Liu's interference. Acknowledging her friend's subtle encouragement, she nodded, her cheeks flushing as she approached Qin Yu. "I've made my decision. I accept your terms." Qin Yu replied coolly, "Good. If you're sure, you may enter." Yangmi, filled with delight, nudged her, saying, "Quick, thank Brother Yu." Liu Tianxian complied, saying earnestly, "Thank you, Brother Yu, for taking me in," as she stepped inside. A wave of warmth enveloped her, banishing the chill from outside. "Wow, it's so cozy in here," she exclaimed. "Now, turn around." Qin Yu commanded icily. She complied, undergoing a thorough search as per the protocol. Observing Liu Tianxian's bashful demeanor brought Qin Yu a sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated her innocence and shyness, in fact, the moment he entered, he had already scanned her with his spiritual sense. His insistence on a personal search was not merely a formality, but also a subtle test of her compliance. Since debuting, Liu Tianxian had starred in numerous films and television dramas, often surrounded by grand spectacles. Yet the sensation of being searched by Qin Yu outshone all those experiences, causing her heart to race. Qin Yu found himself increasingly fond of her, relishing the thought that this was Liu Tianxian. "It's almost time for dinner. Let us eat," he announced. The mere mention of food was music to her ears. After days of survival in the apocalypse, she had not savored a proper meal in ages. However, noticing the kitchen was devoid of anyone cooking, doubts began to creep in regarding the veracity of the photos Qin Yu had shared. "Who is responsible for cooking here?" she inquired quietly of Yang M. "N01 is cooking," came the cheerful reply to her astonishment. Qin Yu waved his hand, and a table laden with steaming dishes appeared before them. "Wow, this is incredible." Liu Tianxian marveled at the spectacle of Qin Yu's miraculous display. The table was adorned with an array of skewers, a whole roasted lamb, and a fragrant lamb offal soup. The aroma was intoxicating. Unable to resist, she dashed forward, ready to indulge in a feast. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she devoured the food voraciously, finally understanding the euphoric delight her friends had expressed when devouring grilled sausages. She disregarded her refined image and any thoughts of dieting, continuing to eat until she was stuffed, before collapsing onto the sofa beside Yangmi. "You were just like a starving ghost," Yangmi teased. Laughing that it was just too delicious, Liu Tianxian replied, still savoring the taste. "What did you just say about me? Are you mocking me?" she retorted, playfully scratching at Yangmi's side. "Oh, dear sister, please spare me. I promise I won't do it again." Yang Mi chuckled as the two began to playfully wrestle on the sofa, reminiscent of their carefree antics on set. Watching them, Qin Yu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him in previous productions. They would have been the leading ladies, and he would have had no chance to approach them. Yet now, three of the most stunning beauties from the entertainment industry were gathered in his home. Outside, the winter chill howled against the windows, while the majority of the community suffered from hunger. Only within Qin Yu's household did laughter and joy thrive. After their playful scuffle subsided, Qin Yu approached Yang Mi, saying, "Time's up." Yang Mi immediately understood his implication and leaned in to whisper to Liu Tianxian, "Let me show you to the bathroom and explain the rules here." Liu Tianxian nodded slightly, gently grasping Yang Mi's arm. "Thank you for your kindness." She obediently rose and followed Yang Mi towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Qin Yu examined the purple fruit he had acquired from Shirley. Rolling it in his palm, he noticed that while the fruits were similar in shape, their colors varied. Uncertain of the powers contained within the purple fruit, he decided to taste it, filled with anticipation. The sensation was distinctly different this time. Initially, Qin Yu believed the fruit was ineffective, but moments later, knowledge about controlling psychic energy surged into his mind, along with the practical applications of such skills that, it's a telekinetic fruit. He realized, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of manipulating objects from afar, and perhaps even influencing the thoughts of others at higher levels. Qin Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to test his newfound abilities as he began to gaze at the cup on the tea table. He focused his mind on it, willing it to move. The cup successfully traversed a considerable distance, and he realized that this endeavor was rather simple. Just then, Liu Tianxian and the others emerged from the bathroom. Upon catching sight of her graceful figure, Qin Yu couldn't help but steal a glance. Indeed, her skin is quite fair, and her physique is impeccable. Qin Yu remarked with a satisfied nod. "Let us go. It's the perfect opportunity to show you around the new house," he added with a subtle smile, but he then swept her up in a princess carry, cradling her in his arms as they made their way into the bedroom. Liu Tianxian, resembling a docile little creature, buried her head in Qin Yu's embrace, too bashful to meet his gaze. Meanwhile, Yang Mi, who had just exited the room, witnessed this scene and thought to herself that her best friend's acting skills were improving remarkably. The following day, Qin Yu awoke early, feeling utterly refreshed. As he looked at Liu Tianxian beside him, her hair tousled and her cheeks flushed, a sudden idea struck him. Under the influence of his telekinetic abilities, he caused the cup nearby to move, as if it were being tugged by an unseen force. Eventually, both of their feet peeked out from beneath the covers. It's so cold. Why is the blanket moving on its own? Is there a ghost? She murmured in fright. Qin Yu leaned down, offering reassurance. "Don't be afraid. I'm here, cold," she responded, instinctively wrapping her arms around Qin Yu's, her eyes fluttering open slightly. The next morning, it wasn't tea until Liu Yifei knocked on the door. Announcing breakfast, that Qin Yu finally rose from bed. Let her sleep a bit longer. She didn't rest well last night, he said casually. That a twinge of jealousy surged within Liu Yifei as she thought. "I was in the next room, and I didn't sleep well either." Qin Yu felt invigorated, practically euphoric. With the dual assurances of teleportation and invisibility, he could safely venture out to explore the world beyond. As Liu Yifei turned to head back to the kitchen, she noticed Liu Tianxian had also awakened at tea that moment. Her legs felt weak, and she had no choice but to steady herself against the wall as she emerged. "Could you lend me a hand?" she shyly called out to Liu Yifei. "Oh, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Liu Yifei asked in surprise. "It was you who woke me. I needed to use the restroom," she replied softly, looking down. Liu Yifei immediately understood and stepped forward to support her, saying, yes, you'll get used to it." After about a washing up, Liu Tianxian joined them at the dining table for breakfast. Having expended considerable energy the previous night, she was quite famished. The table was laden not just with noodles, but also with pan-fried buns, tofu pudding, and crispy fried dough, all steaming hot. She wasted no time digging in. Ding! Liu Tianxian consumed one pan-fried bun, earning back 400, now stored in her spatial compartment. Ding! Liu Tianxian drank a bowl of soy milk, earning back 400 bowls, now stored in her spatial compartment, while everyone was enjoying breakfast. Qin Yu's consciousness suddenly stirred. he detected movement in the storage room. A shadow was consuming his supplies. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported to the storage room, careful not to disturb the creature by turning on the lights. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of a mouse echoed in the air. Qin Yu stealthily positioned himself behind it, finally catching sight of a large rat. Its size was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was gnawing on a box with its sharp teeth bared. Without a second thought, Qin Yu drew the alloy tang knife he had recently received as a reward from his spatial compartment. A flash of white light passed, and the enormous rat was cleaved in half. The knife was indeed extraordinarily sharp, slicing through the rat with remarkable ease. Leaving Qin Yu utterly enamored, he disposed of the rat's remains out the window and returned to the breakfast table, blissfully unaware that the rat population was beginning to swell. Most of them had originally inhabited the underground parking lot and various corners of the community, but their mutated size necessitated a greater search for sustenance. As night fell, more rats began to emerge in the hallway. They not only scurried up the stairs to gnaw at doors, but also climbed the walls, entering homes through open windows. Woof! Woof! Hulk outside began to bark furiously. Having spotted a swarm of rats blocking their path, the rats hesitated, squeaking in alarm. Suddenly, a leading rat charged forward, only to be seized by Hulk, who swiftly tossed it aside. Gradually, the rats learned of Hulk's prowess and retreated. Meanwhile, Sherry was fast asleep at home when the sounds of scratching at the living room window jolted her awake. Dressed hastily, she approached the window, only to be taken aback by the sight outside. A gigantic rat was chewing on her window and wall, making the gap between them larger. The rat then extended its claws, clawing at the opening. Terrified, she screamed and grabbed whatever was at hand to strike at the claw, causing the rat to screech in pain. Ultimately, she retrieved a fire extinguisher and sprayed the massive rat until it fled. Exhausted from the ordeal, she quickly found a piece of clothing to plug the gaping hole. Yet, a sense of insecurity lingered within her. Had that massive rat managed to enter, she shuddered to think of the consequences in this apocalyptic world. Safety was already a luxury, and Qin Yu's handsome face flashed in her mind, along with his words offering help in times of trouble. At that moment, her phone pinged with a government-issued text message. Power outage notice. Due to excessive pressure on the power grid, we will begin implementing a staggered power supply system in various districts. We appreciate your understanding. Goodness, it appeared that the power supply infrastructure had suffered significant damage, and outages were imminent. Her anxiety intensified as she continued to observe the outside world for a while before retreating to her room. After much contemplation, she resolved to wait a little longer for the government's rescue. That evening, while dining with the three women, the lights in the house suddenly went out. The women began to voice their complaints. Even if there's a need to conserve power, must it happen while we're eating? Right. What are we to do if this becomes a daily occurrence? If only they could still deliver groceries. We could buy solar-powered light bulbs online. Let us be realistic. We should try to have dinner before it gets dark. The room buzzed with their discussions. At this moment, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed. Gesturing toward the hallway across from them. Look, the lights are still on over there. It was then that they realized only their home was affected by the outage. Oh, really? Why is it just our house? Qin Yu pondered for a moment before calmly stating, I suspect it might be a blown fuse. I'll go check it out downstairs. As he spoke, he instructed Yangmi to retrieve the spare candles from the cabinet and light them. Subsequently, he executed a teleportation, arriving at the entrance of the underground garage, which was now overrun with various plants and insects. Suddenly, a gigantic grasshopper flew past him, startling him. Qin Yu had been here before to pull the circuit breaker, so he was aware of the location of his family's electrical box. Thus, he teleported once more to stand before the electric box of his home. Upon inspection, he noticed it was also covered in ivy. As he brushed it aside with his phone, he discovered something writhing within his astonishment. It was a spider's nest, harboring a brood of baby spiders. Just as he removed the nest, a massive spider descended from the ceiling above him, its menacing posture sending a shiver down his spine. Without hesitation, Qin Yu drew his tang knife and cleaved the spider in two. In that instant, a nauseating green liquid sprayed forth from its body. He then shortened the tang knife to the length of a dagger, clearing away the ivy that had ensnared the electric meter. After replacing the blown fuse with one he had brought, He meticulously wrapped adhesive tape around the meter's casing. Just as he completed this task, his consciousness suddenly detected a pair of green eyes lurking in the mist, fixated upon him. Upon turning around, he was charged by 5 or 6 enormous rats. Taking a step back, Qin Yu began to wield his tang knife, swiftly beheading the rats that charged at him, dispatching them with remarkable ease. The remaining rats, sensing the bloodshed, hesitated and retreated into the dense pink fog. Qin Yu then teleported back home, where power had been restored and everyone resumed their dinner in the Wanxian community, while other families might have settled for mere bread and water. Qin Yu's household was hosting a genuine feast, replete with sumptuous dishes and an ample supply of wine. The women who had arrived at Qin Yu's home, initially looking haggard, now radiated vitality after just a few days. Yang Mi, who had been dieting, had completely abandoned her regimen, indulging freely. Her chin had taken on a youthful roundness, and her already alluring figure now exuded even more charm. As she sat beside Qin Yu. Noticing his empty wine glass, she rose to refill tea that moment. Her cheeks flushed, and she stumbled, landing in his lap. Turning to wrap her arms around his neck, she smiled and said, "Let me toast to you." Qin Yu had never expected that Yang Mi, usually the quintessential leading lady on set, would submit so readily. Despite her previous encounters with wealthy patrons, she had never succumbed to intoxication, always managing to extricate herself unscathed. Yet now, she was genuinely captivated by Qin Yu's charisma, feeling that such an exceptional man would undoubtedly attract many admirers. Even in the apocalypse, as time passed, Yang Mi's understanding of Qin Yu deepened, and she realized that a man of his caliber would be in demand, especially now, when his worth and allure were magnified 1,000-fold. But a strong woman by nature, she no longer entertained the delusion that the apocalypse would eventually end. Under Qin Yu's constant tests, she had fully immersed herself in a life revolving around him. Observing Yang Mi, who was toasting him and playfully snuggling in his embrace, Qin Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. In the past, he could never have imagined that a top-tier star like Yang Mi would so willingly yield. Meanwhile, as the group indulged in their revelry, a woman's scream pierced the air from a nearby building. A short man led a group of individuals as they forced their way into the neighbors' homes. Upon breaking into one couple's residence, they brandished weapons and stormed inside. When the couple refused to surrender their food, they fought back fiercely. "What are you doing, beating people? I'm calling the police." The woman screamed as she witnessed her husband being assaulted. "Go ahead, call the police." The short man retorted he was, in fact, a nouveau riche who had long desired the woman, having leered at her enticing figure whenever they crossed paths in the hallway. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, he felt emboldened to act on his desires. He had read numerous apocalyptic web novels, where rescue was often non-existent and the government powerless. The police were equally vulnerable, and those with power could gather followers to survive longer. Sure enough, when the woman called for help, her pleas went unanswered, met only with a busy signal. Despair set in, and she grew silent. "What's wrong? Not so cocky now, are you?" The short man leered. "I told you, we'll give you whatever you want, as long as you don't harm us." The woman's tone softened in a desperate bid for mercy. However, the man's gaze turned heated as he approached her menacingly. With a swift motion, he struck her, knocking her to the floor. Terrified, she cried out, "No!" Just then, her husband, having risen from the ground, lunged at the short man. "You bastard!" But before he could throw a punch, a thug with yellow hair stabbed him with a knife. He fell, blood gushing from multiple wounds. The woman screamed in horror. "Ah! They've killed him!" Yet her cries fell on deaf ears. The short man seized her hair and shouted, "Scream all you want. It won't make a difference." He laughed wickedly. "You little bitch, if you make me happy, maybe I'll let you go." He pulled her close, and the other thugs watched in excitement. This scene was observed by many survivors from their balconies, their eyes filled with fear and outrage. The yellow-haired thug brandished his knife, shouting, "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." With an evil grin, he waved the bloody knife at the window, hearing his deranged threats. Many fell silent in this apocalypse, with their own survival at stake. Few had the luxury to concern themselves with the fate of others. I could see that moment. Yang Mi and her companions witnessed the scene unfold. Yang Mi was the first to shout in indignation. "Let her go. What kind of man picks on a woman? Liu Yifei echoed her outrage. This is outrageous. You scum. Her cheeks flushed with anger. She appeared fierce despite her petite stature. Their shouts drew the attention of the assailants, who, upon realizing they were facing two movie stars, stared greedily. You know why I chose this neighborhood, right? The short man leered that I wanted to get close to a star for a long time. The yellow-haired thug, a wealthy second generation, had long desired to pursue a popular actress, and now he saw his opportunity. Hey, you two beauties, wait for me. I'll be right there. He licked the blade of his knife and grinned wickedly, making an obscene gesture. Just as he laughed lewdly, his expression suddenly froze, and terror flickered in his eyes. The cocky, lecherous grin on his face was replaced with sheer panic as he felt sharp blows raining down upon him. Puff, puff. Ah! Suddenly, a multitude of wounds appeared on his body, and blood began to spurt forth. At the same time, a portion of his right ear was severed and landed on the ground. The pain caused the yellow-haired man to clutch his ear and collapse on the floor. Writhing and howling in agony, with wide, terrified eyes, he gazed into the center of the room, but there were only a few of them present. No other beings to be found but a ghost. There's a ghost. He couldn't help but scream that it was only then that Qin Yu revealed his true form from a state of invisibility. How did you get in here? Another burly man behind him stammered in fright, for he had not seen how Qin Yu had entered. You wretched creature, how dare you toy with my woman? With that, he seized the yellow-haired man from the ground and lifted him effortlessly. Instantly, the yellow-haired man felt an overwhelming force constricting his breath, and instinctively, he tried to stick out his tongue for air. However, the dagger that had fallen from his grasp was manipulated by Qin Yu's will, rising up to sever his tongue. Ooh! Blood began to pour from his mouth. The other two witnesses to this horrific scene trembled in fear, with the shorter man so terrified that he had forgotten to put on his pants after just having removed them. Moments later, upon seeing another companion fall victim to Qin Yu's blade, the short man cried out in horror, "Are you human or a ghost?" Yet, he received no answer that a flash of white light swept past, and he suddenly felt a chill beneath him. The next moment, he saw his own little brother lying in a pool of blood. A tremendous wave of pain surged through him, and he cried out, clutching his groin as he rolled on the ground in agony. "Thank you for saving me. You are my great benefactor." The woman hurriedly dressed and approached Qin Yu, bowing in gratitude. After paying her respects, she turned to check on her husband, only to find he had been fatally stabbed. In a fit of rage, she lost her sanity, picked up the dagger from the ground, and viciously lunged at the shorter man. The room was filled with the man's agonized screams and the woman's furious shrieks. Once she had vented all her strength, she turned around, only to find Qin Yu had long since vanished. "Brother Yu, you are so incredibly handsome," Liu Yifei exclaimed upon seeing Qin Yu return, immediately transforming into an adoring fan as she approached him. Yami also expressed her excitement, her face flushed, saying, "That was exhilarating. You dealt with those scoundrels splendidly. Such vermin only waste precious resources on this earth." Both women felt immense joy for Qin Yu's act of vengeance on their behalf, deepening their admiration and reliance on him. Meanwhile, Shueli had witnessed the scene of the break-in and robbery occurring on the opposite floor. Initially, she was fearful of when they might come to knock on her door. However, upon seeing Qin Yu retaliate against the three assailants for his woman, her curiosity and respect for him intensified. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be to have a boyfriend like him, one who could provide her with the utmost sense of security in this apocalyptic world. Liu Piao had previously exchanged a Cartier bracelet that Qin Yu had gifted her for a few packs of instant noodles during their last resource trade. This item had effectively become a hard currency in the apocalypse. Possessing instant noodles meant one could barter for nearly anything. Beyond consuming a meager amount of instant noodles daily, she spent her time lamenting on the sofa, regretting her past decisions. She often reminisced about the affection Qin Yu had shown her before their breakup. Today, she once again bore witness to Qin Yu's overwhelming boyfriend prowess, as he had killed 3 rogue robbers in a fit of fury for the sake of a beautiful woman. The others began to acknowledge Qin Yu as well, flooding the group chat with videos they had captured while praising him in the comments. "Brother Yu is so cool. I long to be in his embrace and become his woman. We need someone as powerful as Qin Yu to lead us through this calamity." Well said, Qin Yu has rid us of a few nuisances this time. Indeed, once this disaster passes, we must repay him. I propose we recognize Qin Yu as our leader and allow him to guide us in establishing a search and rescue team." Faced with the flattery of the crowd, Qin Yu merely smiled, unaffected by their adulation, for he held no interest in the affairs of this community, nor did he desire to be seen as its warrior. Following the resolution of this turmoil, Qin Yu, feeling bored in the afternoon, began to flaunt his supernatural abilities while scrolling through his phone at tea that moment. He noticed that Wang Dekong had once again flooded the community chat with messages. It seemed he had not participated in the last resource exchange and was now running low on supplies. Just an hour ago, he had spoken with his father, Wang Leoidet. "If you don't send someone to rescue me soon, I swear I'll show you what death looks like." He began to whine. Wang Leoi, a former soldier, though anxious, remained calm as he replied, "Son, don't panic. I've already contacted the old leaders, and news will come through shortly. Just have a little patience." Meanwhile, Wang Dekong was already in tears, clutching his thinning hair. "Dad, hurry. I don't want to die yet. I haven't had enough fun." "All right, I understand. Get it together and act like a man." Wang Leoi's commanding voice came through the phone. After hanging up, Wang Dekong returned to find his girlfriend lounging lazily on the sofa, which irked him. Smack. He slapped her on the backside. "Get up." "I'm hungry. Go make me some instant noodles." Upon hearing his command, his girlfriend promptly scrambled off the sofa and obediently headed to the kitchen. She had her own aspirations of marrying into a wealthy family. And after being poo-wooed by Wang Dekong for the past few days, she felt a bit disgruntled. Nonetheless, Wang Dekong painted vivid dreams of a life among the elite, and she had come to believe them. Wang Dekong settled back onto the sofa and casually shared a photo of his girlfriend in the community chat, accompanied by a message, "I am willing to part with my girlfriend." Highest bidder wins. His message detonated like a depth charge in the group, creating a flurry of reactions. "So beautiful. What a shame. I can't afford to keep her. What is going on, Wang Xiao? Are you planning to make her a green slave? Truly a scoundrel. You deserve to be devoured by the monsters outside. You broke peasants, stop whining. What is the point of acting like a saint when you have no money?" Wang Dekong shot back. True to his character, instantly, the comments polarized, with men expressing envy while women unleashed a barrage of insults. Qin Yu saw his message but felt no stir of emotion. Upon viewing the woman's photograph, a system notification had already appeared, indicating that she had been passed around multiple times. Furthermore, Wang Dekong was drawn to women with similar influencer looks, a type that did not appeal to him. Meanwhile, Wang Dekong's phone buzzed with numerous messages, mostly filled with private insults, as well as inquiries about the price. He ignored the insults and focused on those asking for the price or making offers. After filtering through the messages, he finally found one with a decent offer. They agreed to meet on the rooftop for an exchange, and, as he set down his phone, his girlfriend brought over the cooked instant noodles. "I added a bit of cilantro. Enjoy," the girlfriend tenderly remarked. Wang Dekong, having finished his noodles, smiled and said, "Baby, haven't you always mentioned wanting me to take you out for some fresh air?" "Yes, indeed. Is there another resource exchange event happening?" she replied, her anticipation palpable. "Perfect. We can go together to swap for some food. Otherwise, we'll truly be out of options." Her demeanor was a mix of eagerness and joy, thrilled at the prospect of finally stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. "All right. I shall indulge you. Let's prepare to head to the rooftop." Wang Dekong responded with a slight smile. After a brief interval, the two ventured out to the rooftop. The moment she ascended, she finally inhaled the fresh air. However, upon reaching the rooftop's summit alongside Wang Dekong, she was taken aback to find only a bespectacled man wearing a baseball cap standing there. "Are you warm, son?" Wang Dekong inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Yes. That's me," the man replied, extending his hand for a handshake, only to be met with rejection from Wang Dekong. "Do you have the items?" Wang Dekong asked directly, extending his hand. "Yes, over there." Warm Sun pointed to a pile in the corner. Wang Dekong hurried over to inspect the goods, which matched their previous discussions. 6 packs of instant noodles, a box of cold medicine, and 2 packs of cigarettes. Satisfied, he clapped Warm Sun on the shoulder and said, "Not bad. Everything is in order, and the person is yours now." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit, Initially, the girl was quite pleased to see that they would finally have instant noodles again. However, when she caught a glimpse of the way Warm Sun was looking at her, a chill ran down her spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The bespectacled man, named Liu Tianxian, was a renowned online novelist, possessing a fortune in the millions, yet his personality was introverted and reclusive at this moment. He held on to the girl firmly, while she shouted towards the stairwell, "Wang Daikong. You scoundrel, you wretch, how could you?" Meanwhile, Wang Daikong had already clutched all the items and was making his way to the stairwell. For him, women were merely garments. At present, fulfilling his hunger was his priority. "Come on, miss," he urged gently, adjusting his glasses. "No, I won't go," the woman protested, stamping her feet in frustration. However, when the sound of a large bird flapping its wings echoed from above, she instinctively screamed and grasped his arm, fleeing into the stairwell with him. The girl followed Liu Tianxian back to his home, where he first led her to his storage room. Upon witnessing the numerous boxes of instant noodles, sausages, and bottled water within, she leaped up in excitement and embraced him. Liu Tianxian was momentarily taken aback, but responded with happiness. Upon returning home, Wang Daikong promptly received a message from his ex-girlfriend that it was filled with vitriolic insults, accompanied by a photo of her and her new boyfriend in an intimate pose. "Wang Daikong, you worthless scoundrel. Thank you for handing me over to him. He treats me better than you ever did. And he hoards supplies. We have plenty of resources." Wang Daikong was momentarily stunned by his ex's message, not anticipating her adaptability. That night, darkness suddenly enveloped the entire community. Qin Yu was dining with some girls when they were taken aback by yet another power outage. "Oh, why has the power gone out again? Didn't they say it would be a while before it happened?" Yang Mi asked curiously. However, they soon realized that the entire neighborhood was in darkness. Qin Yu quickly retrieved candles from the cupboard to light up their surroundings. After finishing dinner, he declared, "I've decided to venture outside for an exploration and a search for useful supplies." "Ah, it's dangerous out there. Do you really want to go, Yugo? Why not take me along for support?" Yang Mi quickly implored. "I can manage on my own," Qin Yu responded. Despite Yang Mi's desire to join, she felt it inappropriate to insist further given his firm stance. After a brief preparation, Qin Yu snapped his fingers and vanished from their sight. He reappeared in the first-floor corridor of the community, where various plants and insects had already taken over the space. The stairwell leading to the first floor was barricaded with cabinets and beds. Outside, strange animal calls echoed, with a particularly clear clucking sound from a hen. Using his spatial invisibility, Qin Yu swiftly moved into the thick pink mist outside. Here, visibility was limited to just 3 or 4 meters, revealing a road in utter disarray, flanked by several parked cars that had been overtaken by wild vegetation. It exuded an unmistakable post-apocalyptic aura, and Qin Yu understood that civilization as he knew it had come to an end. Quack, quack, quack. Suddenly, he heard the croaking of a toad nearby. Out of curiosity, he instantaneously relocated to the source, discovering an ugly red toad perched by a pond. Its croaking was loud enough to be heard throughout the neighborhood at night. Abruptly, the toad leaped from the pond. Before it, a massive earthworm was writhing its way out of the ground. Just as the toad stretched its tongue to catch it, a cacophony of clucking interrupted the scene. The enormous hen rushed over, pecking at the earthworm's head, while the toad clung to the other end with its tongue. Thus commenced a tug-of-war over the unfortunate earthworm, which soon found itself torn in two. The toad swiftly devoured one half, turning its attention to the mutated hen as its next target, with a long tongue. The toad suddenly lunged at the nearby hen. The hen's eyes darted back and forth, and with a swift tilt of its neck, it evaded the attack, retaliating by pecking at the toad's tongue. As it struck the slippery appendage, it left a series of holes in its wake. Should it be struck, it would surely suffer grievous injury. The toad, retracting its tongue, suddenly puffed up its belly. With a loud quack, it expelled a thick liquid from its mouth. Despite the hen flapping its wings desperately, it could not escape the venomous spray. Soon, a sizzling sound emanated from the hen's body as it became paralyzed on one side, stumbling to the ground. Once again, the toad extended its tongue, wrapping around the hen's entire body. Gradually, the toad opened its mouth, swallowing the hen piece by piece. Witnessing the toad's fierce encounter with the hen, Qin Yu felt a shiver of fear. Had he not possessed the ability of spatial invisibility, he dared not imagine whether he could have escaped unscathed from such a formidable creature. From now on, he would need to be cautious of this massive toad. After consuming the hen, the toad croaked a few times before hopping back to its pond. Qin Yu promptly used another teleportation to arrive at the supermarket outside the community, only to find the glass doors shattered and the interior in disarray. He cautiously entered, observing that many items were missing, indicating signs of looting that it appeared that the onset of the apocalypse had led to a swift clearance of supplies, with any remnants left behind now decayed and spoiled. With nothing of value to be found, he teleported back to the street. That moment, the street lay desolate, filled with the eerie calls of various mutated creatures echoing through the thick pink fog. Qin Yu navigated the streets, careful not to linger. Due to the current limitations of his spatial invisibility skill, which is only at a 1-star level, he can remain concealed for a mere 15 minutes. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Just a street away lies a Wanda Plaza, a place where one can procure virtually anything. Guided by the memory of its location, he set off to find it and ultimately succeeded in locating Wanda Plaza. With a swift teleportation, he arrived inside the shopping mall, where an abundance of items awaited him. He first ventured into the hardware section, discovering a dedicated area for generators. Fortunately, this place had not suffered any damage, and he quickly found a small household generator. Upon examining the manual, he realized that it was the latest model, capable of operating silently while maximizing the energy output from a single drop of diesel, effectively enhancing its electricity generation. Filled with excitement, Qin Yu promptly stored several of these generators in his personal space. He then proceeded to the supermarket area, where a myriad of everyday necessities could be found. However, the meat, vegetables, and fruits had all succumbed to decay, leaving only some frozen seafood still viable. He diligently searched through the freezers and discovered precious caviar and rainbow trout in one of the large ice boxes. Ideal ingredients for sashimi. He collected all useful supplies into his personal space. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, in the home goods section, he stumbled upon a remarkable find. A modern waterbed spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals. Without hesitation, Qin Yu added the waterbed to his collection. At the same time, he noticed a door nearby, labeled Intimate Living Area. Curiosity piqued, he rushed inside to find an array of ingenious and risky items that truly broadened his horizons. Among them were chairs designed for couples to enjoy massages together, as well as aerial acrobatics equipment. Qin Yu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, once again collecting all the intriguing items into his personal space. Having spent nearly an hour exploring Wanda Plaza, he realized that a thorough visit would take much longer than that. While perusing the women's clothing section on the 5th floor, he discovered a plethora of luxurious women's apparel. Handbags and jewelry. He decided to collect all the designer clothing, bags, and jewelry into his personal space as well. After completing his tour of the entire mall, Qin Yu, feeling immensely satisfied, activated his teleportation ability and returned to the Wanxiang community. As he paused briefly on the way, he narrowly avoided detection by a mutant tabby cat scrounging for food. He felt that, although the community was rife with large mutated creatures, given his current capabilities, it would be safer to keep the women close to him. After another teleportation, he finally arrived home, where the women eagerly awaited his return. Where is Brother Yu? Why hasn't he come back yet? Liu Tianxian expressed her concern, saying, "Sisters, do you think Brother Yu might be in danger?" She understood that, despite the abundance of supplies in the house, without Qin Yu's protection, the 3 women would still face considerable threats. "Don't say such things. Brother Yu is incredibly capable. He will surely be fine," Yang Mi quickly reassured. Liu Yifei added, Yes, let's not jump to conclusions. I have faith in Brother Yu's strength." After overhearing their conversation at the door, Qin Yu cleared his throat softly and said, "What? Are you all that anxious already?" Upon realizing he had returned, the girls joyfully rushed to greet him. "Brother Yu, you're finally back. We were so worried about you," Yang Mi exclaimed, grasping his hand with delight. Qin Yu, with a piercing gaze, responded, "Is there really anything to worry about? Those mutated animals cannot harm me. Of course, we believe those monsters are no match for you." Yang Mi smiled brightly. Hey, a reward for keeping the house safe. Each of you may choose 2 items. With that, Qin Yu produced some LV accessories and handbags he had collected earlier and placed them on the table. Upon seeing these luxurious items, the women were instantly astonished. These were the hottest new releases of the season. What woman could resist such temptation? The 3 of them joyfully approached to select their favorite 3 items. Meanwhile, Qin Yu made his way to the main electrical cabinet in the house, retrieving one of the generators and began tinkering with it according to the manual. Before long, he understood how to operate the machine. By disconnecting the main power switch and connecting the power converter, he could harness the generator's electricity. He then added a large barrel of diesel he had acquired at a gas station earlier into the generator. Thanks to the new technology employed in this generator, this small barrel of diesel would suffice to produce electricity for half a month. As night fell, the generator whirred to life, and soon the lights in the house flickered back on. Ah, it feels wonderful to have electricity. The women cheered joyfully. That evening, the 4 of them gathered on the balcony to enjoy dinner, drawing envious gazes from the residents across the way. Why does his family still have electricity? They lamented, but it's so cold and dark in my house. Not only do they have lights, but they're also indulging in hot pot. How I envy them. I really want to eat hot pot. They could only gaze longingly at the hot pot from their window, with some even starting to lick the glass in their hunger, nearly sticking their tongues to it. That night, they feasted not only on hot pot, but also on caviar and sashimi, since trading his ex-girlfriend for food. Wang Dekong had been eagerly anticipating his wealthy father's rescue. Finally, on the 5th day, just as his food supply was dwindling, he received a call from old Wang. Son, I've managed to arrange a rescue team through my connections. They will be arriving at midnight tonight. Make sure to be on the rooftop at the appointed time. That's fantastic. What are their skills like? Are they reliable? Wang Dekong asked, a hint of unease in his voice. Rest assured, they are a special operations team with extensive experience in overseas missions, and each member is highly skilled. Old Wang's voice came through with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Wang Dekong erupted with excitement. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. I've had enough of this cursed place. He thought to himself that indeed, money spoke volumes, and he would finally be able to escape this hellish existence. After hanging up, he eagerly awaited the arrival of midnight. Though the wait felt interminable, Team Midnight, Qin Yu and the 3 women were enjoying a late-night snack when the sound of helicopter blades resonated overhead. Qin Yu immediately utilized his mental awareness to scan the area. Detecting 2 helicopters hovering above, the gusts of wind generated by the helicopter blades nearly swept Wang Dekong off the rooftop as he waved excitedly. Hey, I'm down here. Trying to escape? Not a chance. At that moment, Qin Yu discreetly sent a message to the community group chat, urging everyone, hurry to the rooftop. The government's rescue team has arrived, and spots are limited. First come, first served. Soon, a throng of people rushed towards the rooftop, fearing they would miss their chance to board the rescue flight. The stairs became a chaotic scene of pushing and shoving, filled with cries of alarm. The Special Forces team members descended via ropes, securing one around Wang Dekong as they shouted, "Employer located, commencing ascent." Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps and shouts erupted from the stairwell. Quickly, everyone, we mustn't let that scoundrel escape. They're here. Hurry up, we can leave now. The descending team members bellowed. Consequently, the team on the helicopter immediately opened the rope retrieval mechanism. With the soft sound of the rope being pulled, Wang Dekong clung desperately to the muscular rescue team member before glancing down to see someone stealthily grasping one end of the rope. Attempting to ascend with him, go to hell. He immediately extended his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the man's head. Upon witnessing the man collapse to the ground, his skull shattered, Wang Dekong displayed an extraordinary excitement. Ah, Wang Dekong has committed murder. Quick, call the police and apprehend this scoundrel. Damn it, Wang Dekong. How could you be so inconsiderate as to run off alone without bringing me along? In an instant, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Some began to hurl insults, while others picked up stones to throw at the helicopter in the sky. A bunch of fools. You could just wait here to perish. I, for one, am returning to continue living my carefree life. Wang Dekong brazenly shouted, gesturing a middle finger towards the crowd below. Soon, he was pulled into the helicopter. Once seated inside, he exuberantly exclaimed, "At last, I can return home. However, his joy was short-lived as he suddenly noticed several enormous crows appearing in front of the aircraft. They formed a line and charged towards the leading helicopter point, one dove toward the nose, another circled to the tail, while yet another persistently harassed the door of the cockpit. Damn, why are these wretched birds so intelligent? Wang Dekong was left dumbfounded by the situation. Fortunately, the pilot maintained his composure, demonstrating exceptional skill. Moreover, the helicopter trailing behind began to fire its cannons at the crows, ultimately shooting down two and sending one fleeing. Once the crows were driven away, the crowd below, who had initially cheered for the birds, fell silent, their hopes for Wang Dekong's helicopter to plummet dashed. This disappointment led them to resume their incessant curses. Due to their evasive maneuvers against the crows, the helicopter Wang Dekong occupied was flying at a low altitude. As it turned, the tail nearly grazed the window. A loud bang resonated as the entire pane shattered under the force of sound waves. As the helicopter began its ascent, Wang Dekong suddenly spotted Qin Yu standing on the balcony of the 33rd floor. Gazing at them, he immediately extended a middle finger towards Qin Yu and shouted, "Qin Yu, go die!" To his surprise, Qin Yu wore a mischievous grin, placing his finger over his lips in a gesture to silence him. "Tisich, you can wait here to die. I shall take my leave," Wang Dekong declared triumphantly. Just then, their helicopter unexpectedly began a rapid descent. Simultaneously, the aircraft shook violently. What the hell is happening? Wang Dekong's heart raced with panic, although the pilot attempted to pull up on the controls. The helicopter only ascended a short distance before stalling midair. The pilot sensed that the aircraft was being restrained by a powerful external force, creating a tug-of-war with its own propulsion at that moment. Wang Dekong recalled Qin Yu's enigmatic smile from earlier. In truth, Qin Yu had already perceived the giant toad that had climbed the towering tree across from them through his divine sense. It must have regarded the helicopter as its prey, prompting its attack. Under its assault, the helicopter Wang Dekong occupied was swiftly ensnared by the toad's tongue. The helicopter's cannon operators were too fearful to fire at the toad's tongue, lest they accidentally hit their own aircraft. As Wang Dekong's helicopter began to descend, its fuselage tilted dangerously. Soon, its rotor blades became entangled with an external air conditioning unit, causing the helicopter's propellers to warp. Boom! The helicopter disintegrated in mid-air, a massive fireball reflecting in the window. As the onlookers witnessed the demise of Wang Dekong's aircraft, they collectively exclaimed, "He had it coming. Wang Dekong, you deserve this. It's karma." Particularly, his ex-girlfriend clapped her hands in glee at this spectacle, showering her current boyfriend with a passionate kiss. Meanwhile, Sherry, who had also witnessed this scene, was left in shock. Though Wang Dekong was indeed a scoundrel, the loss of several vibrant lives in such a brief span was heart-wrenching. She sighed, shaking her head. Later, as she attempted to sleep, she suddenly heard a commotion from the neighboring balcony. Initially, she paid it no mind, but the sounds grew increasingly closer. Eventually, she discerned footsteps outside her door, followed by the sound of claws scratching at the door. The noise was grating, akin to claws scraping at her very heart, filling her with dread. Terrified, she refrained from turning on the lights and sat up. Leaning against the headboard, fixated on the door, by the moonlight streaming through the window, she glimpsed a massive shadow shifting beneath the door. Accompanied by deep, guttural breaths, her anxiety escalated, making it feel as though her breath might cease altogether. Sherry had seen the two mutated, oversized crows that had attacked the helicopter earlier, so she could easily imagine the size of the creature outside. In that moment, she recalled Qin Yu's words about seeking his help in times of trouble. Thus, she sent a message pleading for assistance. "Brother Yu, I'm in trouble. It seems a mutated big cat has entered my home, and it's scratching at my door." After sending the message, she buried herself under the covers, awaiting his reply. Before long, Qin Feng responded, "Don't be afraid. First, move anything you can to barricade the door." After securing the door with 2 nightstands, Sherry still felt unsafe and replied, "Yes, I still feel insecure. Can you find a way to come and help me?" Qin Yu immediately understood her implication. He had already learned through the system that she was among the lowest-rated girls. In truth, he had long desired to complete this task, but he was confident in his abilities and had not rushed to seek her out until now. When she finally reached out to him, after a considerable wait, he replied, "I can save you. But what can you offer me in return? Upon receiving Qin Yu's inquiry, Sherry paused momentarily before responding, as long as you save me. I will agree to any terms. After uttering those words, her face flushed, knowing what might transpire next. Qin Yu expressed his satisfaction, instructing her to stay put while he would arrive shortly. Not long after she hung up, a horrifying animal shriek pierced the air outside her door, followed by a loud crash, the sound of something slamming against the wall. Once the surroundings fell silent, she heard Qin Yu's voice calling from the living room. The danger has passed. You may come out, Qin Yu said calmly to it. It was only then that Sherry felt a genuine sense of security. She moved the table away from the door, and as she opened it, a wave of bloodshed wafted in. There, she beheld Qin Yu leisurely seated on the sofa beside a mutated big cat, which had been cut in half and lay lifeless. She gasped in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief, as she stared at Qin Yu. How did you kill it? Her expression reflected sheer shock. She had never anticipated that Qin Yu would dispose of the creature so effortlessly. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, Get ready and pack your belongings. We will depart in 5 minutes. Okay. Sherry nodded eagerly. She found Qin Yu's demeanor quite cool, and inexplicable admiration began to blossom within her. Once she had gathered her belongings, Qin Yu rose from the sofa, wrapping an arm around her waist and saying, Let us go. She suddenly found herself enveloped in his embrace, the rush of wind brushing against her ears. Before long, they arrived at Qin Yu's home. Previously, Yang Mi and Liu Tianxian had met Sherry. Upon her arrival, Yang Mi hurried to greet her. Good sister, you've finally come. She smiled as she gently grasped her hand, saying, After all, Sherry was only 20, 4 years younger than Yang Mi. Upon seeing such a stunningly beautiful and delicate girl, she couldn't help but feel an urge to draw closer. Qin Yu stated calmly, Since you are here, you must abide by the rules of this place. With that, he proceeded to search her as per the established routine he had followed with the previous girls, instructing her to take a bath. When she emerged once more, her lustrous black hair was elegantly tied atop her head, revealing her porcelain neck, and her exquisite features formed a flawless visage. The weariness that had once clouded her face vanished after her bath, replaced by a radiant glow, her skin brimming with youthful collagen. Particularly striking were her long, fair legs, exuding an undeniable allure. For a moment, Qin Yu was taken aback by her youthful and resplendent appearance. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly that Sherry truly embodied the essence of a fashionable internet celebrity. Her taste in attire and poise were simply exceptional. However, he maintained an outward composure, calmly addressing Yang Mi. Please take her to the kitchen to find something to eat. Yang Mi immediately nodded, replying, Sure, brother Yu. She then took Sherry by the arm and led her to the kitchen, where she searched thoroughly and finally discovered a plate of leftover crayfish and a piece of premium steak in the cupboard. Upon seeing these delectable delicacies, which were a far cry from the instant noodles she was accustomed to, Sherry turned incredulously to Yang Mi and asked, Sister, is this really for me? Yang Mi smiled and replied, Of course, let me heat it up for you. She opened the nearby microwave, placing both dishes inside to warm them. As the golden light emanated from the microwave, Sherry suddenly remembered to inquire, Hasn't this complex already been completely cut off from electricity? How is it that you still have power here? Yang Mi chuckled. You have quite a few questions. Actually, brother, you brought back several generators from outside to generate electricity. When did he go out? She widened her eyes, overwhelmed with curiosity. However, with a beep, the microwave signaled that the food was ready. When Yang Mi presented the dishes, a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing her taste buds and causing her mouth to water. Wow, it smells amazing, Sherry exclaimed, like a child delighted by a treat. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, even a sip of water was a luxury. Now, she was about to indulge in crayfish. The crayfish were succulent and flavorful, far surpassing the taste of those from her usual restaurant. She eagerly devoured several pieces, prompting Yang Mi to say with a grin, Why are you only eating crayfish? Don't forget about the steak. You must eat enough. Otherwise, you'll soon find yourself lacking energy. Tea that moment. Sherry, too hungry to bother with the knife and fork prepared for her, picked up the steak with her hands and began to eat. The steak was tender and flavorful, truly a top-tier delicacy, making her feel as though she was savoring a taste of heaven. After finishing both the steak and the sauerkraut fish, she immediately expressed her gratitude to Yangmi. "Thank you. How is it? Are you full? If not, I can heat up some sausages for you too." With that, Yangmi retrieved several sausages from the fridge and placed them in the microwave. Before long, the sausages were ready. As Sherry bit into the juicy, flavorful sausage, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, I never knew sausages could taste this good." Yangmi regarded her with a knowing smile. Her face was flushed with the warmth of the meal, making her look incredibly beautiful. TSK, I wonder how Brother Phone will dote on you later." Yangmi couldn't help but envision the scene of the two of them together in the room, causing her heart to race. Sherry was somewhat bewildered by her words, but vaguely understood their meaning. She chose to remain silent and focused on her meal, only stopping when she was thoroughly full. Initially, she had wished to prolong the conversation, but she turned to Yangmi and asked, "Does Brother Yu treat you all well?" Yangmi was momentarily taken aback by the question, but she soon smiled and replied, "Whether he is gentle or irritable with us, we all admire him, as he is the only man we can rely on in this post-apocalyptic world." Upon hearing Yangmi's words, Sherry nodded thoughtfully. "I understand." Yet, she felt her cheeks flush as she recalled the earlier moment when Qin Yu had searched her. After finishing her meal, she was led by Yangmi to Qin Yu's room. In the center of the room stood an enormous bed. Upon sitting down, she was startled to find the bed gently rocking beneath her. Squinting, she touched it and realized it was a waterbed. Just as Sherry was taking in her surroundings, Qin Yu walked in. Her eyes widened. He looked as though he had stepped out of comic. When he approached her, she felt a twinge of shyness. However, Qin Yu showed no inclination to give her a choice. He was always straightforward, demanding only obedience. Meanwhile, in her own room, Yangmi and the others were still awake. In this world of chaos, they had long since developed a dependency on that man. Their hearts awaited Qin Yu's return, but it remained a mere wishful thought. Soon enough, Sherry comprehended why those starlets were so utterly devoted to him. She felt fortunate to share the same roof with Qin Yu. Moments later, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully allowing Sherry to live under the same roof. Reward: 1 golden desert eagle and 100 spirit energy fruits." The system duly provided him with a glimmering golden desert eagle pistol. He picked it up, aimed, and felt its weight in his hands. This was a formidable self-defense weapon, capable of swiftly taking down enemies at close range. It was also a showpiece. What man could resist it? After toying with it for a while, he stored it in his personal space. Subsequently, he noticed that his space had gained 100 spirit energy fruits. He picked up an orange fruit and consumed it. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding the use of spirit energy flooded his mind. Indeed, compared to the telekinesis that affected physical objects, the application of spirit energy was far more versatile. It could not only levitate or destroy an object, but also penetrate the realm of mental attacks. This was impressive. Now, whenever he consumed an orange fruit, his spirit energy would continually increase, with a mere focus. He could feel an invisible force extending from his mind like tendrils. When he concentrated this energy on a nearby chair, it was lifted and moved to the window he continued to eat. Unknowingly finishing dozens of fruits that ate tea that moment, Sherry, awakening from her slumber, felt an overwhelming thirst. Curiously, she asked, "Brother Yu, I'm so thirsty. What are you eating?" Qin Yu placed a spirit energy fruit in her mouth, saying, "Here, eat one, and you won't be thirsty anymore." Ding! Sherry consumed 1 spirit energy fruit, returning 500. Ding! Sherry consumed 2 spirit energy fruits, returning 1,000. Goodness, his space was suddenly filled with even more spirit energy fruits. Simultaneously, Sherry felt her senses sharpen, her spirit soaring. Like a little lamb, she nestled into Qin Yu's embrace and nervously asked, "Brother Yu, what kind of fruit did you give me? I feel like my heart is racing so fast. It might leap out of my throat." Hearing her words, Qin Yu replied, "Honestly, what I just gave you was a spirit energy fruit." "Ah, is it the same kind of fruit I traded with you before?" she asked in surprise. Qin Yu nodded. "Yes, but yours was purple, while mine is orange." From the quickening of her heartbeat, Qin Yu dared not allow her to consume more. He pondered that it must be due to the tremendous enhancement of his physical constitution that he could consume so much at once. For an ordinary person, Ingesting such extraordinary fruits requires a certain level of physical prowess. Moreover, the surplus of 1,500 fruits in his spatial storage would suffice for quite some time, so he refrained from offering her any more. "Do you see that stool by the bed?" Qin Yu asked as he embraced her and sat up, pointing towards the stool. Shirley obediently nodded in response. "Now, focus your attention on that chair and try to make it move." Qin Yu instructed further. This time, Shirley followed his guidance and managed to move the stool a short distance. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, how amazing! I really did it." Encouraged, she attempted to move a larger coffee table across from her. But this time, due to its heft, she exerted more mental energy. Excitedly, she declared, "I really have extraordinary powers. Indeed, I actually just discovered a new application for this ability." Qin Yu suddenly smirked at her. "What other applications are there?" she inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Watch closely," Qin Yu replied with a slight smile. Concentrating his mental energy, he caused a flower pot by the window to levitate effortlessly through the glass. The pot spun in midair before soaring out and eventually plummeting to the ground. Shirley was momentarily stunned, then gasped in admiration. "Brother Yu, you're incredible." After Qin Yu demonstrated another use of his mental energy, tranquility enveloped the room once more. He then retrieved a strength fruit from his spatial storage and said, "Eat this." Without hesitation, Shirley accepted the fruit and consumed it. Instantly, she felt a surge of vitality coursing through her body. Ding! Shirley has consumed a strength fruit, returning 500 strength fruits, now stored in the host's spatial storage. "Wow, this fruit is so magical. Why do I feel so invigorated?" she inquired curiously. "Because it's called a strength fruit, and it indeed enhances your power," Qin Yu explained. I believe you." Shirley nodded eagerly. They conversed for a while longer, after which Shirley drifted off to sleep contentedly. Observing her serene slumber akin to that of an infant, Qin Yu could not resist gently pinching her rosy cheek. He then began to showcase his mental energies. Eager to test the limits of his abilities, an hour passed. He felt the strain, and a sense of fullness settled in his stomach. Burp! Qin Yu couldn't suppress a belch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for elevating mental energy to 5 stars. With a controllable range of 500 meters and a manipulable force of 1,000 kilograms. Wow! This range and this power are simply terrifying. With a mere glance at a table against the wall, it lifted into the air effortlessly. Glancing at a nearby cabinet, he found that even the hefty piece of furniture, weighing over 200 pounds, ascended with ease. Qin Yu felt no strain whatsoever, unlike Shirley, who had grown fatigued after a brief exertion. As he lay down to rest, he turned to see her peacefully asleep with her eyes closed. He pulled the blanket over her and settled down to sleep as well. That a night of silence ensued. Ever since the Liu group was obliterated by Qin Yu, only Wu Ping remained, who had not fled to the rooftop. She had been Liu's mistress, and his subordinates affectionately referred to her as sister-in-law. Now, with her partner gone, she felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. One day, while she was cooking noodles, a sudden knock at the door startled her, causing her to drop her chopsticks. For days, she had been living in fear, dreading that Qin Yu might come seeking retribution. That moment, a voice called from outside. "Sister-in-law, it's me, Li Bao." "Ah, Bao. Is that really you?" Upon hearing that voice, she felt a surge of hope. She hurried to open the door, revealing Liu's younger brother, Li Bao. "Sister, where's my brother?" he asked as he stepped inside, noticing that Wu Ping was alone in the room. "Your brother? He is dead," Wu Ping replied, her voice trembling. Bao's eyes widened. "What? How did he die?" During this time, Liu had been expanding his influence within their building, reveling in his newfound powers after suddenly acquiring extraordinary abilities. It was only after establishing his dominance that he intended to invite his elder brother to join him in his ambitious plans. Unfortunately, a blackout occurred, rendering his phone useless. Unable to contact them, he had come in person to fetch Liu, only to find no trace of him. He was killed by that man named Qin Yu. Wu Ping stated flatly. "Qin Yu? How could it possibly be him?" Li Bao questioned, disbelief etched across his face. "Are you certain?" Yes. Someone in our group even shared a video of him killing your brother." Wu Ping shivered at the recollection of the footage. "I understand now that I will avenge my brother's death." After calming himself, he urged, "Come with me. Let us get you settled. Wu Ping, suddenly filled with dread, shook her head vehemently. No, you mustn't confront him. He's far too terrifying. He's not even human. Li Bao was taken aback by her words. Yet, recalling his own formidable abilities, he scoffed, Sister, rest assured, I will make him wish he had never been born. As he spoke, memories of their past encounters flooded his mind. They had a history, as Li Bao had once worked in the entertainment industry, where Qin Yu had been discovered as a talent. At that time, he had been Qin Yu's superior, often coercing him into unsavory situations to please investors. One incident involved forcing Qin Yu to drink excessively for a rotund investor who had taken a liking to him. When Qin Yu resisted, the collaboration ended on a sour note, and Li Bao had vowed revenge, making Qin Yu's life difficult thereafter. Ultimately, Qin Yu chose to leave the company, incurring debts in the process. Now, hearing Qin Yu's name echoed in the context of fratricide, Li Bao silently vowed to dismember him piece by piece in the Wuxian community. Building number 6, on the 30th floor, Li Bao and his gang were waiting in the corridor for the members of the Wild Wolf Gang to arrive for their meeting. This was the final piece of the puzzle. If the Tiger and Leopard Gang emerged victorious, control of the building would be his. Boss, I doubt they'll show up. One of Li Bao's underlings remarked. I think they're too scared that we might as well storm in there and wipe them out. Another suggested. Yes, let us charge in together, his followers shouted, brandishing their weapons in agreement. That moment, a booming voice echoed. Who says we're afraid to come? A burly man with a thick beard appeared around the corner, followed by a dozen fierce-looking companions. Compared to him, Li Bao appeared rather refined, even wearing glasses. However, beneath that polished exterior lay a cunning and ruthless nature. Finally, you've arrived. We need to settle the score for the injuries inflicted on my Tiger and Leopard Gang. A wicked grin spread across Li Bao's face. Today, one of us will die. Only one can be the boss of this building. And that will be me, Sidu Han. The adversary raised his fist and charged forward. He withstood a henchman's machete with sheer determination, only to send that same henchman flying several meters away with a single punch, leaving him unable to rise again. It was evident that he was a power-type ability user. Witnessing their leader's ferocity, the morale of the opposing members surged instantly, as a dozen or so of them brandished clubs and machetes and rushed toward him. In a bloodlust-driven frenzy, Sidu Han felled several of them with 2 swift punches. He cast a contemptuous smile toward Li Bao, who stood at the back of the crowd, thinking to himself that even the one who had decimated 2 other gangs was not so formidable. Surely, this time Li Bao was intimidated by his own overwhelming powers. However, what transpired next extinguished his laughter. Several henchmen at the forefront suddenly lost grip on their clubs, as if an invisible force had wrenched them away. Following the loss of their weapons, they were struck down by their opponents. Some suffered direct blows to the face, while others had their arms severed entirely, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries. One henchman had managed to reach Li Bao, but found his steel pipe abruptly bending before his eyes. Without even touching him, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing forcefully against the wall. The bearded giant who witnessed this was astounded, realizing that Li Bao was fixated on him. Suddenly, he felt a strange power emanating from the eyes behind Li Bao's glasses, rendering his body immobile. Then, Li Bao revealed a wicked grin, and a dagger was propelled toward him. The flying knife was controlled by Li Bao's psychic energy, aimed directly at Sidu Han's With a scream, his eye was pierced, the blade protruding from the back of his head. That moment. The remaining henchmen, those who had not already collapsed, saw their leader fall and immediately discarded their weapons. The deputy, who had already taken down 2 opponents, glared fiercely at them, demanding, What are you doing? Are you betraying the Wild Wolf Gang? Haha, I particularly admire those who recognize reality in a timely manner. Li Bao replied with a malicious smirk. His lips curled into an even more sinister smile as he added, If you kill him, you shall become members of my Tiger Leopard Gang from this day forth. Do you dare? The deputy snarled, glaring at them. After a moment's hesitation, they raised their weapons and encircled him, launching a brutal assault. Upon witnessing this, Li Bao erupted into hearty laughter. It was only after dispatching his final opponent that he truly became the leader of Building 6. That soon after, his Tiger Leopard Gang seized all the resources and women of the Wild Wolf Gang. absorbing its remaining members as well. As the battle concluded, his ego swelled even further. Qin Yu, you wait for me. Once I gather my men, I will kill you and everyone in your building to appease my brother's spirit. He gritted through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yu lounged leisurely with Liu Tianxian and Shueli, each resting on a sofa, while Yang Mi and Liu Tianxian pampered him with back rubs and shoulder kneads, providing exquisite comfort. The temperature outside had dropped several degrees, and he wished only to remain in his warm, cozy home, enjoying movies and devouring ability fruits. Liu Tianxian and Shueli held plates containing 2 types of ability fruits. As Qin Yu watched a film, he snacked on these fruits that he picked up a mind fruit and presented it to Shueli, saying, "Eat this mind fruit. Once consumed, you will be able to sense any impending danger outside." Obediently, Shueli opened her mouth and consumed the mind fruit. Immediately feeling invigorated, he then took a telekinesis fruit from Liu Yifei's plate and offered it to her, saying, "Now, eat this telekinesis fruit. It will bestow upon you the power to manipulate objects." Liu Yifei nodded eagerly. "Thank you, brother Yu." Ding! Shueli consumed a mind fruit, yielding 500 units, which restored her personal space. Ding! Liu Yifei consumed a telekinesis fruit, yielding 200 units, which were also stored in her personal space. Thus, the mind fruits that Qin Yu had just showcased multiplied into a heap. As the film neared its conclusion, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! Mind level has risen to 6 stars. Expanding the sensing range to 240 meters and unlocking 1-star spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness function enables you to perceive the energy entities possessed by ability users or mutated beings." Hiss! Finally, another ability level has achieved a breakthrough. He turned to Liu Yifei and Shueli, quickly using his spiritual awareness to detect energy entities the size of jujubes, emitting a pink glow from them, that he then extended his mind to scan the neighborhood. Spotting the massive, mutated dogs, rats, and even energy entities on the towering plants nearby. Undoubtedly, Qin Yu is the largest among humans in the entire community, while the largest energy entity among animals was a toad. Within its body resided a potato-sized pink energy entity, radiating an intense pink light. It seemed Qin Yu had not anticipated the side effects of consuming too many ability fruits in one day. After indulging, he felt exceptionally energized and moved closer. Observing his radiant demeanor, Shueli couldn't help but marvel at Qin Yu, truly a dragon among men. Liu Yifei, accustomed to his antics, giggled with delight, in her uniquely charming tone. She grasped one of Qin Yu's hands and teased, "Brother, are you misbehaving again?" Shueli, however, found herself flustered for the first time in such a situation, displaying the bashfulness of youth, having been single for many years. This scene prompted Yang Mi and Liu Tianxian, who were seated behind, to join in, smiling as they chatted with Shueli. Before long, the sound of an airplane echoed outside, followed by cheers from the residents of the neighborhood. "Look, it's a government plane. We have hope. The government truly remembers us elites." One exclaimed, "Is that plane spraying pesticides? Why is it orange?" Qin Yu's mind allowed him to clearly see a small agricultural jet in the sky dispersing an orange liquid. As the orange substance rained down, loudspeaker announcements blared throughout the community. The broadcast continued alongside the plane's operations, and as the chemical was sprayed in abundance, an unpleasant odor pervaded the air. Simultaneously, various anguished cries of animals echoed through the mist. Indeed, the effects were remarkable. After approximately half an hour, Qin Yu used his mind to survey the outside, discovering that the flora and fauna on the surface had begun to wither, that once thriving plants had turned a desolate yellow, while mutated animals sprayed with the substance were foaming at the mouth and collapsing. Hiss! It appeared this agent was extraordinarily toxic, Qin Yu mused. Yet, he had an inkling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The pink mist remained unresolved, and it seemed to be thickening and turning redder by the day. His ex-girlfriend, Liu Piao, joyfully sprang from the sofa upon hearing the broadcast, rushing to the bathroom to prepare herself. She intended to go shopping for clothes with her friends and enjoy a delightful meal together. In summary, she yearns to reclaim her former self. It has come to light that not only are agricultural planes dispersing chemicals, But military transport aircraft have also conducted several airdrops. Point two of these airdrops landed in the Wanxian community, one between buildings 5 and 6, and the other between 15 and 16, just as the residents were celebrating. A flock of mutated crows suddenly appeared in the sky. They began to attack the working aircraft in groups, each crow nearly the size of the planes themselves, rendering these small agricultural aircraft utterly defenseless against them. Gradually, most of the planes suffered damage from the assaults, and the remaining ones hastily retreated to their base. Due to the incomplete dispersal of the chemicals, some plants within the community remained alive, while others took refuge within the houses and basements, seemingly unscathed. However, the residents paid little heed to these developments, firmly believing in the efficacy of the government's actions. The bolder individuals had already begun to venture outside. Wow, those terrifying plants outside have finally withered. Truly, the nation is formidable, exclaimed one. Oh, look at these deceased, mutated creatures. Those rats and cockroaches are enormous. Another remarked that I recall there is a large supermarket just outside the community. Let us hurry there. Perhaps we can find some food. Thus, a group of people commenced their journey through the fog, utterly unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. Qin Yu chose not to follow the others outside. Instead, he continued to observe everything around him with his divine sense. But it didn't take long for him to discern the issue. Although the stems and leaves of the mutated plants had withered, their roots remained intact, and he could see the energy bodies still glowing, with some even becoming brighter. Indeed, these plants could not be so easily eradicated. Within half an hour, the number of people exiting the community increased significantly, including several celebrities who ordinarily would not need to seek food themselves, as such tasks would typically be handled by their assistants. However, after enduring the tribulations of this apocalyptic scenario, their once glamorous appearances had faded, rendering them as frail and colorless as ordinary folk. Tang Yin, known for her boldness among female stars, felt a flicker of hope reignite in her heart upon witnessing the government's decisive actions. Cloaked in a black hoodie and mask, she endeavored to conceal her identity, yet her tall stature and perfect figure remained unmistakable. Even with her efforts to disguise herself, her delicate features were still discernible. As she lowered her head to navigate the path, she suddenly heard someone ahead exclaiming, "Brothers, there's an airdrop here. Come quickly, there's an airdrop." The moment someone shouted, the cautiously advancing group sprang to life, rushing forward as if a vast treasure awaited them. Before long, they beheld a colossal airdrop towering in the clearing ahead, its contents neatly packaged and bound together. The first person to discover it had already begun to slice through the binding ropes with a small knife. Others, witnessing this scene, hurriedly joined in, tearing at the nylon wrappings with fervor, their fingers nearly bleeding, yet undeterred in their desire for the supplies. Soon, someone managed to rip open the outer packaging, revealing boxes of instant noodles and cans from the military rations. One individual extracted a can, exclaiming in delight that it was a ham. He eagerly unscrewed the lid with his trusty knife, and a wave of ham aroma wafted towards him. "Ah, how delicious! This must be Jinhua ham," he exclaimed, savoring the scent. That moment, someone recognized him and said, "Isn't that teacher Huang Lei?" "Ah, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not the Huang Lei you think." Huang Lei, disheveled and with matted hair, his clothes torn in several places, was a man who cherished his reputation. Thus, despite being recognized, he had no desire to admit it. However, another person, having snatched a box of fish cans, seated himself beside him with a smile. "Teacher Huang, don't you remember me? It's Wang Daji." "Ah, so it's you, Daji." Huang Lei relaxed upon realizing it was his former student. "Teacher, could I borrow your knife for a moment?" Wang Daji, though not as destitute as Huang Lei, still bore a pale complexion and a rumbling stomach. Huang Lei promptly handed over his knife, advising, "Take it. Remember, in such extreme situations, always carry a knife for protection." Once Wang Daji pried open the can, a salty seafood aroma filled the air. This must be the flavor of hairtail fish," Huang Lei stated confidently after taking a sniff. "Wow, teacher, you're truly impressive," Wang Daji exclaimed, his admiration evident. "I'm quite familiar with hairtail fish. Next time you visit my home, I'll prepare a pepper salt hairtail fish for you. It's my specialty," Huang Lei replied with confidence. I've been starving for so many days. It feels like my sense of taste and smell are deteriorating. I can barely detect any flavors. Wang Daji exaggeratedly lamented. Strangely enough, my sense of smell seems to have sharpened significantly. I wonder if it will benefit my culinary skills in the future, Huang Lei pondered. Indeed, after witnessing the crimson glow in the sky that night, he had noticed his sense of smell becoming remarkably acute, allowing him to detect the stench of decaying animal corpses from a distance, that he could even discern the unique scents emanating from each individual, akin to labels, enabling him to track people based on their distinct aromas. After sampling a piece of hairtail fish, Wang Daji found it to his liking and traded a portion for some ham. Before long, they had finished a can. The two then plunged back into the crowd to scavenge for other cans that had been unearthed. However, just as they joined the frenzy, a menacing voice rang out from behind. "Stop grabbing. These supplies now belong to our tiger and leopard gang." A group swaggered into view, their intimidating demeanor accentuated by the steel pipes in their hands. Upon seeing their fierce appearance, Huang Lei quickly pulled Wang Daji aside. "Return the cans and water to their rightful place," a bald man bellowed, pointing at the crowd. "I'm Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee." "What do you mean by this? These supplies are allocated by the government for everyone. Why should they belong to you?" she retorted, asserting her authority. "I still need to take a box of instant noodles home for my grandson." At that moment, Aunt Wang stepped forward, believing that as a member of the committee, these ruffians would not dare to confront her. Encouraged by her stance, several elderly men and women quickly joined her. Emboldened by their age, unafraid of the gang, they thought that if a fight broke out, their retirement funds would be secured. "Indeed, we'll call the police and let them decide whether these goods belong to everyone or to your so-called wild dog gang. You thugs were recently under strict scrutiny. Aren't you afraid of being caught again?" They clamored, rallying together. "Everyone, call the police. I refuse to believe they can act so brazenly without consequence." Upon hearing the elderly words, the bald man burst into laughter, replying, "Oh, you old fool want to call the police, do you?" As he spoke, he suddenly appeared before an old man known for his ferocity. Almost like a specter, he extended his hand and grasped the man's throat, causing the elder to roll his eyes back in terror. Ultimately, he was hurled to the ground as if he were a mere chick. Witnessing this scene, the other elderly individuals, who had initially contemplated resistance, were rendered speechless with fear. Wang Dama hastily concealed herself behind a young man, terrified of retribution from the bald-headed aggressor. "Who else wishes to test my strength?" the bald man sneered. He then signaled to his companions behind him, instructing them, "Brothers, carry these supplies back to building number 6 while I watch over anyone foolish enough to steal." With that, the dozen or so men he had brought began to move the supplies. As the bald man reveled in his triumph, a young man suddenly broke free from the crowd. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a flash of white light illuminated the scene as a gash appeared on the bald man's neck. Blood gushing forth. "Oh!" the bald man exclaimed, his eyes wide in horror, before collapsing into a pool of blood. This young man was none other than the grandson of the elder who had been thrown down. He had just arrived and witnessed his grandfather's disgraceful treatment. Wang Daji noticed that the young man's fingers had sprouted sharp metallic bones, extending outward like a series of deadly blades that glimmered ominously in the wind. After dispatching his foe, he swiftly retracted the blades back into his body with remarkable speed. Wang Daji, already possessing supernatural abilities, was taken aback upon witnessing this young man's powers. He surmised that this must be a similar metallic ability like his own. Upon seeing their leader so effortlessly slain, the remaining subordinates who had been moving supplies scattered in terror. They understood the stark difference between those endowed with powers and ordinary individuals, rendering them reluctant to confront the young man directly. With a resounding crash as the gang of thugs fled, the crowd erupted in cheers. All of this did not escape the keen awareness of Qin Yu, who was silently observing from above. He noted an apparent increase in supernatural beings within the community. Both of the individuals who had just fought bore pink energy bodies, albeit only as small as peach pits. He watched as they rushed back to collect the discarded cans and bottled water. Yet such trivialities held no allure for him. After all, even his pet Hulk feasted better than this meager fare at every meal. Suddenly, his perception caught sight of an individual stepping out from the opposite side of the crowd. This person radiated a brilliant red light, and, astonishingly, his energy body was twice the size of any present. Qin Yu recognized the emergence of a more formidable, supernatural being from Building No. 6. The others were still frantically scrambling for supplies. The young man who had just slain the bald man was still mourning over his grandfather's lifeless body. That moment, a mocking voice resonated from behind him. "Oh, look at you, still crying like a child. That old fool deserved to die." The young man felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this voice, goosebumps prickling his skin. Anger surged through him, causing his body to tremble as he whipped around, glaring fiercely at the source of the taunt. "You're asking for death." Instantly, he vanished from his spot, appearing like a wraith before the man. His claws extended. However, he did not inflict harm. His metallic fingers halted mere inches from the man's nose, upon meeting the gaze of the man behind the glasses, whose eyes bore a sly, almost mocking expression. The young man found himself unable to look away. What sorcery is this? Panic surged within him as he realized his will was being usurped. The bespectacled man was none other than Li Bao, the leader of the Hu Biao gang, who wore a sinister grin as he inquired, "Boy, how do you wish to meet your end?" Terror etched itself onto the young man's face as he stammered. "Who are you? Why can't I control my body?" Let me clarify things for you." Li Bao's gaze sharpened, and as the young man attempted to speak, he found his voice had abandoned him, consciousness spiraling into a vortex. His hand, no longer under his command, rose involuntarily, and his claws pointed toward his own chest. "No, please no," he screamed internally, yet his will was utterly subjugated. Thus, he helplessly watched as his once prized claws plunged into his own chest. Another life taken. Someone shrieked in horror as they witnessed the young man collapse in a pool of crimson. The others gasped, their breaths hitching at the sight. They had grown somewhat numb to death, having initially believed the young man to be formidable, only to realize how vastly he paled in comparison to Li Bao. The Hu Biao gang members swiftly encircled the onlookers, and a white-haired thug with a crooked neck barked orders, "Everyone, return the items to their original places. Should I catch anyone pilfering even a single item, I will break his hands." Reluctantly, those who had laboriously gathered supplies were forced to return them. "And you, put that instant noodle down." The white-haired thug glared at a woman. "But I've already eaten some." "Must I return it?" she protested. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed as she clutched her stinging cheek and relinquished the noodles. Tang Yin had also managed to secure 2 cans of meat and a bottle of water. But now she too had to comply and return everything. Although she felt a pang of resentment, she had no choice. Just as she sighed in resignation, someone approached her, offering a can of ham. "Here, take this." When she looked up, she was met with Li Bao's triangular eyes, and she instinctively recoiled, waving her hands in refusal. "I don't want it." "Fear not, I have plenty more. Choose whatever flavor you like." Li Bao grinned, shoving several cans into her embrace. The onlookers cast envious glances at the unfolding scene, while Tang Yin took a few cautious steps back, heart racing. "Don't be afraid. You are Tang Yin." "Right, I'm your devoted fan," Li Bao said, still smiling. "How do you know my name? Can you really recognize me?" Tang Yin asked, both astonished and terrified. "Amazing, I assenti it. I recognized you at first glance. I've followed all your works. Attended every event you participated in." Li Bao boasted, "Yes, that's so." Tang Yin felt a mix of surprise and apprehension that, in a different time, she would have eagerly posed for a picture or request an autograph. But now, the fear emanating from this man made her want to flee. Li Bao flashed what he believed to be a dazzling smile. "Can we take a picture together?" Tang Yin hesitated, then awkwardly replied, "I am not dressed up or wearing any makeup today." Li Bao erupted into laughter. "Even without makeup, you're stunning. I adore your natural beauty." Nearby, Huang lay shivered at the words, muttering, "Ugh, that's revolting." He then turned to Wang Daji, earnestly advising, "Daji, listen, never flirt with girls like this. It's a surefire way to get yourself into trouble, understand?" "Understood, Teacher Huang." Wang Daji nodded obediently. That moment, Huang Lei felt a menacing stare bore into him, prompting him to swiftly close his mouth. Internally, he cursed himself for his loose tongue, nearly costing him his life. Meanwhile, Li Bao had pulled out his phone to capture a picture, only to remember that it had long since run out of battery. Well then, I must take my leave. Tang Yin said hastily. Don't go. Tang Yin, I truly admire you. I can't bear the thought of losing you. Li Bao suddenly blocked her path. Tang Yin was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly turned around to flee. However, Li Bao's lackey, Bai Mao, stood directly in front of her, saying, Sister-in-law, can't you see how much our boss likes you? You should stay with our Hu Bao gang. We have plenty of supplies to ensure you won't go hungry. Another lackey chimed in immediately. Yes, you should really stay. Our boss is truly infatuated with you. If you keep this up, I will definitely call the police. Tang Yin said, trembling with anger. Go ahead and report it. Bai Mao replied with a cheeky grin. Tang Yin pulled out her phone, but refused to turn on, although Li Bao professed his affection for Tang Yin. He did nothing to stop his lackeys from harassing her. It was clear to anyone with eyes what he intended. Tang, come with me. MY brothers are all quite fond of you too. They are your fans, and if you leave, it will be difficult for me, Li Bao said earnestly as he stepped closer. Indeed, the fox had revealed its tail. Tang Yin felt as if she had swallowed a fly. Overwhelmed with discomfort, her face flushed with anxiety, unsure of how to respond, that moment, her friend, Yang Mi, who was watching from the balcony above, anxiously stomped her feet, exclaiming, My Tang is being harassed by a bad person. What should I do? She hurried back inside to plead with Qin Yu. Brother Yu, you must go save my Tang. Qin Yu calmly replied, Why should I save her? There's a pervert down there pestering Tang, wanting her to be his wife. If you save her, she will be yours. I can make her serve only you, just like us. Yang Mi said, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. Her words painted a vivid picture in Qin Yu's mind. If he could join Tang Yin and Yang Mi in a test, it would surely be a spectacular scene. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Name. Tang Yin, age, 27, attractiveness, 97, purity, 100, innocent heroine. Yet to be developed. Overall score, 98.5, meets the system's minimum score requirement. Task. Cohabit with Tang Yin. Reward. 1 fireproof cloak. Unlock loyalty panel. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Yu immediately became interested. However, he maintained a facade of calm as he looked at Yang Mi and asked, Are you serious? Yes. I will definitely persuade Tang. She nodded vigorously. In truth, Qin Yu merely wanted to ascertain whether Yang Mi was genuinely intent on rescuing her friend. With his charisma, he was confident he could easily win Tang Yin's loyalty. Meanwhile, down below, Li Bao continued his relentless pursuit of Tang Yin, who steadfastly refused his advances. Aunt Wang from the street office seized the moment to interject, Young lady, why not just give in? Look how well he treats you. Seeing Li Bao cast her a look of approval only fueled Aunt Wang's enthusiasm. This young man is quite handsome and clearly a successful individual. In these trying times, who wouldn't he want to be with someone who genuinely cares for a woman? You should seize this wonderful opportunity. Tang Yin felt a wave of nausea as Aunt Wang rambled on, clearly trying to play matchmaker. Oh, don't think too long. I've seen too many couples abandon each other in times of crisis. Just the other day, a couple across the street had a quarrel, and the man ended up killing the woman, leaving one less person to share food. She warned dramatically, trying to sway Tang Yin. Her words were so outrageous that even those nearby could hardly bear to listen. Yet Aunt Wang remained unfazed by their scorn. She had her own motives, hoping to curry favor with Li Bao for supplies. After all, at her age, she couldn't afford to venture far for resources anymore. Her stamina simply couldn't handle it. Tang Yin understood all too well that she had caught the eye of a wolf. Making escape seemed nearly impossible. However, Aunt Wang's words only fueled her anger further, prompting her to retort through clenched teeth, If he's so great, why don't you go be with him yourself? Why try to push him onto me? Aunt Wang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, responding with a forced smile. Oh dear, if I were 30 years younger, he wouldn't stand a chance with you. In my youth, I was quite the catch in our village. You know, you really are oblivious to your good fortune. Tang Yin felt her stomach churn at Aunt Wang's words, while Li Bao basked in the glory of the situation. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he then turned to Huang Mao beside him and instructed, "Yes, Aunt Wong speaks wisely. Shao Chi, bring Aunt Wong 2 cans of canned meat." Aunt Wong joyfully accepted the cans. Pretending to be modest, "Oh, I shouldn't have. I'm just speaking the truth. Every help counts." At that moment, Li Bao stepped forward to take Tang Yan's hand, saying, "Tang Tang, come with me that I will treat you even better." Suddenly, the lackeys of the Hu Bao gang erupted in cheers. "Hurry up. It's your fortune that our boss has taken a liking to you. Don't reject this opportunity," Bai Mao said, staring intently at Tang Yan. Aunt Wong, tasting success, stepped forward again to grasp Tang Yan's arm, urging, "Yes, dear, you want to find another chance like this. Such a good man willing to take you in. Don't let it slip away." "I am truly envious." Just then, she felt a gust of wind rush past her. With 2 loud thuds, Aunt Wong spun around 360 degrees as Qin Yu and Yang Mi arrived. Qin Yu wasted no time and slapped Aunt Wong twice across the face. "Hey, old hag, stop using your age to bully others. If you like this scoundrel so much, why not keep him for yourself?" Qin Yu said calmly after delivering the slaps. His voice was deep and resonant, possessing a certain magnetism that made everyone present as hearts race involuntarily. Li Bao, who had been so smug just moments before, now seethed with rage. "You want to die?" he shouted, but upon realizing it was Qin Yu before him, he was taken aback. "How could it be you?" He scrutinized Qin Yu more closely, noting his impeccable attire, designer clothes, and perfectly proportioned physique, not to mention his striking features. The aura he exuded was a far cry from the frail, gloomy figure of the past. Yet, anger quickly returned as he bellowed, "Qin Yu, did you kill my brother?" Qin Yu remained unfazed, his arms crossed. "Oh, Li, who is your brother? You two truly are cut from the same cloth." He added mockingly, "It was too lenient to let him fall from the building." Li Bao's face contorted with rage at his words. However, recalling how he had bullied Qin Yu in the past, he suppressed his fury. Upon noticing the glamorous Yang Mi beside Qin Yu, he grinned, "Mimi, I'm also your fan." Yang Mi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Scoundrel, love whoever you want, but don't associate me with you." She then approached Tang Yan, taking her hand and reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. Tang Tang, brother, you and I are here to rescue you." Her words left Li Bao pale with anger. As she tried to lead Tang Yan away, Bai Mao stepped forward to block their path. "Beautiful lady, since you're here, why not stay and be our boss's second wife?" He leered, his face twisted into a lewd smile. He reached out to caress Yang Mi's face, but she swiftly grabbed his wrist and with a powerful motion, flung him aside. With a sickening crack, Bai Mao's arm was brutally dislocated. "Da-da! It hurts so much," Bai Mao cried, clutching his arm, spinning in place from the pain. Yang Mi was taken aback as well. It turned out the strength she had gained from the fruit had significantly amplified her power. Just a slight movement had resulted in a broken arm. "Let us go, Tang Tang." As the enchanting Yang Mi engaged in a battle of wits, the other subordinates of the Tiger Leopard gang dared not intervene any longer. Meanwhile, Qin Yu stood at odds with the gang's leader, Li Bao. Upon catching sight of the 2 illustrious stars, Li Bao's desires ran wild. He yearned to swiftly conclude the skirmish to claim them for himself. With an air of arrogance, he bellowed, "Ha ha ha! Qin Yu, you would do well to surrender willingly. Perhaps I might grant you a more merciful demise." Li Bao had previously employed his formidable mental force to manipulate his adversaries into self-destruction, a technique witnessed by many onlookers. Sugar Yen, particularly anxious for Qin Yu's safety, cautioned, "Mimi, I know you've come to rescue me, but this man is exceedingly powerful. You should flee at once." Despite her concern, Yang Mi smiled softly and reassured her, "Don't worry, Tang Tang, I believe no one capable of besting brother Yu has yet to be born." At that moment, the dazed Aunt Wong, having just regained her footing, lamented, "Woo-woo, you scoundrel, compensate me for my teeth. You must kill him." Her speech, now lisping due to her missing teeth, was punctuated by a slap from Yang Mi. "You insolent old hag, let your mouth be silenced." The force of the blow sent Aunt Wong spinning. Witnessing her dear friend stand up for her, Sugar Yin took a step forward and delivered a slap to the other side of Aunt Wong's face, declaring, "You shameless old crone, I've long wished to strike you." With that, Aunt Wong collapsed, her other cheek stinging from Sugar Yan's blow. The spectators, though entertained, quietly worried for Qin Yu's fate. Li Bao fixated his gaze on Qin Yu, beginning to unleash his mental force in an attempt to invade his consciousness. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to penetrate Qin Yu's defenses. A counterforce met his mental assault, rebounding upon him and inducing a cold sweat of fear. Li Bao, filled with uncertainty, realized that Qin Yu possessed some latent power or ability, one that could withstand his mental attacks. Shifting his strategy, he seized control of his subordinates' weapons and launched a ranged assault on Qin Yu. Blades and pipes hurtled towards him from all directions, promising grievous injury or death upon impact. One of his cohorts taunted. You're doomed, kid. To have our leader personally engage you is already a stroke of fortune. Yet, they rejoiced prematurely, as the weapons halted mere inches from Qin Yu. To the astonishment of all present, they then reversed course, flying back towards Li Bao. The sight sent a jolt of terror through him, and he hastily summoned his mental force to deflect Qin Yu's impending attack. Yet, this was merely the beginning of his troubles. The very weapons he had once controlled were now amalgamated by Qin Yu's mental prowess into a colossal blade that bore down upon him. In a moment of sheer panic, Li Bao unleashed his most potent mental force, forming a formidable psychic barrier to defend against Qin Yu's onslaught. However, to Qin Yu, this effort was laughably inadequate, with a maximum force of 1,000 kilograms. Qin Yu's might dwarfed Li Bao's meager 100 kilograms. Li Bao's anguished scream echoed as his last line of defense crumbled effortlessly. The massive blade descended upon him, and, as the cold steel met his scalp, his psychological fortitude shattered. In his final moments, he beheld the derision in Qin Yu's eyes. With such paltry strength, you dare to mix among us? Despair filled Li Bao's heart as he watched helplessly, the blade cleaving him in twain from the crown of his head. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their shock palpable. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaohao, a minor leader of the Tiger Leopard gang, rushed down the stairs with his brethren, only to be overcome with grief upon witnessing his leader's demise. In a fit of rage, he brandished a blade and charged at Qin Yu. A speed-type ability user, he became a blur to ordinary eyes as he approached. Yet, to Qin Yu's heightened senses, he appeared as little more than a slow-moving figure. With a resounding gunshot, a golden desert eagle appeared in Qin Yu's grasp, and as Xiaohao closed the distance, his head was exploded in a single, decisive moment. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu had little patience for these minor thugs, dispatching several more with calculated gunfire. The remaining henchmen, witnessing such devastation, discarded their weapons and fled in terror, while those who lagged behind were swiftly subdued. Once the chaos subsided, Qin Yu calmly addressed Yang Mi and Sugar Yin. Let us return home. Perplexed, Sugar Yin queried, aren't we going to see some supplies before we leave? After enduring such hunger, she regarded the provisions as invaluable. She tugged at Yang Mi, eager to dash towards the throng vying for resources. However, Yang Mi halted her, exclaiming, Foolish girl, is that food fit for human consumption? We shall return home to eat. Is there something wrong with that food? How can it be unfit for humans? Sugar Yin was taken aback by Yang Mi's words. Yang Mi dismissively gestured towards the crowd scrambling for food on the ground, saying, Come, Tang Tang, return with us, and you shall see. There is everything you desire to eat. With that, Qin Yu enveloped both beauties in his arms and teleported home. Upon their arrival, Liu Yifei, Li Shishir, and Shueli greeted them warmly. They had grown accustomed to Qin Yu bringing back women. Sugar Yin, however, was astonished by their presence, marveling at how well they maintained themselves in such harsh conditions, indicative of their high quality of life. The interior of the house was immaculate, orderly, and even boasted heating and electricity. Tang Tang, is that really you? As Sugar Yin removed her hat and mask, Liu Shishir instantly recognized her. Liu Yifei, another close friend, joyfully rushed over to embrace her, exclaiming, Tang Tang, it's you. I almost didn't recognize you. How wonderful that you are here. Elated, Sugar Yin joined in a group embrace with the three of them. Having met during the filming of Xianjian San, Sugar Yin, Yang Mi, and Liu Shishir were already friends, alongside Zhao Ling'er from Xianjian. With Qin Yu now having gathered the four beauties of Xianjian, it was a dream come true for many a devoted fan. After their heartfelt reunion, Qin Yu coldly instructed Yang Mi, That's enough. Take her to shower first. Yang Mi nodded and promptly led Sugar Yin to the bathroom. After her bath, she attempted to wear the clean clothes provided, only to find they did not fit her tall frame of nearly 1.7 meters. Ultimately, Yang Mi sought assistance from Shueli, a renowned fashion blogger and clothing store owner. Sugar Yin was taken to Shueli's room, where she finally discovered a lake blue evening gown adorned with exquisite embroidery. Upon donning the dress, she illuminated the entire room with her beauty. Shueli gasped, "Sister, you look absolutely stunning in that. You must model for my store in the future." "Haha, that sounds delightful." Sugar Yin giggled, flattered by the compliment. "Agreed. Let us make it a promise," Shueli beamed. "Allow me to apply a light makeup for you." As she spoke, she retrieved her makeup box and began to apply makeup on Tang Yin. When Tang Yin reappeared before Qin Yu, even he was momentarily taken aback. Tang Yan's grace, figure, and appearance were truly the epitome of a beauty from the mortal realm. With her poised demeanor and striking features, she exuded an ethereal presence, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, leaving even the seasoned Qin Yu momentarily spellbound. However, he quickly regained his composure and suggested, "Let's dine first." At that moment, Tang Yan's stomach had already begun to grumble, and upon hearing Qin Yu's invitation to eat, she joyfully followed him into the living room. Upon entering, she was greeted by the delightful aroma of exquisite cuisine. The table was laden with a variety of sumptuous dishes, including chicken stewed with mushrooms, dompa pork, spicy boiled fish, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork intestines, roast duck, and an array of desserts. "Wow, am I dreaming?" Tang Yin gently pinched her cheek to confirm her reality before taking her seat. Yes, she surveyed the delightful spread before her. She finally understood why Yang Mi had remarked that canned meat was hardly fit for human consumption. "Hurry and eat. You are not dreaming." Yang Mi smiled at her. Tang Yin nodded in agreement. Observing that the others had already begun to eat, she felt no hesitation and promptly picked up a piece of roast duck, savoring its authentic flavor that flooded her mouth. The roast duck was tender and succulent, offering a heavenly taste that she deemed an unparalleled culinary experience. Eagerly, she went on to sample the other dishes, each one reinforcing her belief that this was the most delectable meal she had ever encountered. Before long, Yang Mi uncorked a bottle of aged red wine, pouring a glass for Qin Yu and then another for Tang Yin, saying, "Don't just focus on the food. Do sample this red wine. It is quite delightful." In this post-apocalyptic world, living such a life made her feel as though she had been reborn. After several rounds of toasting, with her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, Tang Yin clasped her hands together and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all. I never imagined I could enjoy such a wonderful life." Yang Mi stifled a giggle. You should be thanking Brother Yu." Then with a playful wink at Tang Yin, she added, "How do you plan to show your gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's face turned crimson. Qin Yu, noticing her shy demeanor reminiscent of a youthful maiden, realized the system had not deceived him. He coolly remarked, "Remember, I have not kept you here for charitable purposes, but rather to provide me with the emotional value I require each day." Tang Yin, upon hearing his words, immediately became reserved, her large, watery eyes fixed on Qin Yu. "You all explain to her what emotional value means." Qin Yu said sternly, "Understood, Brother Yu." Yang Mi promptly acknowledged, stepping forward to pour wine for Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei, not to be outdone, approached to massage Qin Yu's shoulders, while Liu Shishi leaped up to perform a traditional dance to entertain him. Qin Yu leisurely sipped the wine poured by Yang Mi, while enjoying the shoulder rub from Liu Yifei and admiring Liu Shishi's dance. Tang Yin was left in a state of bewilderment, caught between Liu, the celestial beauty, and the national goddess. She never expected them to display such a sociable side. Perhaps it was a testament to Qin Yu's adept guidance that if their fans were to witness this scene, they would be filled with envy. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her arm, and she found herself seated beside Qin Yu. The proximity made her heart race. "But aren't you and Yang Mi best friends? You should learn from her," Qin Yu said with a smile. He then turned to Yang Mi. "Do you remember what you said when you asked me to rescue her?" Yang Mi paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I remember. You said you would provide food and shelter, but she must endure the trials of joining us." "Very well," Qin Yu replied. "Then you may take her inside." Following his command, Yang Mi led Tang Yin into the bedroom. After Yang Mi's explanation, Upon realizing that her best friend had agreed to Qin Yu's conditions for her sake, Tang Yin felt an overwhelming mix of gratitude and surprise. This was a test of loyalty for Tang Yin, and she had passed it. She felt honored to share a roof with Qin Yu and her sisters. Simultaneously, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully cohabiting with Tang Yin. Reward: 1 fireproof cloak. Loyalty panel activated. Soon, a transparent cloak appeared before him. According to the system, this cloak provided effective defense against all fire-based attacks. After placing the fireproof cloak into his personal storage, he gazed at the loyalty panel that had manifested, feeling a secret thrill. This was an extraordinary tool to gauge others' loyalty towards him. Any hostility would be marked in red above their heads. Green signified harmlessness, while yellow indicated goodwill. The deeper the yellow, the greater the loyalty towards him. Instantly, he used his thoughts to examine the panels above Yang Mi and Tang Yan's heads. Yang Mi's panel was a vibrant yellow, nearly transitioning to orange, signifying her unwavering loyalty. Following their interaction, Tang Yan's color had shifted from green to a light yellow. Qin Yu chuckled. It seems I must invest more effort into Tang Yan. Thankfully, she is beginning to integrate into this family. Just then, Tang Yin, who had just awakened, felt a sudden chill at her lips. What is this? She inquired curiously, slightly opening her eyes. Qin Yu did not respond directly, instead instructing, just consume it. Tang Yin nodded and opened her mouth to eat. Soon, she felt a surge of energy and clarity envelop her. An electronic voice resonated in Qin Yu's mind. Ding! Tang Yin has consumed a strength fruit, returning 500 units, now stored in personal space. This is called a strength fruit. Don't you feel invigorated now? Qin Yu remarked, gently holding her chin. Da-da. Is such a thing really real? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. However, Qin Yu did not answer her immediately. Instead, he demonstrated the fruit's extraordinary effects through his actions. Thus, the night passed without further incident. The following day, as Qin Yu stepped outside, he noticed significant changes in the neighborhood. Particularly, many previously wilted plants had begun to sprout fresh buds. Indeed, it appeared that the effects of the potion he had sprayed were not as minimal as he had presumed. What surprised him most was the rapidity of this transformation. Today, he chose not to utilize teleportation, opting instead to navigate through the fog like everyone else. As he passed the pond, he deliberately used his mental perception to investigate the water. To his surprise, he found no trace of the toad, piquing his curiosity. Could it be that the toad had perished from the poison? While he pondered this, he suddenly spotted 2 figures ahead, walking together through the mist. He recognized the similar glowing green energy emanating from the two, Huang Lei and Wang Daji, who had mingled in the crowd the previous day to scavenge for supplies. After their mutual recognition yesterday, they discovered they both resided in the same building. This outing was primarily a precautionary measure. After all, the red mist lingered, social order was in disarray, and no one could predict what the future might hold. Teacher Huang, there seems to be a relatively large shopping mall nearby. Should we check it out? Wang Daji asked, tightening his down jacket. Xiao Wang, trust me, we shouldn't go to such a large mall. What we can think of, others can too. Even if there are supplies, they have likely been snatched up long ago. Huang Lei replied, his expression shrewd. Then where should we go to find supplies, teacher? Wang Daji asked, puzzled that of course, we should seek out smaller supermarkets. Preferably those tucked away in alleys. They might still have food. Wang Lei, ever the cunning strategist, rubbed his nose thoughtfully and remarked, let me tell you, I have recently awakened a peculiar ability. My nose can detect an array of scents wafting from great distances. As he spoke, he sniffed the air while stepping out of the community gate, then pulled Wang Daji into a nearby alley. After walking for a while, Huang Lei suddenly halted and said, wait a moment. Let me take a whiff. That he earnestly inhaled the surrounding air and declared, indeed, it's just ahead. I can smell the aroma of hot dog sausages and instant noodles. Upon hearing this, Wang Daji could not help but express his admiration. Truly, my teacher possesses an exceptional sense of smell. Even this can be detected. Huang Lei, brimming with pride, patted his chest and replied, what do you think? Your teacher is quite remarkable, isn't he? By following me, you'll never go hungry. With this, they twisted and turned until they finally discovered a small supermarket hidden within. The two stealthily infiltrated the store with ease. Inside, the supermarket was dimly lit, with an unpleasant odor permeating the air. They spotted a glass display case outside containing some cigarettes and alcohol, and joyfully stuffed several packs of cigarettes into their jackets. That's enough. Don't take too much. Let's prioritize food, Huang Lei cautioned. They ventured further inside, surprised to find that despite the small faade, the interior was surprisingly spacious. Numerous shelves stood within, some of which had toppled over, yet they still managed to locate various edible items, packaged snacks. Chips, instant noodles, hot dog sausages, spicy strips, and other common goods found in rural supermarkets. Once disregarded, these once humble snacks now gleamed before them like treasures. Fantastic! These supplies will all belong to us. The two hurriedly retrieved several large plastic bags from the counter and began stuffing them with goods. Just as they excitedly filled the bags, Huang Lei abruptly ceased his movements. He had caught a whiff of a dangerous presence in the air and turned to see only darkness surrounding them. Wang Daji, too, attentively listened to the sound around them, clearly sensing something amiss. Gradually, a pair of green eyes emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a low growl. This is bad. Is that a wolf or a tiger? Huang Lei trembled, gripping Wang Daji's arm. Soon, the unknown creature stepped into the light, revealing itself to be a mutated black beast, its size comparable to that of a tiger. What on earth is that? Wang Daji gasped, taken aback. Run! Huang Lei shouted urgently. However, he turned to flee. He noticed another mutated calico cat had somehow circled around the shelves, blocking their escape route. Huang Lei was momentarily stunned, observing how the two large felines drooled, clearly regarding them as their next meal. That it seems today is the day we meet our end, he lamented, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon. The larger cat, witnessing his despair, became even more excited. These beasts relished tormenting their prey before the kill. The more frightened their victims appeared, the more exhilarated they became. Once they had their fun, they would launch their attack. Just as Huang Lei closed his eyes, awaiting his fate, a metal rod suddenly pierced the heart of the advancing feline like a sword. Thud! The calico fell heavily at his feet. What is happening? Huang Lei could hardly believe his eyes. He glanced at Wang Daji, who had his hand raised in the air as the toppled shelves around them suddenly disassembled and soared into the sky. The steel plates and frames, under his command, flew towards the black beast. With a series of anguished cries, the mutant, dragging a wounded leg, scrambled out from the debris and fled the supermarket in a frenzy. Only then did Huang Lei realize that his student possessed an extraordinary ability as well. Wang Daji wielded the power to manipulate various metals at will. After they had successfully driven off the mutated cats, the two hastily gathered their supplies and left the perilous location. That was incredibly thrilling. Thank goodness for your impressive abilities, Daji. Unlike me, I seem to be merely a burden, Huang Lei remarked as they hurried along. You flatter me, teacher, if it weren't for your keen nose detecting them in advance. We might have been ambushed while foraging for supplies, Wang Daji quickly replied. Huang Lei paused at his words, then chuckled. Well, that's true. We do make quite the effective team. Let us conceal these supplies in our clothing to avoid drawing attention, Huang Lei suggested cautiously. As they continued on their path, they overheard a conversation nearby. One person said, I heard there are places near Raffles City where supplies can be exchanged for women, but we should hurry. Otherwise, all the beautiful girls will be taken. All right, I happen to have some instant noodles on me. Let us get moving, replied another. Wang Daji, intrigued by their conversation, turned to Huang Lei and proposed, Teacher, why don't we check it out? Perhaps there will be a woman to your liking. Huang Lei waved his hand dismissively. Don't speak nonsense. I have a fierce woman waiting for me at home. Wang Daji leaned in conspiratorially. Then keep her in a different house. Huang Lei fell silent at this suggestion, then deliberately changed the subject. I suspect you're the one craving a woman. All right, let us go take a look. I'll accompany you for moral support. Wang Daji smiled. Let us follow those two ahead. Huang Lei nodded in agreement. His curiosity piqued about the kind of women that might be available for trade. Thus, they trailed closely behind the individuals, stepping into the fog. On the third floor of Raffles City, Two women were browsing the mall. One of the girls, impeccably dressed, managed to highlight her stunning figure even beneath a down jacket. Her name was Liu Tianxian, and she had recently gained a modicum of fame. Previously, she had unwittingly become well-known after serving as a body double for a prominent actress in a historical drama directed by a well-known filmmaker. Subsequently, she landed a role as the lead in a short film, marking her transition from behind the scenes to the forefront. Since the apocalypse, she had not ventured out, but this time she was finally able to shop alongside her friend Wang Fangfang. They intended to gather some supplies for their return, but upon reaching the large supermarket on the 5th floor, they discovered it had been completely stripped bare. Consequently, they wandered to the 3rd floor, which housed an array of high-end clothing stores, including many popular custom studios. That moment, they found themselves in a private studio specializing in kipayos and evening gowns, situated in a prime location. The studio quickly gained fame as many celebrities came here to customize their preferred kipayos for galas and red carpet events. Tianai, let us head back. I'm feeling a bit scared, Wang Fangfang said anxiously, gripping her hand. The store was dimly lit, yet in the center stood a glass display case showcasing a stunning turquoise qipao adorned with gemstones. Liu Tianxian smiled and reassured her friend, "What is there to fear? Let us just take a look and leave." In truth, she had visited this place numerous times, enviously watching as big-name actresses receive VIP treatment, casually spending hundreds of thousands on kipayos. She had vowed that once she became famous, she would immediately join as a member. She knew that the qipao before her was worth a fortune, with just the ruby embedded in it valued at over 100,000 as she stepped closer. A mischievous grin crept across her lips. She seized a nearby mannequin and hurled it towards the display case. Crash! The ground was strewn with shards of glittering glass. Wang Fangfang, witnessing her actions, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens, have you lost your mind?" "No, I haven't lost my sanity. I merely wish to try it on," Liu Tianxian replied with a smile. Turning around, with graceful finesse, she removed the exquisite cheongsam from the mannequin. The fabric was exceptionally refined and smooth, tailored with meticulous precision. Notably, the slit at the bottom extended all the way to her thigh, perfectly complementing her long, fair legs. Thus, Liu Tianxian happily strolled into the adjacent fitting room. Clutching the cheongsam to try it on, upon donning the garment, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Feeling utterly satisfied, she joyfully emerged from the fitting room, twirling to her friend, asking, "What do you think? Do I look beautiful in this?" Wang Fangfang nodded vigorously, responding, "Oh my, it appears as if this cheongsam was tailored specifically for you." "Then I shall take it," Liu Tianxian said with delight. Is that truly acceptable? "Wouldn't that make us thieves?" Wang Fangfang voiced her concerns anxiously. "The entire city is currently experiencing a blackout, and there are no surveillance cameras. Besides, with the chaos outside, the police won't be able to intervene." Liu Tianxian replied with a subtle smile. Her words rendered her friend momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter her logic. As she spoke, Liu Tianxian donned her outer down jacket and made her way to the bar. She took out her phone and scanned the WeChat QR code on the bar, proceeding to transfer a substantial sum of money to I was just teasing you. In fact, I've been saving up for this cheongsam for quite some time." Liu Tianxian chuckled, covering her mouth with a smile. She had fully charged her power bank at home, keeping her phone off during the blackout in anticipation of this moment. This could be considered a long-held dream of mine. Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps tomorrow we might starve or freeze to death. But even in death, I wish to look beautiful. A fleeting shadow of sadness crossed her face. "Indeed, Tianxian, I believe you are absolutely right. I have always admired your boldness in love and hate." Wang Fangfang was touched by her words. After the emotional moment, she regained her composure and said, "Tianxian, we should leave quickly. I have a nagging feeling that something dreadful is about to happen." Just as they were about to exit the shop, a malicious chuckle resonated from outside, where the two lovely ladies headed. A bald, portly man with a sinister grin walked in, flanked by two thuggish companions. Upon seeing their intimidating presence, Wang Fangfang's voice trembled as she asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Ha ha ha. Little beauty, what do you think we want?" The bald man's face was grotesquely jowly, and his laughter was as unappealing as it was loud. Liu Tianxian calmly grasped her friend's hand and replied, "We have no supplies. You must have mistaken us if it's money you seek. I do have several thousand in my bag." She then retrieved the cash and her watch from her bag, insisting, "This is all we have. Please take it and leave us be." The bald man paused, then sneered maliciously, "Do you think money holds any value in this apocalyptic world? What we want is you. Compliant ones should come along quietly." Wang Fangfang immediately shouted, "Are you attempting to kidnap us? This is illegal. I will call the police." Slap. The bald man swiftly delivered a resounding slap across her face. Growling, "You think you can call the police?" Wah. Wang Fangfang crouched on the ground, clutching her stinging cheek, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Liu Tianxian remained composed, helping her friend to her feet, saying, "Fangfang, stop crying and get up." She then turned to the bald man, asserting, "You must not harm us any further. We will go with you." "Now, that's more like it." The bald man chuckled. Consequently, the two women followed them to a gym on the 6th floor. Liu Tianxian recognized this gym, as many celebrities were members. Upon entering, they realized the place had transformed into an auction venue. The men inside regarded the two women with predatory gazes, akin to hounds spotting their prey. "Oh, Wanga has brought back two more. That tall one is truly stunning. I could trade 2 packs of instant noodles for her. I have my eyes on this one. You better not think of snatching her away. You think you're so great just because you have more supplies? I could take her right now if I wanted." In an instant, the atmosphere grew hostile as they began to bicker over Liu Tianxian. Just then, a man with a scar across his face emerged from behind. After scanning the crowd with keen eyes, he calmly declared, "Everyone, please be quiet. Quality goods naturally go to the highest bidder. The auction will commence shortly. So you may argue afterward." At his words, silence fell over the room. He glanced at Liu Tianxian, momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "This woman is truly exquisite." The others pale in comparison. Once they were led behind a curtain, they discovered 4 other women standing there. However, these women appeared rather ordinary, their faces betraying signs of malnutrition. "Stand straight." A lackey approached and bound their hands with tape, affixing numbered tags to them. Moments later, the chatter from outside ceased, and with a hammer strike, the women were ushered out. The men formed a circle around them, encasing the women within. "The auction begins now," the scar-faced man announced. "Lot number 1. Starting bid 3 packs of instant noodles." Although this woman was not particularly tall, her fair skin and decent looks warranted attention. "I bid 4 packs of instant noodles," came a prompt response. "Very well. This gentleman bids 4 packs of instant noodles. Is there anyone willing to offer more?" The scar-faced man surveyed the crowd, calling out, "For packs of instant noodles once. I bid 4 packs of instant noodles plus 1 bottle of mineral water." Boom! The crowd stirred. A bottle of clean water was far more valuable than instant noodles in this moment. Among those present, Wang Daji remained quietly seated, clutching a bag of supplies, his focus solely on Liu Tianxian. "All right, 4 packs of instant noodles plus 1 bottle of pure water. Once. 4 packs of instant noodles plus 1 bottle of pure water. Twice. 4 packs of instant noodles plus 1 bottle of pure water. Thrice. Sold." With a hammer's fall, the woman was taken away after her bidder provided the supplies. Following this, lots 2, 3, and 4 were successively claimed. Finally, only Liu Tianxian and Wang Fangfang remained. The starting bid had risen from 3 packs of instant noodles to 6 packs and 2 bottles of water. Lot 5, 4 packs of instant noodles, 1 self-heating pot, 3 bottles of water sold. At long last, it was Liu Tianxian's turn. The host paused, meeting the eager gazes of the crowd, and announced, "Lot 6, starting bid 1 box of instant noodles and 1 box of water." Boom! The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Everyone was in a frenzy. What does this mean? 1 box of instant noodles and water. Although she's attractive, that's exorbitantly priced. Is it lined with gold? Or do you simply not want to trade for her? Discontent rippled through the audience, as the value of a box of water and noodles was immense in this apocalypse. Wang Daji, seeing the crowd as silence, seized the opportunity. He whispered to Huang Lei, "Teacher Huang, why don't you lend me your supplies? If we pool our resources, we should be able to manage it. I really want to win her," after observing the hopeful glint in his eyes. Huang Lei hesitated. After a prolonged silence, he remained non-committal. Just then, a bespectacled middle-aged man stood up, suggesting, "How about we lower it a bit? 1 box of instant noodles and half a box of mineral water." The scar-faced man shot him a cold glare, retorting, "Who allowed you to haggle? Get lost." With a swift motion, 2 henchmen struck him across the face before seizing him and hurling him out. This sudden act stunned everyone present. At that moment, a frail old man stood up and proclaimed, "Wait, I have heard that you are collecting peculiar fruits. I possess one that I would like to trade for this exquisite beauty." Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere shifted uneasily that a glimmer of excitement flickered in the scar-faced man's eyes. Yet he suppressed it and replied, "Old sir, may I examine your item?" Consequently, the frail elder approached the stage and produced a black fruit. Speaking mysteriously, "This is something I procured with great effort. I know you're interested in this sort of thing. Of course, as long as you hand over your fruit. You may take number 6 with you," he said, striving to maintain his composure despite his internal exhilaration. Observing the unfolding scene, someone, realizing their own hopelessness, began to jeer, "Old man, at your age, can you still handle this?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, seated among the onlookers, Qin Yu remained calm, attentively observing the spectacle. He utilized his spiritual sense to scrutinize the black fruit in the old man's hand, confirming that it was indeed an extraordinary fruit. His purpose for being here was to seek out more such fruits. Thus, he resolved to take action. In an instant, his figure vanished from his spot. A fleeting shadow appeared behind the old man, catching the scar-faced man off guard. Qin Yu swiftly shot through the back of the old man's head, seizing the 2 black extraordinary fruits in the process. "How dare you invade my gym and commit murder?" The scar-faced man bellowed as he recognized Qin Yu's true identity. Bang! Another shot rang out. Yet the target remained unscathed, the bullet ricocheting off his body and piercing the chest of a man nearby. Boom! The adversary retaliated with a quick punch, but Qin Yu, reacting with lightning speed, executed a teleportation to evade the blow. The result was a devastating strike that obliterated the podium beside him. His garments strained against his expanding physique, and his body, save for his eyes, hardened to the consistency of rock. "Your gun is useless against me. Perish!" After evading the bullet, he triumphantly charged at Qin Yu, intent on delivering a fatal blow. "You think you can?" Qin Yu scoffed coldly. This time he did not retreat, but met the punch head-on. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as the scar-faced man's arm was shattered into 2 segments. "Ah!" His agonized wail echoed throughout the room. Qin Yu calmly advanced, grasping the man's neck and effortlessly twisting it, much to the horror of the onlookers. The once formidable scar-faced man collapsed into a heap, utterly defeated. The members of the gym, witnessing Qin Yu's swift dispatch of their leader, were paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to obstruct him. Just as Qin Yu prepared to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Thank you for saving me. Could you take me with you?" He turned to see Zhang Tianai, still bound, her eyes brimming with gratitude, her cheeks flushed with excitement. That moment, Qin Yu noted that her loyalty meter was shifting from green toward yellow, indicating a burgeoning affection for him. Simultaneously, a system notification resounded in his mind. Ding! New target detected. Name: Zhang Tianai. Age: 20. Attractiveness: 97. Purity: 100. Character of a leading lady: inexperienced. Overall score: 98. 5. Requirement for triggering return mechanism met. Task: cohabit with Zhang Tianai to receive 1 AWM sniper rifle and 100 extraordinary fruits. Qin Yu squinted, carefully appraising Zhang Tianai before him. Her features were exquisite, embodying the spirited charm typical of northern girls. Her enchanting gaze revealed an innate allure. Just as Qin Yu was lost in thought, his spiritual sense detected a flicker of flame erupting from behind Zhang Tianai. In that instant, he teleported in front of her, deploying a transparent fireproof cloak to shield her. The flame struck the cloak, but was effectively neutralized. She was astonished to find herself entirely unharmed. In Qin Yu's embrace, she felt a long-lost sense of security, gazing at his handsome profile with heartfelt emotion. The assailant who had attacked her now lay dead, a bullet hole in his forehead. A lifeless corpse on the ground. This moment, the gym was deserted, leaving only Qin Yu still holding Zhang Tianai. With sincere gratitude, she said, "Thank you for saving me." Qin Yu replied coolly, "Then become my woman." Blushing with shyness, Zhang Tianai nodded in his embrace. This moment, Qin Yu could see that her loyalty meter was now almost half yellow. After releasing Zhang Tianai, he calmly instructed, "Wait for me here." He then entered another room filled with various gym equipment, and with a swift wave of his hand, the equipment was transported into his personal space. Qin Yu intended to bring these fitness apparatuses back to his home to allow the women to engage in exercise. Afterward, he returned to Zhang Tianai's side, wrapping his arm around her waist once more. With a rush of wind, when she opened her eyes again, they found themselves in a warm, luxurious home. Here, she was greeted by familiar faces, each woman uniquely charming, some gentle, some sultry, and others alluring, each a star she had once admired in the entertainment industry. Shocked, she greeted them enthusiastically. They received her with both warmth and curiosity. After introducing Zhang Tianai to them, Qin Yu approached another wall, using his spiritual sense to inspect the adjacent room, which had remained vacant. With a resounding crash, a large hole appeared in the wall. After delivering another powerful punch, the surrounding area crumbled, creating a passage large enough for a person to walk through. Once inside, he waved his hand, placing the gym equipment throughout the spacious hall. When Tang Yin curiously approached and beheld the treadmill, barbells, and stationary bikes, she was taken aback. "Brother Yu, these fitness items seem strangely familiar," she exclaimed, sitting on a bike and pedaling a few times. "That I retrieved these from a gym. Now you can exercise at home." Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Tang Yin then noticed the word Star Supreme Gym emblazoned on the bike. "This can't be the Star Supreme Gym in Raffles City, can it?" she asked, covering her mouth in disbelief. Qin Yu confirmed, "Yes, that's where I got them." Tang Yin, a former member of that gym, understood why she felt so at ease using the equipment. She realized that since coming to Qin Yu's home, she had gained a bit of weight, and now she could finally work on her fitness. After cycling for a while, she moved to the treadmill to continue her workout. Before long, she was drenched in sweat, rekindling her passion for vigorous exercise. However, having neglected her fitness for some time, she found the intensity challenging. Just as she was beginning to struggle, she felt someone support her from behind. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu had also stepped onto the treadmill. "How does it feel? You can now work out in the comfort of your home," he whispered in her ear. "Yes, brother Yu, this idea of yours is simply brilliant." She nodded happily, and, shortly thereafter, he placed his hands on her waist to assist her in maintaining her balance. Unbeknownst to them, the speed of the treadmill seemed to be increasing gradually. "I can hardly keep up," she exclaimed, feeling somewhat strained. However, Qin Yu remained composed, continuing his run, while Tang Yin instinctively leaned back for support. As he exercised, Qin Yu shared his fitness journey with her. It turned out he had once been quite passionate about working out, but over time, he had gradually abandoned it due to a lack of time. Tang Yin listened attentively and subsequently exchanged her own fitness experiences with him. To their surprise, their philosophies on fitness were remarkably similar. Further bridging the gap between them, as Qin Yu and Tang Yin shared insights and encouraged one another, Yang Mi arrived with Zhang Tianai after their shower. When she entered the room and beheld the multitude of fitness equipment, she was taken aback. "Wow, how can there be so much fitness equipment here?" she gasped, astonished, as she ventured further inside. Upon seeing Qin Yu and Tang Yin, who had their backs turned to her, she seemed to grasp the situation. She had never considered the possibility of working out at home, especially not with such professional companions. When Tang Yin noticed her best friend had arrived, she felt a twinge of shyness and moved to a nearby area to continue her sit-ups. "Hugo, it's time for dinner," she cautiously called out to Qin Yu. "Yes, let us eat first," he replied, noticing her arrival as he mentally switched off the treadmill. He gently set Tang Yin down and suddenly turned to Yang Mi, asking, "Do you like these fitness machines?" "Of course I do. This way we can come here to work out whenever we're bored." Yang Mi nodded enthusiastically. Qin Yu then asserted, "I hereby command you to join me in testing the performance of this treadmill." Yang Mi immediately understood Qin Yu's intent and stepped forward to begin her workout, as she was also quite the fitness enthusiast, adept at utilizing such equipment. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, whose legs were still slightly wobbly, felt a surge of competitive spirit upon seeing her friend's eagerness. Thus, She too approached another machine to run in sync with them. Observing the two of them competing in their running, Qin Yu was filled with a sense of admiration. Truly, women engaged in fitness are remarkably beautiful. All right, you two have exercised enough that I'm starving, he declared before returning to the living room. At that moment, Zhang Tian, having finished her shower, was seated on the sofa. She still wore her beloved qipao, and although her complexion was somewhat pale, one could not deny that her frame and figure suited the garment exquisitely. Qin Yu found himself pleasantly surprised by the sight. This was not solely because Zhang Tian had no other clothes, but also due to her own subtle intentions, which led her to decline Yang Mi's offer of attire. Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, everyone gathered at the table that a sumptuous spread awaited them, consisting mostly of hearty dishes, including delicacies from the food city he had retrieved from his spatial storage, as well as homemade dishes like braised fish and twice-cooked pork prepared by the women. As Zhang Tian savored the delectable feast, she silently rejoiced over her wise decision made earlier. After dinner, Qin Yu went to the bathroom to take a shower. While bathing, he recalled the black ability fruit he had obtained from the old man. Curious about the powers it might bestow, he retrieved the black fruit from his spatial storage and took a whiff, immediately enveloped by a delightful fragrance that seemed even more potent than the ability fruits he had received as rewards before. Upon consuming it, a burst of flavor filled his mouth, leaving him wanting more. Instantly, it felt as though a fire was igniting within him, the reaction intense. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the fire control skill at 5 stars, enabling you to directly emit flames from your body and control all nearby fire sources at will. Qin Yu was astonished, realizing this was the first time he had encountered a 5-star ability fruit. He tentatively pointed a finger forward, and flames erupted from his fingertip. The flames extinguished upon contact with water, emitting a sizzling sound. He soon discovered he could control the size and intensity of the flames. Just as he was experimenting, a series of screams pierced the air outside. Startled, Qin Yu quickly located the source of the commotion. It was coming from his neighbor's house. Apparently, Liu Tianxian had decided to try out the fitness equipment as well. And while riding a shared bicycle, she had heard strange noises emanating from the storage room across the way. Initially dismissing it as a figment of her imagination, she was startled when the sounds grew louder. Just as she intended to investigate with her spiritual sense, a shadow lunged out from within. It was a mutated gray gecko, its size comparable to that of an adult alligator, moving with incredible speed. As it charged toward her, Liu Tianxian panicked and hid behind the equipment, screaming. With a swift teleportation, Qin Yu positioned himself between her and the gecko. With a flick of his wrist, a massive fireball enveloped the creature entirely. After being seared by the intense heat, the gecko perished on the spot, leaving the air filled with the scent of charred flesh. Subsequently, Qin Yu used his psychic energy to dispose of it in the red mist below. "Are you all right?" he asked, turning to the stunned Liu Tianxian. She patted her chest in relief. "Yes, I'm so glad you arrived in time. Yuga." Qin Yu furrowed his brows. "Why didn't you use your own abilities? With your current strength and psychic level, that gecko wouldn't stand a chance against you, even if another one appeared." His words were not unfounded. He was well aware that he had been enhancing their abilities with the ability fruits. Liu Tianxian was now at a level of 2 stars in strength and 3 stars in psychic capability. I completely forgot in my moment of panic," Liu Tianxian admitted, scratching her head in embarrassment. Qin Yu chose not to dwell on it further and teleported into the storage room. Upon entering, he noted the floor was slick with the foul, sticky residue left by the gecko in the midst of the discarded materials. He discovered 2 large eggs, one of which had already cracked. A slimy head emerged from within. It was a mutated baby gecko. Feeling a wave of nausea, Qin Yu swiftly incinerated it with his flames. Suddenly, a larger gecko's head poked in from outside. Enraged by the loss of its offspring, it lashed out with its tongue toward Qin Yu's face. Without hesitation, Qin Yu conjured another fireball, reducing both the tongue and the body to ashes. Everything truly became fair game for roasting. Once he had cleared the area of threats, he returned to join the women that he realized that the number and safety of the rooms he currently had would soon be insufficient for their needs. Thus, the idea of moving began to take shape in his mind. After dealing with the gecko situation, Qin Yu re-entered his living room. where Zhang Tian AI, still adorned in her qipao, gazed at him with admiration. Approaching her, he gently lifted her chin, meeting her gaze before beckoning her to follow him into the adjacent bedroom. Zhang Tian AI trailed behind, remaining remarkably composed as they entered the room. "Come, sit here," Qin Yu commanded. After a brief pause, Zhang Tian AI obediently settled beside him. He scrutinized her for a moment longer. "You know, I actually admire your acting skills," Qin Yu suddenly remarked. "Oh, really? That is quite an honor." Zhang Tian AI replied, her expression one of pleasant surprise. "Indeed, we both used to only play supporting roles. It feels as though we share a certain resemblance." Qin Yu continued, "It's simply that we lack connections and resources. However, I firmly believe that through our relentless efforts, we will ultimately achieve remarkable results," Qin Yu declared with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing Qin Yu's passionate words, Zhang Tianhai felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She instinctively rested her head on his shoulder. "After this calamity passes, will you continue to be an actor, Yuge?" Zhang Tianhai inquired with genuine curiosity. Qin Yu responded boldly, "Of course, not only will I be an actor, but I will also become a director. I intend to show those incompetent directors what true cinema is." "Yes, I believe in your words, Yuge. You will undoubtedly succeed," Zhang Tianhai exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She was inherently an ambitious woman. And in the presence of someone as commanding as Qin Yu, she felt no apprehension whatsoever. Qin Yu recognized her carefree demeanor and latent ambition, and his words were intended to draw out her self-confidence, allowing her to comprehend her true circumstances. Once he felt the moment was ripe, Qin Yu retrieved a script he had penned long ago from his drawer. He tossed it to her and said, "Take a look at this script and tell me what you think." Zhang Tianhai eagerly picked up the script and began to scrutinize it. It turned out to be a contemporary romance story about a male protagonist who is reborn back in school. No longer playing the role of a sycophant, but bravely pursuing his true love. As Zhang Tianhai delved into the script, she found herself utterly captivated, especially since such a genre of time-traveling dramas had yet to emerge. After reading through the entire script in one breath, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Yuge, you are incredible. I would love to portray the female lead." "Well then, you shall play the role of Liu Ruyan." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. He was pleasantly surprised by her immediate acceptance. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianhai agreed to live under the same roof with them from that point onwards. Time passed, and suddenly, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully cohabiting with Zhang Tianhai. Reward: 1 AWM sniper rifle and 100 space-transmitting fruits." Before long, a classic-skinned AWM sniper rifle appeared before him, a weapon he had only seen while playing CS. He picked it up and examined it, inhaling the faint scent of gun oil mingled with the aroma of the materials. For a man, a gun is a sophisticated toy. Qin Yu found himself enamored by it, playing with it for a while before stowing it away in his personal space. Then he turned his attention to the 100 space-transmitting fruits provided by the system. The light blue fruits looked incredibly tempting. He eagerly popped 2 of them into his mouth. Space-transmitting fruit. 6 stars. Allows teleportation within a 5-kilometer radius, and can transport you to any location within that distance that you envision. Can be used 5 times daily. Repeated consumption of the same fruit will enhance ability levels. 6 stars. Qin Yu thought he must have misheard. He was astonished again. Consuming just 1 fruit had propelled him directly to 6 stars. A wave of satisfaction surged within him, and he continued to consume the remaining fruits. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. "Ding! Space transmission upgraded to 7 stars. Now able to reach any location within a 10-kilometer radius, with 10 round trips daily. Wow, that distance is truly enticing. This is far more effective than consuming additional instant teleportation fruits." Just then, Zhang Tianhai stirred beside him and awoke. "I am so thirsty," she murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Qin Yu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his space and handed it to her. She sat up, leaned against the headboard, and gulped down half the bottle. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she finished it in one go. Ding! Zhang Tianhai drank a bottle of mineral water, returning 700 bottles, now stored in personal space, after she quenched her thirst. She patted her stomach and bashfully said, "You go. I think I'm hungry." Following this, Qin Yu magically conjured an assortment of snacks for her. There were breads, Snickers, nuts, spicy strips, sausages, everything a girl might enjoy. Zhang Tianhai gleefully grabbed a Snickers and a piece of bread and began to eat. Ding! Zhang Tianhai ate a piece of bread, returning 700 pieces, now stored in personal space. Ding! Zhang Tianhai ate a Snickers, returning 700 bars, now stored in personal space, as Qin Yu observed the shelves in his space filling up with snacks. He tossed out a playful grin. "Eat up. If that's not enough, there's more." Zhang Tianhai, undeterred by anything else, scrambled over to gather all the snacks and devour them. 3 days after the government dispatched planes to spray a mysterious substance. The Wanxiang residential area had reverted to its initial post-apocalyptic state. Various mutated plants sprouted once again, some even more lush than before. This was a devastating blow to those who had hoped to venture out in search of supplies, particularly for families who had lost their male members, leaving only women and children behind. Outside the residential buildings, mutated animals reemerged, and at night, eerie sounds filled the air. However, there was some good news. Power had been restored. The government had repaired most of the power plants and electrical lines during this time. Qin Yu sat on his sofa. Scrolling through his phone, he first opened various short video platforms, noticing that many outdoor adventure streamers had not posted any updates. Only a few streamers who had gained supernatural abilities resumed their broadcasts after the power was restored. Qin Yu stumbled upon a live stream of an adventure streamer he had previously followed. "Everyone look, I'm currently at the city hospital, and we're about to explore and see if there's anything interesting inside." He panned the camera towards the imposing structure of the second city hospital. Swiftly moving through its various floors, it was evident that his supernatural ability was rapid movement. The hospital appeared dilapidated, overrun with newly sprouted plants and the droppings of large animals. After watching for a short while, Qin Yu swiped past it and found himself in the live stream of a beautiful streamer named Yu Xiao. He remembered following her because of her remarkable abilities and her youthful, doll-like appearance, truly a rare gem. This streamer was also a seasoned player of the second dimension, boasting 1 million followers, making her a minor celebrity. She often donned various costumes to cosplay classic anime or game characters. Today she wore a predominantly pink outfit, complete with a pair of fox ears atop her head, resembling a little fox girl. Ding! New target detected. Name: Jiang Yuchu. Age: 20. Appearance: 95. Purity: 100. Uninitiated. Overall score: 97. 5 meets the system's minimum score requirement. Task: cohabit with Jiang Yuchu. Reward: 1 antidote bead. Consumption grants immunity to all toxins, and 100 mental link fruits. Welcome back, everyone. Little Fox will now perform a talent show for you. Her voice was as sweet as ever. She stood up and began to sway her hips enticingly in front of the camera, each movement captivating the audience. How could she embody such innocence while being so alluring? Witnessing such visually pleasing content during the apocalypse provided immense psychological satisfaction. Even Qin Yu found himself increasingly intrigued. As soon as she went live, a flood of fans rushed into her stream, and the chat exploded with comments. "Wow, the streamer is still so beautiful. You will always be my goddess. If I could spend one night with a streamer, I would gladly die. Bro, my urine is yellow. Let me wake you up. I'm willing to offer 1 pack of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water for a night with the streamer. I'll raise that to 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 packs of beef jerky." In no time, various lecherous comments flooded the chat. Qin Yu quietly typed a comment: "I'll offer a whole case of instant noodles and a case of mineral water," as soon as his comment was posted. It was promptly pinned by the administrator. "Thank you, Brother Qin, for holding us streamers in such high regard." Instantly, the subsequent comments began to turn sour. "Who is this? Stop boasting. Do you really possess such abundant supplies? Indeed, I could just as easily claim I have 100 boxes of instant noodles and 100 boxes of mineral water. If you don't have it, then stop bragging in this current situation. Who could possibly have so many supplies unless they own a supermarket? Not possible. Even supermarkets have long been raided." Observing the skepticism in the comments, Qin Yu smiled faintly and promptly posted a picture filled with supplies. "What the heck? He actually has them. This is outrageous. Is this person perhaps affiliated with the authorities? Could he be some powerful figure? This is absolutely absurd. Didn't the officials claim they were coming to provide assistance? Where are they? At this moment, Jiang Yuchu had just finished her dance. In truth, she had only performed a small twist to conserve her energy. Coincidentally, she noticed Qin Yu's comment and was taken aback. She was acutely aware of what those supplies meant, as her own resources were nearly depleted. Although she had gained the ability to phase through walls after consuming a supernatural fruit last time, each venture out to search for supplies left her trembling with trepidation. Thus, she directly messaged Qin Yu. Is what you said true? If I go on a date with you, can I receive a box of instant noodles and a box of mineral water? After a while, she received Qin Yu's response. Yes, and I can also provide meals and accommodation. Jiang Yuchu paused momentarily and replied. Huh, I'll think about it. Where are you? Can I add you on WeChat? Upon seeing her response, Qin Yu's lips curled into a smug smile that he then sent her his WeChat number. Shortly after, a friend request arrived, and once Qin Yu accepted it, the other party immediately sent a cute emoji. Consequently, Qin Yu asked her to share her location, stating he would come to find her directly. Jiang Yuchu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to send him her location for the sake of the supplies. However, she secretly hoped that Qin Yu would wait until her live stream concluded before coming over. Qin Yu was indifferent. Given the distance, he could teleport over in an instant, for the sake of the show. Shun Yuchu continued to interact with Qin Yu in the live stream. The earlier gentleman mentioned wanted to take me on a date in exchange for instant noodles and a box of mineral water. Honestly, I think I'm not at a loss. She teasingly smiled, stating, I can go on a date with a handsome guy while obtaining supplies. What a win-win situation. After her remark, Qin Yu replied below, I can also offer meals and accommodation. As long as you join me in testing the impact resistance of a new mattress. His words instantly set the comment section ablaze. Don't try to deceive my little rabbit. She's just too innocent. This is utterly outrageous. He's become addicted to boasting. Goodness, could you elaborate on what this new mattress impact test entails? The majority of the comments were harsh criticisms directed at Qin Yu that moment. Someone in a live stream unexpectedly sent a rocket, and a comment flooded the screen. Xinguang Wu, the boss. Moon Little Rabbit belongs to me. No one is allowed to snatch her away. Qin Yu, I am Wu Tianming from Xinguang. Do you still remember me? You dare to steal my person. Are you tired of living? It was at this point that Qin Yu recognized the name. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the former vice president of Xinguang Entertainment. His previous employer, he was the one who turned a blind eye to his subordinate Li Bao's illicit activities. Furthermore, Wu Tianming had been present at that drinking party with the overweight investor that Qin Yu had attended. Wow, what a small world. Thus, Qin Yu unabashedly typed in the comments, Oh, so it's you old dog. It's quite a feat that you're still alive. Just wait for me to take you down in Wanxian community. Building 9, room 2401. Wu Tianming gazed greedily at the beautiful streamer before him, as Jiang Yuchu's biggest supporter. He had long desired her. This time, having learned of her location from a subordinate, he came with his men. Hey, little beauty, I advise you to submit to our boss. A man clad in a security uniform sneered. Wu Tianming cleared his throat and said, Ahem, as long as you agree to be with me. Instant noodles and mineral water will be plentiful. That guy Qin Yu is merely a fraud. He was just an 18-tier actor in my company. What exactly do you want? Xu Yuwei frowned, glancing at the damaged door. Wu Tianming waved his hand, and someone placed a large bag of supplies on her desk. This is the supply I'm giving you. I'm not one to force others. Think it over. And if you decide, just send me a message. Wu Tianming smiled faintly, took her phone, and added his WeChat number. Jiang Yuchu felt somewhat disgusted by his actions, but did not show it, nor did she immediately escape with her wall-phasing ability. She assessed that he seemed quite arrogant and had no intention of coercing her. As expected, Wu Tianming did not pressure her. He was confident that Jiang Yuchu would comply willingly, and he stood up to say, I'll take my leave now. Please consider it. He indeed exited with his men. Once the door closed, a subordinate asked, Boss, should we tie her up and deliver her to you? Wu Tianming's expression hardened as he replied fiercely, What are you thinking? She is my woman. No one is to touch her without my permission. Do you understand? The subordinate immediately nodded, smiling obsequiously. Yes, You're absolutely right, boss. I understand. Ensure you stay outside and keep watched out if she needs anything. Send me a message. After pondering for a moment, he instructed one of his trusted men. All right, boss. You can rest assured. Ensure respectfully nodded. After they returned to their lair in room 3002, Jiang Yuchu, seeing that they had left, diligently resumed her position in her gaming chair and reopened the live stream. My apologies, dear viewers. A rabid dog just came to disturb me, she exclaimed with a smile. Instantly, numerous fans began to express their concern for her well-being in the comments. In this apocalyptic world, witnessing her fans still caring for others' safety made her feel somewhat amused. Nevertheless, she was already contemplating whether she should make a run for it. After all, she had no intention of becoming that middle-aged man's pet. Just seeing him made her want to vomit. While she was lost in thought, a sudden sound of gunfire erupted outside. Bang! The man left behind to watch her was shot in the head. She had overheard the conversation between Liu Tianxian and his subordinates earlier, which was why she had pretended that a wild dog was harassing her. Upon hearing the gunshot, her heart raced with anxiety. Thus, she quickly addressed the live stream. Dear family, today's broadcast will end here. I'm feeling a bit tired. Don't forget to tune in at the same time tomorrow. With that, she immediately shut down the stream. As she prepared to stand and check the situation, she suddenly felt a presence behind her. A magnetic male voice said, I've taken care of that dog outside for you. Jiang Yuchu turned to see a tall, handsome figure and was momentarily taken aback. Are you Qin Yu? Qin Yu smiled slightly. It seems you've encountered some trouble. Jiang Yuchu hadn't anticipated Qin Yu to be so handsome. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of security upon seeing him. Instantly, a loyalty panel appeared before Qin Yu, displaying a significant amount of green, though it began to shift towards yellow as he appeared. She happily nodded. Just now, a mad dog came to harass me. By the way, how did you get in? Do you also possess supernatural abilities? She inquired curiously. Yes. Let us go. Qin Yu said calmly. Just a moment. I'll grab my laptop. Jiang Yuchu nodded. Her sole desire at that moment was to escape this land of turmoil. Meanwhile, upstairs, Liu Tianxian also heard the gunfire. Is it the sound of gunfire for downstairs? He furrowed his brow. It must be. Boss, his subordinate nodded. Could it be that Juncture has encountered trouble? His words immediately captured Liu Tianxian's attention. He instructed a few of his men to investigate the situation. When they returned to inform him that Juncture was dead and the female broadcaster had long since vanished, Liu Tianxian was incensed. What? Who did this? He exclaimed in fury to that moment. He suddenly recalled Qin Yu, clenching his fists as he muttered, It must be that Qin Yu. I will personally kill him. Boss, it seems he has a gun. His subordinate quickly reminded him. What is there to fear? Having a gun means nothing. What matters in this game is to use your wits, he growled menacingly. So, boss, should we go deal with him right now? Seeing his anger, the subordinate stepped forward to inquire. He glanced at his subordinate and replied, Of course we should go, but we must be prepared first. At that instant, an idea formed in his mind, and he began searching his computer for all the information on Qin Yu. Soon he found the address and room number previously filled out by Qin Yu. Just you wait. Watch how I handle you. A wicked smile crept across his lips. Jiang Yuchu, embraced by Qin Yu, felt as though she had been transported to a warm haven in an instant. Ah, is this really your home? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. I can't believe what I see. Am I dreaming? For in her memory, her own home had never possessed heating, even when power was restored. It was sporadic at best, let alone having air conditioning, which was utterly unthinkable. Welcome to my happy abode, Qin Yu said with composure. Following that, he led her to his self-constructed gym, where she was greeted by many familiar faces of beautiful women. Heavens! Isn't that Demimi and Liu Tianxian, Tang? She gasped again. Among the numerous stars, even as a popular influencer with over 1 million fans, she felt a twinge of nervousness and shyness. Meanwhile, Yang Mi and the others, captivated by Jiang Yuchu's blend of innocence and allure, were equally drawn to her. Jiang Yuchu, like a starstruck fan encountering her idols, found herself brimming with questions, momentarily forgetting the purpose of her visit. With Jiang Yuchu's exuberant personality, they quickly bonded. That moment, Qin Yu's keen senses detected a pair of individuals emerging from Building 9. each bearing weapons. Their aggressive demeanor, coupled with the fact that he recognized the leader as Qin Yu, the agent arranged by the company during his time at Xinguang Entertainment, made it clear to Qin Yu what their intentions were. That he promptly retrieved his AWM sniper rifle from his spatial pocket and positioned it at the window. Qin Yu, armed with a shotgun and accompanied by his several brothers, had decided to stealthily approach Building 5 under the boss's orders, having ascertained Qin Yu's precise floor. The distance between Building 9 and Building 5 was merely a few dozen meters. Yet the red mist outside hindered their advance. As they cautiously moved forward, a resounding bang echoed from above. Was that a gunshot? Qin Yu asked nervously, gripping his shotgun. We have no idea, dog brother, his anxious subordinates responded. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and one of the subordinates collapsed. Qin Yu felt warm liquid splatter across his face. Blood! It's blood! He exclaimed in panic. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, aiming from above, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, it was his first time using a sniper rifle. That he had missed his first two shots, with the first hitting elsewhere and the second striking a nearby subordinate. Taking a deep breath, he recalibrated his aim. Thanks to his heightened senses, he could see clearly through the red mist. He gently squeezed the trigger. The bullet flew with precision, striking Qin Yu squarely in the forehead. After firing 3 shots, Qin Yu became adept with the sniper rifle. The gunfire continued, and several more subordinates fell. Witnessing the chaos, the remaining men turned in fear and fled back to their building. Qin Yu stowed away the sniper rifle, believing they would not return. However, just as he turned to re-enter the room, he sensed another presence nearby. The women were just a wall away. Qin Yu's gaze fixated on the wall before him. Deep in thought, suddenly, a loyalty panel appeared, revealing Liu Tianxian's status, which was entirely red, indicating extreme hostility. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu feigned interest in a vase on the table behind him. That moment, a shadow emerged on the wall, followed by a massive fireball hurtling towards him. You think you can challenge me? You won't even know how you die. The shadow materialized into Liu Tianxian, who possessed 2 extraordinary abilities. A fireball erupted from his hand, directed at Qin Yu's back, intensifying with each passing moment. Hearing the commotion, the women in the gym stepped out to investigate. Upon seeing Yang Mi and the others, Liu Tianxian's excitement surged. Aha, Qin Yu, you never imagined your women would all belong to me now, did you? You scoundrel, how can you kill? Jiang Yuchu cried, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Yang Mi's sister. Don't panic. Just watch. Brother Yu isn't so easily defeated. Yang Mi said calmly. Your brother Yu is about to be roasted. Liu Tianxian sneered. Join me and you shall enjoy endless wealth and luxury. Is that so? Do you really believe you will survive today? A familiar voice echoed. He's still alive? How is that possible? Liu Tianxian felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp prickling, he hastily unleashed a more powerful blast of flames. Convinced that under such an onslaught, the opponent should have been reduced to ashes by now. Yet, to his shock, the flames suddenly reversed direction, igniting towards him. In an instant, the fire licked at his face. Singeing his eyebrows, desperate, he summoned all his strength to push the flames back, only to realize it was futile. His stamina waned, and his eyes began to close from the smoke. The fire before him had completely eluded his control. It surged forward like a ferocious tiger, baring its teeth and causing him to tremble. Now, Liu Tianxian was left with nothing but charred hair and clothing, his eyebrows and attire consumed by the flames. Liu Tianxian felt as though the flesh on his body was on the verge of being roasted. Crying out in agony, the fireball before him hovered precisely in front of him. With a mere exertion of force, it would be pushed back slightly. Yet the moment he relaxed, the fireball would surge forward once more, scorching his body. Meanwhile, Qin Yu remained utterly composed, wielding his 5-star fire control technique to torment Liu Tianxian further. He exhibited no urgency, deriving pleasure from watching Liu Tianxian suffer progressively towards death. At the same time, he seized the opportunity to hone his fire control skills, using Liu Tianxian as a practice dummy, akin to playing with a mouse without the immediate intent to kill. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Yuchu was left in a daze. Just moments ago, she had been worried about Qin Yu. Now, the situation was so apparent that even a fool could discern the truth. She couldn't help but feel astonished internally, questioning if Qin Yu was a devil. Just earlier, he had shot someone dead at her doorstep, and now he was repeatedly burning another person with fire. She had never anticipated Qin Yu to be this formidable, leaving her feeling foolish for worrying about him. As her mind raced with thoughts, she suddenly heard Wu Tianming let out a blood-curdling scream that, "No, please, brother Yu, spare me." After his pleas for mercy, Qin Yu, having grown weary of his game, commanded the fireball to completely engulf him. Wu Tianming did not even have the chance to utter his final lie before being consumed by the inferno. Yang Mi and Zhang Tianai rushed forward, approaching the calm Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, are you all right?" Zhang Tianai asked with concern, grasping his right hand. Yang Mi, with a pained expression, held his left hand and asked, "Brother Yu, that fire was terrifying. You weren't burned, were you?" At that moment, Liu Yifei, Tang Yin, and Shuli also came forward, expressing their care. Jiang Yuchu stood aside, uncertain of what to do, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. In truth, she felt grateful that Qin Yu had dealt with the troublesome Wu Tianming. Watching the admiration and concern from these female celebrities and influencers towards him, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Qin Yu had avenged his former self by torturing Wu Tianming to the brink of death with his fire control technique. After cleaning up the scene, he acted as if nothing had happened. The women had grown accustomed to this and even assisted in mopping and disinfecting the area. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuchu stood there in a daze. Grappling with the reality of the apocalypse, she finally recognized the chaotic state of the world, realizing that monsters roamed outside, and among people, there were now those with extraordinary powers, a vulnerable woman. She found herself in need of a capable man like Qin Yu to provide protection. "Little sister, there's no need to be so alarmed. Brother Yu is just that strong," Yang Mi said, pulling her hand and adding, "Stay with us. It's better to have company among us sisters." Jiang Yuchu understood her implication, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Think about it," she replied, still hesitant to let go of her modesty. "Do you still wish to return home?" Yang Mi asked, her expression filled with curiosity. You think another Wu Tianming won't appear in your building?" Her words plunged Jiang Yuchu back into silence, as she nearly forgot her purpose for being there. At that moment, Tang Yin approached, taking Jiang Yuchu's hand. "Sister, let's have dinner first." Together, the three of them made their way to Yang Mi's living room next door. As Jiang Yuchu stepped inside, she was greeted by a delightful aroma. After enduring so many days of the apocalypse, the best meal she had experienced was instant noodles. The sudden scent of meat made her swallow hard. "Wow, it smells amazing." Unable to resist, she grabbed a skewered lamb kebab from the table and began to eat. However, as she continued, she suddenly felt as if her sense of taste had vanished, and her nose became slightly damp. She quickly took a tissue to wipe her nose, only to find it becoming increasingly runny. And her head began to spin. By the time she finished eating, she felt dizzy and kept sneezing. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Qin Yu noticed her poor state and felt something was amiss. Jiang Yuchu leaned against the sofa, holding her head weakly, and replied, I think I might be catching a cold." Qin Yu placed his hand on her forehead and confirmed that she was indeed running a fever. He could see that moment. He began to comprehend the severity of the situation. Soon, Zhang Tianai also started to cough, while the others, perhaps due to Qin Yu frequently providing them with the extraordinary fruit, had not yet shown any symptoms. Yang Mi quickly retrieved a small medicine box from her room, filled with various emergency medications. She poured some hot water and administered cold and anti-inflammatory medicine to the two of them. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, through his mental perception, discovered that the households downstairs were already experiencing fevers and coughs. Simultaneously, the community chat group was in an uproar. 5-2601 Chicken Brother. "I'm feeling terrible with this cold. My head hurts so much, I think I'm dying." 5-2702 Chin Long. "Are you sure you haven't caught the chicken plague? Don't spread it to us neighbors." 5-2504 Chin Xiaomei. "My son has a high fever too. What should we do? Is there anyone who can help us?" 5-2502 Yang Z5 to 2504 Chin Xiaomei. "Is there a doctor in this group? Please help find one." 5-2904 Founder of Ximei, clinically Xinmei, 5 to 2,504 Qin Xiaomei. First, use warm water to sponge the child's body and see if it can bring down the fever. Make sure he drinks plenty of warm water. That MY medicine is running low. Add me. And if it doesn't work, I'll deliver some to you. 5-2504 Qin Xiaomei, 5 to 904 founder of Xinmei, clinically Xinmei. Thank you, Dr. Li. I'll go sponge him down right away. 5-2505 Angel Baby Ying. Dr. Li, can I trade some medicine for my LV bag? 5-3102 Street Office Anwang. Dr. Li is a doctor. You should provide some basic medications to everyone. You can't hoard them all for yourself. It's best to hand over some of your medicines to me for safekeeping and distribution. Aunt Wang has started to act up again, trying to secure extra medicine for herself and her grandson, just in case. After being slapped by Qin Yu and the others last time, her teeth had all fallen out. She initially intended to assert her authority as a street office worker through voice messages, but found herself unable to articulate clearly, so she resorted to text instead. 5-2903 Long Wu 5 to 3,102 Street Office in Wang. Old hag, stop acting crazy. Do you really think you're someone important? Dr. Li, don't mind her. My mother is sick. Could you come check on her at my place? In an instant, the group chat erupted into chaos that in this apocalyptic world, a single influenza outbreak could prove fatal. The members of the group were already ill-equipped to stockpile medicine at home, and their frail bodies, weakened by hunger, left them with diminished immunity. Consequently, Dr. Li Xinmei, being a physician, quickly became the center of attention. Having graduated from a prestigious medical university, she had already become a partner at a large private clinic by the age of 30. Though Qin Yu was not particularly familiar with Dr. Li Xinmei, he was aware of her striking beauty. She possessed a model-like, high-class, ethereal visage, with skin as fair as snow and an impressive bust that could only be described as 36 given the alarming spread of the virus. Qin Yu was uncertain whether his own health would soon falter, and he dared not take that risk. Thus, he sent a friend request to Li Xinmei in room 2504. Li Xinmei sat on her sofa. Scrolling through the messages in the group chat, the chaotic messages caused her to furrow her brow. Simultaneously, her WeChat notifications surged with friend requests, among which she spotted a familiar name, Qin Yu. A flicker of curiosity sparked within her, prompting her to click on the request. After viewing his profile picture, she promptly accepted it. In truth, she had long been an admirer of Qin Yu, the seemingly low-key star of the entertainment industry. She felt he was the quintessential boy who perfectly matched her ideal type. She would watch any television drama or film in which he appeared. Each time she saw him portray a wealthy young master or prince, she would slow down the playback to savor every frame. Hello, Dr. Li, a family member of mine is unwell. Could you come to examine them? I assure you there will be ample supplies as gratitude. Qin Yu messaged. Upon reading Qin Yu's message, Li Xinmei immediately replied, "Of course." Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised by her prompt response, thinking perhaps it was due to his promise of generous supplies. After a moment's reflection, he quickly replied, "Great, please stay indoors. I'll come pick you up." Feeling a surge of excitement from Qin Yu's reply, Li Xinmei inadvertently sent a heart emoji in response. She then retreated to her bedroom to retrieve her long-neglected makeup kit and refreshed her light makeup. Sitting at her vanity, she meticulously selected various lipstick shades, ultimately choosing the classic rose red. Following this, she groomed her eyebrows, powdered her face, and finished with a spritz of perfume. After this transformation, her complexion appeared significantly revitalized. Just as she completed her makeup, a knock echoed from her door. As she rose to answer it, she was astonished to find Qin Yu standing before her. Qin Yu? Am I dreaming? She gasped, momentarily dazed. Qin Yu smiled gently. You are not dreaming. I am indeed Qin Yu. Noticing her bewildered expression, he playfully pinched her cheek. What on earth is happening? Li Xinmei murmured, instinctively leaning into his embrace. Let us go. I will explain everything back in my place, Qin Yu stated calmly. Accepting the reality of the situation, Li Xinmei extricated herself from his embrace, declaring, "Wait, I need to grab my medical kit," after retrieving her supplies. She reemerged, only to find Qin Yu already wrapping an arm around her waist and teleporting them both to his home. Upon arriving, she was taken aback by the sight of so many female celebrities. Nevertheless, as a dedicated doctor, she promptly attended to Zhang Tianai and Zhang Youchu's ailments. Once she finished examining them and prescribed their medications, Liu Yifei immediately prepared a cup of herbal tea for her, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Li." Feeling a bit bashful, Li Xinmei replied, "It's the least I could do. You're Liu Yifei, right? I've heard there are many stars in this neighborhood that I had longed to encounter you. But I never imagined it would happen under such circumstances." Nodding in acknowledgement, Liu Yifei remarked, "That's understandable. In truth, I haven't been here often myself. This visit was solely for filming, and then the apocalypse occurred." Qin Yu, holding Li Xinmei's hand, inquired, "Dr. Li, how are they doing?" Li Xinmei, gazing up at the tall and handsome Qin Yu, found him even more striking in person than on television. Momentarily taken aback, she regained her composure and replied coolly, "Rest assured, their fevers have subsided. As long as they continue their medication, they will be fine. By the way, what kind of supplies would you like as payment?" Qin Yu asked, grinning as he glanced at her ample bosom. Li Xinmei felt a slight blush creep on her cheeks as she replied, "I would appreciate a few packs of instant noodles or some bread. My pantry is running low on food." Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand, declaring, "These are all yours." Instantly, several packs of instant noodles and Oreo cookies appeared on the table. "Wow, can you perform magic too? This is incredible," Li Xinmei exclaimed, transformed into an excited admirer. With a sudden seriousness, Qin Yu said, "Actually, I possess a spatial pocket that contains a plethora of supplies." Faced with his earnestness, Li Xinmei found herself believing him. After taking a bag to fill with some supplies as her reward, she said, "This will suffice. I must return home now." Noticing her lack of greed, Qin Yu nodded and escorted her back to her residence. Once he departed, Li Xinmei gazed after his vanishing figure, lost in thought. She considered the possibility of remaining with them, but as a strong-willed woman, she held onto her pride. Her self-respect assured her that she was not yet in a position to depend on others. In truth, she and Qin Yu had agreed to continue communicating via WeChat, providing herself with a safety net. After returning home, Qin Yu contemplated the dire shortage of medications in the current climate. He promptly resolved to procure some supplies from the city's major hospital. Without hesitation, he left behind some of his extraordinary fruits for the women in his home to enhance their strength and resilience. He then consumed additional spatial teleportation fruits, and soon, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Spatial teleportation level upgraded to 7 stars, enabling travel within a 10-kilometer radius and allowing simultaneous teleportation to any 5 locations within that distance. You may make 10 round trips daily, and repeated consumption of the same fruit can further enhance your abilities. This time, it is a 7-star upgrade, finally elevating to a new level. Moreover, this time the teleportation distance has directly increased to 10 kilometers. Which is a significant 1.5 times more than the previous 6 kilometers. Consequently, the round-trip time has also doubled. Qin Yu could not help but feel a surge of satisfaction within, as now he could effortlessly teleport himself to any major hospital within a 10-kilometer radius. He merely traced the outline of a door in the air with his finger, and instantly, a blue portal of time and space materialized before him. Nearby, he also spotted a complete map of the 10-kilometer area, and he mentally marked the location of the largest and latest second city hospital he wished to visit. Soon, a small light began to flicker above the second city hospital, prompting Qin Yu to step slowly through the portal. As he vanished into the doorway, it gradually closed behind him. Upon entering, he was momentarily dazzled by a flash of white light, and he felt as if his body were shifting through various positions. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in the reception hall of the second city hospital. However, the once grand and technologically advanced hospital had fallen into a state of disrepair. Qin Yu had no time to dwell on the changes. He immediately activated his invisibility ability and began searching for the pharmacy's location. Inside, the place was overrun by various mutated plants, with the occasional massive dog-lizard-like creature scurrying by. Since Qin Yu was invisible, they were utterly unaware of his presence. After navigating a few twists and turns, he located the pharmacy on the first floor. Upon teleporting inside, he saw numerous shelves adorned with mechanical arms and conveyor belts. It was as if he could envision the bustling scene of these mechanical arms at work in the past. What he primarily sought were antipyretics, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and other essentials for injuries. Initially, he searched according to the classifications labeled on the cabinets, but soon he simply began to collect all the medications into his personal space. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Qin Yu immediately scanned the area with his mind and discovered a 5-member team clad in special camouflage uniforms. Observing their arrival at the pharmacy, he discreetly stepped aside, confident in his invisibility. The team entered the hospital, clearly in search of supplies as well. Leading them was a woman with a ponytail who exuded a commanding presence. "Captain, look!" exclaimed a bespectacled man, pointing incredulously at the empty shelves where the medications once were. The woman noticed too, furrowing her brow as she replied, "There's not a speck of dust here. The items were likely taken very recently." She approached the area where the medications had been stored, analyzing the situation. Upon hearing her words, the other team members began to feel anxious, fearing they might fall into another ambush. Earlier on their way, they had already encountered a group that specialized in robbing travelers of their supplies. Fortunately, they were all endowed with abilities and managed to resolve the situation quickly. However, they were unaware of the dangers that awaited them ahead, and they could not always rely on others being without powers. Captain Han Shangyan squatted down to examine the floor, which was covered in vines, and suddenly spotted a set of footprints. "Everyone, be cautious. Those who took the medications may still be in a hospital," she warned her team. While her teammates searched the pharmacy, Han Shangyan's instincts told her that unseen eyes were watching her from the shadows. She scanned her surroundings warily, but saw nothing. Just as she relaxed her guard, she felt something brush against her face, a sensation so vivid that she could even sense its warmth. "Who is it? What is it?" she exclaimed, drawing her sidearm. She swiftly swung her arm back in a defensive motion. But there was nothing there. Sensing her unease, the other team members rushed over to inquire. "Captain, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Zhang Feng asked with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I was just too tense," she replied, her cheeks flushed. "Let South leave this place at once," she urged. Meanwhile, Qin Yu did not linger any longer and swiftly ascended the staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered that the staircase was cluttered with various chairs and equipment. Blocking access to one of the doors, bloodstains and scattered bones lay upon the stairs, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place here. It seemed that the debris had been purposefully arranged to hinder entry. However, for Qin Yu, this posed no obstacle. He effortlessly teleported to the second floor. Here, the floor appeared much cleaner than below, indicating signs of habitation. It was highly likely that other survivors still resided within the building. Without hesitation, Qin Yu used his mental abilities to scan the entire floor, only to find it utterly deserted. The emptiness was disheartening, prompting him to ascend to the third, fourth, and fifth floors, all of which were equally void of life. He eventually arrived at a room storing surgical instruments and noted various types of scalpels, forceps, disinfectants, and gauze, items that would prove useful. Without further thought, he collected everything he could into his personal space. Meanwhile, once Qin Yu departed, Han Shangyan no longer sensed the oppressive presence that had loomed around them. The invisible entity had vanished. She quickly urged her team to leave the area, just as they were about to exit. A massive spider descended from above, ensnaring the last member, Zhang Feng, in its web. With a chilling scream, he disappeared from sight. When the others realized what had happened, they saw the spider had already begun to feast on him. The sight horrified the team, causing them to draw in sharp breaths. Han Shangyan reacted swiftly, firing 2 shots at the spider's abdomen. The gunfire resonated loudly in the desolate hospital, echoing like thunder. The spider, wounded, released Zhang Feng's body and retreated hastily. As the captain, Han Shangyan rushed to check on Zhang Feng, who lay on the ground in agony. She insisted on bringing him back to the base, which immediately sparked discontent among the other 2 members. "Captain, we can't carry him with us. It would only slow us down," Wang Yi interjected. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Yet Han Shangyan hesitated, her expression serious as she stated, "Do you remember what I said to the commander when we first set out?" The 2 fell silent at her words. "That I said that since I brought you out, I must ensure that all of you return safely," Han Shangyan declared with unwavering resolve. They understood her strong-willed nature. Once she had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Reluctantly, the two helped lift Zhang Feng, only to discover that the spider had nearly devoured the flesh from his face. The gruesome sight, resembling a peeled egg, made them feel nauseous, and a foul stench wafted from the exposed flesh. Ugh! They both retched simultaneously. In that moment, Zhang Feng, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, summoned his last ounce of rationality to draw his pistol and shoot himself. Bang! As he collapsed heavily to the ground, he found his release. Han Sheng gazed at the lifeless body sprawled on the floor, feeling a wave of confusion wash over her. She lamented the fragility of life in this harsh and unforgiving apocalyptic world. Reflecting upon the journey thus far, their party had dwindled from 50 to barely half that number. Initially, they had set out alongside the troops for a rescue mission, only to become scattered amidst the crimson fog. Their comrades had either fallen prey to the animated mutated flora or been devoured by colossal mutated fauna. Her current mission was to lead a 5-member team in search of medicinal supplies to return to the refuge for treating the wounded. However, they had yet to locate any medicine and had already lost one team member. Amidst the thick, oppressive red mist outside the hospital, a group of individuals was advancing. Leading the way was Han Shang, clad in camouflage attire and sporting a ponytail. Her brow was furrowed, revealing a heavy heart. They proceeded with utmost caution, wary of making unnecessary noise. Having failed to find the required medications, they now needed to seek another hospital or perhaps a small pharmacy instead. As they searched for medical facilities, the sound of a girl weeping reached their ears. Han Shang promptly signaled for the others to halt, exclaiming, "Everyone wait! Let me go ahead and investigate." With that, she leaped forward, disappearing into the red mist after a few agile bounds. Her impressive agility filled her 3 subordinates with silent admiration, particularly Wang Yi, who had joined the ranks alongside Han Shang and harbored a quiet affection for her. Yet, her formidable nature and superior abilities rendered him a mere follower in her shadow. Upon reaching the source of the crying, Han Shang discovered several high school students huddled together. 2 girls were in tears, while a boy lay on the ground, blood seeping from his leg. The students, upon spotting her, rushed over with joy, exclaiming, "Sister, are you sent by the troops to rescue us?" "Yes, indeed," Han Shang replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. "That's wonderful. We got lost, and Wang Xiaojun was bitten by a snake." The girls clung to her as if she were their savior. Han Shang turned to the girls and asked, "Are you students?" "Yes, we are seniors from Hungya number 1 high school," one of the girls replied, wiping her tears. "How did you end up in this red fog?" she inquired. "Our school was taken over by some villains, many of whom possess special abilities. They not only killed our male teachers, but also treated our female teachers and us female students as their playthings." One girl sobbed. "How despicable! What scum!" Han Shang clenched her fists in anger upon hearing their plight. At that moment, her 3 teammates arrived, and they could not help but sense the ominous expression on their captain's face. "Then you shall accompany our team from now on," Han Shang declared, pulling the group closer. "I will promptly report the situation at your school to the troops," she reassured them. She then retrieved the only roll of bandages and wound medicine she had found in the hospital, intending to assist the injured student. However, upon seeing his feeble condition, she gasped in horror. He was bitten by a venomous snake, wasn't he? Wang Yi crouched down and used a small knife to cut open the wound on the boy's leg. "I'm afraid it's too late," he observed as a surge of dark blood flowed from the injury. With no need for further persuasion, Han Shang recognized that they could not waste precious time on someone beyond saving in such a perilous environment, and thus reluctantly abandoned the boy. The team continued their journey with the remaining 4 high school students in tow. Eventually, they stumbled upon a roadside pharmacy. After shattering the glass, several team members rushed into search, ultimately discovering an assortment of cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and Yunnan Baiyao among the shelves. Without hesitation, they filled large sacks with as many supplies as they could carry. With the medicine secured, their next objective was to find additional resources. As they moved forward, they inadvertently arrived at the Wanshan community. The sight of the community's entrance startled them. Their route had seemingly veered off course. Moreover, dusk was approaching, and if they could not locate the rescue station from which they had emerged, Their predicament would only grow more perilous. I could see that moment. A girl clad in a JK uniform joyfully announced, "Wonderful. I live in this community." Wang Yi immediately suggested, "Captain Han, it's getting dark. Why don't we take shelter here for the night?" The girl named Shun Jiaying quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Everyone can stay at my house for the night." Han Shangyin contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That sounds good." Thus the group followed the girl into the community. Just then, Han Shangyin's gaze was drawn to a large white goose that suddenly appeared before them. The goose was no small creature, comparable in size to a hefty pig, with a loud honk. It stretched its neck and flapped its wings, charging at them. "Goodness, this village bully certainly knows how to confront intruders," Han Shangyin mused, undeterred. Raising her weapon, she fired 2 shots directly at the creature, regardless of how mutated it was. It would always be inferior in the face of truth, as expected. After the 2 shots rang out, the charging goose collapsed at her feet. Wang eagerly approached, feeling the warmth of the fallen creature, and exclaimed, "Fantastic! Tonight, we feast." With that, he grasped the goose by its neck and lifted it triumphantly. The sight left the high school students in shock, as the goose appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. Clearly, Wang Yi possessed some form of special ability, specifically one that enhanced his strength. He continued to carry the hefty goose as they moved forward. Meanwhile, blood flowed from the goose, releasing a pungent scent that attracted a swarm of venomous insects. The sudden appearance of the insects sent the high school students into a frenzy of screams. One of the team members, Zhang Feng, waved his hand toward the pests, unleashing a burst of flames that reduced them to ashes. On the other side, Qin Yu had already utilized his spatial abilities to return home to building number 5. His mission had not only involved searching a hospital, but also led him to a Japanese restaurant along the way, causing a delay in his return. Having grown weary of greasy Chinese cuisine, he was eager for a change of flavor and ventured inside to explore. He was fortunate enough to discover a cold storage room filled with caviar, fresh salmon, and matsutake mushrooms. Upon returning home, he placed the Japanese ingredients in the refrigerator. When Tang Yin and Yang Mi opened the fridge and beheld the fresh delicacies, they were taken aback. "Brother Yu, can we have Japanese food tonight?" Yang Mi asked excitedly. Qin Yu calmly replied, "Sure, but does anyone here know how to prepare it?" Instantly, the 2 girls fell silent, closing the refrigerator door with a sense of defeat. Just then, a series of gunshots echoed through the community. Qin Yu and the others heard the distinct sound of gunfire, indicating the presence of another shooter nearby. Immediately, Qin Yu used his psychic ability to trace the source of the gunfire. He soon discovered Han Shangyin and her team, alongside the fallen goose. "What brings them here?" Qin Yu mused in surprise. Han Shangyin always felt as though a pair of eyes was secretly watching her from some dark corner of the community. Consequently, her entire being seemed to tense in anticipation of any unforeseen dangers. However, before they had ventured too far, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind them. Instinctively, she turned around, only to behold a colossal bamboo viper, its tongue flicking out as it emerged from the crimson mist. The sight was profoundly unsettling, its head enormous enough to instill fear even in the bravest, including Wang Yi, who nearly collapsed in terror. In a panic, he hurled the white goose away and shouted for everyone to run. Yet a fierce gust of wind swept toward him, and only when the creature was upon him did he realize it was the snake's tail. Just as Wang Yi found himself cornered, Han Shangyin suddenly teleported backward, pulling him away from danger. Enraged by its failure, the massive serpent swiftly consumed a nearby boy who was already paralyzed with fright. The shocking scene spurred the team members to open fire on the beast. In an instant, the neighborhood was once again filled with the sound of gunfire. The snake, under the barrage of bullets, managed to snatch another high school student before retreating into the tall grass. Consequently, the 4-member team, disregarding the goose, hurriedly led the remaining 2 female high school students into the safety of Building No. 5, where the girls resided. That evening, Jiang Yuchu and Zhang Tenai had both recovered from their ailments. Particularly, Jiang Yuchu's complexion had returned to a rosy hue, and her spirit was rejuvenated. After dinner, she approached Qin Yu's room, looking at him with gratitude and saying, "Thank you, Brother Yu. You saved me." Qin Yu placed his hand on her forehead, gauging her temperature, and nodded. "So how do you plan to express your gratitude?" Jiang Yuchu lowered her gaze. Pondering for a moment before replying, "You can have whatever you desire as a reward." With that, she embraced Qin Yu, nestling into his warm embrace. I could see that moment. She had shed her previous airs as a million-follower internet celebrity, revealing only the bashfulness of a delicate woman. Qin Yu had anticipated Jiang Youchu's transformation. He calmly remarked, "Dr. Li mentioned that you need to sweat out this flu for a complete recovery. Engaging in some exercise on fitness equipment will greatly benefit you." Observing her bashful demeanor, he suddenly turned serious and said, "You know, I used to be a devoted fan of yours." "Really?" Jiang Youchu exclaimed in surprise, taken aback that such a formidable man like Qin Yu was among her admirers. She had assumed her fan base consisted mostly of infatuated youths and reclusive men. "Well then, how about you perform a dance for me, just like you do during your live streams?" Qin Yu said with a playful grin. "All right then," she replied, nodding in agreement. Thus, under Qin Yu's encouraging gaze, she began to showcase the lively dance she performed during her broadcasts, her movements both playful and alluring. Jiang Youchu was naturally beautiful and pure. Qin Yu never imagined he would one day witness a million-follower internet star dance so closely before him. Her fans would undoubtedly be envious if they knew of this moment, as he watched her performance. He felt a surge of pride within, yet his expression remained composed. Meanwhile, Jiang Youchu began to perspire as she danced. Noticing her becoming fully immersed in the performance, Qin Yu ceased his facade, as she finished her dance. He swept her into a princess carry. With a smile, he asked, after working up a sweat, "How do you feel?" "I wasn't lying, was I?" Qin Yu wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulder, causing her, the streamer, to blush. "You trickster. All I know now is that I'm utterly exhausted." Jiang Youchu pouted playfully. Soon after, she nestled against Qin Yu's chest and drifted off to sleep. In his mind, a familiar electronic voice of the system echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully residing under the same roof as Jiang Youchu. Reward: 1 detox pearl. Consuming it grants immunity to all poisons, and 100 psychic link fruits." Qin Yu gazed at the brown detox pearl for quite some time, pondering whether this would indeed grant him immunity to all toxins. He had previously believed such items existed solely in martial or fantasy novels. Yet here it was in reality. After a moment's contemplation, he swallowed it whole. Instantly, a refreshing mint flavor filled his mouth, invigorating his spirit. He then retrieved a handful of translucent psychic link fruits, eagerly anticipating their effects. As soon as he consumed the first handful, he heard the coveted notification in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for attaining a 6-star psychic link. You can establish a psychic link with creatures within 600 meters, enabling communication through psychic energy. Within this range, you can connect with up to 60 targets simultaneously." Qin Yu was thrilled. He had started with a 6-star ability. The potential of this power seemed extraordinary, akin to the ability to communicate telepathically. He continued to consume more fruits, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, while waiting for his abilities to upgrade. He nudged Jiang Youchu awake. "Thirsty? Have a few of these fruits," he said, popping a few in her mouth. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Jiang Youchu's heart raced. However, as she bit into the fruit, she realized her initial assumptions were misplaced. A delightful aroma filled the air, and the fruit's sweetness was exceptional. Ding! Jiang Youchu has consumed a psychic link fruit, earning 800 units. It has been added to your personal space. Consequently, Qin Yu's personal space filled with an abundance of these extraordinary fruits. He could hardly contain himself as he continued to consume them in large quantities. Finally, the notifications in his mind began to sound incessantly. Ding! Psychic link upgraded to 7 stars. Ding! Psychic link upgraded to 8 stars. Ding! Psychic link upgraded to 9 stars. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly opened his system panel to review the psychic link section. Psychic link: 9 stars. The host can establish a psychic link with creatures within 1,000 meters, theoretically allowing simultaneous communication with 120 targets. The host can also organize them into 10 link spaces for interaction. Additionally, the host can incorporate illusionary attacks into the psychic link, with the success rate dependent on the disparity in psychic strength between the host and the target. After examining his panel, he quickly grasped the intricacies of his newfound abilities. Eager to test them, Qin Yu extended his powerful psychic energy throughout the building. This time, the scenes he perceived differed from his usual observations. In a moment of clarity, he noticed a luminous arc above each person's head, resembling extended antennae. Even his pet German shepherd, Hulk, bore such antennae, albeit of varying sizes. Gently, he poked Hulk's head with his psychic energy. Hulk's ears perked up, and he let out a soft bark. Woof woof. Is that you, master? Qin Yu was astonished. He could understand Hulk's words that he then used his psychic link to ask, Hulk, would you like some steak? Hulk was taken aback, never expecting his master could communicate in animal language. Quickly, he leaped to his feet, wagging his tail excitedly, barking, woof 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 woof. Sure, master. Where are you? Hulk began to whirl around, eagerly searching for Qin Yu. However, he could not locate him, leading to a moment of frustration. Soon enough, Hulk spotted Qin Yu standing before him. Woof woof, master. He immediately began to fervently wag his tail and pounced on Qin Yu. In an instant, he retrieved several pieces of steak from his personal space and tossed them to Hulk. Watching Hulk devour the food with such gusto, he couldn't help but feel a pang of hunger himself. Thus, upon returning home, he ventured into the culinary paradise within his personal space to indulge in a late-night snack. During his initial use of the mental energy link skill, he discovered that the longer the duration of use, the more stamina it consumed. Once he was satisfied, he returned to his room to make tea that moment. Jiang Yuchu was still lost in a blissful slumber, her delicate features and rosy complexion captivating to behold. A sudden thought struck Qin Yu, prompting him to take out 2 mental energy fruits and personally feed them to her. Jiang Yuchu, who had been sleeping soundly, was abruptly awakened by a soft, slippery sensation brushing against her lips. Unable to resist, she instinctively parted her lips, and a wave of sweet and delectable flavor flooded her senses. She softly wriggled her body. Throughout their exchange, Qin Yu also heard the familiar notification sound of the system. Ding! Jiang Yuchu consumed a mental energy fruit, returning 800 energy fruits, which have now been stored in the host's personal space. Hiss, this is quite intriguing. The system chimed once more. Ding! Jiang Yuchu's mental energy has risen to 3 stars, allowing her to establish a mental energy link with beings within a 300-meter radius. Is this a dream? She realized that tendrils of mental energy link had appeared in her mind, simultaneously sensing Qin Yu's presence. No, you are not dreaming. This is called a mental energy link that I fed you the fruit earlier, which granted you this ability. Qin Yu promptly responded in her mind. She found it quite miraculous that, despite not hearing Qin Yu's voice, she could connect with him mentally. Gradually, under Qin Yu's guidance, she became adept at wielding this extraordinary power. Thus, the two not only established a physical connection, but also fused together mentally. Qin Yu found this to be an unprecedented experience, akin to discovering a new continent. Once tranquility was restored, he realized he had also become more proficient in utilizing the mental energy link. At that moment, he extended his mental energy link to various floors of Building 5. Suddenly, he observed the Special Forces team at Lin Jing's home, where only Han Xiangyan, Wang Yi, and Zhang Feng remained. Qin Yu noticed that each of them was enveloped in energy bodies of different colors, with Wang Yi's being the weakest. His mental energy tendrils appeared frail, likely due to the fright he had received from the giant serpent earlier. Leaving his mental energy quite diminished, a thought sparked in Qin Yu's mind. Why not use him to test my newfound ability to create illusions? With that, he targeted Wang Yi's mental energy linked tendrils, quickly conjuring an illusion of a massive snake in his consciousness. As Han Xiangyan was enjoying instant noodles she had scavenged, Wang Yi suddenly screamed, pointing at the floor, "A snake! That beast has come for me." At that moment, he truly perceived a green bamboo viper, its enormous body coiling around him, its triangular head opening wide to reveal a gaping maw from which a crimson serpent emerged. Startled, Wang Yi jumped 3 feet high, nearly colliding with the ceiling, and swung his fist in an attempt to strike the snake head charging toward him. However, the serpent proved remarkably agile, evading his attacks effortlessly, having already been traumatized by the earlier encounter. The sight of the snake now sent him into a frenzy, his fear escalating. Han Xiangyan, witnessing him flailing at the air, assumed he had been bitten and was hallucinating. She urgently called out to Zhang Feng, "You must restrain him. Don't let him get hurt." Yet, with his strength-based abilities, Zhang Feng found himself powerless to hold him back. "I can't hold him," he lamented. I could see that moment. Wang Yi's panic intensified, seeing the snake slithering toward his feet. He leapt onto the windowsill. Be careful," Han Xiangyan shouted. Just as he crashed through the window, plummeting down, the others in the room were left in stunned silence, particularly the two high school girls, who trembled in fear, exclaiming, "He's gone mad." Meanwhile, those below witnessed yet another person jumping from the building, mistakenly believing it to be a suicide driven by desperation. After all, this was not the first such incident. Several had already occurred. Observing Wang Yi's breakdown and subsequent leap, Qin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction with his illusion-making prowess, but he noted that the energy expended to create such an illusion was nearly negligible. Indeed, a 9-star ability is formidable. This power will surely prove invaluable in the future. I can further refine this technique to make the illusions even more lifelike. Qin Yu was pleased with his recent display and brimmed with confidence for future endeavors. Wang Yi's sudden outburst left the typically composed Han Xiangyan in a state of inner turmoil. This marked the third teammate they had lost since their departure, and as captain, she felt an undeniable pang of guilt. Furthermore, she was well aware that Wang Yi harbored feelings for her, despite her own lack of romantic interest in him. Yet he was always the first to support her decisions and complete the tasks she assigned. "Everyone should be cautious tonight. Let us get some rest," she said, regaining her composure after a moment of sorrow. She then turned to the two frightened high school girls huddled together. "You two will stay in my room tonight." The girls eagerly nodded. Yes, okay, big sister." Though Bai Weiwei felt fear, she mustered her courage to reassure her friend Jean Xiaofang. "Xiaofang, I believe that staying with this sister will ensure our safety." Thus the three of them entered Bai Weiwei's room, which was adorned with elements of youthful fantasy. The walls were painted pink, a Hello Kitty bed awaited them, and a plush bear rested atop the pastel bedding, while various JK uniforms hung on the rack. Han Xiangyan was taken aback at the contrast between the seemingly aloof high school girl and the charming decor of her room, prompting her to reminisce about her own high school days, lamenting the monotony of a life dedicated solely to academics. That night, as the two girls lay in bed, Han Xiangyan rested on the sofa, attempting to relax. The earlier strange events had left her unable to unwind, and gradually, she began to doze off around midnight. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, a soft male voice whispered in her ear, as though a man were leaning beside her speaking. "Who?" she asked warily, scanning the room, but aside from herself and the two girls, there was no one else present. In the moonlight, she could see the two girls peacefully asleep, their soft snores breaking the stillness. Could it be that I am hallucinating? As a staunch materialist, she was reluctant to entertain thoughts of ghosts. She soon drifted back to sleep, despite being a soul inheritor and possessing mental energy abilities. Her body was not made of iron, and after days of relentless battles, fatigue had set in. Her consciousness began to blur. In her drowsy state, she suddenly felt her mental energy manifesting in her mind, revealing a handsome face gazing back at her. She heard his soft whispers in her ear. Am I dreaming?" she murmured. It felt as though someone was speaking to her, yet also seemed as if he were conversing with another girl. Within their dialogue, she caught mentions of herself, reminiscent of a voice chat in a WeChat group. What she remained unaware of was that this was the mental energy link initiated by Qin Yu. In room 3301, Qin Yu, cradling Jiang Yuchu in his arms, was using his consciousness to observe Han Xiangyan under the mental energy link. Success! He felt a surge of excitement, compelling him to amplify his efforts. Yuga, who is that girl?" Jiang Yuchu inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unexpected voice that had emerged in her mental connection. "Shoo," Qin Yu admonished, placing a finger to her lips. Moments ago, he had deftly breached the defenses of Han Xiangyan, who was caught off guard by his formidable mental prowess. Now, in a state of half-dream, she had established a mental link with the two of them, allowing their conversation to be heard by her. Who are you?" Han Xiangyan murmured. You don't need to know who I am. For now, you only need to obey my commands." Qin Yu replied coldly. "Who are you talking to?" "I assent at me." Jiang Yuchu pouted playfully. "Don't speak. You're no different." A mischievous smile danced on Qin Yu's lips. After an indeterminate period, Han Xiangyan realized that the audio chat had been abruptly terminated. she playfully warned, "Don't let me catch you, you old lecher, or I'll make you regret it." In the stillness of midnight, as the moonlight spilled like cool water, she ventured out to the restroom. After splashing her face with cold water, she felt much more alert, just as a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, she found Bai Weiwei standing there, her expression one of urgency. "Sister, are you done? I really need to go." Han Xiangyan calmly gestured for her to enter, saying, "You go ahead, I'll wait for you outside." And with that, Bai Weiwei hurried into the restroom. Conversely, Qin Yu reveled in the satisfaction of his experiment. Sometimes, the allure of ambiguity is far more enjoyable than bluntness. He could now engage in playful group chats with the beautiful women in this building through his mental link. It was, after all, a novel source of amusement in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, in the storage room of Bai Weiwei's home, a figure was rummaging through supplies. Glyna Jia, still flustered by the sights she had witnessed in the adjacent room, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. She had traversed through space to find supplies, only to discover that someone was already present here. Specifically, a woman in a soldier clad in military attire. However, driven by hunger, she felt compelled to take this risk. All she desired was to quickly gather some provisions and depart. In truth, Glyna Jia had only arrived in Hengdian for filming last month. She had joined the cast of Xian Yuan Sword, marking her debut in acting. The production team valued her as a newcomer from Beijing Film Academy and arranged for her to stay in the Wanxian community. Shortly thereafter, the apocalypse descended upon them. With no familiarity in this strange land, after enduring a period of fear, she inadvertently consumed a supernatural fruit, granting her the ability to traverse space. Thus, she began using her newfound power to seek out supplies. Due to the limitations of her spatial travel, she only dared to venture out at night. As she anxiously searched for food, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a mature woman, interrupted her thoughts. "Little sister, what are you looking for?" Han Xiangyan asked curiously, observing a slender girl with striking features rummaging through items. Glyna Jia, startled by the voice, instinctively felt the urge to flee, her conscience pricked by her actions. Yet the other party did not reprimand her for stealing. Leaving her perplexed, that moment, Bai Weiwei rushed over. Upon seeing Glyna Jia, she gasped, "Who are you? And how did you end up in my house?" Turning to face her, Glyna Jia's initial tension dissipated, replaced by calmness. "I am sorry, I'll be leaving right away." She had initially believed the neatly stacked boxes contained food, but after rummaging through them, she found only cigarettes and alcohol, famed brands like Matai, Wuliangye, and Hennessy XO. Glyna Jia chuckled. "Well, it seems your family enjoys drinking." Bai Weiwei, hands on her hips, retorted, "So you're quite brazen for a thief? If you're stealing, I'll call the police." Glyna Jia frowned. "I truly didn't take anything. Let us just part ways amicably." With that, she drew a circle in the air with her finger, revealing a blue portal behind her. Without looking back, she leaped into the rift, tearing through space. "Wait," Han Xiangyan called out. But the speed of Glyna Jia's escape was astonishing. Both women were left in shock by her extraordinary ability. "Sister, did I just imagine that? She can tear the air apart," Bai Weiwei asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. "You did not missee. That is indeed a supernatural power," Han Xiangyan marveled. She had encountered numerous ability users before, but none had left her so astounded. That moment, Glyna Jia emerged from her spatial realm, landing in an unfamiliar room. Though she possessed this power, she had yet to master it consistently. She had anticipated returning home, only to find herself in a stranger's abode. As she stood up, her eyes widened at the sight of abundant supplies before her. "Oh my, where have I ended up? Is this paradise?" she exclaimed, a mix of surprise and excitement flooding her senses as she began to sift through the provisions. "Should I choose instant noodles or bread? No, I also want bottled water." Her heart raced with indecision, unsure of what to select, knowing she could not carry much at once. Still deciding, another voice chimed in beside her. Startled, she jumped, having been caught off guard for the second time that day. She quickly opened a rift behind a nearby cabinet, ready to escape at the slightest disturbance. Fortunately, she found the correct anchor point and returned home. Just before her hasty exit, she had managed to grab a few packs of instant noodles and bottled water. "Finally, something to eat," she exclaimed, thrilled. She hurried to boil water and prepared to indulge in her long-awaited meal. As she savored the delicious noodles, a tall and handsome figure appeared in her living room. Coldly addressing her, "How does my instant noodle taste?" Gulinaja set down her chopsticks, bewildered, and asked, "How did you follow me home?" She recognized Qin Yu's voice, the same one she had heard just before her escape. "What do you think?" Qin Yu replied, his tone teasing. "So, you're also an ability user." A blush crept onto Gulinaja's youthful face as she shyly blinked her large eyes. "That I know you. Our filming crew is right next to yours. I often see you on my way to work. I can pay you for these noodles." She smiled flirtatiously at Qin Yu, her innocent charm accentuated by her striking features and exotic allure. "Don't you think you can win me over with flattery? Oh, you know how precious these noodle packs are in this apocalypse?" Qin Yu feigned a cold demeanor. Meanwhile, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! New target detected. Name, Gulinaja. Age, 19. Attractiveness, 97. Purity, 100. Innocent and untouched. Overall score, 98.5. Triggering reward mechanism. Task, cohabit with Gulinaja to earn a small arms cash." With a sigh, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel his lips curl into a smile upon seeing the rewards laid before him. After all, what man wouldn't relish such formidable incentives? His curiosity was piqued. He was eager to discover the extent of this armory and the array of weapons it contained. However, Gulinaja noticed the swift change in Qin Yu's expression, which oscillated between moods, leaving her feeling rather uncertain. That moment, the thought of fleeing crossed her mind, yet the idea of leaving her home behind left her with an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Tentatively, she ventured, "You wouldn't demand something exorbitant, like hundreds of thousands in exchange, would you? I truly have nothing to offer. I'm merely a newcomer trying to carve my path, without such wealth." After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu replied, "Given your sincere demeanor, I shall require you to perform some household chores at my residence to offset these supplies." Gulinaja was taken aback by his proposition, but resigned herself to it. With a playful glint in her eye, she responded, "May I continue assisting with your chores in exchange for provisions?" She detested the trepidation of scouring for supplies, uncertain if she would find any. If she could trade chores for sustenance, it seemed a fair deal. If necessary, she could always make her escape later. Qin Yu, finding her naivety endearing, coldly remarked, "First, fulfill your current obligations before we discuss future matters." Gulinaja blinked, nodding earnestly, "Very well. I shall come to your home tomorrow." Yet, in an instant, Qin Yu appeared before her, encircling her waist, declaring, "No, you must accompany me now." "Ah!" Gulinaja, caught unawares, exclaimed as she tumbled into his embrace. Thus, she found herself effortlessly ensnared by Qin Yu's. She was enveloped in his arms. A blinding light engulfed her, and a gust of wind rushed past her ears in the blink of an eye. They arrived at Qin Yu's residence. The abode was not only brightly illuminated but also radiated warmth, presenting a stark contrast to her own home. "Why does your house have air conditioning?" she inquired with curiosity. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, "Because I have a generator." "No wonder." A hint of admiration flickered in her gaze as she regarded him. At that moment, several women emerged from a room, upon recognizing their faces. Gulinaja was once again taken aback. They were her senior idols. Especially when Liu Tianxian and Tang Yin appeared, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister Liu, Sister Tang," she joyfully exclaimed. "Naza, what brings you here?" Both were equally surprised to see her, and they embraced warmly. It turned out that all three were part of the Xian Yuan sword production team. As a newcomer, Gulinaja had always received their care and guidance. They cherished this clever and beautiful junior, eager to impart their acting techniques to in no time. They had forged a bond of sisterhood, and now, united in this apocalyptic world, they genuinely rejoiced in one another's presence. "This is wonderful. We've been unable to contact you for so long. We were so worried," Tang Yin exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, Tang has been concerned about you all this time," Liu Tianxian added, equally elated. Observing the three rising stars of the entertainment industry embracing one another, Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would never have imagined these stars visiting his home. As an 18-line male actor, he seldom encountered such exquisite company. Now, Guli Naza's arrival added an exotic flair to his circle of female stars. Enough. You can start your chores now, Qin Yu coldly reminded Guli Naza after observing them for a moment. Guli Naza, finally releasing her embrace with her sisters, nodded earnestly. I'll get right to it. Gazing at Qin Yu's stern demeanor, she inexplicably found him somewhat dashing like a tea that moment. Liu Yifei approached, taking her hand. Come with me, sister. I'll explain how to maintain cleanliness here. Sister Yifei, you are my idol. No, you are my idol. Guli Naza exclaimed excitedly, gripping her hand, her words tumbling out in her enthusiasm. By the way, why does he need you to do chores? Liu Yifei asked, suppressing a laugh out of curiosity. Because I borrowed a few packs of instant noodles from him. He's such a miser. Guli Naza pouted childishly. Liu Yifei burst into laughter. So the little thief Jiang Yuchu mentioned is you. That's not stealing. I merely borrowed them. Once this extreme weather passes, I shall repay him double, Guli Naza replied defiantly, resembling a petulant child. Following this, she gazed at Liu Yifei with admiration. Sister Yifei, you truly are stunning in person. Just then, Qin Yu cleared his throat, still trying to butter up. Get on with your chores. Liu Yifei's face flushed slightly as she nervously said, I'll teach her well. Winking at Guli Naza, she urged her to start cleaning. Once Qin Yu left, Guli Naza, filled with curiosity, asked Sister, why does everyone seem so afraid of him? Liu Yifei pondered for a moment before responding. Because he is both a devil and our angel that you'll understand in time. Seeing the seriousness in her eyes, Guli Naza found herself somewhat convinced. And she pouted, it's just chores. I often did them back home. Liu Yifei nodded, I know, but we have our own rules here. Let me explain a few things first. She began detailing the various points to be mindful of. And once she finished, they commenced their cleaning tasks. By the time, Guli Naza completed the entire cleaning of the living room. Dusk had settled. Exhausted, she wiped the sweat from her brow as Yangmi quietly entered. Sister, dinner is ready. You can take a break, Guli Naza smiled. Wiping her forehead, Sister, just a moment. I still need to clean the windowsill. At that moment, Qin Yu approached, coldly stating, who said she could eat here? She hasn't settled her previous debts. If she eats now, she may never repay them. Faced with Qin Yu's reminder, Yangmi appeared troubled. What shall we do then? Qin Yu feigned calmness. Unless. Yangmi immediately interjected. Unless what? They began to engage in a playful banter. But to Guli Naza, it seemed Yangmi was inquiring on her behalf, stirring a sense of gratitude within her. Moreover, she could see a glimmer of hope for a full meal. Having just finished cleaning, her stomach was indeed rumbling. After a brief pause, Qin Yu announced, unless she can meet the same standards as you. What standards? She asked, bewildered as she looked at Yangmi, having missed Qin Yu's earlier announcement in the community group. You should explain it to her, Qin Yu said before turning and returning to the living room. Once he left, Yangmi leaned in and quietly explained the conditions one must meet to enjoy free meals and lodging. Despite her usual haughty demeanor, she truly was a blank slate when it came to matters of the heart. Yangmi noticed Guli Naza's lingering hesitation after her explanation and playfully giggled. Don't be picky. Our Yugu is the most handsome and powerful man in the world. Once you earn his approval, you'll become one of the happiest women alive, just like us. When Yangmi spoke those words, there was a conviction in her expression. It was evident she genuinely believed it. All right, take your time to think it over. Those who stay here are of value to this household, if you made up your mind. Come join us for dinner. Upon finishing her words, Yangmi alluringly reminded her, today we shall feast on crayfish, stuffed chicken, and braised lion's head, that if you tarry, there may be none left for you. With that, she gracefully exited the doorway, leaving Guli Naza in a state of inner turmoil. The echoes of Yangmi's words reverberated in her mind, lingering like a haunting melody, even while attending to her chores. Her thoughts seemed to drift into disarray. In that moment, she vaguely sensed that Yangmi's assertions held a semblance of truth. To thrive in this apocalyptic world, her solitary spatial teleportation skill could not guarantee her safety. It was only formidable men like Qin Yu who could provide her with her last bastion of support. What on earth am I thinking? She fervently shook her head, urging herself to regain clarity. After a couple of self-reprimanding gestures, she resumed her cleaning with a focused mind. She began tidying up Qin Yu's master bedroom. She was utterly astonished. She had never encountered such an expansive waterbed before and couldn't resist sitting upon it to experience its comfort. Soon after, she turned her attention to a nearby swing, where she discovered several strands of long hair. Her surprise led her to murmur, "Why would one install a swing in a bedroom?" Puzzled, she opened a nearby wardrobe, only to find it adorned with an array of exquisite garments, some revealing, others demure, with a multitude of JK uniforms that particularly caught her fancy. She held up a plaid skirt against herself, deeming it quite fitting. Thus, after trying on a few pieces, she returned them to their place. As she continued to wipe down the inside of the wardrobe, she stumbled upon a hidden compartment. Upon opening it, she was left dumbfounded once again, her lips parting in astonishment while a flush crept across her cheeks. Even in her naive innocence, she recognized the contents as film props. It was no wonder. Considering the inhabitants of this abode were all actors, renowned figures in the entertainment industry, it seemed entirely reasonable for them to keep such props at home. She chided herself for overthinking. Hastily, she closed the wardrobe door, feigning nonchalance as she resumed her cleaning elsewhere. That moment, the lively chatter and laughter of women wafted in from the living room. The sounds of food being consumed filled the air, accompanied by an aroma that made her mouth water in anticipation. Is that the scent of chicken soup? Liu Tianxian mused, inhaling deeply, and the fragrance of garlic crayfish, not to mention the aroma of pickled fish. How infuriating! Am I dreaming? She felt as though she were slipping into hallucination, overwhelmed by the delightful memories of her favorite dishes. She recalled past gatherings, where Liu Shi and Tang Yin envied her ability to indulge without gaining weight. Reflecting on how her two dear sisters appeared more voluptuous and feminine than before, she deduced that their indulgence at Qin Yu's place had contributed to their newfound figures. Her composure began to waver as she overheard the clinking of glasses. Just then, Qin Yu's voice rang out, "You, the one cleaning, come here and clear the chicken bones from underneath." At the sound of his slightly magnetic tone, Liu Tianxian felt a flicker of irritation. Nevertheless, she had no choice but to take her broom and step outside to face Qin Yu and the others. At a glance at the table revealed an assortment of delectable dishes, both those she had imagined and others that took her by surprise. The sight of such a lavish spread nearly overwhelmed her senses that it had been ages since she had last savored a proper meal, let alone one so exquisite. Watching them feast only intensified her longing. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and clean up those bones," Qin Yu instructed, pointing at the plates on the table. Complying, she bowed her head to gather the chicken bones from beneath the table, then assisted in clearing the empty plates. Carrying the remnants to the kitchen, she gazed at the pile of bones, her eyes glimmering with desire. The enticing aroma wafting from the bones proved irresistible, and she lifted one to her lips. Just then, Yangmi entered with a platter of lamb. "What are you up to, little sister?" she smiled, gently teasing Dutchy. Liu Tianxian immediately dropped the chicken bone, thinking to herself how close she had come to indulging. Nothing, I'm just going to wash the dishes," she hurriedly replied, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Yangmi placed the lamb in the microwave and, turning to her, asked, "So, have you thought through what I said?" Leaning closer, she whispered, "Silly girl, just yield already. If you keep pondering, the food on the table will be gone." Yangmi's words struck a chord, causing Liu Tianxian's already wavering resolve to falter even further. After Yangmi departed, the more she contemplated, the more her stubbornness felt absurd. Taking a deep breath, she confidently approached the dining table, where Qin Yu was meticulously peeling shrimp. The other women, noticing her determined stride, assumed she was seeking retribution against Qin Yu and watched her with bated breath. However, once Qin Yu finished peeling, he looked up at her earnestly and asked, "Have you come to a decision?" Liu Tianxian was momentarily taken aback, but then she obediently sat beside him and nodded. "Yes, I would like to eat with you all, if that's all right." At that moment, for reasons unknown, the shrimp Qin Yu held slipped from his hands and fell to the floor. He looked at her and said, "Pick it up and eat it." Liu Tianxian glanced down at the shrimp, well aware that she had just cleaned the floor. Without hesitation, she crouched down, picked up the shrimp, and consumed it. Observing Qin Yu's expression, she felt certain that he was pleased with her compliance. This was undoubtedly a test of submission from Qin Yu, and at that moment, she was firmly entrenched in his favor. "Sit down and eat," Qin Yu commanded, his face impassive. Yuli Naza promptly took her place at the table, while Tang Yin cheerfully brought her a set of chopsticks. Finally seated, and faced with such a bounty of food, she discarded any semblance of decorum and began to devour her meal ravenously. Don't just eat. Drink too, Tang Yin encouraged, pouring her a glass of wine. Thank you, sister, Guli Naza exclaimed as she accepted the cup. Meanwhile, Tang Yin filled Qin Yu's glass and signaled to Guli Naza with her eyes. Aren't you going to toast a brother Yu? Understanding the cue, Guli Naza raised her glass toward Qin Yu, toasting one after another. Brother Yu, this is for you, she declared, lifting her glass as she sat beside him. Qin Yu smiled faintly and raised his glass to meet hers. Guli Naza nestled against Qin Yu, drinking and embracing him. Qin Yu relished the sensation of being embraced by such a captivating beauty, especially one exuding exotic charm. Guli Naza, Li Ri Ba, and Tong Liu were all beauties of foreign allure. Yet each possessed their unique distinctions. Naza and Ri Ba shared a delicate frame, while Leah had a more robust build, exuding a sense of grandeur. Nevertheless, in Qin Yu's eyes, he found Naza's beauty particularly appealing. Yet he couldn't help but ponder how the combination of their distinct charms would fare in comparison. For a moment, he considered the enchanting woman before him to be a fascinating contradiction. Brother Yu, this is my first time drinking, and my first time drinking with a man, she giggled after sipping her wine, akin to a little girl playfully teasing in Qin Yu's embrace. Haha, is that so? Qin Yu chuckled, his spirits lifted. The other women, witnessing his delight, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, realizing that Brother Yu seemed to favor the youthful charm of younger girls. A seasoned romantic like Qin Yu. Guli Naza appeared before him as pristine as a blank canvas. Observing their effortless interactions at the dining table, it was evident that the other women lacked the same ease in their exchanges. Nevertheless, they continued to enjoy their meals, laughing and chatting while sipping their goblets of fine wine. For them, the comfort of their existence in this post-apocalyptic world was a gift bestowed upon them by Qin Yu. Even if he were to lift Guli Naza and place her on the table, they would harbor no grievances, perhaps even raising a toast to celebrate that moment. Guli Naza's former close friend, Tang Yin, had indulged a bit too much. She raised her glass before Qin Yu and toasted, Brother Yu, I dedicate this drink to you, thanking you for providing such a wonderful life for us sisters in this desolate world. With the sound of clinking glasses, she downed her red wine in one go. Her exquisite profile, illuminated by the light and the wine, looked particularly enchanting as a drop of red wine trickled down the corner of her mouth, creating a beautifully picturesque scene. Shortly after, Qin Yu drew her to sit beside him. At this juncture, Guli Naza and Tang Yin found themselves seated on opposite sides. Qin Yu embraced both of them, and they willingly poured him wine, joining him in the revelry. Tang Yin gently caressed Guli Naza's cheek and smiled. What a darling little beauty. With that, she took another sip and raised her glass toward Qin Yu. Their hands intertwined as they clinked their glasses, subsequently downing each other's wine. This display left Guli Naza in awe. Witnessing such a silky smooth exchange, she gazed at Tang Yin with a look filled with meaning, then raised an eyebrow as if to say, Sister, take note. I shall teach you another trick. Truly, Tang Yin lived up to her reputation as a good friend, not only imparting her acting skills, but also enlightening her on the drinking culture of the Great Xia. However, Guli Naza still felt shy, retreating into Qin Yu's embrace. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted effortlessly. When she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Yu carrying her towards the bedroom. Upon entering the room, he gently seated her on the bed, then opened the wardrobe that Guli Naza had accessed earlier. Seeing him approach, she quickly shut her eyes, feigning sleep. Yet, Qin Yu was not one to be easily deceived. Before long, she sensed him sitting at the edge of the bed. Stop pretending. I know you are not asleep, he whispered coldly in her ear. How did you know? She exclaimed in surprise, her expression reminiscent of a curious kitten. Because someone who is truly asleep wouldn't have such a strong heartbeat and mental awareness, Qin Yu explained. Upon hearing his words, she was taken aback, realizing that she seemed to harbor no secrets from this man, who had seemingly seen through her entirely. Just as she was still in shock, he had already taken a seat beside her, offering his support. She felt as if she were undergoing the longest trial of her life. When she finally opened her eyes again, she noticed that Qin Yu now held a set of clothing. "Put this on," came his commanding voice. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it as the vintage plaid dress she had tried on earlier. At that moment, she became increasingly convinced that Qin Yu could indeed see through her youthful desires. "All right, I yield," she conceded obediently, nodding her head. In her mind, the long-awaited system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations on residing under the same roof as Guli Naza. You are awarded a small arms cache." Upon hearing the electronic notification, Qin Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. Wow, there really is a small arms cache. He glanced at the girl beside him, who resembled a docile kitten. With a gentle smile, he set her aside and, with a flicker of thought, vanished from the room. In that moment, he found himself in his personal space, where rows of military-marked boxes lined the floor. Various shelves were filled with an array of items: bulletproof vests, night vision helmets, gas masks, and more. As he carefully opened one of the boxes, he was greeted by a row of gleaming new firearms. Picking one up, he examined it closely, discovering it to be an MP5 submachine gun fitted with a red dot sight. He proceeded to open several other boxes, revealing the classic AK-47, RPGs, and military grenades. Qin Yu marveled at the military supplies, which seemed to have materialized from a CS game, now residing in his personal space. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. With such an abundance of military resources, he could easily equip a platoon or two. Having been in Wanxian community for 3 days, Han Shangyin felt increasingly anxious. Initially, she had planned to rest for a couple of days before continuing her journey. But after one team member had a mental breakdown and jumped from a height, while another had gone out for supplies and failed to return, it left her and Zhangfeng to care for 2 high school girls. Now, they found themselves in a predicament. All of them had contracted the flu. Although she and Zhangfeng possessed enhanced physiques due to their abilities, hunger coupled with the virus was taking its toll. The 2 high school girls had long since succumbed to bed rest, alternating between chills and fever. And after 2 days of fever, they had begun to speak incoherently. "Sister, am I going to die?" The girl, Huang Yuting, asked Han Shangyin with a face full of terror. Han Shangyin, seeing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy and smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. We have medicine. You'll get better after taking it." "MHM, okay. I believe you, sister," the girl nodded. Despite their efforts to find various medications, they were dismayed to find that the antipyretic drugs had little effect, especially for ordinary individuals like Huang Yuting, already dizzy from the flu. The thought of their situation only added to her mental turmoil. That moment, Zhangfeng sniffled and said, "Captain, this isn't going to work. Why don't we head out and look for the military? Even though we can't contact them, we should find a way to search for them. We can't just wait here to die." Hearing Zhangfeng's words, she furrowed her brow. "But we can't abandon these 2 kids." Han Shangyin whispered, wary that their conversation might reach the girls' ears, potentially hurting their feelings. "Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps Lin Shu has found some supplies." She hesitated. "Sigh. All right then." Zhangfeng sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness toward his captain's indecisiveness. Without Han Shangyin, he had little confidence in his ability to return to the rescue station alone, let alone find the military. Just then, Han Shangyin suddenly thought of her high school classmate, Liu Yifei. She seemed to live in this community as well and operated a clinic. Since her phone had long fallen on the road, she took out her wallet and searched for a while before finally finding Liu Yifei's address in the wallet's compartment. "Great! She lives in apartment 2904 in this building," she exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. She recalled that when she was Huang Yuting's age, she and Liu Yifei were classmates, both academic overachievers and best friends. In their senior year, she was directly recruited into military school, while Liu Yifei attended a prestigious medical university. Though they had gone their separate ways, they had kept in touch. Later, she was assigned to the military, becoming a special forces member, while Liu Yifei became a renowned doctor in her field, reportedly opening a well-known large medical clinic. Now, she approached her with all hope in her heart, seeking assistance. That moment, Liu Yifei was at home, fretting over the issue of supplies. The last batch she received from Qin Yu had nearly been depleted. Now, it seemed she had no excuse to seek Qin Yu again. Knock, knock, knock. At the moment she was deeply troubled. A sudden knocking at the door broke her reverie. Upon hearing the sound, she hurried to the door, peering through to discern the identity of the visitor. To her astonishment, she discovered that it was her high school confidant, Han Xiangyan. With great joy, she flung open the door and embraced her, exclaiming, "Shun, what a delightful surprise! What brings you here?" Observing Han Xiangyan's travel-worn military attire, her excitement surged as she inquired, "Has the government dispatched your unit to rescue us and escort us to safety?" Han Xiangyan, recognizing the hopeful glint in her eyes, hesitated before revealing the truth. "Unfortunately, know that we became separated from the main force, that I actually came here, seeking your assistance, Is that so? Does your unit require a doctor?" Li Xinmei's mind raced at the prospect. She mused that if she could enlist with the military, her worries about sustenance would vanish. Elated, she declared, "I am willing to serve the military." However, Han Xiangyan's expression turned awkward as she stepped inside and divulged her true purpose to Li Xinmei. Upon learning that both she and her companion had contracted influenza, Li Xinmei felt a wave of surprise wash over her. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her medical kit and said, "Let us go. I'll accompany you to check on them." Together, they exited the house. And upon arriving at Huang Yiting's home, they found the two girls had succumbed to high fevers and fainted. Li Xinmei swiftly prepared 2 bags of saline solution and anti-inflammatory medication to administer treatment. "Xinmei, are they going to be all right? Can they be saved?" Han Xiangyan asked urgently. "That depends on how effective the medication is. Typically, saline administration yields quicker results. However, with only these common remedies, we might only buy them a little time. We would need a special antiviral drug for influenza to truly save them," she explained thoughtfully. "Then where can we find such a special medication?" Han Xiangyan pressed. "Well, I know someone who possesses it." Li Xinmei began, but hesitated. Noticing her reluctance, an anxious Han Xiangyan inquired, "Isn't it supposed to be at a hospital? Why would an individual have such medication?" Li Xinmei shook her head and replied, "To my knowledge, it was originally at the city second hospital, but it has since run out." Han Xiangyan gasped in surprise. "What? You mean the city second hospital? We just came from there and indeed saw that the supplies had been completely depleted." "Yes, it was that individual who cleared it out." Li Xinmei nodded in resignation. Initially disheartened, Han Xiangyan's hope reignited upon hearing this. She quickly asked, "Who is it? Do you know where he is?" Li Xinmei pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I should go find him and see if I can procure a box. I want to accompany you." Han Xiangyan insisted eagerly. She was curious to meet the individual capable of emptying an entire hospital's pharmacy. "Perhaps he would be more amenable to you since you were associated with the military." Li Xinmei agreed. As it turned out, after treating Zhang Tianai and Jiang Yuchu, she had followed up on their condition via WeChat the next day. To her astonishment, she learned they had already recovered, as influenza typically required 3 days to a week for recovery. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that Qin Yu had found a special imported antiviral drug for influenza at the city's second hospital and had cleared out the entire stock. After preparing themselves, the two ventured to the penthouse where Qin Yu resided to seek the medication. When they arrived at his doorstep, it was not Qin Yu who opened the door, but Zhang Tianai. She appeared in excellent spirits, her complexion radiant and devoid of any fatigue. "Dr. Li, how wonderful to see you!" Zhang Tianai expressed her gratitude, recalling that it was Li Xinmei who had previously treated her. Without her guidance, Qin Yu might not have acquired the special medication. "Sister, you look remarkably well," Li Xinmei remarked, envious of her swift recovery, which exceeded all expectations. That in contrast, she and Han Xiangyan, despite being stunningly beautiful, appeared worn and haggard from days spent in hunger and cold. Particularly, Han Xiangyan's pallor was accentuated by her recent bout with influenza. "Dr. Li, please come inside. It's far too cold out here," Zhang Tianai urged, ushering them in. Once inside, she offered them a pair of warm slippers, saying, "Sisters, please put on these slippers." Having arrived in their old, worn footwear, the warmth of the new slippers enveloped their feet, creating a sense of homeliness and comfort. Once in the inner room, Qin Yu's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Han Xiangyan upon her entrance with Li Xinmei. "Who permitted you to enter? Are you not aware that newcomers must be searched?" he stated coldly. The room fell silent, particularly Li Xinmei, who felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Seeing the tension, Yang Mi stepped forward, volunteering, "Let me conduct the search. I am quite familiar with the procedure." However, Qin Yu remained unfazed, calmly replying, "No need. I will handle it myself." His assertion left Li Xinmei and Han Shangyin bewildered. Han Shangyin's face flushed with indignation. She had never been subjected to such treatment. Typically, her military garb granted her unimpeded access wherever she went. What astonished her further was that Qin Yu's voice was identical to that of the night they had established their telepathic connection. "Who are you?" she stammered, on the verge of confronting him, but reconsidered, unable to articulate such a revelation. "Very well. I will allow you to search me," she finally conceded, her thoughts consumed by the necessity of the medication for her two high school friends and her teammates. With that, she stood in place, arms outstretched, permitting Qin Yu to conduct the search. His insistence on this procedure was not merely for security. It stemmed from an inherent mistrust of strangers in this apocalyptic world. Especially someone emerging from the military. As Qin Yu commenced his search, Han Shangyin experienced an unsettling sense of déjà vu. The color drained from her face as a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks. Qin Yu methodically followed the established protocol, and despite her military training, Han Shangyin found herself flustered. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something at her waist. With a swift motion, he extracted a Glock Black Star handgun from her. Anticipating his anger, she was ready to explain, yet Qin Yu merely toyed with the firearm before disassembling it with one hand and setting it aside. "This gun is rather dull. It pales in comparison to mine," he remarked with a slight grin as he revealed a golden Desert Eagle. Han Shangyin's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "How do you possess that gun?" A lifelong military enthusiast, she was intimately familiar with various firearms, and the sight of Qin Yu's Desert Eagle filled her with envy. After stowing the gun, Qin Yu commanded, "Turn around and place your hands on the wall." She had not anticipated that after admiring the Desert Eagle. The search was not yet complete. Once the search concluded, Han Shangyin and Li Xinmei explained their purpose for visiting. After they recounted their story, Qin Yu's icy demeanor remained as he coldly stated, "Why should I give you medication? I am not a charity." Both women were momentarily taken aback by his words, and in truth, he was correct. Medicine was scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, especially life-saving drugs, that he continued. "If you wish for my medicine, you must exchange it for your most precious possession." Qin Yu's directness left both individuals astonished and embarrassed once more, particularly Han Shangyin, who had already experienced Qin Yu's remarkable skills moments earlier. In truth, her heart had been wandering long before this encounter. Yet, as a trained Special Forces operator, she felt compelled to maintain her composure. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "If you can provide me with the medicine, you would be saving lives within our military. I could even advocate for your commendation within the ranks." Observing her pallid, yet strikingly beautiful face regain a semblance of its former pride, Qin Yu coldly retorted, "Don't think you can entice me with grand promises. I'm only interested in immediate gains." At that moment, Li Xinmei, standing nearby, timidly interjected, "Brother Yu, could you consider giving her a box of medicine for my sake?" Qin Yu responded icily, "What value does your favor hold? If you desire the medicine, you must demonstrate genuine sincerity." Hearing this, Li Xinmei blushed, momentarily at a loss for words. Under ordinary circumstances, her modest social standing might have afforded her some deference. But in this post-apocalyptic world, her status was of little worth. "Xinmei, don't say anything further. I understand his intention." Han Shangyin grasped her friend's arm and, summoning her resolve, stated with a firm set to her lips, "Very well. As long as you can provide the special medicine, I am willing to comply with whatever you ask." Qin Yu, suppressing his inner excitement, replied nonchalantly, "This is your promise. Mind you, Han Shangyin was notorious for her fierce demeanor in military, often besting several male soldiers in combat. She was the object of many soldiers' affections. Although her complexion was somewhat pale, her exquisite features coupled with her military uniform evoked an undeniable allure. Qin Yu took her hand and suggested, "Let us retire to my room for a more detailed discussion." Han Shangyin allowed him to lead her, her heart racing and cheeks flushing. Despite her earlier determination, she found herself hesitating when faced with the reality of the situation. At that moment, Qin Yu, with a mischievous smile, whispered in her ear, Your friends are eagerly awaiting your return with the medicine. His words jolted Han Xiangyan back to reality, prompting her to follow him into his bedroom. With a creak, the door closed behind them, leaving only the two of them within. Han Xiangyan's heart raced like a startled deer, yet she feigned calmness, stating, "If you assist me this time, I can arrange a leisurely position for you within the military." She gazed at Qin Yu with wide, intense eyes that sparkled with determination. Qin Yu chuckled coldly, thinking to himself how she still pretended to be innocent. Without warning, he pulled her into an embrace and pressed his face close to hers. As she entered the room beside him, Han Xiangyan had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet she had not anticipated Qin Yu's brazen approach. "How dare you?" Han Xiangyan's blood surged as she unleashed a joint lock in an attempt to reverse his grip on her wrist. Surprised by her skill, Qin Yu remarked coldly, "Oh, you dare to resist?" He swiftly seized her wrist again, dragging her toward the waterbed to her astonishment, despite being a martial arts practitioner and having consumed a vitality-enhancing fruit. She found herself completely overpowered by him. Qin Yu then accessed Han Xiangyan's loyalty panel, revealing a prominent yellow section alongside a green one, with no red present. He was secretly astonished, pondering whether her resistance was merely a fade. With his formidable strength holding her down, he scrutinized the beauty before him, her delicate features and sparkling eyes captivating him. "You don't truly wish to resist me, do you?" he murmured softly into her ear, unveiling her secret. Upon hearing his words, Han Xiangyan's heart raced, and her gaze faltered. The more she tried to remind herself that he was humiliating her, the more she found herself drawn to this tall, handsome man. Each time Qin Yu drew closer, her emotions swirled in conflict. Cursing him internally for his audacity, she playfully punched his chest, her strikes lacking any real force. All sensations from their first night at Huang Yuting's home rushed back to her. And this impending storm felt even more intense at that moment. A system notification echoed in Qin Yu's mind. "Ding! System has detected a beauty. Name, Han Xiangyan. Age, 27. Appearance, 97. Purity, 101. Cold and aloof. Sensitive constitution. Overall rating, 99. Meets system scoring requirements. As Han Xiangyan is not a celebrity, she does not qualify for popularity-based rewards, but can trigger a 10,000-fold return of resources. Well, that works. It's no loss." Qin Yu mused, his focus drawn to the system notification. Suddenly, Han Xiangyan playfully turned to him, her cheeks flushed. "You naughty boy, don't you dare lose focus." Qin Yu looked at her in astonishment, realizing her sensitivity was indeed genuine. "This system never deceives me," he thought. Meanwhile, he opened a mental link to Li Xinmei, who was anxiously awaiting outside on the sofa. Through her vibrations, he could sense her worry and distress. Suddenly, Li Xinmei felt a familiar voice resonate from another realm. "Are you Brother Yu?" She instantly recognized Qin Yu's voice, along with the alluring tone of her friend Han Xiangyan. The dignified pride that had once characterized Han Xiangyan had vanished, replaced by a playful charm. Li Xinmei's cheeks flushed as her mind swirled with thoughts of her friend's whispered exchanges with Qin Yu. Finally, she understood the nature of the deal her friend had struck. After the two concluded their negotiations within the room, she returned home, her head hung low. Approximately 2 hours later, Han Xiangyan finally acquired the box of flu medication. However, upon returning to Huang Yuting's home, she was met with chaos. The floor was littered with filth and blood, and blackened scorch marks marred the walls. This was clearly the work of her teammate Zhang Feng, the only one among them with the ability to conjure fire, yet there was no sign of any of the team members. Panicking, she rushed to Huang Yuting's room. Upon seeing Huang Yuting trembling under the covers, she sighed in relief. The girl was trembling in fear, and upon spotting Han Xiangyan, she leaped into her embrace, sobbing. "What happened? Where are Bai Weiwei and Zhang Feng?" Han Xiangyan asked. Through her tears, Huang Yuting recounted, "As soon as you left, a massive snake slithered in. Zhang Feng tried to fight it off with fire, but somehow the snake dragged Weiwei away." She struggled to continue, her body trembling with exhaustion. "Zhang Feng chased after it, and he hasn't returned yet. That I'm so scared." Seeing her in such distress, Han Xiangyan quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, they will be fine." She then fetched hot water and administered the flu medication to Huang Yuting, gently laying her back down. Once you take this medicine, you'll feel better soon. Please, sister, don't leave me again, that I'm so frightened, Huang Yuting implored. Han Shengyan settled beside her, saying, Rest assured, I will not abandon you. You are too weak. It's best to sleep for now. Under the soothing presence of Han Shengyan, she swiftly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Han Shengyan harbored deep concern for her companion Zhang Feng, who too faced dire straits. Once tranquility enveloped the room, she suddenly perceived a gnawing hunger in her belly. Perched on the edge of her bed, she began to consume the bread, chocolate, and 2 supernatural fruits that Qin Yu had bestowed upon her. At that moment, a notification echoed in Qin Yu's mind, signaling the return of resources. Ding! Han Shengyan devoured a piece of bread, returning 1,000 units. The amount has been deposited into the spatial storage. Ding! Han Shengyan consumed a piece of chocolate, returning 1,000 units. The amount has been deposited into the spatial storage. Ding! Han Shengyan ingested a power fruit, returning 1,000 units. The amount has been deposited into the spatial storage. Just as Han Shengyan was on the verge of drifting into sleep, a series of knocks resonated from outside her door. Upon opening it, she was met with the sight of her teammate, Zhang Feng, who stood there wide-eyed, fixated on a chill coursed through her at his unsettling gaze. A shadow emerged from behind Zhang Feng, slowly illuminated by the moonlight. The sight of the shadow behind her teammate caused Han Shengyan to gasp in horror. It was the massive body of a serpent, which had been using Zhang Feng's lifeless form as a ruse to lure her into opening the door. However, Han Shengyan rapidly regained her composure. The moment she opened the door, she sensed something amiss about Zhang Feng. Coming to the grim realization that he was irrevocably deceased, in a swift motion, she hurled his corpse aside, seizing the fleeting opportunity to retreat far from the doorway as she slammed it shut. Yet, as she regained her footing, she spotted a colossal tail sweeping toward her like a sharpened blade. Panic surged through her, and her instinct was to flee upon encountering such a formidable creature. Nevertheless, thoughts of Huang Yuting, still lying on the bed inside, compelled her to devise a plan to divert the serpent's attention. With the serpent's tail approaching at a speed that left her no room for evasion, she drew in a deep breath, channeling her inner martial energy. Suddenly, her vitality surged, and a radiant glow enveloped her fist. Harnessing her explosive strength, she struck out, successfully intercepting the serpent's attack. This was the power inherent in her martial abilities, further amplified by the power fruit she had consumed from Qin Yu. In a swift maneuver, she propelled herself to the left of the serpent, where she finally discerned that this serpent was twice the size of the one she had seen earlier. Its entire body was shrouded in black, and its 2 green eyes glowed menacingly as they fixated on her. Like a tea that moment, the serpent flicked its crimson tongue, quivering slightly as if to assert its dominance. Though fear gripped her, Han Shengyan maintained her composure. Suddenly, a steel knife forged from dark iron materialized in her hand, its sharpness capable of slicing through metal with ease, guided by her mental prowess. She hurled the knife like a bolt of lightning toward the serpent's head. She continued to engage with the serpent. Neither party could gain the upper hand. Even gunfire merely inflicted superficial wounds upon the creature. And with her ammunition dwindling, she could only fire off a couple of rounds in her attempt to subdue to her dismay. The serpent not only remained unfazed, but became increasingly ferocious, seemingly determined to engage in a life-or-death struggle with her. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, aware of the fierce confrontation between Han Shengyan and the serpent through his mental link, was astonished by her ability to hold her ground against such a formidable foe. He had initially noticed the luminous energy surrounding her, yet the serpent's energy was evidently far more potent. Observing that Han Shengyan was drenched in sweat, he realized that without the power fruit he had provided, her stamina would have long since faltered. The serpent launched another aggressive assault. Qin Yu immediately relayed its impending movements to her through their mental connection, simultaneously attempting to disrupt the serpent's rhythm with his own psychic interference. Grateful for Qin Yu's assistance, Han Shengyan felt a surge of appreciation. Gradually, it appeared that the serpent was beginning to retreat under the combined pressure of Qin Yu's mental influence and her relentless onslaught. Unlike ordinary serpents that would have fled by now, This one seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against Han Xiangyan, intent on ending her life. The reason for its wrath lay in the fact that Zhang Feng had previously used his abilities to incinerate its offspring. Exhausted from her earlier exertions alongside Qin Yu, Han Xiangyan found herself nearing her limits. As the serpent reared back for another attack, panic surged within her. "Why you go? Save me," she cried out to the man. Just as the serpent opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow the fatigued Han Xiangyan whole, a tall, striking figure intervened between her and the serpent. With one arm, he swiftly grasped the wavering Han Xiangyan and retreated, while his other hand produced an anti-tank mine, tossing it into the serpent's mouth. Upon detonation, a massive explosion erupted within its body, creating a gaping hole in its abdomen. The serpent, now severely injured, fled toward the window in a panic. As it clung to the windowsill, Qin Yu brandished a powerful submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire that riddled the serpent's body with holes. In an instant, the serpent collapsed, its head drooping as it plummeted into the swirling crimson mist below. To Han Xiangyan's astonishment, the man who had just saved her appeared unfazed. "Where on earth did you acquire such an arsenal?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Qin Yu smiled slightly. "Because my spatial storage contains an armory. I can access whatever I desire." "Ah," she exclaimed, utterly intrigued, unable to fathom that he possessed an entire armory at his disposal. Having emerged from the military, she had encountered only a limited range of firearms and ammunition, let alone anti-tank mines, which she had only ever seen on television. Again, Qin Yu waved his hand, and another grenade appeared in his grasp. With a gentle flick, he tossed it down, and moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed from below. He promptly followed up with a second and a third. Then, seizing upon an idea for an experiment, he handed a grenade to Han Xiangyan, saying, "You give it a try." After a brief moment of surprise, Han Xiangyan accepted the grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it away. Boom! As she threw another, the familiar notification echoed in her ears. Ding! Han Xiangyan consumed a grenade, returning 1,000 units, deposited into your spatial storage. Wait, using one returns 1,000? She marveled. Qin Yu promptly handed her more to throw, and she eagerly complied. His spatial storage brimmed with various models of grenades, providing him with a unique opportunity to amass resources. Boom! The series of explosions sent shockwaves through the surrounding area, causing neighbors to scream in alarm, clutching their ears. "All right, I believe you. Just don't keep pulling out more." Han Xiangyan laughed, pulling his hand away from the grenades. Meanwhile, Qin Yu inadvertently checked her loyalty panel, discovering that her status had transformed to a vibrant orange. "Hu-Yu-Ge. Thank you for saving me," she exclaimed, joy radiating from her as she embraced him. "Well then, how do you intend to repay me?" Qin Yu asked nonchalantly. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiangyan shyly replied, "Whatever you wish." Suddenly, Qin Yu cupped her flushed face and leaned in to kiss her. Just as they found it difficult to part, a series of loud croaks from a frog echoed from outside. Only in Qin Yu's embrace did Han Xiangyan truly feel a sense of security. As a child left behind, she once found comfort in the presence of her grandparents back in her hometown. During that time, her grandfather taught her a unique skill, which she mastered swiftly, earning her a reputation as a martial arts prodigy. It wasn't until she entered middle school in the city that her busy parents failed to provide her with much attention, shaping her into a strong-willed individual. From that moment on, she became a girl starved for affection. Nestled in Qin Yu's arms, feeling the warmth radiating from him, she wished to remain there indefinitely. However, she was jolted back to reality by another loud croak. Looking up at Qin Yu with curiosity, she asked, "What is that sound?" It sounds somewhat like a frog, like tea that moment. Qin Yu's consciousness had already detected the mutated frog perched on a nearby tree, beneath which lay a large crater created by an explosion. Evidently, following the pesticide incident, the mutated frog had not vanished, but had merely retreated into the earth for hibernation. Its skin now bore a reddish hue, unlike the previous dark color, indicating that it had shed its skin. Yet, remnants of charred yellow marks, evidence of the explosion, adorned its body. Clearly, it had been blasted out by Qin Yu's grenade. Enraged, it stood atop the tree, croaking loudly, its long tongue darting toward Qin Yu and Han Xiangyan. Qin Yu merely smiled lightly, using a momentary shift to evade its tongue while setting Han Xiangyan aside. With a swift motion, he wielded a tang knife, slicing off a substantial portion of the tongue as easily as if carving sausage. And with his left hand, he unleashed a flame that roasted the severed piece into a delectable treat. The mutated frog, after such treatment, promptly retracted its tongue. It then leapt onto a nearby windowsill. Extending its tongue once more in an attempt to mount a surprise attack, a jet of green venom splattered against the window, prompting Han Xiangyan to urgently grasp Qin Yu's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, perhaps we should move. Let's not confront this giant frog head-on." In response to her words, Qin Yu remained calm, asserting, "I have long sought to deal with this frog. It has been far too disruptive and poses a safety risk. What if it were to ambush us while we sleep?" After speaking, he hurled a tear gas canister at the mutated frog. The pungent odor startled it, causing it to leap down the tree, mistaking the gas for another creature of its kind. Qin Yu, undeterred, readied an RPG and aimed at the tree, firing a shot. With a resounding boom, the mutated frog plummeted to the ground as it landed once more. Qin Yu followed suit, teleporting to the ground. Due to the dense fog, the mutated frog, having learned from its mistakes, quickly sought refuge within the crimson mist that, it can hide. Quite clever. Qin Yu chuckled coldly. He knew that the mutated frog had no understanding of the terrifying presence he embodied in this apocalyptic world. At this moment, Qin Yu, through his heightened senses, could precisely locate the mutated frog. The frog, having discerned Qin Yu's position through scent and intuition, opened its mouth again, attempting to unleash its venom. Yet, Qin Yu did not grant it the opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, a massive fireball surged toward the mutated frog's eyes. This fireball was unlike the previous one cast by Zhang Feng. It was larger, faster, and more agile, causing the mutated frog considerable suffering. As Qin Yu observed the frog's robust legs, a devilish idea took root in his mind. After tormenting it, he would vivisect its 4 legs for a barbecue, pondering whether such a meal might enhance his energy. Resolutely, he drew forth his formidable black gold tang knife. In a flurry of swift movements, the legs of the mutated frog were severed with precision. Thus, the creature was transformed into a substantial mass of flesh. At that moment, Qin Yu noticed a large bird soaring above the mist. Clearly, it was drawn by the scent of blood from the ground. Summoning all his strength, Qin Yu kicked the mound of flesh into the air. The circling bird, spotting the meatball emerging from the fog, swooped down, extending its sharp talons to seize it. With a jubilant cry, the bird carried away the remnants of the mutated frog, its call echoing a silent gratitude toward Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Qin Yu stored the remaining frog legs in his spatial pocket, reserving them for future culinary endeavors. When Qin Yu reappeared before Han Xiangyan, she immediately rushed forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Concern etched on her face, she asked, "Brother Yu, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" With a light chuckle, Qin Yu replied, "You should be more worried about that dead frog. I'm just relieved you're safe. I've lost so many loved ones. I cannot bear to lose you," she exclaimed, tears glistening in her eyes. She had anxiously awaited his return, peering out the window into the crimson fog. "Let us go check on Yiting," she suggested, pulling Qin Yu's arm as they headed back inside. That moment, Huang Yiting, who had been lying in bed, had already dressed and sat up. Her complexion had significantly improved, radiating vitality. Overjoyed to see her recovery, Han Xiangyan exclaimed, "Yiting, you are all right?" "Yes, I saw everything. This big brother is so amazing." She beamed at Qin Yu, a rosy blush creeping on her cheeks, with her twin pigtails framing her delicate, porcelain-like face and her graceful neck. She resembled an adorable doll. Her oversized coat did little to conceal her enviable figure. Huang Yiting was widely recognized as the school beauty, hailing from a wealthy family, thus unaffected by the academic pressures many of her peers faced. Despite this, she excelled academically, a testament to her maturity surpassing that of the average girl. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's tall and handsome stature, coupled with his extraordinary combat prowess, she felt an undeniable attraction towards him. "It seems your illness has nearly subsided," Qin Yu remarked, gently patting her head. "Yes, it's all thanks to the medicine the beautiful sister brought back from brother," she replied cheerfully. Then, feigning fear, She nestled into Qin Yu's embrace and implored, "Brother, I'm so scared. Will you protect me?" Her well-timed display of vulnerability melted even Han Xiangyan's heart. Noticing Qin Yu's lack of response, she smiled and suggested, "How about we let her stay with us until we find her family?" Qin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, but you must find her family promptly." Han Xiangyan eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Yu," upon learning that Qin Yu single-handedly defeated the mutated snake and frog. Huang Yiting became his devoted admirer, following him wherever he went, much like a little lamb. After Qin Yu brought Han Xiangyan and her back home, she quickly bonded with the group of starlet sisters. Claiming to be a fan of theirs, even Guli Naza, a newcomer in the entertainment industry, found herself charmed by Huang Yiting's enthusiasm. "Sister Naza, I've watched your film Tianxian visit her several times." She smiled at Guli Naza. "Oh really? How old are you?" "I was only 12 when I starred in that movie." Naza responded, surprised. Huang Yiting, with her bright, innocent eyes, replied, "Yes, I was 10 at the time. As a child. I absolutely adored watching you." Upon hearing her words, Guli Naza felt a profound sense of agreement. Consequently, she nodded enthusiastically and remarked, "Indeed, a little beauty like you could certainly start her journey as a child star, if given the opportunity." Subsequently, she lifted her long, elegant legs and placed them before Naza, saying, "So, could you sign your name on my socks?" Naza then took a pen and inscribed her name upon her white socks. Following this, she approached Yang Mi, employing another set of charming phrases to have her sign as well. Qin Yu watched this scene with a smile, feeling as if he were witnessing the antics of his own little sister. When dinner time arrived, Qin Yu announced, "Today, we shall indulge in something extraordinary." The women, intrigued by his proclamation, gathered around him. He began by retrieving a barbecue grill, some smokeless coal, and a small exhaust fan from his personal space. The sight of him conjuring so many grilling tools out of thin air astonished them all. Particularly, Huang Yiting excitedly bounded over and asked, "Wow, big brother, are you performing magic? Can you teach me too?" Barbecuing was indeed his forte. During a period of playing minor roles, he had even set up a barbecue stand with a close friend on the streets. Over time, Qin Yu honed his grilling skills, and the skewers he prepared were quite popular. However, their venture was cut short when the city management intervened, forcing them to disband. Reflecting on this chapter of his life, Qin Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. "All right, make sure to learn well," Qin Yu said with a gentle smile. Huang Yiting nodded eagerly, "Yes, I will, as I absolutely adore barbecued food." With that, he produced a plethora of grilling items, dazzling onlookers with the array. Ultimately, when he unveiled a leg from a mutated frog, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. "Wow, what a large leg! Is this from that mutated frog?" Han Xiangyan exclaimed immediately. "Indeed, I've severed all 4 of its legs." Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. He skillfully used a cleaver to slice the skin off the leg, revealing the translucent meat within, reminiscent of bullfrog flesh, which was undeniably appetizing. However, upon seeing the tendons, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. "Wow, I never expected the meat of this toad to be so firm and tender. I used to love bullfrog, whether in hot pot, jumping bullfrog, or braised bullfrog. I would order it every time. Yet, I've never tried toad meat. It looks so appetizing. If foodies discover this, toads might become an endangered species." In a flurry of discussion, Qin Yu sliced the frog leg and took a piece of the meat outside, calling for his border collie. Upon hearing his master's call, the dog eagerly trotted over. "Hulk, eat this." Qin Yu tossed the meat in front of the dog, after the border collie devoured the meat and remained lively. Qin Yu felt relieved, thus eliminating the possibility of the meat being toxic. Once all preparations were complete, they officially commenced the barbecue. He meticulously cut the remaining frog leg meat into small pieces and instructed the women to skewer the meat on his steel sticks. Soon, the table was laden with skewered delights, resembling a small mountain. Seeing that they had nearly finished skewering, Qin Yu placed the grill on the balcony and filled the trough with smokeless coal. With a flick of his hand, he ignited the coal, and within moments, a warm, inviting heat radiated from it. The women eagerly presented the skewered frog meat, lining them up on the grill. Qin Yu began brushing a layer of cooking oil over the skewers, gently turning them as if handling a work of art. Once the meat's moisture was sealed in, he proceeded to sprinkle salt, cumin, pepper, and various other seasonings specifically for barbecuing. Soon, the meat began sizzling and crackling delightfully. It was evident that he had rekindled that long-lost feeling, as Huang Yuting eagerly approached him, assisting in fetching various seasoning bottles while the others continued to skewer and deliver the meat. In this post-apocalyptic setting, everyone was thoroughly engrossed in the joyous barbecue party. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, more delightful than any meat they had ever encountered. "Wow, brother Yu, your skills are incredible. You're so handsome," Gulinaza exclaimed with excitement. Yami chimed in, "Your grilling technique surpasses any chef I've ever encountered at food stalls. Indeed, I can hardly contain my desire to taste it." Tang Yin nodded in agreement. Liu Yifei expressed her surprise. "I never imagined it would smell this wonderful." Seeing that the skewers were nearly ready, Qin Yu announced, "All right, it's time to eat. Help yourselves." No sooner had he spoken than the women rushed forward, snatching the skewers in a frenzy. The flavor surpassed anything they had previously tasted, leaving them in no time. Qin Yu finished grilling the remaining skewers, and they gathered together, cracking open beers to accompany their barbecue. One cannot deny that beer and barbecue are a perfect match. The tantalizing aroma of the grilling had long since wafted out through the window cracks. Meanwhile, next door, Huang Lei and Wang Daji had nearly finished the supplies they scavenged from the supermarket. As they discussed returning to the same supermarket for more provisions, Huang Lei caught a whiff of an enticing scent, which made him roll his eyes in bliss. "Hey, who is grilling over there? That aroma is simply exquisite." At that moment, his expression mirrored that of Laoshi whenever he praised his culinary skills. Qin Yu, along with the women in the room, relished the barbecue and beer. The frog leg meat was indeed more delectable than any other meat. Everyone was in high spirits, and after a few rounds of drinks, the women found themselves nestled in Qin Yu's embrace. Qin Yu also set up a speaker, playing music, prompting Gulinaza and Zhang Tianhai, who had practiced dance since childhood, to perform for him. With music playing and dancing underway, Qin Yu raised his glass of red wine, smiling as he clinked glasses with the women. "Brother Yu, let us keep drinking. Brother Yu, I toast to you. Brother Yu, I also want to dance for you." In that moment, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and merriment. Suddenly, Qin Yu's senses detected a group of individuals clad in camouflage uniforms infiltrating the Wanxian community. What are these people up to?" Qin Yu set his wine glass down, puzzled that at that moment, Huang Yuting, accompanied by Han Shangyan, returned home to gather her clothes and daily necessities. "Sister, thank you for coming back with me," she said happily, hugging Han Shangyan's arm. "Silly girl, it's quite dangerous outside. Of course, I must accompany you." Han Shangyan replied with a smile. "I wouldn't want those mutated creatures to capture our lovely little beauty." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuting felt a surge of anxiety and began to glance around nervously. "Sister, please don't scare me. I'm so frightened. Come with me to my room to grab my clothes," she urged, pulling Han Shangyan into her room to rummage through her belongings, after packing all the clothes she desired into a large suitcase. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed in relief as she sat on her bed. "How is it going? Are you ready?" Han Shangyan asked. "I'll just step out to use the restroom." However, after she finished, a sudden scream pierced the air. Han Shangyan yelled from outside, "Girl, what happened?" Yet, no response came. Upon returning to the room, she was met with a familiar figure. "Zhou Bo, release her at once," she exclaimed angrily at him. The person before her was none other than the third in command of the rebels, a colleague who had been pursuing her for some time. Han Shangyan, "What are you doing here?" Clearly, Zhou Bo was even more astonished than she was. He had initially thought he was merely here to capture Professor Huang's daughter. To his surprise, he found her here as well. "So, how about returning with me?" Zhou Bo said with a wicked grin. Upon hearing his words, Han Shangyan's expression fluctuated between rage and defiance. "Zhou Bo, don't harbor any delusions. You have betrayed the organization, and it is not too late to turn back." Since fate has brought us together again today, it must be destiny," Zhou Bo said with a sleazy grin at that moment. For more individuals burst through the door. These four were former members of the Special Abilities Squad, with Zhou Bo as their captain. They quickly surrounded her. "Captain Han, it's been a while. You seem to have become more feminine." One bald man greeted her with a mischievous smile. Han Shangyan coldly scoffed. Do you really think you can take me back with just the likes of you? As she spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in her hand, and a flying knife shot toward the bald man, but he swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade, only to find another knife hurtling towards him. The bald man extended his hand, and a steel claw emerged from his fingertips. With a resounding clang, the knife struck the claw and fell harmlessly to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Bo seized Huang Yuting in front of him and threatened Han Shang. "Ha! I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, this young lady will suffer." "Dare you?" Han Shangyin shouted furiously. "Huh, this little girl is quite a beauty." "Boss, if you're too afraid, let me handle it," the bald man said with a lewd expression. "You seek death." Han Shangyin clenched her fists, unleashing a surge of powerful energy while also activating her mental link. Just then, she sensed a familiar aura within her connection. Could it be? Is Yuga here? Han Shangyin's heart raced, but she saw no sign of Qin Yu. Suddenly, a look of terror appeared on Zhou Bo's face. He was lifted into the air by an invisible force. He grasped at his throat in agony, desperately trying to grasp something. After flailing his legs a few times in the air, he crashed heavily to the ground. Everything happened so abruptly that everyone was stunned to see Zhou Bo, who had been so arrogant, lying stiffly on the ground. The expressions on the members' faces reflected sheer horror, as if they had just glimpsed their own demise. However, Han Shangyin's face relaxed. She glared fiercely at the bald man and said, "Now it's your turn." With that, she instantaneously appeared in front of Huang Yuting, shielding her. The bald man's expression shifted dramatically, his nerves taut. "Damn it, if you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Hiding and playing tricks is cowardly." He spat angrily, retreating in fear. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a crack, and his neck was brutally snapped without warning. At that moment, one of the squad members broke down completely. He drew a dagger and began to flail it wildly at the air. Ghosts. They must be the spirits of those killed at the school come to collect their debts. Ding phone. Don't be ridiculous. There are no ghosts in this world. Another squad member shouted frantically. But what on earth is that? Think about it. The bald guy has a body of steel, yet his neck was snapped just like that. Ding phone continued to panic. The other two, upon hearing his words, felt a chill run down their spines, growing increasingly fearful that we should retreat. "This is too terrifying," Ding Feng exclaimed, grabbing the other two members to flee. Just then, he saw a flash of white light before he was cleaved in two. He looked at his lower half lying in a pool of blood, utterly bewildered in his final moments, not knowing how he had met his end. Almost simultaneously, the other three members collapsed as well, all perishing within a minute. This shocking display of power left even Han Shangyin, a member of the Special Abilities Squad herself, in awe. It was as if a ghost had wreaked havoc. It was only at this moment that the invisible Qin Yu revealed himself before the two women. Why you go? It really is you. Though Han Shangyin had anticipated it was Qin Yu, she was still deeply moved when she finally saw him materialize. Qin Yu shrugged calmly. What else could it be? Meanwhile, Huang Yuting had rushed over to embrace Qin Yu, exclaiming, "Brother, you are so cool. I knew you would come to protect me." "Yes, I definitely would come to save you," Qin Yu replied, ruffling her hair. Observing the playful exchange between them, Han Shangyin couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, she was genuinely enlightened. It was indeed possible for one to possess the power of invisibility. This reminded her of the time when Qin Yu had playfully used his invisibility skill to tease her while she was leading a team to search for supplies in a hospital. Now, she had finally confirmed her earlier suspicions that, you know all of these people? Qin Yu suddenly inquired as she pondered. Yes, they were formerly in the same unit as me, but they defected shortly after the Red Mist incident. Han Shangyin explained. Qin Yu nodded. I see. But why were they so intent on capturing Yuting? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Yu asked, because I escaped from their clutches, they must have been pursuing me ever since. Huang Yuting calmly analyzed. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her serious demeanor. It was surprisingly endearing. He smiled at her. Would you like to see them all obliterated? Huang Yuting looked at Qin Yu with her beautiful eyes, a hint of sorrow in her expression. Of course, especially since they took my parents. Han Shangyin was taken aback to hear Qin Yu's determination to annihilate the rebels. She knew well that the rebel forces numbered in the hundreds, if not more. Despite Qin Yu's formidable abilities, this was undeniably perilous. She quickly urged him, "You go, they are a well-armed regular army, and many of them are also special abilities users. You must not act recklessly." Yet Qin Yu remained unfazed. "In this apocalyptic world, I care not for who they are. I will do as I please. Yes, I believe my brother can make them regret ever crossing paths with us." Huang Yiting chimed in excitedly. Without hesitation, Qin Yu resolved to act, first discussing the situation at the school with Huang Yiting. "Let us go. We will ensure they leave no trace behind," with a decisive wave of his hand. Qin Yu drew a large blue circle in the air. Instantly, a blue portal materialized. He then marked the anchor point of Hengyan High School. The sight of Qin Yu's actions left both women in awe, as if they were watching a science fiction film. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Yu had already pulled them both into the blue portal. Soon, they felt the rushing wind around them, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the school grounds. Meanwhile, the rebels were waiting for their members to bring Huang Yiting back. Wang Shanhu lounged in the principal's office, sipping coffee with his feet propped up, awaiting reports from his subordinates. Wang Shanhu had led the rebels to seize the science laboratory, subsequently taking control of the science university and its affiliated high school. "So, have you managed to get in touch with Zhou Bo and the others?" Wang Shanhu asked his newly arrived aide. "Not yet. They haven't answered any calls," the aide replied softly. "What could be the matter? Could they have encountered mutated creatures?" Wang Shanhu was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Consequently, he decided to personally call their captain. After a brief wait, the call was finally answered. "Hello, Xiao Zhou, have you captured that old man's granddaughter yet?" Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he was met with a robust and unfamiliar voice on the other end. "Very well. It's your turn now." Upon hearing this chilling tone, Wang Shanhu felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water. Sending a shiver down his spine, an inexplicable fury surged within him as he cursed. "Who the hell are you?" Yet, the call was abruptly disconnected. He immediately redialed, only to be met with a busy signal. "Damn it, how dare you hang up on me?" Infuriated, he nearly smashed his phone. He then commanded his subordinate, "Immediately locate the phone's position with the technician and take a team to apprehend him." "Yes, I'm on it." The subordinate promptly replied. Watching his subordinate leave, Wang Shanhu regained his composure and continued sipping his coffee. Upon their arrival at school, Qin Yu and his companions were greeted by the sound of gunfire. "It's coming from our class's classroom." Huang Yiting discerned the direction of the shots. "Let us go take a look," Qin Yu urged. Thus, the three of them followed Huang Yiting to the classroom. Inside, chaos reigned. Two insurgents at the doorway had drawn their weapons, prepared to confront any student rebellion. "Eligo, why does the boss still keep these useless people around?" one buzzcut youth inquired. The other removed his hat and scratched his head, replying, "Who knows? We just need to focus on our mission." At that moment, Han Shangyin suddenly appeared behind them, swiftly incapacitating both with a precise strike. Meanwhile, Qin Yu teleported into the classroom, where he found a boy sprawled in a pool of blood. On the podium stood a tall soldier with a brutish demeanor, one hand brandishing a gun at the students below, while the other was inappropriately pressing down on a girl. "Ha! Today, I shall show you what a live broadcast looks like." He laughed maniacally, loosening his belt. However, before he could finish his derisive laughter, he felt a gun barrel pressed against his head. His laughter ceased abruptly, and he glanced back at the shadow behind him. Paralyzed with fear, "Drop your weapon," came the icy command. "Do you have any idea who you are dealing with?" He retorted defiantly. Swish! A flying knife pierced through his wrist. He howled in agony as the gun clattered to the ground. Qin Yu then shot him in both legs, lifting him and tossing him off the podium. Instantly, the boys below surged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks, venting their pent-up rage. Within moments, the brute was beaten to death. Meanwhile, in the central control room, Wang Shanhu was fixated on the small glowing dot on the technician's computer, lost in thought. "Boss, the location of the phone is showing as Hengyan High School." Wang Shanhu was taken aback to see Zhou Bo's phone signal so close to him. Since receiving that call, he had sensed that his trusted aide Zhou Bo was in grave danger. In a fit of rage, he summoned his security team. This unit was composed of elite individuals selected from among the superhumans. representing his strongest force apart from himself. Soon, the superhumans dispersed to search for Qin Yu and his group. In classroom, one of the third year, the students were celebrating their victory. Seeing Huang Youting bring such formidable reinforcements thrilled them. They regarded Qin Yu and Han Shangyin as their saviors. Youting, who is that handsome guy to you? Asked Huang Youting's deskmate, a girl who had nearly fallen victim to the brute moments before. Overwhelmed with gratitude for Qin Yu's timely intervention, she expressed her thanks. Thank you, Yuge, for saving me. At that moment, Qin Yu sensed a figure approaching rapidly from afar, its speed astonishing. Another superhuman. It seemed this place was teeming with hidden talents. Qin Yu thought with a cold smirk. His figure vanished from sight, clearly a speed-type superhuman. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the gymnasium. Then in another instant, he was at the front of the academic building. As he sprinted toward the sound of gunfire, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and flames erupted from above. Engulfing him, he quickly rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. Who dares to lurk in the shadows? Afraid to show themselves, he bellowed, anger etched on his scorched face. Although singed, his skin remained largely intact due to its resilience, which astonished Qin Yu. The adversary revealed himself, a sly grin on his cracked, rock-like skin. That I didn't expect you to be a rock-type superhuman, Qin Yu remarked, recognizing the protective qualities of his opponent's skin. You're not too shabby yourself, possessing two abilities, the foe retorted. Upon seeing the strikingly tall and handsome Qin Yu, he was taken aback. You must be the one who took Zhou Bo's phone, he accused Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu merely regarded him with disdain. Are you addressing me? The aggressor, incensed by Qin Yu's arrogance, shouted, You're asking for death. He then drew a gun and fired at Qin Yu. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, but Qin Yu merely waved his hand, creating a blue void in the air before him. Initially, the assailant believed he had succeeded, only to discover that his bullets vanished in a thin air. Undeterred, he aimed again, only to find the barrel of his gun inexplicably bent. After a deafening explosion, the gun burst, and the man cried out in shock as pain shot through his hand, rendering it numb. Had his skin not possessed the hardness of rock, the explosion would surely have mangled his hand. How did you manage to distort my gun like this? He exclaimed incredulously, discarding the weapon and staring in disbelief at Qin Yu that moment. He was filled with trepidation, having initially believed that being a dual-ability user would grant him dominance in this apocalyptic world. Now, he realized that there were always greater forces at play. He feared that even their leader, Wang Shanhu, might not be able to contend with the figure before him. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Qin Yu remained steadfast, exuding an aura of terrifying strength. He attempted to flee, only to find his body immobilized. What is happening? Why can't I move? He questioned himself in a panic, struggling with all his might, yet finding his efforts futile. Suddenly, Qin Yu's voice echoed in his mind. No need to exert yourself. Just wait to meet your end. At this moment, he truly experienced profound terror and despair, and with that, his rocky skin transformation dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light. He could hardly fathom that his dual abilities had been so effortlessly dismantled by Qin Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Shanhua was in a laboratory at the University of Science and Technology, facing an elderly professor with half-white hair. With a mischievous grin, the professor said, Professor Chun, why not reveal the results of your research on artificial synthesis? Yet Professor Chun remained engrossed in his experiments, seemingly lost in his own world, completely ignoring him. Wang Shanhua, unfazed, deliberately raised his voice, stating, I know how much you care for your granddaughter, Huang Youting. MY brothers have already located her. Upon hearing his granddaughter's name, a flicker of emotion crossed Professor Chen's face. After a moment, he set down his equipment and, suppressing his anger, warned, If you dare to lay a finger on Youting, I will risk my life to ensure you pay dearly. Professor Chun, we're getting anxious. I'm merely negotiating with you. Wang Shanhua retorted with a playful demeanor. I've told you countless times, this formula requires further research. It's not ready for use, Professor Chen replied, his brow furrowed. Rest assured, as long as you provide me with the formula, I have plenty of volunteers for experimentation. Wang Shanhua seized a moment, Sensing a shift in Professor Chen's stance, that he added, even if it fails or any issues arise, you won't bear any responsibility. I will take full accountability. Professor Chen removed his glasses, wiped them, and sighed as he took a seat. Just then, a series of explosions erupted outside, accompanied by the crackle of gunfire. As if a battalion had stormed the university campus to confront their rebellious forces, A.S. Wang Shanhua was negotiating with Professor Chen. The explosions outside prompted him to pause the discussion. Wait here. I need to check outside, he said anxiously. In an instant, he teleported to the playground outside. The scene before him made him feel as though he had stumbled into a battlefield. Watch out, there's an RPG. Careful, grenades, mortars, fall back quickly. Damn, their firepower is overwhelming. We can't hold on much longer. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and the anguished cries of the rebel soldiers echoed throughout the campus. The entire university was in chaos. It resembled a frenzied melee rather than a structured military operation. Wang Yong, what's going on? He demanded, seizing a minor leader for answers. Boss, their firepower is incredibly strong, Wang Yong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Aren't they just students? Where did they get so many weapons? Wang Shanhua exclaimed in disbelief. I don't know. Our initial forces were inadequate, and some brothers have already gone back to retrieve weapons, Wang Yong said helplessly. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from behind them, and they turned to see a massive mushroom cloud rising from the direction of their armory. It's over. Someone has ignited our weapons cache. Wang Yong slumped to the ground in despair. Wang Shanhua's expression shifted between anger and concern as he swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie and shouted, Han Jiangwo, have your security team arrived at the scene? Chen Jin responded. He called out, but only the crackling of static filled the air. T2 collapsed to the ground, utterly stunned. Could they all have been killed? Wang Shanhua muttered in disbelief, unable to accept that his elite team of ability users had been annihilated. After a moment of calm, he attempted to call out to his team once more. Suddenly, a voice, both familiar and foreign, emitted from the walkie-talkie. You're next. A chill ran down his spine. The voice resonated in his mind like an echo from hell. His fear quickly morphed into fury as he shouted into the walkie-talkie. Who are you? If you have the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. The response from the other end was cold and dismissive. You aren't worthy. This infuriated him further, and a dark aura began to swirl around his body. The intensity of his presence was palpable, even causing Wang Yong, standing beside him, to feel the pressure. He was aware that Wang Shanhua was a formidable entity, wielding 3 powers. After Qin Yu delivered a crushing blow to the last ability user, he discarded the walkie-talkie. Boom! The students erupted in cheers upon witnessing him and Han Shangyin vanquishing all the ability users. Oh, Brother Yu and Sister Shangyin are truly incredible. Following the cheers, they raised their makeshift weapons and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the opposing forces. Some even brandished RPGs, launching rockets toward the enemy. Bullets rained down like a tempest upon the frightened remnants of the rebel troops. The students' wrath transformed into fiery tongues that lashed out at the oppressors. The student army, invigorated, pressed forward, while the assembled rebel forces crumbled under their counterattack. Initially, the rebels had arrived with limited weaponry, but after Qin Yu's assault on their armory, their firepower was severely diminished. Meanwhile, the students had become increasingly proficient with their weapons under the guidance of Qin Yu and Han Shangyin. They still had ample ammunition, having barely utilized a fraction of their small arsenal. Han Shangyin continued to unleash various weapons upon the reinforcements, coordinating the students in real time. Simultaneously, a series of electronic notifications filled Qin Yu's mind. Ding! Han Shangyin consumed 100 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition, returning 10,000 rounds. Added to host inventory. Ding! Han Shangyin consumed 5 grenades, returning 5,000 grenades. Added to host inventory. Ding! Han Shangyin consumed 3 rocket-propelled grenades, returning 3,000 RPGs. Added to host inventory. Wow, it feels like I've activated an infinite ammo mode. The more we fight, the more we get. Qin Yu thought, handing her a flashbang and a 100-round magazine. The students grew bolder as the rebel forces began to falter, their casualties mounting and reinforcements dwindling. At that moment, Wang Shanhua, rushed to the front lines to personally oversee the battle. "Hold the line, brothers." Upon reaching the front, he was taken aback by the severity of the situation, which exceeded his expectations. He had to raise his voice to rally his soldiers, ensuring they recognized his presence for motivation. After stabilizing the situation somewhat, he scanned the area but could not find Commander Li Jin. He seized a soldier and inquired, "Where's your commander?" The soldier, trembling with fear, replied, "He was killed." "What? Who killed him?" Wang Shanhua pressed, hiding in the trench as he listened to the soldier's account. The more he heard, the more incredulous he became. How could there be someone so formidable? He gasped in disbelief. Just then, he noticed the soldier's eyes filled with sheer terror, fixated on something above the trench. "What's wrong? Is it that scary to talk about?" Wang Shanhui repressed his feelings of shock and fear, calming himself before speaking. As he observed the soldiers, he felt a twinge of disdain towards them. However, when he lifted his gaze to follow the direction of their stares, the scorn on his face vanished instantly. How could it have come to this? He exclaimed, hardly able to believe his own eyes there. Beside him, the soldiers who had been firing at the teaching building were now engaged in a brutal fight amongst themselves. Their guns were aimed at one another, and without hesitation, they pulled the triggers. Those who had run out of ammunition drew knives, engaging in a savage melee that was almost too horrific to behold. How could it have come to this? Wang Shanhui felt utterly unmoored. The scene was akin to hell itself. Despite the red mist, he could still hear the wails and screams of agony clearly. Simultaneously, his psychic abilities allowed him to perceive the individuals shrouded in the fog, that he sensed that if this continued, the few hundred men under his command would not suffice. Sooner or later, he would be left as a mere figurehead. Thus, he hastily seized the walkie-talkie, switching to the internal frequency to command a retreat, seeking to preserve their fighting force. Yet, no matter how loudly he shouted, the soldiers seemed entranced, completely ignoring his orders. The abruptness of this transformation left him feeling as if he had plummeted from the clouds. Just then, a soldier beside him suddenly raised his weapon and began firing at him. Fortunately, Wang Shanhui's psychic foresight alerted him in time, allowing him to evade the soldier's surprise attack. "You reckless fool! How dare you attempt to ambush me?" He bellowed in rage that I truly cannot control myself. The soldier replied, his face contorted in agony, yet his finger continued to pull the trigger. The chill ran down Wang Shanhui's spine, prompting him to utilize his spatial fluctuation abilities to create a disturbance in the air, deflecting the bullets back. Thus, the soldier who had fired upon him collapsed at his feet. He surmised that such phenomena could only occur if a powerful psychic was manipulating the will and spirit of another. Indeed, this was the work of Qin Yu, who had initiated a mental link, exerting his formidable psychic force to control the minds of dozens, if not hundreds of soldiers, inciting them to turn against one another. At that moment, Wang Shanhui, using his psychic senses, identified Qin Yu across the battlefield. His instincts told him that this individual was of utmost importance to the opposing side. Consequently, he executed a teleportation, appearing before Qin Yu. Qin Yu, who had been admiring his handiwork as the rebel soldiers fought amongst themselves, was momentarily taken aback to discover someone who had resisted his mental link. The sight of his opponent teleporting only added to his astonishment, prompting him to unleash a torrent of flames toward the still unsteady Wang Shanhui. However, Wang Shanhui effortlessly redirected the flames using his spatial fluctuation ability. This marked the first time Qin Yu encountered someone capable of such a feat. Yet, he dismissed it as trivial. That all you can do. Qin Yu suddenly teleported behind Wang Shanhui. Upon hearing that voice, Wang Shanhui froze. It was the same voice he had heard over the phone and walkie-talkie. In that fleeting moment of shock, Qin Yu launched another attack, swinging his Tang Dao down upon him. Wang Shanhui perceived a flash of white light before him, and a smirk crept upon his lips. "Ah, I can deflect bullets. Do you really think you could defeat me with such primitive weaponry?" What a delusion! He summoned all his strength to unleash a spatial fluctuation to counter the blade's advance. He had assumed it would be a simple task to sever Qin Yu's weapon in two. However, it appeared that Qin Yu had no intention of granting him that opportunity, as Wang Shanhui soon realized that his spatial fluctuation technique was ineffective. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of his adversary, who swiftly breached his limits. Wang Shanhui's laughter faltered as one of his arms was severed. Blood gushed forth like water from a burst pipe. How could this happen? A wave of despair washed over him, and he felt an overwhelming fear that he had never before experienced in his 40 years of life. In a panic, he teleported back to the research facility. Faced with the devil-like man, he could only choose to flee. Upon returning to his lair, he retrieved a medical kit and applied a tourniquet to staunch the bleeding. Soon after, he entered Professor Chen's laboratory. When Professor Chen beheld Wang Shanhui's return as a one-armed man, he was taken aback. Moments earlier, he had been conducting experiments while the sounds of gunfire erupted outside. The intensity of the battle was evident, and Wang Shanhui's return confirmed his suspicions. Wang Shanhui immediately pressed a knife against Professor Chen's throat, demanding, "You old fool, hand over the artificially synthesized psychic fruit." "What are you talking about?" "I told you. The research is still only a prototype," Professor Chen stubbornly insisted. "Stop your nonsense. I want it now." Wang Shanhui pressed the knife tip into the professor's throat. The pain made Professor Chen flinch as blood began to seep from the wound. Realizing Wang Shanhui was serious, he relented. All right, just put the knife down. I'll take you to it." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanhui released the knife, saying, "Then hurry up. Don't try any tricks, you old fool." He forced Professor Chen to lead him to a hidden basement, revealing a secret laboratory completely isolated from the outside world. Inside, the synthesized psychic fruit was contained within a glass enclosure, maintained in a sterile, temperature-controlled environment. Upon seeing the purple fruit, Wang Shanhui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before retrieving the fruit, Professor Chen cautioned, "You must consider the consequences. I won't be responsible if something goes wrong after consuming it. Just hand it over already." "Enough with the chatter," Wang Shanhui snapped impatiently. Sighing in resignation, Professor Chen donned specialized gloves and opened the glass enclosure, retrieving the psychic fruit. Wang Shanhui eagerly snatched it from his hands, inspecting it closely as a peculiar aroma wafted towards him. It bore a striking resemblance to the other psychic fruits he had previously acquired. Desperate to grow stronger, he wasted no time in consuming it. After swallowing, he sat in a nearby chair, awaiting the emergence of his newfound powers. However, after a considerable wait, nothing seemed to happen. In a fit of rage, he seized Professor Chen by the throat, growling, "Are you toying with me? Is this a fake?" Professor Chen, wearied and dejected, replied, "Sigh, you might as well kill me." "It seems it hasn't worked." At that moment, Wang Shanhui suddenly felt a surge of warmth emanating from his dantian. Gradually spreading through his limbs, he noticed that the site of his severed arm began to heal, the area becoming increasingly itchy. Astonished, he observed new cellular structures miraculously forming, transforming into bone, skin, and blood vessels as his arm regrew. Qin Yu realized that Wang Shanhui had returned to the research facility via teleportation. Even though Wang Shanhui believed he had escaped, his every move remained under Qin Yu's vigilant watch. At this moment, Qin Yu had teleported once more, reappearing before Wang Shanhui. "Why won't you just disappear?" Wang Shanhui was equally taken aback. He had already discerned that aside from his mental prowess, Qin Yu possessed at least another supernatural ability related to strength. Now, witnessing his ability to teleport left him utterly astonished. However, at that moment, a new arm had already sprouted from his shoulder, and he gently shook it. Still feeling somewhat unaccustomed, he raised his hand, and the sight of his snow-white palm confirmed its novelty. The skin was as smooth and tender as that of a newborn. "I told you. It's your turn next," Qin Yu remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanhui felt a surge of anxiety, but quickly feigned nonchalance, retorting, "What of it? Do you really think I would fear you?" As he spoke, he stealthily seized a nearby chair and hurled it towards Qin Yu. Yet, Qin Yu had anticipated his move. With a swift flash, he appeared beside Wang Shanhui, delivering a decisive strike. Instinctively, Wang Shanhui raised his arm to block, but Qin Yu's dagger carved a substantial gash into his flesh. Remarkably, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Shanhui teleported behind Professor Chen, gripping his throat and threatening Qin Yu. "Release me at once, or I shall take his life. Young man, do not concern yourself with me. Do not let this scoundrel escape," Professor Chen declared with a righteous fervor. Just as Wang Shanhui was about to teleport away with Professor Chen, a gunshot rang out from behind. Wang Shanhua collapsed in response to the shot. And as he lay in a pool of blood, his last sight was of a pair of elegantly long female legs. It turned out that prior to confronting Wang Shanhua, Qin Yu had administered the mind fruit and teleportation fruit to Han Xiangyan, intending for them to synchronize their efforts seamlessly. After Wang Shanhua fell, Han Xiangyan hurriedly helped the old professor to his feet. "Professor Chun, are you all right?" she inquired with concern. Yes, I'm fine. Could I trouble you to assist in rescuing my granddaughter?" Professor Chun adjusted his glasses. "You mean Yiting, right?" Han Xiangyan quickly asked. "Do you know where Yiting is?" Professor Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Do not worry, Professor. Yiting is with us, and she is safe," Han Xiangyan assured him promptly. "Then take me to her, quickly," Professor Chen exclaimed, his eyes brightening with excitement. "Certainly. We shall take you there at once," she replied, preparing to teleport with Professor Chen that moment. However, Wang Shanhua's seemingly lifeless body suddenly stirred. As he abruptly lunged forward, brandishing a dagger in an attempt to ambush Han Xiangyan from behind, Qin Yu was already on high alert. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a flying knife that struck Wang Shanhua's heart. It was only then that he truly succumbed to his fate. Despite having survived briefly after being shot by Han Xiangyan, he had undergone a self-repair. Witnessing this scene, Han Xiangyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Expressing her gratitude to Qin Yu, "Brother Yu, thank you for saving me. I was careless." Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. "You should take the professor and leave." Once they had vanished in a flash, Qin Yu proceeded to affix several grenades to Wang Shanhua's corpse. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he mused, "Now, let us see how you recover from this." At that moment, although Wang Shanhua's heart had regained some vitality, it would take time for all his organs to restore to their original state. Upon realizing he was alive again, Wang Shanhua felt a rush of exhilaration. He planned to feign death until they departed, allowing him to escape unnoticed. However, he had not anticipated that Qin Yu would send him a bomb gift package. With a thunderous explosion, Wang Shanhua's body was obliterated into nothingness. Professor Chen finally reunited with his granddaughter, Huang Yiting, in the classroom, and the two embraced in a moment of pure joy. Meanwhile, the battlefield had long since quieted. With the rebel forces nearly annihilated under the formidable pressure of Qin Yu and his student army at that juncture, a genuine military rescue team arrived in armored vehicles at the school. They were astounded to find the bodies of the rebels strewn across the ground, never expecting such prowess from a group of students. Upon receiving approval from their superiors, they not only took Professor Chun and his family, who were researching the red mist and supernatural fruits, but also offered to escort the surviving students to the safety of their base. During the farewell, Huang Yiting hugged Qin Yu tightly, reluctant to part, saying, "Brother, thank you for saving me and my grandfather. When I come of age, I will definitely marry you." Qin Yu ruffled her hair, smiling. "All right, I'll wait for you." Professor Chun then discreetly handed Qin Yu a synthesized artificial supernatural fruit, whispering, "You are our savior. As a token of gratitude, I have saved the last fruit for you that I hope you never have to use it." After nodding, Qin Yu stored the fruit in his personal space. Once again, Qin Yu had single-handedly vanquished the entire rebel group, earning Han Xiangyan's admiration for his strength. The military unit that had come to retrieve the professor was the very one she had been seeking all along. Yet, she had never considered returning to the military. When Qin Yu inquired why she had no desire to return, Han Xiangyan embraced him, declaring, "I am already yours. Your home is my home. Only a fool would wish to return to a base." Together, they decided to teleport back to Wanxiang Residential Complex. Taking in the scenery along the way in just a few short days, the mutated plants had grown wildly, nearly blocking the previously cleared paths once more. After a recent nationwide weeding initiative, these mutated plants had become even more colossal. Eventually, they arrived before a towering building, discovering that the first floor housed numerous world-renowned brand stores, thanks to the thick glass doors. The interiors remained largely unscathed. Thus, they teleported inside and began trying on clothes. Encouraged by Qin Yu, Han Xiangyan finally shed her outer jacket, opting for a chic little coat. When she emerged from the changing room, Qin Yu was taken aback by her radiant beauty. Her elegance was truly remarkable. At that moment, Han Xiangyan appeared transformed, exuding a newfound femininity. "How do I look in this outfit?" she shyly asked Qin Yu. With a slight smile, he kissed her as a form of affirmation. Han Xiangyan then suggested that Qin Yu explore the men's section on the upper floor for suitable new attire, as they browsed a renowned Italian menswear store. A woman's scream pierced the air from the adjacent Jiangchang satellite TV building. Initially enjoying their leisurely shopping, the pair was drawn to the unexpected outcry. Soon, Qin Yu utilized his mental acuity to discern that the scream emanated from the headquarters of Blueberry TV. How can we hear such a clear scream from so high above? Qin Yu pondered aloud. Could the person possess some form of supernatural ability? In response to his inquiry, Han Xiangyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it does seem quite extraordinary. Let us go and investigate. As Qin Yu spoke, he waved his hand in the air, and instantly a large blue circle appeared above them. Hand in hand, the two stepped into the blue circle, and before long, they found themselves in the very place from which the earlier sound had emanated. The floor display indicated that they were on the 22nd floor of the blue platform building, where both sides of the corridor were lined with offices. The two confirmed that the sound had indeed come from within one of these rooms. Suddenly, a beautiful woman clad in traditional attire burst out from inside, brushing past Qin Yu, who quickly recognized her as the renowned actress Liu Yifei. Upon glancing at the office doorplate, he noted that it read Deputy Director T that moment. The door creaked open, and it seemed as though a man's anguished wails were emanating from within. Thus, the two ventured inside, and the scene that greeted them nearly made them burst into laughter. There sat a portly man, slumped in a grand chair, his clothing torn and tattered, exposing his pale flesh. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses hung askew from his ears, and his hair was in disarray. His appearance resembled that of a fish on the verge of drowning. Qin Yu surmised that this fellow must have crossed Liu Yifei, resulting in her inadvertently unleashing her extraordinary abilities upon him, that he speculated that her powerful technique was likely akin to a lion's roar or sound wave manipulation. Surely this scoundrel had been bullying the girl earlier. With Han Xiangyan's righteous temperament, she immediately berated him. She found a cup of tea on the desk and splashed it all over the deputy director's face. Witnessing her audacity, Qin Yu gave her a thumbs up from the doorway. He then approached, delivering a couple of swift blows to the man before teleporting with her to a rehearsal room on the 18th floor. However, upon reaching the rehearsal room's entrance, they discovered that the spacious area had been transformed into an impromptu shelter filled with beds. Inside lay numerous individuals, and Liu Yifei was tending to one of the beds where a young woman rested. Tears still glistened on her cheeks as she mustered a smile, reassuring the girl. "Sister, do not worry. I have already spoken to the deputy director. He has agreed to prioritize your medication as soon as it arrives." "Thank you, sister. You are so kind." The girl lying on the bed, named Liu Tianxian, was a young actress from the Qin Yu opera troupe. She had come along with her troupe for the Blue Platform's 30th anniversary celebration. Liu Yifei was there to participate in the recording of Running Man, having been invited as a rising star in the entertainment industry. For many in the industry, the opportunity to appear on the Blue Platform show was a coveted dream, as it could significantly enhance their fame and visibility while allowing them to connect with influential figures. Many vied for the chance to be on the program, and Liu Yifei cherished the opportunity, eagerly rehearsing with several senior colleagues. Daily, they engaged in games and shared laughter, and she believed that once the show aired, it would become an instant sensation. Thus, she looked forward to the performance, only to be met with the calamity of the red mist. Since that day, all recording activities had ceased, and they were instructed to practice indoors while waiting for the fog to clear. Coincidentally, Liu Tianxian's troupe was rehearsing in the same space, fostering a bond of mutual admiration between the two beauties. Now, seeing Liu Tianxian succumb to the flu after nights of relentless practice, Liu Yifei dedicated herself to caring for her. At this moment, with her eyes red-rimmed, Liu Tianxian gazed at her dear friend, deeply moved, and said, "Yifei, have you suffered any grievances? You need not go to such lengths for me. Rest assured, I possess abilities. Those vile men cannot bully me. If they are not afraid of my sound wave technique, let them try," Liu Yifei teased, gently stroking her feverish hand. Observing their exchange, Han Xiangyan, standing beside Qin Yu, felt a stir of emotion and tugged on his arm. "Brother Yu, you must help them." She knew that Qin Yu possessed a remedy for the flu and recalled her own suffering from the illness. as Qin Yu regarded the pure and charming Diliriba before him. He couldn't help but think of Guli Naza at home. The two resembled sisters, both exuding exotic allure. Just then, a long-forgotten mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Name: Diliriba. Age: 19. Appearance: 95. Purity: 100. Immaculate. Comprehensive score: 97. 5. Triggering return mechanism requirements. Task: cohabit with Diliriba to obtain a set of exoskeleton armor and 100 healing fruits. The mere mention of exoskeleton armor intrigued Qin Yu, while the healing fruits sounded impressive, reminiscent of the all-powerful healing skills often found in fantasy novels. Thus, he turned to Han Xiangyan and said, "That sounds feasible, but to save her, you must agree to return with us, if you can persuade them. I will provide them with the special medicine." Qin Yu smiled slightly. Upon hearing his words, Han Xiangyan was momentarily taken aback, but a twinge of jealousy flickered within her as she understood the implications of Qin Yu's proposition, considering the number of beautiful women already sharing their roof. However, after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. "Then I shall speak to them right away." With that resolve, she confidently approached Diliriba and Liu Tianxian. As Han Xiangyan entered the rehearsal room, a foul odor assaulted her senses, a blend of various unpleasant scents that made her, accustomed to Qin Yu's fragrant and comfortable home, feel quite uneasy. Instinctively, she covered her mouth and continued deeper inside. When she reached Diliriba and Liu Tianxian, her presence immediately piqued Diliriba's alertness. "Did that deputy director Zheng send you?" Diliriba inquired sharply. Taken aback by the hostility in her gaze, Han Xiangyan quickly smiled and replied, "If you despise Deputy Director Zheng so much, why not simply eliminate him?" Diliriba, equally taken aback by the retort, began to scrutinize the beautiful woman before her. At that moment, she realized that she felt no aversion towards her. Instead, there was an inexplicable allure drawing her in. She smiled faintly and replied, "If I were to eliminate him, where would I procure the medicine to save my sisters? Even if he possesses the medicine, do you think he would actually give it to you?" Han Xiangyan countered. Diliriba fell into contemplation, pondering whether she had been too naive, reflecting on how she had just humiliated the as a leader. He likely wouldn't truly offer her any assistance. The thought made her anxious. When Han Xiangyan noticed her distress, she quickly said, "In truth, your sister is suffering from the flu. Only I possess the special remedy." Upon hearing this, Diliriba's eyes brightened, but she quickly regained her composure. "Even if you claim that, I still cannot trust you." Just then, several individuals entered from outside. Among them was Deputy Director Zheng, the very man whom both Diliriba and Han Xiangyan had chastised. At that moment, the greasy, repugnant Zheng had donned a new administrative jacket, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. So it turns out you two are in cahoots," he sneered, pointing an accusatory finger at the two beauties. Adopting a commanding demeanor, he signaled to his two bodyguards, who promptly positioned themselves in front of him. Han Xiangyan sensed that he was there to cause trouble, and her nerves tightened as she prepared to confront him. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who had been observing the unfolding drama, noticed that the two bodyguards bore unmistakable energy signatures glowing ominously. Suddenly, one of them extended his arms toward Han Xiangyan and Diliriba, aiming for their necks. "Watch out." Han Xiangyan swiftly pulled Diliriba aside. Retreating hastily, he then unleashed a dagger, which hurtled directly towards the assailant's face. In response, the man quickly withdrew his hand to shield himself. Meanwhile, another companion instantaneously materialized before them, extending his fist to strike both of them, only to be met with Diliriba's sonic attack. A piercing shout erupted from her lips, and a wave of sound surged through the air, causing everyone to cover their ears. The intensity of the sonic assault was overwhelming, creating a massive disturbance in the atmosphere. The man's fist remained locked in a stalemate against Diliriba's sound barrier, his teeth clenched in frustration as he struggled to breach it. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The two remained in this deadlock, while Han Xiangyan engaged with another bodyguard nearby. In the meantime, Deputy Director Zheng stood off to the side, hands clasped behind his back, leering at the unconscious Liu Tianxian on the hospital bed. He had long coveted the beauty before him. Seizing the opportunity, while his bodyguards were occupied with Han Xiangyan and Dili Riba. He could not resist extending his lecherous hand towards her cherubic face. The sight of his face made Li Yunxiao feel nauseated, her mind screaming in protest, "No, please, go away." She yearned to flee, yet felt utterly drained. Unable to rise from her position, she cast a desperate glance towards Dili Riba, who was locked in combat with the bodyguard. Just as Zhang was about to succeed in his advances, he suddenly felt as if someone had grasped his hand. His horror, it began to twist upwards against his will, prompting him to frantically use his other hand to hold it down. Despite his efforts, the hand continued its ascent until, with a sickening crack, it broke completely. Pain coursed through him, sweat pouring down his forehead as he gaped in disbelief. "There's a ghost! A ghost!" Deputy Director Zhang screamed in terror. That moment, one of his bodyguards lay defeated at Han Xiangyan's feet, while Dili Riba's sonic abilities left him in agony, too fatigued to concern himself with his leader's safety. In an instant, Qin Yu appeared behind Zhang, delivering a swift kick to his stomach. "You scoundrel, it seems my earlier blows were too gentle," Qin Yu scolded, then placed his foot firmly upon Zhang's hand, eliciting desperate pleas for mercy. "Please, spare me. I won't dare do it again." "Huh. Aren't you the leader? I despise hypocrites like you," Qin Yu retorted, applying pressure to Zhang's hand once more. The pain brought Zhang to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he begged for forgiveness. "The more you plead, the less inclined I am to show you mercy," Qin Yu sneered. Suddenly, Zhang found himself levitating, suspended in mid-air, a sight that left Li Yunxiao still recovering on the bed, utterly astonished. She had initially thought Dili Riba was formidable, then realized how powerful Han Xiangyan truly was. But witnessing Qin Yu's abilities left her feeling utterly terrified. Stepping closer, Qin Yu grasped Zhang's neck firmly. Zhang struggled in vain, gasping as sounds of choking escaped his throat. Gradually, his breath faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. "Thank you," Li Yunxiao exclaimed, grasping Qin Yu's arm with wide, sparkling eyes. That moment, Qin Yu truly took in her beauty. Li Yunxiao was indeed a quintessential beauty, with an oval face, willow-like brows, and phoenix eyes that embodied the essence of classical allure. Simultaneously, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Name: Li Yunxiao. Age: 18. Attractiveness: 95. Purity: 95. Extremely disdainful of men. Adores women. Overall score: 95. Meets system requirements. Oh, intriguing. Excitement shimmered in Qin Yu's eyes. He had never encountered such a uniquely captivating girl. Upon seeing the system notification, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Glancing back at Li Yunxiao, her exquisite features appeared even more enchanting. He had always been curious about the lives of girls like Li Yunxiao, who exclusively favored their own gender. When Dili Riba and Han Xiangyan returned, they were greeted by the lifeless body of Deputy Director Zhang. Han Xiangyan immediately approached the corpse and delivered a couple of kicks, while Dili Riba expressed her delight. However, her expression soon shifted to concern. What will happen to Sister Yunxiao's illness now? Noticing her distress, Han Xiangyan quickly reassured her, "Sister, do not fret. Wai Yugo has a special remedy for influenza. I was cured of the flu by that very medication." After all they had endured, Dili Riba chose to place her complete trust in Han Xiangyan's words, as both he and Qin Yu had risked their lives to save them. Dili Riba nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I believe you." Han Xiangyan continued, "If you wish for medicine, it is possible, but there is a condition." Gritting her teeth, Dili Riba gazed at the feverishly Yunxiao and declared, "Our lives were saved by you, so we will agree to any condition." With a smile, Han Xiangyan leaned closer to whisper Qin Yu's terms into her ear. Upon hearing his proposal, her cheeks flushed, and she hesitantly nodded. Then, she approached Li Yunxiao's bedside and quietly relayed Han Xiangyan's words. "It's nothing much, just cohabitation." Seeing the look of surprise on Li Yunxiao's face, she gently patted her shoulder and smiled. In truth, Dili Riba had felt an immediate attraction to the tall and handsome Qin Yu upon their first encounter. Once they agreed to Qin Yu's exchange proposal, he produced a package of imported medicine and asked, "Is there hot water available?" Dili Riba shook her head. "There is no hot water here." Qin Yu then, as if by magic, conjured a bottle of Ebao mineral water and handed it to her. Have her take 2 pills, and use this mineral water to wash them down. Dili Reba was astonished. She had not expected Qin Yu to possess both medicine and ebao water. However, she quickly administered the medication to the ailing Liu Xiao, and after ensuring she was taken care of, she drank several sips of the mineral water herself. Once Liu Xiao swallowed the medicine, she fell into a deep sleep, soon breaking into a sweat. When she awoke, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The fog in her mind had lifted. Seeing her transformation, Dili Reba was overjoyed and eagerly asked, "Yin Xiao, how are you feeling? This medicine is remarkable. I feel so much better." Liu Xiao replied with a smile. Han Shangyan beamed at them and said, "Then let us put on our coats and set off." As the prospect of leaving this place was raised, Liu Xiao felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, she had been immersed in the world of opera since she was 10, forming deep bonds with her troop members. There were more than a dozen people who accompanied her, and despite her youth, they all doted on her. She cherished this vocation, having relished living among her fellow girls. Although she found Qin Yu handsome, she instinctively felt a repulsion towards boys. What's wrong? Not wanting to leave? Qin Yu coolly inquired, as if sensing her inner conflict. To tease question, she quickly shook her head. "No, I always keep my promises." With that, she followed them out of the rehearsal room without looking back. Once outside, Dili Reba curiously asked, "But so dangerous out here. How will we get to your place?" Yet Han Shangyan simply smiled at her and replied, "You will find out soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and traced a circle in the air, instantaneously tearing open the fabric of space. Upon witnessing this spectacle, both Dili Reba and Liu Xiao were utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief at this display of magic. Before long, they found themselves drawn into this azure realm, and moments later, they arrived at a warm and bright place. "Wow, is this truly your home?" They marveled as they touched down. The warmth enveloped them. Everything was impeccably clean, and the air was fragrant. After becoming accustomed to the rehearsal room, they felt as though they had stepped into paradise. However, their astonishment was premature. When Yang Mi, Liu Yifei, and Tang Yin emerged, the two were simply left in as newcomers in the entertainment industry. Dili Reba was already well acquainted with these starlets, particularly Yang Mi, who was rumored to have been the original choice for a popular show, but had recommended Dili Reba instead due to scheduling conflicts. Naturally, Dili Reba regarded her as a mentor and rushed forward to embrace her warmly. "Mi Jia, I never expected to encounter you here. Thank you for recommending me for the show," she exclaimed with excitement. Yami reciprocated with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Your selection by the production team speaks volumes about your talent. I merely provided a little assistance." The two quickly found common ground in their conversation. Meanwhile, Liu Xiao, who had been immersed in the Yueju opera troupe since childhood, was less familiar with the stars around her. She simply thought they were all stunningly beautiful and exuded charm. After all, if these actresses were placed in her opera troupe, they would undoubtedly be leading ladies or the main attractions, as Qin Yu endeavored to make arrangements for them. He began chiseling away at the walls, directly connecting their space to the rooms below. Once the passage was opened, he lowered the modified ladder he had previously gathered from Wanda Plaza, thus enabling the lower rooms to accommodate residents. After they had all become acquainted, Qin Yu instructed Han Shang to take them for a shower. Liu Xiao seized the opportunity to wash away her perspiration, emerging from the shower feeling utterly refreshed. As she stepped out, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued food wafted through the air, and her stomach emitted a low growl of hunger. "Da. Is that really barbecue? Am I imagining things?" she murmured to herself as she walked. "You are not mistaken. That is indeed the scent of barbecue." Han Shang chuckled, covering her mouth to suppress her laughter. Upon seeing Liu Xiao, who had changed into a sleek black dress after her shower, she couldn't help but be captivated by her classical beauty. After regaining her composure, she led her to the living room, where Liu Xiao was once again taken aback by the sight of a table brimming with barbecue. "Go ahead, try it. This is no ordinary street barbecue." Han Shang urged her to sit down and help her serve a few skewers. Without hesitation, she dove into the feast. With each bite, she found the meat increasingly delectable and invigorating. What kind of meat is this? It's so tender and delicious," she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Han Shang responded with a mysterious smile. Don't ask. Knowing might ruin your appetite. This only heightened her intrigue. Yet the skewers in her hands were simply too irresistible to put down. That evening, Qin Yu prepared an extravagant spread of mutated frog meat. The enticing aroma wafted through the building, capturing the attention of neighbors above and below. His grilling antics on the balcony had not gone unnoticed by those in the opposite building. In a way, am I hallucinating? Is someone really barbecuing at home? One exclaimed, "It's true. I've seen it with my own eyes." Another replied, "This is ridiculous. Where did he procure all those supplies and so much meat?" Someone else chimed in, salivating at the tantalizing scent. This scene was also observed by Liu Tianxian, the leader of the 6th building's residents, who was overseeing a rooftop vegetable garden. Before the apocalypse, he had been a station master at a seed station. Following the onset of the crisis, he rallied the residents to unite, searching for resources while cultivating vegetables. His ability to command attention stemmed from an unusual ability he had awakened during the apocalypse, one that enhanced his charisma through speech. Whenever he spoke, people were drawn to him. Liu Jianguo's discovery of this talent was serendipitous. During a meeting with residents of the 6th building, he had sent out a voice message, expecting few to attend. To his surprise, nearly all surviving members showed up, dressed in a formal jacket with a neat crew cut. He exuded leadership as he passionately shared his insights on survival amidst the calamity. The audience listened intently, and he proposed the formation of resource-gathering teams and planting groups. Under his guidance, they managed to sustain their lives, suffering fewer losses than other buildings during the apocalypse. Soon, other buildings began to emulate their model, selecting their own leaders. Before long, nearly all buildings, except for the 5th, had formed their alliances, targeting the disorganized 5th building as their first objective. While devising plans to raid the 5th building, someone leaked the chat records from their group. Liu Jianguo quickly discovered evidence of abundant resources at Qin Yu's residence, although Qin Yu had not specified his floor. Upon spotting him barbecuing on the balcony, Liu Jianguo deduced his identity. He turned to his eager companion, Xiao Li. "Do you crave barbecue?" Xiao Li, wiping his mouth sheepishly, replied, "Of course. In our group, a single instant noodle packet is fought over like treasure. And that guy over there is feasting." As he spoke of barbecue, his mouth watered further. "If I could just have one skewer, I'd be willing to give anything," Liu Jianguo reminded him. "In this apocalypse, why barter? Just take it." "What? You mean?" Xiao Li could hardly believe his ears. "Yes, why not? Others are already discussing teaming up to raid supplies from other buildings," Liu Jianguo replied, nodding. "Since we're in close proximity, let us be the first to seize his resources, while also plundering the 5th building's residents. Sounds delightful, doesn't it?" "You're right, Liu. Let us grab his barbecue grill and bring it here. Then we can send someone to the large supermarket to search the frozen storage. With those ingredients, I can whip up all kinds of barbecue." In an instant, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had already begun to anticipate the upcoming robbery mission. Across from him, Qin Yu had just noticed Liu Jianguo and his companions while preparing barbecue. Even using his spiritual awareness to keep tabs on them at this moment, he was leisurely enjoying barbecue and conversing with beautiful women. The mutated frog meat was becoming increasingly delectable with each bite, especially for Li Yunxiao, whose body had only recently healed and was still somewhat frail. After partaking in this dish, she felt a surge of energy, even recovering to a state better than before. Dili Riba also sang praises for the delicious and juicy barbecue. Utterly oblivious to how long it had been since she savored such exquisite food, she felt immense gratitude towards Han Shangyan, who had enlightened her, and Qin Yu, who had rescued her. Otherwise, she would still be languishing in a filthy rehearsal room, gnawing on a frozen bun from shelter. Now, not only did she have barbecue to relish, but also beverages and fine wine. Whenever she contemplated the blissful, ethereal life that awaited her, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Once everyone had their fill, it was time for playful interactions between the women and Qin Yu. Today, it was Jiang Youchu's turn to attend to Qin Yu. She approached him from behind and began to massage his shoulders, her hands, as white as jade, pressed down gently, employing a soft yet effective technique. Aware of Qin Yu's fondness for Yang Mi's massage style, she had secretly watched videos to learn new techniques during this time. Her diligent efforts bore fruit, as her skills had noticeably improved. Not bad. You can apply a bit more pressure. Qin Yu felt a lightness envelop him, surprised by how quickly Jiang Youchu's massage abilities had developed. Her fingers moved with the precision of a massage chair, targeting nearly every crucial acupoint on his body. She then leaned in closer and softly inquired, "Is it comfortable?" "Yes, just right." Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Really? I'm glad you like it. Looks like my efforts haven't been in vain." Jiang Youchu's cheeks flushed with joy at his response. Thus, Qin Yu reclined fully on the sofa, closing his eyes to fully enjoy the exquisite massage technique. While indulging in Jiang Youchu's ministrations, he also kept an eye on Li Riba and Liu Tianxian, who were being shown around the house by Han Shangyin and Gu Linajia. Each new room they entered filled them with wonder, particularly when they discovered the gym, their faces lighting up with delight. "From now on, this will be your home. You can come here to work out whenever you wish," Gu Linajia enthusiastically proclaimed. Being fellow countrywomen, she and Li Riba naturally grew closer. Before long, Li Riba began to familiarize herself with the surroundings under Gu Linajia's guidance. Observing the two of them resembling close sisters, an idea suddenly sparked in Qin Yu's mind. As evening approached, he invited the two of them, who were still exercising in the gym, to join him in his bedroom for a late-night snack. Tonight's feast consisted of sauerkraut fish, braised pork knuckles, crayfish, and skewered barbecues, all directly retrieved from the culinary realm. Upon seeing the lavish spread laid out on the table, Li Riba felt her mouth water once more. Additionally, there was a bottle of exquisite French red wine and 3 glasses. Noticing her sister lost in thought, Gu Linajia playfully nudged her waist, saying, "Don't just stand there. Brother Yu has invited us to join him for a late-night snack for the first time. He must be in a great mood today." After hearing this, Li Riba quickly nodded and followed her to the seating arrangement. I could see this moment. Qin Yu was carefully admiring their attire. Gu Linajia wore a pink dress paired with a white strapless top, her face adorned with a fresh makeup look, exuding both innocence and allure. In contrast, Li Riba donned a blue dress and, having just arrived, opted for a natural look without makeup, her complexion appearing slightly pale due to inadequate rest and nutrition at the television station. When Li Riba sat down and met Qin Yu's gaze, she felt a twinge of shyness. Meanwhile, Gu Linajia poured a glass of red wine and approached Qin Yu, gently offering it to him, saying, "Brother Yu, please have a drink." Qin Yu accepted the glass and pulled her into his embrace. The lingering scent of her body after exercising enveloped him as she nestled closer, rubbing against him. Afterward, she stood up again, pouring wine for herself and Li Riba. After clinking glasses with Li Riba, she smiled and suggested, "Why don't you raise a toast to Brother Yu as well?" Prompted by her sister's reminder, Li Riba quickly stood up, raising her glass to Qin Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, thank you for bringing us here. Thank you for your care. I raise a glass to you." Qin Yu smiled, clinking glasses with her as he replied, "I did not unconditionally take you in. You must remember your promise." Upon hearing his words, Li Riba nodded, her cheeks flushing as she returned to her seat. Gu Linajia, catching Qin Yu's remark, turned to Li Riba, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Seeing Qin Yu's glass empty, she promptly stood up to refill it. Thus, the three of them sat together, drinking, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "I heard you two are excellent dancers." "Yes, I have specifically trained in ethnic dance for 7 to 8 years. Li Riba immediately affirmed with a nod. Sensing Qin Yu's excitement, Gu Linajia felt a twinge of unease. She smiled and added, "I also dabble in classical dance." "Then you two should collaborate tonight," Qin Yu calmly suggested. After exchanging glances, Gu Linajia replied, "We'll perform a piece for Brother Yu. But it would be even better with music." Anticipating her response, Qin Yu smiled and opened a music app on his phone, selecting a traditional piece. As the enchanting melodies began to flow, Li Riba led the somewhat hesitant Gu Linajia into a lively dance. True to their backgrounds as graduates of prestigious dance schools, they quickly found their rhythm despite it being their first collaboration. They embraced each other in unison, then separated to showcase solo performances. Their movements graceful and fluid, Sharing the same cultural roots, their dance steps synchronized perfectly as the music reached its climax. Gulinaja spun gracefully to face Qin Yu, playfully biting his wine glass and tilting her head back to finish the remaining wine in one gulp. Then, with a flirtatious glance, she leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning toward his lips. "You're being mischievous again. What about little Reba?" Qin Yu feigned seriousness, questioning her. Gulinaja giggled, covering her mouth as she stood and returned to the center of the dance floor, pulling Li Reba back into the dance. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sipped his wine, thoroughly enjoying their enchanting performance. Reminiscent of the pleasures of ancient times spent listening to melodies in a tavern. Once their dance concluded, the two of them returned to Qin Yu's side, slightly breathless and wiping the sweat from their foreheads. "If you're tired, take a moment to rest. Let us share another drink." Qin Yu calmly lifted his wine glass and spoke. After several rounds of drinks, Gulinaja unexpectedly proposed to dance another duet for him. She then took Qin Yu by the hand and led him to the center of the spacious room, where they began to dance together. As an art examination candidate, Qin Yu's dancing skills were among the finest in his school. Soon, he found his rhythm, and their coordination became increasingly harmonious. Sitting nearby, Gulinaja transformed into their little fan, enthusiastically applauding them. Before long, Li Reba approached and extended her hand, pulling him into her and Qin Yu's circle. Thus, Qin Yu found himself nestled between two exquisite beauties, dancing like a butterfly flitting through a garden of flowers. However, the dancing and late-night snacks merely served as a prelude for Qin Yu to facilitate further intimate exchanges. Indeed, under the influence of alcohol, Gulinaja, initially somewhat reserved, began to loosen up. Through their close contact, she gradually accepted the powerful aura of the man before her, aware that her promise to herself was about to be fulfilled that very night. After finishing this final dance, Qin Yu wrapped his arms around their waists and led them towards a secluded corner. Tonight was destined to be extraordinary, adding another exotic beauty to the women sharing a roof with Qin Yu. Last night, he had engaged in a profound discussion about dance and love with Li Reba and Gulinaja. They were astonished to discover many similarities in their understanding of these matters, particularly captivated by the masculinity that Qin Yu exuded. This is why they found themselves with endless topics to discuss and an inexhaustible passion throughout the night, finally retiring to rest as dawn approached. In the morning, they rose only when the sun's rays began to warm their faces. After Li Reba got up, she noticed Han Shangyin and Liu Yunxiao waiting at the door. Initially, Liu Yunxiao hesitated to approach, but Han Shangyin encouraged her to join him. After all, he had far more experience than Liu Yunxiao. At that moment, Li Reba, every few steps, leaned against the wall for support. When she noticed Liu Yunxiao standing before her and saw her condition, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Liu Yunxiao hurriedly stepped forward to support her, inquiring, "Sister Reba, did you stay with them all night? What happened to your legs?" The barrage of questions left Li Reba momentarily speechless, her face burning, unsure how to respond. Han Shangyin, with his experience, gently took Liu Yunxiao's hand and suggested, "Sister Yunxiao, why don't you help her to the bathroom to freshen up? You'll understand these things in time." "Oh, all right, sister, let me assist you to the bathroom." Liu Yunxiao nodded, somewhat bewildered, and helped Li Reba toward the restroom. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had made his way to the dining area to enjoy breakfast, consisting of soup dumplings and steak, while reminiscing about the previous night. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully cohabited under the same roof with Li Reba. Reward: exoskeleton mech, 100 healing fruits. Upon seeing the sci-fi styled exoskeleton mech in his spatial pocket, Qin Yu was taken aback. The mech's design was not only futuristic but also infused with Cthulhu elements, giving it an otherworldly appearance. The 100 healing fruits were a vibrant red, emitting a fragrant aroma that was quite appetizing. Curious, he inquired of the system, "What is the function of these healing fruits?" The system promptly responded, reporting to the host, "Consuming the healing fruits bestows the ability to heal various wounds and ailments. By consuming more fruits and accumulating them, you can enhance your healing capabilities." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu quickly consumed a few healing fruits. Instantly, he felt a mysterious energy coursing through him, spreading throughout his limbs, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of comfort. make a tea that moment. Reba and Li Yunxiao joined him at the table for breakfast. Before them lay an array of breakfast delights, including fried dough sticks, buns, pancakes, and steak, a veritable feast. The sight of such a sumptuous breakfast left both women in awe, for even in the normal world, they had never encountered such a diverse spread. Wow, this is incredibly lavish, Li Yunxiao exclaimed, her hands clasped together in excitement. Which should I try first? Dilly Reba, seizing the moment, chose a basket of soup dumplings for herself. Ding! Dilly Reba has consumed a basket of soup dumplings, returning 1,000 baskets, now stored in the host's spatial pocket. Moments later, another notification chimed in. Ding! Dilly Reba has consumed a bowl of soy milk, returning 1,000 bowls, now stored in the host's spatial pocket. Ding! Dilly Reba has consumed a fried dough stick, returning 1,000 sticks, now stored in the host's spatial pocket. Well, it seems last night's indulgence was quite considerable. She has already devoured several breakfast items this morning. However, for Qin Yu, resources were never a concern. The more she ate, the more he received in return. A tea that juncture, he opened the loyalty panel for Dilly Reba, and to his satisfaction, it was entirely yellow, indicating her complete loyalty. He then turned his attention to Li Yunxiao, checking her loyalty panel, which displayed a mix of green and yellow. This outcome did not surprise Qin Yu. After all, she had always expressed her preference for girls, intentionally demonstrating disinterest in men. Nevertheless, due to the gratitude she felt for Qin Yu after he saved her at the television station, she harbored a strong sense of appreciation for him. Just then, an elegant beauty took a seat beside her, the scent of lavender wafting through the air. Turning her head, she was astonished to find her favorite actress, Tang Yin, with a charming smile that revealed a subtle dimple. Tang Yin addressed her, Sister Yunxiao, is this sweet soy milk delicious? Each of Tang Yan's smiles and expressions stirred Li Yunxiao's heart, causing her to blush. It's delicious, she shyly replied, gazing at Tang Yin's alluring red lips and graceful demeanor. Tang Yin, upon seeing her, was equally taken aback by the classical beauty before her. Their eyes met, and they shared a sweet smile, both feeling a delightful warmth in their hearts. For Tang Yin, who was accustomed to encountering various beauties in the entertainment industry, this petite beauty from the opera world exuded a unique charm. Suddenly, with admiration in her gaze, Li Yunxiao exclaimed, Tang Tang, I'm your fan. I can't believe I'm meeting my idol today. Tang Yin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and replied, Yes, I like you too. I've seen you perform at the opera. Really? I had no idea. Li Yunxiao leaned in closer, intrigued. Tang Yin nodded, saying, I saw your true perform in Modu with some friends. Thus, opera became a shared topic, and their rapport blossomed tea that moment. Qin Yu also settled beside Tang. As she noticed him sit down, she immediately leaned into his embrace, like a gentle kitten. Then, her arms wrapped around his neck as she whispered in his ear, Brother Yu, can I come to your place tonight? Her eyes, slightly hazy, gazed longingly at Qin Yu. He smiled and replied, That depends on your performance. As he spoke, he placed his large hand upon her head. Tang Yin, naturally perceptive, became completely his little bee in front of Qin Yu, her tall and graceful demeanor transforming entirely. Li Yunxiao, seated beside them, felt her understanding of the situation gradually crumbling as she witnessed the exchange between Tang Yin and Qin Yu unfold before her eyes, causing her to blush with shyness. She swiftly turned her face away, as the woman she once viewed as dignified and poised had now become Qin Yu's obedient darling. The sight of her exuberance and delight sent a wave of warmth to Li Yunxiao's cheeks. Having navigated the world of women for so long, she had always harbored an affinity for them, but had only ever been limited to holding hands and hugging, never daring to cross any boundaries. Her interactions had been confined to casual outings such as shopping or watching movies, finding solace in their embraces, and nothing more. Thus, the shock she now faced was profoundly overwhelming. She had not anticipated that a man could be so commanding and handsome. Her heart was slowly melting like a glacier. Yet, her stubborn spirit compelled her to rise and retreat. However, Qin Yu's voice called out to her, Yunxiao, come here. His tone bore the weight of a command, compelling her foot, which had just begun to step away, to return in an instant. He pulled her close, wrapping an arm around her waist. Once seated beside him, Liu Yunxiao was immediately enveloped by a unique and enticing fragrance that drew her in. "Turn your face this way," Qin Yu demanded as he grasped her chin that a blush adorned her exquisitely shaped face, resembling a delicate cloud tinged with pink. "Look into my eyes," he whispered close to her ear. A flicker of panic danced in her gaze as she found herself falling into his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, she instinctively wanted to resist, but he had already blocked her path. A wave of warmth brushed against her lips, marking her first kiss with a boy, leaving her utterly flustered. Ugh, how infuriating. This is my first kiss. How could I give it to a man? She internally lamented. Yet, she found herself devoid of strength. Tang Yen observed the unfolding scene with a knowing smile, as if she had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was not until a considerable time had passed that Liu Yunxiao regained her freedom. Hee, quite inexperienced, aren't you? Qin Yu remarked with a mischievous grin. Instantly, Liu Yunxiao lowered her head, her ears flushing with embarrassment. That moment. Qin Yu, noticing her reaction, opened her loyalty panel once more. He observed that the previously abundant green segments were gradually shifting to yellow, with some even transforming into orange. This change in her disposition pleased him immensely. Once she collected herself, Liu Yunxiao stammered, "I need to use the restroom." With that, she hurriedly dashed towards the facilities, and Qin Yu watched her retreating figure with a sly smile. It was his first encounter with a girl like her, who considered herself to be fond of women. This was merely his first step in bending Liu Yunxiao to his will. He relished the gradual transformation of a young girl. After a while, his senses detected a group of individuals emerging from the building across the way. They stealthily approached, armed with various weapons, creeping through the red mist towards this building. Soon, he discerned that aside from the occupants of the building across, there were two other groups following suit into Building 5. The sudden influx of people put the remaining survivors in peril. Before long, the intruders forced open doors, searching each unit for supplies, only to discover that the residents here were not faring much better. Many homes were deserted, and those that were occupied clung to their last, dwindling resources. Thus, any attempt to seize supplies would inevitably meet with fierce resistance. Upon realizing that this place did not possess the ample resources Liu Jiangwo had claimed, the intruders felt duped. Meanwhile, Liu Jiangwo had already led his band of brothers straight towards the 32nd floor. The closer he approached, the more unease clawed at his heart. He cautioned those ahead using his telepathic abilities. "Be careful up ahead." Initially, he had not intended to join this mission, but the thought of the beauties in Qin Yu's abode left him feeling uneasy about his subordinates. After all, opportunities to interact with starlets were rare. Especially in these dire times, he aimed to eliminate Qin Yu swiftly, so he could indulge in the bounties for himself. To ensure safety, he had prepared 2 waves of men to charge ahead while he remained behind to direct their actions. Just as the front line ascended the staircase, a resounding crash echoed from ahead. Boo! Following a few more explosive sounds, a cascade of blood rained down upon the remaining members. It turned out that those in front had triggered the traps Qin Yu had set in the external stairwell, and the air was filled with cries of distress. This is bad. There are indeed traps ahead. Liu Jiangwo realized too late. Witnessing the carnage, with limbs scattered everywhere, fear began to grip his heart before arriving. He had believed that possessing 4 abilities made him invulnerable. How could Qin Yu, even with extraordinary skills, escape his grasp? Yet now, the scene before him was entirely beyond his expectations. Suddenly, the floor beneath them trembled, and the surviving members in front scrambled to flee. Chaos ensued as the 2 factions collided in a stampede, leaving the staircase in disarray. Liu Jiangwo, having never faced such a setback since taking command, raised his arm and rallied. "Brothers, the bomb traps have been triggered. It's just one person. What are we afraid of? If we charge up, there will be feasts and beauties waiting for us. Follow me." Indeed, his words seemed to carry a certain magic, inciting a fervent response from the crowd. Under his leadership, they charged upward with renewed vigor. As they surged up the stairs once more, 2 corpses came flying towards them. Upon closer inspection, a tall figure stood in the brightness ahead, resembling a giant of light. Clad in exoskeletal armor, he swung his iron fists, sending the remaining survivors sprawling. Witnessing Qin Yu's formidable equipment left Liu Jiangwo in a state of shock. The newcomers were equally dumbfounded. What sort of monster was this? Upon witnessing Qin Yu's Cthulhu-inspired mech, some bystanders couldn't help but express their disdain. However, amidst their fearful gazes, Qin Yu produced a large pineapple from behind him and began surveying the crowd. As the frontline individuals witnessed a fiery tongue erupt, their lives swiftly neared their conclusion. Liu Jiangwo, observing that his men were nearly vanquished by Qin Yu, was consumed by rage, his fury igniting as a four-ability wielder. He then activated his innate powers. Suddenly, Qin Yu's keen perception revealed that the red energy within Liu Jiangwo was rapidly expanding. This unexpected transformation took him by surprise, as he had never anticipated an individual's energy could grow in such a manner. As Liu Jiangwo's anger intensified, his physique began to swell. His clothing was quickly torn apart by the burgeoning muscles, while his skin turned a vivid red. Gradually, his height surged to over 2 meters. Faced with the emergence of this crimson giant, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the giant seized the pineapple from his grasp. The remaining survivors, witnessing their leader unleash his formidable powers, erupted in cheers. They began to fantasize about their leader defeating Qin Yu, envisioning the spoils of his home and the women therein falling into their hands. Concurrently, Zhang Han, who was covertly observing the unfolding situation from a nearby corner, remained acutely aware of the developments. A native of the 5th building, he had long coveted the treasure Qin Yu occasionally showcased in the group, featuring images of supplies and beautiful women. After a period of clandestine investigation, he finally pinpointed Qin Yu's location. Realizing he could not overpower him, he deliberately leaked Qin Yu's address to Liu Jiangwo's faction, hoping to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Soon, he guided Liu Jiangwo and his group to launch an assault on the 5th building. To his utter astonishment, he discovered that Qin Yu's firepower was exceedingly fierce, equipped not only with grenades and firearms, but also exoskeleton mechs. This revelation momentarily unsettled him, leaving him uncertain whether to seize the opportunity to infiltrate Qin Yu's abode amidst the turmoil or to make a hasty retreat. Just as he hesitated, Liu Jiangwo commenced his transformation. He swung his massive arms directly at Qin Yu's exoskeleton, causing a tremendous sound to reverberate. To his astonishment, Qin Yu's mech remained unscathed as he effortlessly intercepted the blow. Qin Yu redirected Liu Jiangwo's force toward the nearby wall, resulting in a shower of debris and utter disarray. Witnessing Liu Jiangwo's immense strength only bolstered the confidence of those present. Zhang Han enthusiastically encouraged the red giant, urging him to defeat Qin Yu and proclaiming him the most powerful individual in the community. Bolstered by Zhang Han's flattery, Liu Jiangwo felt invigorated. What had been a mere warm-up was now an opportunity to familiarize himself with his newfound power. He readied himself for battle, targeting Qin Yu's position and extending his arms in an attempt to seize him. Yet, Qin Yu merely smiled, unfazed by the prospect of facing a creature akin to the Hulk, knowing his abilities rendered such threats trivial. He swiftly established a mental link, exerting his formidable will to control Liu Jiangwo's psyche. Initially, Liu Jiangwo appeared unaffected, but gradually he sensed his movements becoming sluggish. It seemed as though Qin Yu and Liu Jiangwo were engaged in a delicate dance of mutual probing. Yet Liu Jiangwo internally recognized he was no match for Qin Yu. After observing for a while, tension began to mount among the onlookers. Some even prepared to flee, as they had come to plunder resources and did not wish to sacrifice their lives. However, Zhang Han remained exuberant, assuring everyone that their leader was merely gathering his strength. His words resonated with the crowd, who resumed their cheers for their leader, expressing their unwavering faith in his ability to share the spoils with them. Liu Jiangwo, hearing their rallying cries, grew increasingly anxious. His movements became sluggish, and he began to lose control over his consciousness. As Qin Yu maintained his mental link, he had completely subjugated Liu Jiangwo. What is happening? Don't he attack us, boss? Liu Jiangwo exclaimed in desperation. Run, he has gone mad. Liu, it's me, Jia. My head. In an instant, his followers fell victim to his iron fists, fleeing in terror. Once he had exhausted himself, his giant form dissipated, reverting him to his original state. Weak and powerless, he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, having failed to utilize his other two abilities before Qin Yu. Qin Yu, with a mere punch, sent him crashing into the wall, rendering him incapable of lifting his head. Turning to the traitorous Zhang Han, who was now pale and aware of the gravity of his actions, Qin Yu inquired, "How should I punish you for leading outsiders to attack our fifth building?" Zhang Han, realizing the peril he faced, frantically bowed and pleaded, "Please, I understand my mistake." He knew that if handed over to the residents of the fifth building, they would tear him apart. Quickly, he devised a plan, saying, "If you spare me, I can provide you with information you'll find intriguing." "Oh, what information?" Qin Yu replied calmly, "No, you must release me first." Zhang Han insisted nervously. Qin Yu smirked, stepping forward and gripping Zhang Han by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "Oh, you truly believe you're in a position to negotiate?" Qin Yu's grip tightened, his countenance transforming into a fearsome shade of gray. Zhang Han, desperate, waved his arms in surrender. "I'll tell you, I still prefer your unruly demeanor. Now speak." Qin Yu taunted that I know that Su Ning's eldest son, Zhang Qiang, has constructed a doomsday fortress nearby, costing millions. It is brimming with supplies and various entertainment facilities that, if you can infiltrate it with your abilities, it could be yours. He blurted out in one breath. Intrigued by this revelation, Qin Yu pressed further. "Where precisely is this fortress located?" "I only know it's near the blue platform building. I'm not certain of the exact spot," he replied honestly, sensing that Qin Yu no longer doubted him. He quickly added, "So, can I be your subordinate and join you? What do you think?" Qin Yu shot him a skeptical glance before tightening his grip, extinguishing Zhang Han's life. After acquiring Zhang Han's information, Qin Yu realized it was indeed time to relocate with the women. However, he needed to investigate further to confirm the details, just as he intended to return home after dealing with the attackers. He noticed his injured German shepherd limping towards him, wagging its tail and resting at his feet. Concerned, Qin Yu examined the dog's injury and discovered a deep gash on its paw, still bleeding. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he remembered that he had recently acquired a new healing ability. Gently stroking Hulk's head, he said, "Good boy, let me help you heal." The German shepherd immediately began to whimper and nuzzle against his leg. As if it had comprehended his words, a gentle glow emanated from Qin Yu's fingertips, enveloping the dog's paws in a warm embrace. After feeling a soothing warmth, the dog lay comfortably on the ground, panting and gazing at him. Before long, the wound on its paw visibly began to heal. In no time, the injury was scarcely discernible, and the German shepherd's spirit was instantly revitalized. Subsequently, Qin Yu opened the time-space portal and used his will to clear away all the corpses in the corridor. He then teleported back home, the entire battle having lasted no more than half an hour. Throughout this ordeal, the intruders had failed to breach the entrance to Qin Yu's abode. Upon his return, the anxious women inside rushed to greet him, having heard the fierce explosions outside. Despite their understanding of Qin Yu's formidable strength, many among them still felt a twinge of concern for his safety. While Yang Mi and others had monitored the battle in real time, newcomers like Liu Tianxian and Diliriba were particularly worried for both Qin Yu and everyone present. Since being forcefully kissed by Qin Yu, Liu Tianxian had been unable to shake off the image of his handsome visage from her mind. The taste of him lingered on her lips. Upon seeing Qin Yu return, she felt a genuine joy in his safe arrival. Although she did not rush to embrace him like the other girls, her concerned gaze remained fixed upon him. As Qin Yu acknowledged the greetings from others, he also took note of her expression. A wave of happiness surged within him as he realized he was drawing ever closer to his objective. During dinner that evening, Qin Yu deliberately pulled Liu Tianxian to sit beside him. He also discreetly linked with Yang Mi and Tang Yin, subtly hinting at their roles, which they naturally understood. Thus, the two began to toast Liu Tianxian. Particularly, Tang Yin continuously praised Liu Tianxian's performance as a Huadan in new opera. Expressing her admiration, caught up in their sweet exchanges, Liu Tianxian found herself somewhat lost in the moment. "Sister, I adore your portrayal of Zhu Yingtai and Liang Zhu. Your graceful form and ethereal singing are simply enchanting. Allow me to toast you. Do remember to teach me a couple of lines in the future." Tang Yin raised a glass of red wine beside Liu Tianxian to offer a toast. Seeing her idol come to toast her, Li Yunxiao felt elated and quickly returned the gesture, saying, "If you enjoy listening to me, I shall sing more. I wouldn't dare trouble you for lessons." She lifted her glass and downed the remaining wine in one gulp, consistently maintaining her politeness and grace. Noticing her empty glass, Yang Mi promptly filled it again from a bottle, saying, "Allow me to toast you as well. For I am eager to hear your rendition of Liang Zhu. It is one of the most renowned pieces in our daxia." Faced with their continuous toasts, Li Yunxiao had no choice but to bravely accept each one. At that moment, Qin Yu raised his glass and declared, "Let me drink on her behalf." With that, he polished off the wine in her recently filled glass in one go. Witnessing Qin Yu shield her from the wine, Li Yunxiao felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Despite being the most powerful individual present, he had consistently looked out for her. This act was particularly effective on a girl like her, who had just begun to experience the stirrings of affection. Truly, age-old strategies can capture hearts. At that moment, the ice within her heart had nearly melted away. After 3 rounds of toasting, Qin Yu had already consumed nearly half of her drinks. Li Yunxiao gazed at him with gratitude in her eyes, a silence conveying more than words ever could. Although she did not explicitly express her thanks, her gaze spoke volumes. Once dinner concluded, Tang Yin and Yang Mi pulled her into Yang Mi's multimedia screening room. There, they selected an accompaniment of Liang Zhu from a video-sharing app and projected it onto the screen before them. "Sister Yunxiao, how do you find this accompaniment?" Tang Yin, holding Li Yunxiao's delicate hand, earnestly asked in a playful tone, "Could you perform a segment for us live?" Upon receiving their earnest request, Li Yunxiao felt unable to refuse. Yang Mi then cheerfully suggested, "Let us go to Jiang Youchu's place to help you choose an outfit fitting for this role." "Yes, what a splendid idea. Youchu definitely has suitable hanfu." Yang Mi readily agreed, applauding the notion. Thus, the 3 of them joined hands and made their way to Jiang Youchu's room. Upon hearing their introduction, she expressed keen interest and opened her wardrobe, revealing an array of colorful hanfu for them to choose from. "Wow, all the outfits here are stunning," Li Yunxiao exclaimed with delight. She soon chose a blue hanfu, and as she donned it, her elegance radiated instantly. They then returned to Yang Mi's home, where she practiced her vocal exercises, having not rehearsed properly in days. In no time, she began to sing 18 farewells from Liang Zhu, accompanied by the music on screen. Her graceful figure and resonant, powerful voice, coupled with her every smile and frown, exuded sophistication. Just as Tang Yin and Yang Mi were captivated by her performance, Qin Yu approached with a drink in hand. "Indeed, Yunxiao, your singing is like a heavenly melody. It brings back memories of joyous times spent watching temple operas with my grandfather." Qin Yu sipped while admiring the exquisite performance on stage. After her performance, the 3 couldn't help but applaud her enthusiastically. Once she descended from the stage, Qin Yu pulled her into his embrace, saying, "It turns out you are the Zhu Yingtai in my heart." Hearing his compliment filled Li Yunxiao with joy. She suddenly realized she no longer harbored disdain for men. Instead, she began to genuinely like Qin Yu from the depths of her heart. Naturally, she leaned her head against his warm chest and smiled at him over her glass, saying, "Then let me forever be the Yingtai in your heart, brother Yu." Qin Yu felt a thrill of satisfaction within, though he maintained a calm facade. "Very well, but it will depend on your performance tonight." Li Yunxiao's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face deeply into his embrace. After enjoying his warm hug, the weariness from her recent performance vanished entirely. In truth, she had practiced this segment numerous times, but had yet to perform it live on stage. After all, she had only recently debuted, and there were senior sisters in the troupe who continued to dominate the spotlight. Additionally, new, burgeoning talents like Chun Lijun were also rising. Thus, her opportunities were primarily limited to supporting roles or less popular productions. The chance to perform Liang Zhu so earnestly before Yang Mi, Tang Yin, and Qin Yu was a source of immense happiness for her. Moreover, Qin Yu's admiration bolstered her feelings of affection for him. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with Qin Yu, she took to the stage once more, delivering a standout rendition of Mu Guiying Takes Command. Her stunning figure and powerful singing radiated a commanding presence, sharply contrasting with the previous portrayal of the delicate Yingtai. Fascinating, Qin Yu observed her seamless transition between two distinct personas, further piquing his interest in her. Meanwhile, Tang Yin and Yang Mi had long since been entranced. It was only after her performance concluded that they snapped back to reality, erupting into applause. Qin Yu smiled as he wrapped his arms around Liu Xiao, who approached him of her own accord. She lay comfortably against him and even initiated a toast. "Thank you, brother Yu, for your fondness. I thought my skills in opera would never see the light of day in this apocalyptic world. Yet here I find my kindred spirit." Her eyes shimmered with tears as she gazed at Qin Yu, her heart brimming with warmth. "Xiao Xiao, your singing was magnificent. We were all deeply moved," Tang Yin said, wiping the tears from her face as she sat beside them. Soon after, Yang Mi joined them, raising her glass and exclaiming, "Listening to Sister Yin Xiao sing is truly a delight. Thank you, dear sisters, for your appreciation." Li Yin Xiao replied gratefully. Li Yin Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise she received, poured another glass of wine for the two of them. The red wine was potent, and before long, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, while the objects around her began to spin. Soon, she found herself completely collapsing into Qin Yu's embrace, her gaze at him so sweet that it seemed to ooze honey as she said, "Brother Yu, why do I feel so dizzy? Could you take me to a room to rest for a while?" This was precisely the moment Qin Yu had been waiting for. He nodded and replied, "Of course, I'll help you to my room for a bit of rest." As he guided her into the water bedroom, she felt a soft, delicate sensation beneath her. This bed is so comfortable," she murmured with her eyes half closed, a look of bliss on her face. Gradually, she began to realize how delightful the scent of the boy beside her was. Under Qin Yu's gentle influence, Li Yin Xiao started to open her heart to him. "Brother Yu, you must treat me well," she said, caressing his face in response. Qin Yu captured her lips in a long kiss. Indeed, being a lesbian was different. She naturally resisted interactions with boys. However, each time she opposed him, it only piqued Qin Yu's curiosity and ignited a powerful counteraction. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. The once thorny rose had seemingly lost all its prickles at the hands of Qin Yu. Now, nestled in his arms, she was but a gentle and affectionate woman, her gaze fixed solely on him. "Are you hungry?" Qin Yu asked upon returning from the bathroom, noticing her enchanting eyes fixed on him. She nodded vigorously, resembling a little girl who had made a mistake. Seeing her innocent and pure demeanor, Qin Yu retrieved a few energy bars and strength fruits from his personal space, offering them to her. "Eat up," without questioning how he had conjured them. Li Yin Xiao eagerly took them and consumed them. Ding! Li Yin Xiao ate 3 energy bars, returned 3,300, now stored in personal space. Ding! Li Yin Xiao consumed 5 strength fruits, returned 5,500, now stored in personal space. After finishing everything, she was astonished to feel her once fatigued body suddenly brimming with vitality. Simultaneously, she sensed a surge of energy flowing from her dantian, radiating throughout her limbs. This power accumulated within her, seeking an outlet. Thus, she playfully traced her delicate fingers across Qin Yu's back. Regrettably, her lack of experience in romantic interactions with boys rendered her attempts at flirtation rather clumsy. Fortunately, Qin Yu was attuned to her feelings, providing her with an enthusiastic response. At last, Qin Yu was able to savor the thrill of bending a lesbian-esque will. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Li Yin Xiao awoke, feeling parched and dazed from the previous night's indulgence. Glancing around, she noticed that Qin Yu had already vanished from her side. As she dressed and stepped out of the room, she overheard several women chattering excitedly. "Oh, you think Li Yin Xiao needs to lean on the wall to come out?" That is for sure. Hasn't everyone leaned on the wall at some point?" With her petite frame, how could she withstand Brother Yu? Upon hearing the women's gossip at the door, Li Yin Xiao felt a rush of embarrassment and quietly retreated back to bed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had finished his breakfast and was already in his home gym working out. At that moment, he encountered Dilly Reba, who had also come early to exercise. Having felt stifled and bored during her time at the Blue TV building, she had eagerly sought out this place to work out. "Brother Yu, you're here too," she greeted him upon spotting him. "Yeah, just here for a run," Qin Yu replied calmly as he stepped onto a treadmill and began jogging. While running, he contemplated the intel Zhang Han had shared with him the previous day. Meanwhile, Dilly Reba, having heard that her close friend Li Yunxiao spent the night in Qin Yu's room and had not returned, was surprised by the implications of their encounter. What astonished her more was how her dear friend, as a lesbian, had been captivated by Brother Yu. Suddenly, her WeChat notification chimed. Upon checking her phone, her expression changed drastically. That it was a distress message from her fellow townswoman and senior, Tong Leah. "Help me, I've been kidnapped." Tong Leah had been invited by Blue TV to host their anniversary celebration just before the apocalypse struck. Shortly after her arrival, the red mist enveloped the area. The horrifying scenes of the end of the world had left her in despair. Initially, she had thought the red mist would pass quickly, only to discover it was accompanied by various strange animal sounds. Opening her phone, she found numerous videos on popular short video platforms about the red mist and various mutated plants and animals. It was then she realized the situation was far more complex than she had anticipated. In the ensuing days of fear, she discovered that her junior, Dilly Reba, was also trapped there. Together, they befriended a local girl named Li Yunxiao, and the three of them supported one another through each day. One day, when she went to the rehearsal room to find Dilly Reba, she discovered they had both vanished. Additionally, the troublesome deputy director Zheng had died. And through inquiries, she learned that they had been taken by two supernatural beings. Just as she felt overwhelming loneliness, another trouble came knocking at her door. Liu Tianxian, the son of TV station director Liu Tianxian, was the local bully. He had his sights set on any attractive female employee. This time, his target was Tong Leah, who had long caught his eye. With a wicked grin, he approached her with two lackeys and asked, "Do you know where your junior Reba is gone? I just found out about this, so I have no idea where they went." Tong Leah responded cautiously, "Oh, is that so? Did you know they committed murder?" He taunted, "That we suspect your involvement in the murder of Deputy Director Zheng." Liu Tianxian boasted smugly, "Don't falsely accuse people." Tong Leah suppressed her anger and retorted, "You will be held accountable for your words." "Ha ha! This place is now under the control of the Southern Base forces. Do you think the officers will listen to the assistant of the TV station director or to you?" He stepped closer, playing with her hair as he spoke. The sight of Liu Tianxian's grotesque face and bulbous eyes made her feel increasingly nauseated. "You should be responsible for your own words. I refuse to believe the military would act so irrationally." Tong Leah shot back defiantly. "Just wait and see. If you yield to me now, I will help you clear your name with the military." He grinned lewdly. "Think carefully. I'll be waiting for your good news." Watching him swagger away, Tong Leah couldn't help but feel anxious. Faced with these powerful figures, she had no confidence that she would be safe. It seemed her only escape was to leave this place as quickly as possible. However, given the current circumstances outside, she truly found herself unable to venture anywhere. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and by nightfall, as she lay in bed, she continued to toss and turn restlessly. It was not until the dead of night, when exhaustion finally overcame her, that she drifted into a fitful sleep. Upon awakening, she heard the sound of her door turning, which jolted her awake with a start. Fortunately, she had locked the door securely while sleeping. It was the noise of someone attempting to pry it open that had roused her. In a panic, she grabbed her phone from the bedside table, preparing to hide, but at that moment, the door was forcefully opened. Terrified, Tong Leah quickly sought refuge beneath the bed, holding her breath as she listened to the commotion outside. However, instead of the intruders entering, she was startled as someone threw an object inside. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted towards her from beneath the bed, and it dawned on her that she had been set up. The object tossed and was a canister of sleeping gas. And not long after inhaling its noxious fumes, she lost consciousness. Soon after, two individuals entered and bundled her into a sack. When Tong Leah next regained consciousness, she found herself in a brightly lit room. Her hands and feet were bound, and she lay in the center of a large bed, which shook with her every struggle. "Where am I? How long have I been asleep?" She strained to recall the events leading up to her loss of consciousness. But her mind felt foggy, and the harder she tried, the less she could remember. Resigned, she lay still, taking several deep breaths until clarity began to return. Once she grasped that she had been kidnapped, she attempted to calm herself and devise a plan for escape. Fortunately, just before being gassed, she had turned off her phone and hidden it in her underwear. She wriggled her body and discovered that the phone was still there. Then, she carefully rolled off the bed and onto the floor. With great effort, she managed to free her hands from the ropes binding her. Wonderful. My hands are free, she murmured joyfully. She quickly retrieved her phone and dialed 110, only to find the line constantly busy, with no one answering. The tension was palpable. She suddenly noticed the camera mounted on the opposite wall. Terrified, she curled up beside the bed, remaining still to give the impression that she was still bound. A cold sweat broke out on her brow as she realized how close she had come to being discovered had her call gone through. At that moment, she remembered her junior sister, who had been rescued by a mysterious person with extraordinary abilities. She desperately needed someone like that to save her now. Hastily, she sent a WeChat message to her junior sister, Diliriba, pleading for help. Upon receiving the message, Diliriba informed her companion, Qin Yu, who was exercising nearby. Upon hearing that it was Tonglia, Diliriba's senior sister, who was in distress, Qin Yu's interest was piqued. Brother Yu, please save my sister, Diliriba implored with a worried expression. Qin Yu, maintaining his composure, replied, Of course we will save her. Have her send her location. His words alleviated some of her anxiety as she quickly responded to Tonglia. Simultaneously, Tonglia sent them her coordinates, and upon seeing the location, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He recognized it as being situated between the Blue TV building and the Hungian government offices, closely aligning with the approximate coordinates of Zhang Chuyang's doomsday bunker that Zhang Han had previously mentioned. Without hesitation, he activated his spatial teleportation ability and attempted to set the teleportation anchor at Tong Lia's location. After several attempts, he successfully established the anchor point. Without further ado, he stepped into the blue time-space vortex that had materialized before him. Qin Yu had been pondering how to locate Zhang de Xiao's doomsday bunker when he stumbled upon the news of Tong Lia's abduction. It was as if fate had delivered a timely opportunity. He seized the location information that Tong Lia had relayed to Diliriba as his teleportation anchor. Before long, he arrived at the marked address, only to find himself in an upscale villa community. Looking up, he saw the grand entrance adorned with the glittering characters in Mountain Villa. Astonished, he realized he had no idea such a mysterious enclave for the affluent existed between the television station and the government building. Even Qin Yu, who prided himself on being worldly, was momentarily taken aback. This place was truly exceptional. Adjacent to the villa community flowed a large river, while a small hill loomed in the background, creating a serene and auspicious environment. The feng shui here was undoubtedly meticulously crafted, adhering to traditional principles that wealthy Southerners often valued when purchasing properties that he had encountered numerous celebrity villas during his career. Yet none could compare to the prime location of this estate. Clearly, the residents here were among the elite, and it was entirely plausible for someone like Zhang Chuyang to reside in such luxury. As he gazed at the grand villas, each boasting 3 stories above and 2 below, he couldn't help but marveled, in this post-apocalyptic world, only I deserve to dwell in such opulence. I will make these elites truly experience the meaning of a real doomsday. He felt the disparity between people was staggering, and he wished to claim all these villas for himself, that he then activated his spiritual sense to locate the specific villa where Diliriba was situated. Given that his teleportation anchor point could have inaccuracies, he relied on his spiritual connection to search diligently. Just then, someone emerged from a villa across the way. The individual, appearing somewhat frail yet excited, called out, "Hey, are you from the base's shelter sent to rescue us?" Despite the weakness in his voice, it did little to conceal his audacious demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yu recognized him. The man was clad in thick fur and wore a fluffy hat, leaving only his eyes visible. Meanwhile, Qin Yu continued to search for the whereabouts of Diliriba and Zhang Chuyang's doomsday bunker. "Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me ask a question? Do you want me to complain to your superiors?" The man boasted arrogantly. Qin Yu, taken aback by the brashness of this stranger, found the voice oddly familiar, prompting him to inquire, "Do I know you? Who are you?" To his surprise, the man became even more boastful, pointing at Qin Yu and exclaiming, "How could you not know me? I'm the most famous host in the entertainment industry, Zhang Taida." Finally, it clicked for Qin Yu, and he burst into laughter. "Ah, so it's you. The flamboyant diva. I thought I recognized that voice." Zhang Taida flustered by Qin Yu's mockery, stomped his foot in frustration. I'm not here to bicker with you. Where are the others? I called you guys a few days ago. Why are you only arriving now? If you come any later, everyone will be toast. I pay several million in taxes every year, and even your superiors treat me with courtesy. At that moment, Qin Yu's spiritual sense successfully pinpointed Tong Lia's location. To his astonishment, she was ensconced in a basement several meters underground, where he discovered an expansive underground complex that even excavated into the mountain behind. Wow, this Zhang really is extravagantly wealthy to construct such a massive underground structure. Qin Yu marveled aloud. Zhang Taida, mistaking the comment as praise, grinned. Well, now you know. Hurry up and take me to your shelter. He added, this villa may be expensive, but compared to my worth, it's hardly significant. I'm nearly out of food at home, and the air conditioning is broken. I still want to get to the base shelter. Qin Yu, having heard Zhang Taida mention the base shelter multiple times, sensed that it was anything but ordinary, that it was highly likely that the missing dignitaries were hiding there. However, Zhang Taida had been insufferably arrogant from the outset, and Qin Yu truly wished to hear no more of his voice. You are utterly despicable, Qin Yu suddenly exclaimed. With that, he swung his hand and struck Zhang Taida squarely across the face. Instantly, Zhang Taida was sent spinning before collapsing into the snow, his two front teeth flying out and landing in the white powder. As he struggled to rise, disbelief etched across his face, he exclaimed, You dare hit me? Do you have any idea of the connections I possess in this society? Just wait and see how I will take my revenge. Witnessing the gaping hole in his mouth, Qin Yu's anger flared even further. You wretched creature, how dare you act so insolently? With that, he advanced and delivered a couple more kicks. In fact, he had previously appeared on a show hosted by Zhang Taida, where this insufferable man had relentlessly mocked him. How the tides had turned. Their positions had now completely reversed. Do you have any idea who I am? Qin Yu said, stepping forward to deliver two more kicks that shattered several of Zhang Taida's ribs. Zhang Taida could barely muster a response through the pain. Who are you really? He gasped from the ground, expending his last bit of strength. Realizing that Zhang Taida was beyond saving, Qin Yu turned away and teleported to Zhang Chaoyang's doomsday fortress. Meanwhile, Tong Lia had learned through receiving a WeChat message from Li Riba that Qin Yu was coming to rescue her. Just as she was anxiously about to inquire further about his arrival, the door to her room swung open. A burly man clad in a suit, wearing Cheng Liang's leather shoes, stepped inside, without hesitation. He snatched the phone from Tong Lia's hands. You scoundrel, give me back my phone, she shouted. Yet he seemed indifferent to her cries, merely picking up the rope from the floor to tighten it around her neck. Instantly, Tong Lia felt a suffocating sensation constricting her throat. I don't want to die, she mentally screamed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just as she reached her limit, the pressure around her neck suddenly vanished. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself gazing at the handsome, resolute face of Qin Yu. Phew, you've finally arrived, she exclaimed, relieved as she exhaled and fainted into his arms, after violently assaulting the loathsome host Zhang Taida. Qin Yu had teleported to Zhang Chaoyang's doomsday fortress and arrived just in time to see Tong Lia being choked by the suited man. He easily dispatched the assailant, saving Tong Lia from periled that moment. He sensed a striking beauty waiting anxiously for the report from the suited man just a wall away. She was clad in a purple nightgown, her fair neck particularly alluring. Her delicate oval face boasted sharply defined features, exuding an air of elegance. It was evident that she was the mistress of this abode, as she bore the traces of high-end cosmetics and meticulous daily care. Qin Yu first employed his healing powers, casting a red glow from his fingertips over Tong Lia's neck, gently sliding them twice to erase the marks left by the rope. In no time, her neck regained its smooth, unblemished appearance. Tong Lia felt as though she had merely taken a brief nap, and upon awakening, she found herself in the embrace of Qin Yu. You finally came. Thank you for saving me, she expressed, her face filled with gratitude. She had not anticipated that Qin Yu would be even more handsome and robust than in his photographs. You need to rest well, Qin Yu said, lifting her gently and placing her back on the bed. Upon entering, he had already disabled the cameras on the walls with his formidable mental prowess, ensuring her safety in that moment. Wait for me. I will return shortly, he assured her before vanishing from the room. When he reappeared, he found himself in the adjacent chamber. Did you order the assassination of Tong Lia? Qin Yu asked with a slight smile. The beauty, named Li Fu Li, was indeed Zhang Chaoyang's fiancée. But upon seeing the unfamiliar Qin Yu, she paused in surprise before regaining her composure. Yes, I instructed Chun to take action, she confessed candidly. Revealing her true intentions before Qin Yu as he observed this elegant woman, Qin Yu felt an unexpected fondness for her. For a moment, she seemed familiar, as though he had often seen her in the news. Suddenly, realization struck him. You are the esteemed Princess Li Fu Li of Huawei. Huawei, the technological leader of Xia, boasted a power rivaling any global tech giant, bolstered by military backing. Many patriots favored Huawei's smartphones, including Qin Yu's own Huawei mate 80, being the daughter of Li Zhongli, the chairman of Huawei, and bearing a resemblance to the renowned Princess Li Fuzhan of the Korean Peninsula. She was a figure of public fascination. Over the years, she had also begun to venture into the entertainment industry, leveraging her stunning looks and popularity. As Qin Yu scrutinized the beauty before him, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Name: Li Fu Li. Age: 28. Attractiveness: 95. Purity: 100. Untouched. Popularity: 6. Overall score: 97. Meets system return requirements. Mission: successfully cohabit with Li Fu Li. Reward: metal enhancement ability, 5 explosive talismans. The revelation of her purity astonished him. Apparently, Zhang Chaoyang had yet to claim her. Was her motive for wanting to kill Tong Lia purely driven by her unwillingness to see her position as fiancé threatened? Now, can you tell me who you are? Has Chen been dispatched by you? Li Fu Li inquired, gazing intently at the formidable Qin Yu. Yes, you mean the suited man? I've dealt with him, Qin Yu replied calmly. As for my identity, you will soon find out. With that, he brandished the golden sand eagle towards her. Now, leave me around here and let us pay a visit to young Master Zhang. The sight of Qin Yu wielding the weapon made even the experienced Li Fu Li furrow her brow. I will take you there immediately. Please do not harm me. Her voice trembled with anxiety as she led the way, with Qin Yu following closely behind. As they exited the room, a palpable sense of advanced technology enveloped them. The walls were composed of thick marble, and Qin Yu noticed various small openings scattered across the surface. Meanwhile, in the control room, Zhang Chaoyang, clad in a bathrobe, raised a glass of red wine. Sipping while observing the surveillance footage, he witnessed the scene of Qin Yu brandishing a gun at his fiancée as she exited the room. How did he get in here? He pondered, still bewildered by Qin Yu's sudden appearance. Wherever Qin Yu passed, the cameras immediately malfunctioned, resulting in a snowy static on the monitor. Damn, he must be an ability user, Zhang Chaoyang suddenly realized. However, he thought, as long as he dared to enter his domain, escaping would be impossible. He pressed a red button beside him, and in an instant, the small openings unleashed plumes of white smoke. The dosage of the hypnotic gas was sufficient to incapacitate a bear for 24 hours, let alone a human. After confirming that the entire passage was filled with the gas, Zhang Chaoyang pressed the stop button. He then set down his wine glass, drew his black star from his waist, and commanded his subordinates, "Let us go and eliminate him." Upon receiving his orders, his 2 subordinates promptly picked up a rope and followed him out. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had long anticipated such an occurrence. He immediately utilized his spatial teleportation ability, tracing a portal in the air with his finger that absorbed all the white gas. Simultaneously, he employed his fireproof cloak to enshroud both himself and Li Fu Li, shielding them from the gas that had not been absorbed. They were pressed closely together, nearly head to head and leg to leg. A delightful fragrance of perfume wafted into his nostrils, and he felt a softness before him. Hiss, what a bouncy sensation. Good heavens, it turned out to be an Air Force officer. Consequently, Qin Yu tightened his embrace. Let go of me. Li Fu Li attempted to push him away, but her strength was insufficient. He chuckled. If you want to inhale that gas, just go outside. Qin Yu whispered mischievously in her ear. Just as they huddled together to evade the hypnotic gas, the gilded door across from them swung open. Behind the 2 burly men wielding ropes and weapons strode a short, stout man with a smug expression. What the hell are you 2 doing? Upon witnessing their embrace, Zhang Chuyang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. His face darkened as he noticed his fiancée in the arms of a stranger, and his anger flared. Kill him. He commanded his subordinates immediately. Upon hearing his order, his men charged towards Qin Yu with their weapons drawn. Yet, Qin Yu remained undeterred, still holding the beautiful woman before him, much to Li Fuli's discomfort. Although she felt innocent, the embarrassment lingered. Zhang Chuyang, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. She began to defend herself. However, he was clearly too enraged to heed her explanation. As his two bodyguards lunged at Qin Yu, their blades suddenly veered off course, failing to graze him even slightly. What the hell are you doing? Attack him. Zhang Chuyang bellowed in fury. Yet the bodyguards seemed oblivious to his commands. Continuing their assault on each other, landing blows that struck vital points. This is truly bizarre. Zhang Chuyang felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. He then raised his handgun, aiming it at Qin Yu. Initially, he intended to capture him for a thorough torment. However, fear gripped him, prompting him to shoot directly to As he pulled the trigger. A loud bang erupted as his gun exploded, rendering his hand a bloody mess. He clutched his injury in disbelief. That moment, both of his bodyguards lay dead from their mutual skirmish. This spectacle left Li Fuli, cradled in Qin Yu's arms, utterly astonished. In truth, she was dissatisfied with this marriage and had no affection for Zhang Chuyang. She had accepted his invitation for dinner, only to be trapped by the red mist. Nonetheless, they had always slept apart, and she had never allowed him to touch her. Zhang Chuyang, aware of her family's considerable wealth, had begrudgingly endured. Yet, he was still her nominal fiancé, and seeing him injured caused her worry. Who the hell are you? Zhang Chuyang glared at Qin Yu, rage evident in his eyes. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I have set my sights on this place. Qin Yu replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuyang was momentarily stunned. The existence of the Doomsday Fortress had always been kept a secret. If you desire my fortress, just tell me, and I can let you in, and no need for all this commotion. Zhang Chuyang said helplessly, retreating to the wall while feigning to clutch his bleeding hand. Leaning against the wall, he discreetly activated a hidden mechanism. Instantly, a roaring flame erupted like a ferocious beast, lunging toward Qin Yu and Li Fuli. Ha! Prepare to perish! Zhang Chuyang cackled triumphantly, entirely blinded by rage. He disregarded even his fiancée, as he believed he could never win her affection. The searing flames seemed poised to devour everything. Li Fuli, gripped by terror, involuntarily screamed. Fortunately, Qin Yu's fireproof cloak shielded them from the blaze. Overwhelmed by fear, she instinctively clutched Qin Yu tightly, as if grasping the last lifeline. That moment, Qin Yu rested his chin atop her head, as their bodies pressed closely together. He inhaled the faint scent emanating from her hair. The aroma, delicate and elusive, was as refreshing as spring blossoms. It reminded him of the subtle fragrance that wafts across a lotus pond on a summer night. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, feeling the scent penetrate his very being, instilling him with an unprecedented sense of euphoria. With one arm holding Li Fuli close, he effortlessly absorbed the flames into his spatial realm. He then redirected the fire back towards Zhang Chuyang. Igniting his clothes and hair, Zhang Chuyang writhed in agony on the ground, desperately rolling to extinguish the flames. After managing to quell the fire, he realized that Qin Yu had not perished and that his fiancée, Li Fuli, remained in Qin Yu's embrace. Upon noticing Zhang Chuyang's gaze upon her, Li Fuli instinctively pushed Qin Yu away, yet she bore no resentment towards him, for he had just saved her. Instead, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards him. At that moment, Qin Yu observed an increase in the yellow indicator on her loyalty panel above her head. Glancing at the smoke-laden Zhang Chuyang, Qin Yu smirked. What were you thinking? Playing with fire? His words dripped with sarcasm, provoking an enraged Zhang Chuyang, who snarled, You two shameless lovers must have conspired to seize my fortress. In his mind, Zhang Chuyang envisioned Qin Yu and his fiancée on a date. Fuming with each passing thought, You bastard! Li Fuli felt a flush of shame and indignation at his slander. Meanwhile, Qin Yu brazenly drew her back into his embrace, declaring, Indeed, she went on a date with me. His statement sent Li Fuli's heart racing and her cheeks flushing, as if what he said were true. Zhang Qiang, lying on the ground, spat a mouthful of blood and angered. He was then lifted into the air by Qin Yu's mental force, who coldly inquired, "Where's the user manual for this doomsday fortress?" Zhang Qiang felt the suffocating grip on him ease slightly, allowing him to breathe again. In your dreams, I would rather die than tell you." He laughed maniacally. "I've already activated the self-destruct mechanism. In 1 minute and 55 seconds, this place will explode." His body began to tremble violently as he cast a venomous glare at Qin Yu and Li Fuli. You think I have no means of countering you?" Qin Yu replied calmly. "In truth, while I was inquiring about the manual, I already discerned what you were thinking. The blueprints for this doomsday fortress are in your safe." Qin Yu stated with ease. "You were the one who divulged this information to him?" Zhang Qiang's eyes widened in fury. His face contorted with rage as he fixed an intense stare upon Li Fuli, who stood before him, bewildered and helpless. A malevolent glimmer of hatred flickered in his gaze. In response to Zhang Qiang's accusation, Li Fuli was overwhelmed with terror, instinctively retreating a few steps, her voice a frantic protest. "I didn't. It truly wasn't me." Yet at that moment, Zhang Qiang was so consumed by his wrath that he could not entertain any form of explanation. He could scarcely fathom that someone he had trusted so deeply could betray him. Just then, a sudden, excruciating pain seized him, causing him to furrow his brow. The extensive burns covering his body, left untreated, had begun to manifest severe signs of infection. Gradually, he found himself devoid of the strength to utter a curse. Helplessly watching as Li Fuli, the visage he once coveted, slowly closed her eyes and succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, Qin had already initiated a mental link during his inquiry, intercepting the fleeting thoughts that conveyed this information. Thus, with Li Fuli in his embrace, he instantaneously transported them to the room housing the safe. Cancel the self-destruct command. Another remote hidden within the safe was required, and time was swiftly slipping away. Only 50 seconds remained. What should we do now? Are we truly going to perish here? Li Fuli's face was a tableau of fear and despair. "Do not fret. Such trivial matters cannot thwart me," Qin Yu replied with calm assurance. He then utilized his mental acuity to locate the remote within the safe, deftly pressing the self-destruct pause button with his psychic energy. "We are now safe," he reassured Li Fuli, who had instinctively buried herself in his embrace out of fear. Raising her head, her wide eyes filled with disbelief, she asked, "Really?" "Indeed, 2 minutes have already elapsed." Qin Yu pointed to his Huawei smartwatch. Once she confirmed this, a wave of relief washed over her. After resolving the immediate crisis, Qin Yu turned to Li Fuli and said, "Let us proceed. May I explore this place in earnest?" The color returned to her face, and she nodded silently. Thus, under her guidance, Qin Yu began to traverse each room, gradually comprehending what truly constituted the world's most opulent doomsday shelter. The level of luxury here surpassed all imagination. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he could hardly have conceived such a place existed. Their first stop was the living room, the largest of all the chambers, spanning nearly 160 square meters, characterized by its sheer expansiveness. The interior design was extravagantly lavish, dominated by a golden color scheme, with even the furniture upholstered in Zeton wood adorned with gold trim. A complete row of wine cabinets lined the walls, stocked with a variety of exquisite spirits, including Mao Tai, red wine, vodka, and Remy Martin XO. Above the cabinets, several amber-hued spotlights illuminated the collection, imparting an air of sophistication. Facing a grand European-style sofa was a television approximately 120 inches in size, beneath which lay the latest special edition game cartridges and consoles. Indicating Zhang Qiang's status as a seasoned gaming enthusiast, on the opposite wall, a massive movie screen was installed for projected films. Upon exiting the living room, they entered another hall, evidently designed for entertaining guests, complete with a trendy open bar. That moment, Qin Yu noticed a door behind the bar. A sweep of his mental perception revealed a shocking sight within. Turning to Li Fuli, he inquired, "What purpose does that door serve?" Appearing momentarily stunned, she hesitated before responding, "I am not certain." Together, they opened the door, revealing the lifeless forms of two beautiful women. Due to the low temperature, the bodies retained their semblance of life. Li Yifei screamed in terror upon seeing the corpses. A chill running down her spine as she realized she had been oblivious to Zhang Qiaoyang's heinous acts during her stay. Isn't that the renowned socialite Lisa and her close friend? Qin Yu instantly recognized them, as the entertainment industry often rehashed familiar tales. Both were prominent figures, frequently trending on social media, their followers numbering in the millions, showcasing their glamorous lifestyles. Only insiders like Qin Yu were aware of their true natures. Clearly, they had been lured here under false pretenses to serve Zhang Qiang, only to meet their demise. Did you not know such events transpired here? Qin Yu provocatively questioned her. Did I? I truly had no idea. Had I known, I would have done everything in my power to prevent it. Li Yifei shook her head vehemently. It was evident that her innate kindness shone through. She felt profound sympathy for the deceased women. Initially, she had harbored some unease and guilt over Zhang Qiaoyang's fate, but now she increasingly perceived him as the true monster. Consequently, Qin Yu used spatial manipulation to dispose of the bodies in a remote location. Along with the tools Zhang Qiang had employed to satisfy his perverse desires, he resolved to seal off this room permanently, deeming it too tainted by the knowledge of death. After exiting that chamber, they proceeded to explore the storage area. Qin Yu discovered that the supplies here were utterly trivial compared to his own stockpile. The majority consisted of canned goods, Westphalian ham, and imported caviar, none of the more mundane items like instant noodles or bread. With his wealth, he could have easily cleared out the entire city's supply of such lowly commodities. Observing the unappetizing and overpriced provisions, it became evident that after establishing this doomsday refuge, they had been misled into hoarding such canned products. The corridor was lined with various rooms, including themed bedrooms for boys, girls, and infants. This lengthy passageway was merely the second basement level. There were still 4 additional floors, with dozens of rooms available. It was an ideal haven for him. He decided against exploring the upper levels for now, opting to gradually familiarize himself with them after relocating, as traversing the entire space would require considerable time. Suddenly, he halted Li Yifei, who was walking ahead, and said, "Let us conclude our exploration of this basement level for today." Li Yifei furrowed her brow in confusion, but nodded, "Very well. Now let us check on Tong Lia." Qin Yu grasped her hand, and with a swift motion, they teleported to the room where Tong Lia had been. At that moment, she was cowering in the wardrobe, peering through the crack in the door. She had heard the sounds of a struggle and anguished cries outside. Initially concerned for Qin Yu's safety, she was relieved to see him return unharmed. Emerging from the wardrobe, she exclaimed, "Seeing you safe is such a relief." "Indeed. You two should accompany me home," Qin Yu said, enveloping them both in an embrace as he transported them back to the Wanxiang community. In a daze, Li Yifei felt a powerful force drawing her, compelling her to follow Qin Yu through the mysterious spatial transit. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in Qin Yu's residence within the Wanxiang community. Meanwhile, Tong Lia had sought Qin Yu's assistance precisely because she had encountered difficulties. Thus, regarding the matter of following him home, she was naturally willing, feeling an overwhelming desire to escape this place that had brought her sorrow. Upon finally arriving at Qin Yu's residence, both Li Yifei and Tong Lia were rendered speechless by the scene before them. The spacious and bright room was adorned with an array of advanced and comprehensive equipment, making one feel as though they had stepped into a world of high technology. However, what left them even more astounded was the presence of a group of uniquely enchanting women, each more beautiful than the last, especially Tong Lia, who immediately recognized several familiar faces among them. In addition to her beloved junior sister Li Riba, there were many other starlets she had known in the past. "Mimi, Yifei, Tang, how could all of you be here?" she exclaimed, nearly bursting into an excited scream. Li Yifei, too, was somewhat bewildered. She had always harbored aspirations of entering the entertainment industry in the past. Contacting so many stars would have posed quite a challenge. After all, these were all popular actresses, not easily reached. Yet at this moment, the opportunity to meet so many stars was simply irresistible. Thus, the women engaged in heartfelt exchanges. Tong Li silently rejoiced, grateful for the presence of such a considerate and adorable junior sister who could extend a helping hand at this timely moment. Since stepping into this place, she had been captivated by its unique atmosphere, giving rise to an inner longing to never leave. Meanwhile, Li Fuli held no fondness for Zhang Xiaoyang, a man whose outward demeanor was impeccable, yet whose essence was utterly hypocritical. In stark contrast, upon first encountering the tall and handsome Qin Yu, endowed with extraordinary abilities, a wave of admiration surged within her like a tidal wave. That moment, their eyes inadvertently fell upon the spread of food before them. The expansive dining table was laden with an enticing array of delectable dishes that made one's mouth water. In an instant, Tong Liu was struck dumb, her mouth agape and eyes wide with astonishment, as she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this is simply too lavish." Faced with such an alluring feast, even the usually composed Tong Liu found it difficult to maintain her tranquility. Even Li Fuli, a young lady from a wealthy family accustomed to gourmet delicacies, could not help but feel her heart flutter upon witnessing the bountiful spread laid out before her. "Please, make yourselves at home, as if you were in your own abode." Yang Mi smiled warmly at the two of them. "Then I shall not hold back," replied the straightforward Tong Liu, joyfully clasping her hands together, as her eager hands reached out to deftly grasp a piece of enticing, aromatic oil-battered shrimp. Her eyes sparkled with delight, as if this shrimp were the most precious treasure in her world at that moment. Without hesitation, she placed it in her mouth and took a gentle bite. Instantly, an indescribable sensation of exquisite tenderness enveloped her, swiftly filling her entire mouth. Meanwhile, seated nearby, Li Fuli initially maintained a semblance of restraint. Cautiously, she picked up her chopsticks, tentatively lifting a small morsel to taste. However, after just a few bites, she could no longer contain her excitement. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mix of astonishment and wonder, for the flavors of these dishes were astonishingly comparable to those crafted by her family's personal chef. For a moment, she even questioned whether she was truly in this post-apocalyptic world. This sensation of being transported to another realm left her somewhat disoriented. Yet, she quickly recognized that her body was the most honest of responders. Thus, before long, she cast aside all reservations and constraints, reveling in the sumptuous feast before her, devouring the food with great enthusiasm. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. Once everyone had eaten their fill and enjoyed their drinks, Qin Yu turned to Tong Liu with a smile and gently suggested, "Liu, perhaps you should take a bath first. Tea will help you relax and cleanse away the misfortunes you may have encountered." Tong Liu nodded slightly in agreement and gracefully made her way to the bathroom. After some time, she emerged, having changed into a set of silk pajamas. The soft, smooth fabric clung to her skin, perfectly accentuating her already alluring curves, rendering her even more enchanting and graceful. Qin Yu sat quietly in the room, his gaze never leaving the slowly approaching Tong Liu. This moment, he had the privilege of observing this beauty up close and in detail. Name, Tong Liu. Age, 27. Appearance, 97. Purity, 100. Virtuous and poised. Overall rating, 98. Popularity, 9. Meets system requirements. Task, cohabit with Tong Liu. Reward, beast mastery, ability to freeze water. As he beheld Tong Liu's lovely countenance, now radiant with spring-like vitality, her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if eagerly awaiting the delightful moments to come. She gracefully swayed her sinuous figure, akin to a dance, slowly approaching him and the bed. Each step was light and elegant, as if she were treading on clouds. "Brother Yu, it's so warm in here," she said playfully, her lips curving into two delicate dimples, akin to flowers blooming in spring, utterly captivating. Her smile flowed like a clear spring, enchanting the heart and leaving one spellbound. That's so. If you're feeling warm, you may remove some clothing," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "With a figure as enchanting as yours, I presume you must have a background in dance." Qin Yu inquired with keen interest, his gaze lingering on her graceful form. Tong Liu, walking lightly before him, nodded slightly in response. "Yes, indeed, Li Riba and I were both trained by the same teacher. I studied dance for a full 8 years. A proud smile illuminated her face as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu suddenly patted his thigh lightly. I want to see you perform a split for me. As a professional dancer, Tonglia easily executed the split, showcasing her long legs. Witnessing her perfect form, Qin Yu could not help but admire her long legs, which he found utterly captivating. Combined with her fair skin and exquisite features, she was undeniably a natural beauty. When Tonglia noticed Qin Yu's admiration for her legs, she felt a rush of embarrassment, lowering her head in shyness. Qin Yu found her bashful demeanor even more endearing. Time passed, and as they lay together, Qin Yu listened to Tonglia recount her experiences in the post-apocalyptic world, gently patting her shoulder in comfort. Did you know that we almost had a chance to collaborate before? Qin Yu suddenly recalled their past connection and asked. Really? Tonglia exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at Qin Yu, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Indeed, it is true that my former employer had a script for a fantasy drama, planning to cast me as the male lead, and they had selected you as the female lead. At that time, I was filled with joy at the thought of working alongside you. However, unexpectedly, the project was shelved and I was subsequently put on ice by the company. Qin Yu recounted this episode with a calm demeanor, though a hint of helplessness and regret flickered in his eyes. Tonglia furrowed her brow, trying to recall, and after a moment, it seemed she remembered something, nodding as she said, I believe there was indeed such a matter over a year ago. My agent called to inform me that I was being considered for the female lead in a fantasy drama, and I was completely taken aback, unable to process it all. I never knew there was such a story behind it. Upon finishing her words, she gently tapped her forehead as if struck by a sudden realization. Immediately thereafter, Tonglia appeared to recall a sorrowful memory, her eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at Qin Yu with a heart-wrenching expression, saying, Brother Yu, had it not been for the treachery of those in the company that led to your downfall, perhaps you would have already achieved great fame by now. As she spoke, she instinctively leaned her head against Qin Yu's warm embrace. Feeling the gentle reliance of Tonglia, a warmth surged within Qin Yu's heart. He extended his hand, tenderly caressing her silken skin, and with a faint smile, remarked, Perhaps, but that is all in the past now. The one who betrayed me has long since been dealt with. Upon hearing that he had eliminated the person responsible for his troubles, Tonglia paused momentarily, reflecting, he truly embodies the spirit of vengeance. She then gazed deeply into Qin Yu's eyes, nodding earnestly as she softly replied, Yes, indeed. Perhaps our fates began intertwining over a year ago. Yes, perhaps, Qin Yu thought, unable to resist the allure of the charming girl nestled in his arms. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Fuli, who had come with Tonglia, was assigned to share a room with Tang Yan. Although they had to sleep on the same bed, it was fortunate that the bed was quite spacious, accommodating both of them comfortably. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, the room maintained a tidy and orderly state, infused with a unique, refreshing fragrance that only a girl's room could possess. As Li Fuli lay down on the bed, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness crashed over her like a tide. She had spent her previous days in the Doomsday Fortress, where she had scarcely enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. Once, she had clearly expressed a reluctance to share a bed with Juncture, and fortunately, he had complied with her request. However, ever since then, whenever night fell and it was time to sleep, Li Fuli found it difficult to drift off. Even when her body was utterly fatigued, to the point of being unable to sustain itself, her sleep quality remained abysmal, confined to a mere shallow slumber. In contrast, Qin Yu had long since come to terms with his experiences following a brush with death. Moreover, the food here was vastly superior to that at Zhang Chuyang's place, allowing her to fall asleep almost immediately. At that moment, a familiar notification chime from the system echoed in Qin Yu's ears. Ding! Successfully cohabitating with Tonglia. Reward. Beast Mastery. Condense water into ice. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge and skills related to Beast Mastery surged into his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. This knowledge encompassed every aspect of Beast Mastery, from selection and taming to training and combat skills, and much more. As time passed, his body gradually assimilated all aspects of Beast Mastery. At that moment, he deeply felt a powerful force surging within him, affirming that he had indeed become a competent Beast Master. Yet the surprises did not cease there. Soon after, another extraordinary ability began to merge with his being, the power to instantly freeze water. Qin Yu was elated, unable to contain his excitement as his gaze fixated eagerly on a bottle of ordinary mineral water on the nightstand. With focused concentration, he summoned the newly acquired skill of condense water into ice. In the blink of an eye, a miracle occurred. The once transparent liquid swiftly solidified, transforming the entire bottle of mineral water into a solid block of ice. Cautiously, Qin Yu grasped the bottle, feeling a chilling sensation coursing through his fingertips, prompting an involuntary shiver. Yet his heart brimmed with joy, for the result surpassed anything a refrigerator could achieve. Having tasted this newfound power, Qin Yu grew increasingly enthusiastic, picking up a nearby can of beer. Once more, he activated his ability to condense water into ice. Within mere seconds, the beer in the can also successfully froze into ice-cold beer. Wow, this is fantastic. No longer will I need to run to the fridge for a chilled beer. Qin Yu murmured to himself. Eagerly popping the can open, he tilted his head back and took a hearty gulp, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, delivering an unparalleled sense of refreshment, prompting a satisfied sigh. So exhilarating. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft and warm glow in the hallway. Liu Yifei rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawning as she stepped out of her room to freshen up. That moment, she caught sight of a figure emerging from Qin Yu's room. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Tong Liu. With a light step, she radiated an indescribable glow, seemingly enveloped in a delicate blush. Compared to her arrival yesterday, she appeared extraordinarily vibrant today, exuding an enchanting charm. Liu Yifei was taken aback, but maintained her politeness, greeting Tong Liu with a warm smile. "Good morning." Her voice was crisp and melodious. Hearing the greeting, Tong Liu froze for a moment, then shyly responded, "Good morning." She could not meet Li Fuli's gaze, as if trying to conceal something. Just as they exchanged pleasantries, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Qin Yu, who had just finished showering, stepping out of the bathroom. Wrapped in a white towel, his strong chest and broad shoulders were exposed. His damp hair fell casually over his forehead, adorned with a few glistening droplets of water that trickled down his cheek. Qin Yu's physique was nothing short of perfect, his muscular contours flowing seamlessly, and his long legs were particularly striking. He strode forward with confidence, each step exuding a manly vigor that even Li Fuli, who had encountered many handsome men, found hard to resist. Meanwhile, upon seeing Qin Yu emerge from his room, Tong Liu's demeanor shifted to that of a startled fawn. Her head bowing in shyness, her beautiful eyes shimmered with bashfulness and fluster, as she dared not meet Qin Yu's gaze, fearing that he might uncover the secrets hidden deep within her heart. At that moment, Qin Yu approached Tong Liu with a smile, gently taking her soft hand and speaking in an exquisitely tender tone. "Sister, could you please fetch me the hairdryer to help dry my hair?" This simple request stirred ripples in Tong Liu's heart, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping across a lake. Upon hearing his words, a surge of electricity coursed through her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The tingling sensation nearly rendered her unable to stand, and she stumbled, her delicate form collapsing into Qin Yu's warm embrace. Observing this intimate scene, Li Fuli felt a wave of inexplicable jealousy surge within her. Biting her lip, she feigned calmness and quickly turned away, striding hurriedly towards the bathroom to mask her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Tong Liu, her face flushed, extricated herself from Qin Yu's embrace, lowering her head as she followed him into the bedroom. Once inside, she picked up the hairdryer and carefully began to dry Qin Yu's hair, while he leisurely started to dress, his movements graceful and natural. Time passed, and 1 to 2 months had elapsed since the onset of the apocalyptic disaster. During those arduous days, Qin Yu had little time to tend to his hair, which had grown considerably long. However, this slightly disheveled yet flowing mane lent him an air of carefree nonchalance, enhancing his already striking handsomeness. "Sister, why are you still so shy?" After she finished drying his hair, he pulled her into an embrace. Tong Liu merely murmured softly, collapsing against him. Over an hour later, the two finally emerged hand in hand to join the others for breakfast. The women present couldn't help but steal glances at Tong Liu, whose beauty resembled that of a blooming flower. Although tall, she appeared delicate and petite beside Qin Yu. Everyone awaited Qin Yu to serve breakfast. Today's meal was exceptionally abundant, leaving both Li Fuli and Tong Lia thoroughly satisfied. Ding! Tong Lia consumed a basket of soup dumplings, returning 1,200 baskets, which have now been placed into the host's personal space. Ding! Tong Lia devoured a grilled sausage, returning 1,200 sausages, which have likewise been stored in the host's personal space. Ding! Tong Lia drank a cup of soy milk, returning 1,200 cups, now also nestled within the host's personal space. The more she consumed, the more she returned, rendering the idea of ever finishing utterly inconceivable. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Qin Yu and others gathered around the dining table, relishing a delectable breakfast. However, the tranquil ambience was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream emanating from the direction of the restroom, akin to thunder cleaving the serene morning air. Qin Yu reacted with the swiftness of lightning. Almost simultaneously with the shriek, he vanished from his spot, resembling a specter as he instantaneously appeared within the restroom. There stood Li Fuli, her complexion as pale as freshly fallen snow, her once vibrant and blooming visage now contorted in fear, her entire form trembling as if a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. "There's a monster in there," Li Fuli stammered, trembling as she pointed towards the toilet lid, her voice laced with a quavering wail, brimming with unfathomable terror. That moment, Qin Yu acutely detected a thunderous roar emerging from the drainage pipe. The sound reverberated like distant thunder, deafening in its intensity. With his formidable spiritual awareness, Qin Yu could distinctly perceive a long tentacle slowly slithering through the depths of the drain. This appendage, shrouded in a sinister black, was coated in a repulsive slime. Exuding an exceptionally menacing aura, it had suddenly erupted from the toilet, startling the unsuspecting Li Fuli, whose soul seemed to leap from her body, prompting that harrowing shriek. "Fear not, for I am here." Qin Yu's voice resonated with calm authority, akin to a tranquilizer injected into Li Fuli's quaking spirit. Despite the nightmarish spectacle before him, he remained composed and unflappable. With that, he strode purposefully to the toilet, resolutely extending his right hand. In an instant, a frigid energy surged forth from his palm, causing the air around them to thicken as if frozen in time. As Qin Yu's extraordinary power activated,